Shen Suian slept well and felt great when she woke up. Perhaps it was because Lu Yuan took her to see a beautiful sunset yesterday, or maybe she experienced great joy last night that released her pent-up feelings, but today she felt much lighter. However, she still remembered what Lu Yuan said yesterday and was thinking about it. He told her to trust Fu Qiu and Ning Shuang, saying they were not ordinary maids and could do things that other household maids could not. The maids she brought with her were skilled in household matters. Mu Jin and Ban Jian were clever, but they lacked the ruthlessness needed. In her past life, they had both been harmed by Song Xiuji's schemes. Song Xiuji falsely accused Mu Jin of stealing her belongings while she was out, leading to Mu Jin being beaten severely, and by the time Shen Suian returned, Mu Jin was gone. Ban Jian had always been by her side, but only to share her suffering. Qing Luo was also accused of embezzlement while helping her check the shop's accounts, and Lu Hang expelled her from the Lu family. Now she didn't plan to manage the household anymore, but she couldn't let things happen like in her past life. She needed capable people. It wasn't that Mu Jin and the others were useless. They just grew up in the household and might not be able to handle some outside matters. Bring Fu Qiu and Ning Shuang in, Shen Suian told Ban Jian. Before long, the two maids walked in one after the other. Shen Suian observed them closely and noticed the difference. Their steps were lighter than ordinary maids, their figures looked stronger, and their gazes were steady. I heard from the young master that you have received special training. What kind of training have you had? Shen Suian asked with a smile. Fu Qiu bowed slightly and replied, Young mistress, both I and Ning Shuang were trained as scouts for the pacification office. Shen Suian was surprised. Scouts? As dark sentinels of the town, the girls must work harder than others to stand out. Fu Yu and Ning Shuang must be very exceptional. It's a waste to have you serving in the inner chambers, Shen Suian said. The two maids thought Shen Suian was dissatisfied with them, and a look of panic crossed their faces. Did they say something wrong? Don't be afraid. I'm just asking, Shen Suian smiled. Fu Yu said, Young mistress, both Ning Shuang and I are orphans. It was the master who saved us and gave us a way out. Being able to serve the young mistress is a kind opportunity given to us by the master. No matter what you ask us to do, we will do it well, Ning Shuang quickly added. Since you are here with me, I am your master, Shen Suian said gently. Fu Yu replied, I only listen to the young mistress's orders. Without your permission, I will never tell anyone what you want to do. Ning Shuang nodded in agreement. Shen Suian thought to herself, no wonder they were trained by Lu Yuan. They understood what she wanted without her having to say it. Fu Yu, I have something I need you to help me with, Shen Suian said, looking at her. Please give your orders, young mistress. Fu Yu straightened up. Shen Suian smiled. I want you to keep an eye on someone for me. Fu Yu remained composed and, after hearing Shen Suian's request, simply bowed. Young mistress, I will handle this matter well. Are you the only two dark sentinels in the Lu family? Shen Suian asked with a smile. The two exchanged glances. Young mistress, we are the only two in this batch. As for other sentinels, we have never met them and do not know if there are others in the Lu family. Shen Suian smiled again. All right, Ning Shuang will go out with me, and Fu Yu, you go to your task. She handed Fu Yu 10 taels of silver, saying, Take this. You can arrange for people and expenses as needed. Fu Yu accepted the silver respectfully. Thank you, young mistress. Qing Luo and Ning Shuang will go out with me, Shen Suian instructed. She smiled at the others. You all stay home, and I'll bring you back some treats. Thank you, young mistress. Shen Suian planned to visit various shops to understand the business situation of her establishments and also check on the Deng family. She had promised Lu Yuan yesterday to look after the mother and daughter of the Deng family, so she needed to understand their current situation first. After Shen Suian left, Ban Jian pulled Mu Jin's hand and whispered, Is the young mistress planning to use Fu Yu and the others? They are both very honest and hardworking, Mu Jin said. Since they are with the master, the young lady trusts him. Their good relationship is a good thing. Ban Jiangwen thought this made sense. Shen Suian's 5 shops included 3 in busy areas, while the other 2 were quieter and operated as a bookstore, which didn't earn much. She needed to find a way to improve the bookstore's business. The other 3 shops on the main street were a tea house, a silk store, and a cosmetic shop. Over the years, Aunt Chung had taken a lot of money from her shops and estate. When she took over, the accounts were a mess. However, she and her mother managed to recover 50,000 taels of silver from Aunt Chung through tea, which was enough to cover the losses from the past years. The real opportunity to make money hadn't come yet, but she could start making plans. In a year, when the government opened maritime trade, tea, silk, and cosmetics would be shipped directly to other countries. That would be very profitable. The maritime trade would fall into the hands of wealthy families, and she remembered that the Bai family, related to Madame Liu, had the largest share. Others wanting to enter maritime trade would need the Bai family's approval. If they gained control of maritime trade again, she would face the same difficulties from Lu Heng as in her previous life. "Miss, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the accounts?" The shopkeeper, Madame Xia, asked when she saw Shin Suan staring at the accounts for a while, thinking she had made a mistake. Shin Suan smiled and shook her head. "No, the accounts are very clear. Madame Xia, I want to keep Qing Luo in the shop." "You can have her help with work," Shin Suan said with a smile. Madame Xia was her mother's former maid, who had been sent away by Aunt Chung and was brought back after Shin Suan took over the shop. She had been the second shopkeeper here before and quickly got used to her new role. "I will do as you say, miss," Madame Xia replied, her heart racing. Did this mean she wasn't doing well and would be replaced? Shin Suan reassured her. "Don't think too much. I plan to open more shops, and Qing Luo needs to learn from you since she has no experience." Qing Luo stepped forward and bowed to Madame Xia. "Please teach me, sister." Hearing this, Madame Xia realized Qing Luo wasn't there to replace her and smiled. "You're too kind. Mississippi Qing Luo seems clever. She will catch on quickly." Shin Suan nodded with a smile. "After a few days, let Qing Luo come and assist you." After leaving the cosmetic shop, Shin Suan said to Qing Luo, "You should learn well from Madame Xia. Besides learning how to manage the shop, you also need to know how to interact with customers. We need to come up with a new name for the shop. In the future, our cosmetics should be unique, so when people think of cosmetics, they will think of our store. I have a few formulas for the cosmetics. I will have someone try making them first, and if it works, you can sell them in the shop." Qing Luo quietly remembered Shin Suan's words, but by the end, she felt a bit confused. "Madam, do you think Madame Xia is untrustworthy?" Qing Luo asked softly. Shin Suan replied, "No, I just value you more. Qing Luo, you are my right hand. You need to step up so you can help me with more things in the future." Madame Xia was her mother's companion, and Shin Suan trusted her loyalty. However, when it came to doing more important tasks, she would lean towards trusting Qing Luo, who had been by her side since childhood. Qing Luo suppressed her emotions, saying, "Madam, I will study hard." Shin Suan had bigger plans in mind. Relying solely on Qing Luo was not enough. She needed to cultivate more trusted people to help her. Especially with the court allowing maritime trade a year later, she needed to compete with the Bai family for trade rights. To do that, she needed financial resources to rival the Bai family. Her dowry was substantial, but compared to the Bai family, it was just a drop in the bucket. She needed to find ways to generate more wealth. Shin Suan closed her eyes against the soft pillow, reflecting on opportunities she might have overlooked. "Madam, we've arrived," came Shirching's voice from outside. This small courtyard was arranged by Aunt Guan for Madame Deng and her family to stay. Madame Deng's new husband was just an ordinary man, reportedly a former neighbor of hers, now working as a chef in a tavern. Shirching stepped forward to knock on the door, and soon a servant came out to open it. Upon seeing Shirching and the others dressed like nobles, the servant did not rush to shoo them away. "Who are you looking for?" the servant asked. Shirching replied, "Our young lady is here to see Madame Deng. Please let her know." The servant said, "You must have the wrong place. Our master's surname is Song, and he is not married, so there is no lady of the house." Shirching was taken aback for a moment and took a couple of steps back. He looked again, and confirmed it was indeed the right place. He had found this small courtyard and later had it given to Madame Deng through Aunt Guan. Even though he hadn't been here for 2 years, he couldn't have made a mistake. When did your master move into this courtyard? Shen Suiyan's voice came from the carriage. The servant replied, We have been living here for a year. This courtyard was bought by our young master. The person you are looking for is probably the previous owner. Sorry to bother you. Shirqing nodded. He approached the carriage. Young madam, Mrs. Deng may have sold the courtyard. Find out where Mrs. Deng has moved to, Shen Suiyan said softly. The servant mentioned that his master had moved to this small courtyard a year ago, but Aunt Guan had never mentioned it. Doesn't Aunt Guan send money to Mrs. Deng every month? Why didn't she bring this up? Shirqing responded quietly, feeling guilty for his oversight today. Fortunately, a neighbor knew Mrs. Deng and informed them that her family had moved to Jixiang in the west of the city. Jixiang? Shen Suiyan was surprised. Although she had never been there, she knew it was a place where the poor and struggling lived. Why would Mrs. Deng move there? Let's go check it out, Shen Suiyan ordered with a frown. Young madam, that place is chaotic. You are of noble status. How can you go there? Shirqing protested. Since it's chaotic, we need to see why Mrs. Deng moved there. Understood. Shirqing had no choice but to take Shen Suiyan to Jixiang. The houses in Jixiang were crowded and small, with rows of low buildings blocking out the sun. On the sides of the road, they occasionally saw homeless people. In some alleys, vendors were shouting to attract customers. The various sounds mixed together, creating a noisy atmosphere. When Shen Suiyan's carriage appeared in the narrow alley, it immediately drew many gazes. Young madam, I see Mrs. Deng. In front of a small flat house, Mrs. Deng was preparing medicine. She wore rough clothing, and her hair was starting to turn gray. She was not yet 30. Mrs. Deng, why did you move to this place? Shirqing asked in surprise. Mrs. Deng looked up at Shirqing, her face pale and worn from years of hard work and poor nutrition. She finally recognized Shirqing, her expression changing slightly as she picked up the medicine pot and tried to close the door. Mrs. Deng, our young madam has come to see you, Shirqing quickly called out to her. If you have any troubles, you can talk to the young madam. Mrs. Deng sneered, There's no need for pretenses. You can take back the house you gave us. Acting all sentimental is just because you hold power and think we are too lowly to speak the truth. I've come here to hide. What more do you want? Are you planning to silence me? Shen Suiyan frowned. Did Guanyi tell you they want to take back the house? Mrs. Deng looked over and saw a beautiful young woman step out of the carriage, her skin as white as jade. Her bright eyes sparkled with charm. How could that wicked Lu Yuan marry such a lovely girl? Shen Suiyan approached Mrs. Deng with a slight smile. Mrs. Deng, my husband has never intended to take back the house you live in. Since it was bought for your daughter, it naturally belongs to you. Exactly, Mrs. Deng. Please don't misunderstand, Shirqing quickly added. Mrs. Deng eyed Shen Suiyan suspiciously. So what are you trying to say? I heard from Aunt Guan that your daughter is ill. I came to visit her on behalf of my husband. Have you seen a doctor? Shen Suiyan asked. The doctor prescribed medicine, but we can't afford it. Mrs. Deng turned her face away, embarrassed. Shen Suiyan said, Shirqing, please invite Dr. Zhou here. Mrs. Deng, I think you have misunderstood my husband. Let's sit down and talk. Mrs. Deng hesitated as she watched Shirqing leave. She frowned. I don't want to have any more dealings with you. Does Aunt Guan know you moved here? Shen Suiyan asked. She has been forced to become your husband's concubine. I don't want to involve her, so I didn't tell her about moving here, Mrs. Deng replied. Shen Suiyan's expression darkened. Forced to be a concubine? Aunt Guan certainly has her own struggles. Then how did Aunt Guan find out your daughter was sick? Shen Suiyan asked. Mrs. Deng replied, I had no choice but to sneak away to find her. Unexpectedly, Aunt Guan was also having a hard time and couldn't give her much money. She even heard that the new mistress was treating her harshly. Isn't that the beautiful woman standing right here? Mrs. Deng's expression darkened as she looked at Shen Suiyan with suspicion. My husband never intended to take Guan Yu, as a concubine. When he rescued her, he wanted to find her a proper match. It was Guan Yu who refused to marry again and chose to stay by his side as a nominal concubine, Shin Sueon said calmly. Nominal? Mrs. Deng was taken aback by Shin Sueon's words. Shin Sueon said, Your husband is a man. He worries that helping you directly might harm your reputation, so every month he has Guan Yu give you 10 taels of silver, hoping that Lord Guan's daughter can grow up without worry. Looking at Madame Deng's situation now, it seems you haven't received this money. Madame Deng, my husband is not ungrateful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Guan Yu back to protect her, nor would he have let her buy you a house. That house isn't worth much silver. He wouldn't take it back and ruin his own reputation. Madame Deng, you are a smart person. Have you really believed only Guan Yu's side of the story all these years? Shin Sueon asked. Madame Deng was stunned for a long time. She wanted to question Shin Sueon, thinking she was slandering her sister-in-law. But recalling her sister-in-law's attitude over the years, she felt she could find some clues. Guan Yu said our existence is a stain on Lu Yuan, reminding him of the past mistakes that harmed Guan Hai. She wanted me and Zhu Zhu to leave the capital. I thought if I returned the house and hid here, Lu Yuan wouldn't notice us. I never received a single tael of silver from her. Shin Sueon had previously only disliked Guan Yu's foolishness, but now she was even more angered by her malice. She could ignore even her former sister-in-law and niece, using them to deceive Lu Yuan. If it weren't for my husband's special request for me to visit Zhu Zhu, I wouldn't know your situation, Shin Sueon said. Madame Deng, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me directly. In the past, my husband didn't have any women around, so it was inconvenient for him to help you and your daughter. That's why he asked me to take good care of you. Madame Deng bit her lip, unsure whether to believe Shin Sueon's words. At that moment, Shirqing finally brought Zhou Zhou over. Madame Deng's eyes lit up at Zhou Zhou's identity as a skilled doctor. First, treat Zhu Zhu, Shin Sueon said. Zhou Zhou immediately went to examine the little girl and quickly reached a conclusion. It's a fever caused by lung disease. She should take medicine for 3 days, and after the fever subsides, we can change the prescription, Zhou Zhou said seriously. This is a serious illness. She should have been seen earlier. Madame Deng's eyes were red. She knew she should have sought treatment sooner, but her husband had recently been very ill, using up all their savings. If she had other options, she wouldn't have gone to Guan Yu. I won't wait next time. Dr. Zhou, can my daughter? Can she be cured? Zhou Zhou replied, if she takes her medicine well, she can be cured. Deng Nyangzi covered her mouth tightly and sobbed softly. Shirqing, after you get the prescription from Dr. Zhou, go get the medicine, Shin Sueon instructed quietly. Shin Sueon said, Dr. Zhou, please wait outside for me. I have a few more words to say to Deng Nyangzi. Deng Nyangzi wiped away her tears. Young Lady Lu, I understand the misunderstanding about the commander. I won't say he is ungrateful again. I am very grateful for you bringing Dr. Zhou to me today. This place is mixed with all kinds of people, and your family is not suitable to live here. I will arrange a house for you. Do you have any skills, Deng Nyangzi? Shin Sueon asked calmly. Deng Nyangzi paused. I can do some needlework. Then I will give you a job and pay you every month, Shin Sueon said. Thank you, young lady, Deng Nyangzi said, unable to hold back her tears any longer. Shin Sueon glanced at her. What Guan Yu has done in the past 2 years is unforgivable. I will deal with her when I return. Do you want to plead for her? Thinking of Guan Yu's actions, Deng Nyangzi felt a chill. The sister-in-law she had treated sincerely had betrayed her like this. I have remarried and Guan Yu has nothing to do with me now, Deng Nyangzi said softly. Shin Sueon smiled slightly. Then I will head back first. Zhou Zhou was still waiting by the carriage for her. Get in the carriage. I have something to discuss with you. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly, feeling that what Shin Sueon had to say was not good news. Shin Sueon turned to Shirqing and instructed, quickly find a new place for Deng Nyangzi and her family. This time, give her the deed directly. Shirqing responded softly. The carriage slowly drove out of the alley. He is now the Duke of Jingning, Shin Sueon said quietly, looking at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou's calm face showed a ripple at her words, and his voice turned cold. So, he has gotten what he wanted, and should be satisfied. Don't forget, he has been looking for Sister Yun all these years, Shin Sueon reminded him. He hasn't given up on Sister Yun, and she still has a son to raise in the He family. Zhou Zhou fell silent. Do you want us to leave the capital? You can hide for a while, but not forever. You need to come up with a plan so that even if He Hongkue finds out that Sister Yun has married you, he won't dare to take her back, Shin Sueon said. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Zhou Zhou nodded. Shin Sueon thought about the ending of her past life, where she and Sister Yun could not be together, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. Zhou Zhou's wife, Qing Zhiyun, was the personal maid of He Hongkue. The old Duke Jingning favored his concubine over his wife, making life difficult for He Hongkue, who nearly lost his life several times, all thanks to Qing Zhiyun's support in healing him. They endured hardships in the He family's villa for 10 years, facing countless persecutions, until He Hongkue finally gained the ability to fight for his rightful position. However, he had to marry the woman chosen for him by the old Duke Jingning. This woman was a noble lady from a family of equal status, which could help He Hongkue become the heir's wife. At that time, He Hongkue had already promised to marry Qing Zhiyun. He didn't dare to tell her about marrying someone else, and instead tricked her into going to another place. It was only on his wedding day that Qing Zhiyun learned the truth. By then, she was already pregnant and gave birth to a son on He Hongkue's joyful day. He Hongkue wanted Qing Zhiyun to be a concubine, but she refused. She only wanted to leave He Hongkue and the He family. After loving him for 10 years, he deceived her with promises of marriage, giving her hope and happiness, only to deliver a harsh. She endured another 5 years in the He household, nearly losing her life. Fearing for her safety, He Hongkue finally agreed to let her go. Qing Zhiyun left the He family, abandoning her son and leaving alone. With nowhere to go and pushed to the brink, she faced several near-death experiences. When Shin Sueon found her, she was about to drown herself in the river. At that moment, she was already battered and broken, both physically and mentally. Shin Sueon took her to Zhou Zhou's clinic, where he managed to save her. Later, Zhou Zhou treated her illness and helped Qing Zhiyun heal emotionally. Over time, they developed feelings for each other and married a year ago. She hoped He Hongkue would change and stop disturbing her life. However, He Hongkue was too obsessed with her. If he found her, he would surely take her back. The result was that Qing Zhiyun was tormented to death by his current wife in the depths of the estate. Shin Sueon did not immediately call for Guan to question her. Her identity was special. Lu Yuan helped her because she was Guan Hai's sister, but her harsh treatment of Mrs. Deng and her daughter was also unacceptable. It was better to wait for Lu Yuan to return and let him decide how to handle Guan. Young lady, you must be tired. The kitchen is making chicken soup. I will go get some for you, said Ban Jian. We've eaten outside. There are fresh pastries from Yi Pin Lu, and we bought some chestnuts on the way. You can take those and share them, Shin Sueon replied with a smile. The maids thanked her with smiles. Young lady, the old lady sent someone to ask you to come to the main room, Suijin said softly as she entered. Shin Sueon raised her eyebrows. Ever since she fainted in the main room last time, the old lady had instructed her not to go there unless necessary. She had just enjoyed a few peaceful days. Get me a change of clothes, Shin Sueon said as she walked into the dressing room. As Suijin helped her change, she said, after you left, the third young lady went to visit Princess Guangning. I heard she was slapped by the princess yesterday, and today she went to see her again. Does she have no pride as the legitimate daughter of a noble family? Shin Sueon smiled. If she had grown up under the first madam's care, she might have developed some pride of a noble lady, she added. But unfortunately, she was raised by the old lady. How could the first madam let the old lady raise her daughter? Suijin wondered. Madame Lu was known for her high standards and never engaged in disputes. Suijin had often questioned how she allowed the old lady to raise Lu Yan in such a way. Later she understood. Behind Madame Lu's pride was selfishness. She loved no one but herself. Master Lu had promised her he would never take a concubine, but later he brought home Lu Yuan, an illegitimate child, which caused a rift between them. The old lady then arranged for Master Lu to have 2 concubines, who gave birth to 2 daughters, Lu Rong and Lu Yin. Madame Lu, claiming her health was poor and unable to manage the household, stopped caring about the family's affairs. The old lady despised this proud daughter-in-law, who couldn't even pretend to be humble in front of her, and took the 1-year-old Lu Yen to the main room. If she was unwell, she surely couldn't care for the child properly. Madame Lu did not cry or make a fuss as the old lady took her daughter away. She simply closed the door and continued her peaceful life. In the past, Shen Suan thought Madame Lu was foolish for neglecting her role as the head of the household and pretending to be idle, but now she realized that Madame Lu was the smartest in the household. Even if she didn't manage the household, she was still the first madam. Who could surpass her? Master Lu would always feel guilty towards her, holding her in high regard in his heart. As for Lu Rong and Lu Yin, their status and situation in the family were clear. It remained to be seen if Lu Yen would cause trouble in the future due to her temperament, affecting Madame Lu, and whether she would still remain so indifferent to worldly matters. "All right, this will do," Shen Suan said. She wore a light blue and gold flower-patterned satin vest, her hair simply styled in a single bun, and with a calm demeanor, she went to the main room. In the main room, both ladies were present. Princess Guangning sat beside the old lady, smiling and chatting with her. Lu Yen stood next to the old lady, occasionally adding a few comments. It seemed quite harmonious. "Please, lady, take a seat," Shen Suan said with a slight smile, greeting the elders present. Seeing Shen Suan's rosy complexion, old lady Lu felt a pang in her chest. "You seem to be living quite comfortably, old lady," Lu couldn't help but retort. Shen Suan lowered her head and softly replied, "It's all thanks to the kindness of the old lady and the ladies. Otherwise, my delicate body wouldn't have recovered so quickly." How could she say that with a straight face? Madame Lu glanced at Shen Suan. "In a couple of days, it will be old lady Yao's birthday. As the new daughter-in-law of the Lu family, you should go to pay your respects." Shen Suan's eyes shifted slightly. Old lady Yao was the maternal grandmother of Princess Guangning, so it was normal for the Lu family to send an invitation. But why would they specifically want her to attend? Princess Guangning disliked her so much. How could she be allowed to join old lady Yao's birthday celebration? Lu Yen scoffed. "The princess is magnanimous and doesn't hold your previous rudeness against you, which is why grandmother is giving you the chance to attend old lady Yao's banquet." Shen Suan was truly grateful. She had no interest in going to the Yao family. However, she was more curious about whether Madame Lu would attend. Although the romance between Lu Yang and young Master Yao was hidden, wouldn't it be awkward for the 2 families to meet? "Just go. After all, your husband is the commander," old lady Lu said impatiently. Shen Suan smiled slightly. "Yes, lady." Indeed, her husband was Lu Yuan, the commander of the town's defense, someone whom both imperial concubine Yao and the second prince were eager to recruit. How could the Yao family not invite her? The old lady's pretentious attitude was merely an attempt to suppress her, making her think that being invited was solely due to the Lu family's influence. Princess Guangning looked at Shen Suan with a heavy gaze and exchanged glances with Lu Yen. They both despised Shen Suan and wished they could tear her apart, but it was not appropriate to act against her in the Lu family. They would have their chance once Shen Suan left. "Everyone prepare well," old lady Lu said. "You may disperse." Shen Suan bowed and exited the main room. She glanced back and saw Lu Yen and Princess Guangning whispering to each other. Madame Lu appeared calm and was the last to leave the main room. "Madam, let me back to Luyan Courtyard," Shen Suan said obediently. "No need." Madame Lu firmly refused, not wanting her flowers to suffer again. Shen Suan felt a bit regretful as she watched Madame Lu leave. "Shen Suan," Lu Yan called out. "Third miss, what do you want?" Shen Suan replied calmly, looking at her. Lu Yan gritted her teeth. Sister-in-law, did you send Hongxiu away? Shen Suian raised an eyebrow. Where did Hongxiu go? She only knew that Lu Yuan had sent Mama Li away and was unaware of what happened to Hongxiu, nor had she asked if she still worked in the study. You're really good at pretending. Everyone knows Hongxiu is the most important person by her brother's side. You sent her away from the West Courtyard, which means you don't want her to stay. Lu Yan mocked. Shen Suian was surprised. I didn't expect the third miss to care so much about your brother's matters. Who cares? I just pity Hongxiu. She has served your brother for so many years. Her position in the Lu family is more important than yours. Lu Yan huffed. Being the third Mrs. Maid must be lucky, considering her status is even higher than her mistress's. Shen Suian said with a smile. Lu Yan was taken aback. Shen Suian, you really have a way with words. Princess Guangning said with a cold smile. Thank you for your praise, Princess. Shen Suian nodded. She didn't bother to explain that Hongxiu had nothing to do with her. In any case, no one would believe her. Is Hongxiu not working in the master's study anymore? Shen Suian asked Ning Shuang. Ning Shuang replied, since that incident, the young master has not allowed Hongxiu to enter the study. She has been crying in her room all day, and in a fit of anger, she moved to the back room. The steward hasn't assigned her any new tasks. Actually, she was just waiting for Lu Yuan to call her back, since Hongxiu had served him for a long time. What does the master really mean by this? Shen Suian wondered, thinking Hongxiu was Lu Yuan's favored maid, but it didn't seem that way now. Ning Shuang whispered, Young madam, Hongxiu hasn't been officially recognized. The master has no intention of taking her in. It's Hongxiu who has hidden feelings. Hongxiu has served the master for many years, right? Shen Suian asked. Yes, Hongxiu has been by his side since he was 8. The young master had a difficult childhood, and Hongxiu has also suffered. Ning Shuang said. This was why Lu Yuan only allowed Hongxiu to stay in the study. Perhaps she was indeed different from ordinary maids in his eyes. Shen Suian sighed. Please have her come see me. Yes, young madam. Young madam, are you really going to the Yao family? Ban Jian asked, looking a bit worried. She felt that nothing good would come of it. Shen Suian smiled. Of course I will go. They have set up the stage for the performance, and if I don't go to watch, it would be a shame to waste their efforts. Given Princess Guangning's personality, she would never allow Shen to attend the Yao family's birthday banquet, but today she was silent and even seemed a bit eager. Only a fool wouldn't see what was about to happen. Young madam is back. Would you like to rest for a moment? Upon seeing Shen Suian return, Mu Jin hurried to help her take off her cloak. Shen Suian had been out all morning and felt truly tired after a busy day. Ning Shuang, is there an easy-to-learn martial art I can practice to strengthen my body? She felt too weak and knew there were more responsibilities ahead. She couldn't just feel exhausted after a short time of work. Young madam, there are some, but at first, you might have to endure some hardship, Ning Shuang replied. Shen Suian had faced hardships before. I'm not afraid. Start teaching me first thing tomorrow. Young madam, Hongxiu has arrived, a maid announced. Shen Suian drank a cup of strong tea before going to the side hall to see Hongxiu. After a few days apart, the beautiful maid looked like a wilting flower, her face haggard and her eyes red. She looked at Shen Suian without any hint of jealousy, only a trace of reluctance. Greetings, young madam, Hongxiu said softly. Shen Suian glanced at her. Hongxiu, since the master no longer needs you in the study, do you have any tasks you would like to take on? Hearing this, Hongxiu's tears fell. Is the master dismissing me? Why didn't he tell me directly? Does he really need to say it directly? Hongxiu still couldn't understand her situation after all this time. You have served the master for many years, and there is a bond between you. However, he is a man and may not be as thoughtful. He simply meant you didn't have to attend to him in the study anymore and didn't consider reassigning you. You must have heard quite a few harsh words in the back room these past few days, right? US chic flushed. When she worked in the study, she relied on the master's position, and the other maids respected her. Now that she was in trouble, they all stepped on her and made sarcastic remarks. Young madam, why ask when you already know the answer? She was in this situation because of Shun Sueon. Hong Xiao, I am not the one who made a mistake, Shin Sueon said calmly. It was she who had forgotten her place as a maid and had made things difficult for her alongside Mama Lee. Now she felt wronged. Young madam, I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to stay and serve the master, Hong Xiao said, kneeling and bowing her head to Shin Sueon. Shin Sueon frowned. Didn't Hong Xiao realize that Lu Yuan didn't want to take her as a concubine? Hong Xiao, you have been by the master's side for many years, so you should understand him better than I do. Since he has already dismissed you from the study, he will not use you again. Asked you to come today not because he wants you, Shun Sueon said calmly. I just wanted to give you more options after serving the master. If you don't want to, then you can go back. Hong Xiao wiped her tears. I don't believe the master would treat me so coldly. Before, the master was just angry, and with time, he would remember my good qualities. Shun Sueon only wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of her so that the master wouldn't be able to find her again. She wouldn't fall for it. Young lady, why waste your thoughts on someone like that? Mujin glared at Hong Xiao's retreating figure, scolding her for not knowing her worth. Shin Sueon said, I don't want the master to gain an undeserved reputation for being heartless. Today, didn't Lu Yen use Hong Xiao's situation to mock her? With her foolishness, she would surely spread it around. You have already given her a choice. If she doesn't want it, that's her problem, Mujin said. Shin Sueon nodded. She would only say it once. Since Hong Xiao didn't want it, she would have to face the consequences herself. I'll take a short nap. Wake me up when the master returns. She slept until evening, but Lu Yuan still hadn't come back. A servant returned to say he had official business and that Shin Sueon didn't need to wait for him. Shin Sueon had to set aside the matter of Madame Deng and discuss it with Lu Yuan when he returned. The next day, Shin Sueon got up early and practiced boxing with Ning Shuang. After half an hour, her legs and arms were sore, and she was out of breath, with a light sweat on her back. Young lady, it will be tiring at first, but once you get used to it, it will get better, Ning Shuang said. Shin Sueon drank a large cup of tea and quickly changed out of her sweaty clothes. This is great. With time, I might become a skilled heroine, Shin Sueon laughed. The maids laughed along with her. From now on, you should all practice with me. Even if you don't become heroines, it's important to stay healthy. After changing clothes, she felt refreshed and much more energetic than when she first woke up. Tomorrow, we will go to the Yao family. We still need to choose a birthday gift. Bring Shiqing here. Shiqing was waiting for instructions and soon arrived. Has the master attended the Yao family's birthday banquet in previous years? Shun Sueon asked. Young lady, every year the Yao family sends an invitation to the master. This was received by the gatekeeper yesterday and delivered this morning, Shiqing said, presenting the invitation to Shin Sueon. Did they intentionally delay for a day? The doorman really knows how to do his job. Shin Sueon's eyes flashed with sarcasm. Bring me the account book. Let's see what gifts were given in previous years. Young madam, old lady Yao is a devout person. In the past, the master either sent Buddha statues or Guanyin pictures, Shiqing replied. It seems they didn't put much thought into it at all. Lu Yuan's attitude towards the Yao family's deliberate attempts to win him over should be somewhat distant. Are there suitable gifts in the storeroom? Shin Sueon asked. Shiqing took out a prepared list of gifts from her sleeve. These items can be given as gifts. Young madam, please take a look and decide which one to send. Shin Sueon looked at Shiqing deeply. She truly was talented. No wonder Lu Yuan said he could ask Shiqing to handle anything. She even thought about bringing Shiqing over to be her manager. Young madam, the old lady and the first madam have already left, and they didn't even send someone to call for you, Mujin said, feeling wronged for her young lady. It's better they didn't call. I don't want to share a carriage with her, Shin Sueon said with a smile. Did the second madam go to the banquet too? Ning Shuang entered with a brocade box. The second madam said she caught a chill today and won't be attending the banquet. Shin Sueon smiled. She must be afraid of running into young Master Yao. Is the fourth young master still under house arrest? Shin Sueon asked. Yes, The Duke's trusted guard is watching the door, not letting him out. He spends his days reading in his room, Ban Jian said. Shin Sueon put on her blue jade earrings and looked at her beautiful reflection in the mirror, satisfied. All right, let's go celebrate the birthday. Today, she wore a water blue satin robe with rose patterns, which made her skin look even whiter and more radiant. Her beauty was already striking, but her clear and calm eyes added an air of dignity. In the past, to avoid looking too bright, she preferred wearing simple and elegant clothes. Now, she wore whatever she liked. When she arrived at the Yao residence, it was already filled with guests. Old Lady Yao loved lively gatherings and hosted a banquet every year for her birthday, inviting opera troupes to perform all day. Young Lady Lu. A young woman in a lotus green dress approached with a smile. I was just wondering where such a beautiful lady came from. Turns out it's young Lady Lu. Shin Sueon bowed. Young Lady Yao. This was Wu Shi, the daughter-in-law of the second branch of the Yao family, a very charming person. Now, both the second madam and the daughter-in-law of the Yao family were in charge of the household affairs. Madam Yao is from the main family, and she has only one son, young Master Yao, who is still very young. Since she is not getting any younger, she allows the second branch of the family to manage the household. A few years ago, Madam Yao's mother-in-law passed away, and now she treats Madam Yao as her own mother-in-law. Just now, Our Lady was talking about you. Come in with me, MS. Wu said kindly, taking Shin Sueon's hand and leading her to the banquet hall. Your grandmother and Madam are here. Looking at Madam's belly, it seems there is good news. Soon you will have a little brother. Shin Sueon's eyes lit up. My grandmother and Madam are here? Yes, your second sister is also here. It has been a long time since I saw your sister. She has become even more beautiful, Ms. Wu said.
Shanxi.
Wasn't she grounded? Could it be Shin Xiao instead? Shin Sueon felt uncertain. When she arrived at the banquet hall and saw Shin Si chatting with Lu Yan, her expression darkened. Is this the wife of Commander Lu? Madam Yao smiled at Shin Sueon and reached out to pull her closer. Turning to Shin's grandmother beside her, she said, You have raised your granddaughter very well. She is truly a treasure for that young man, Lu Yuan. Shin's grandmother smiled at Shin Sueon. You flatter me. My granddaughter looks obedient, but she can be quite stubborn at times. Being stubborn isn't bad. It means you stand by your beliefs, Madam Yao replied. Madam Yao, I wish you a long life and great happiness, Shin Sueon said with a bright smile, respectfully offering her good wishes. Good, good. Madam Yao nodded happily. What a beautiful Buddha amulet, young Madam Yao exclaimed, seeing the birthday gift Shin Sueon brought and presenting it to Madam Yao. Madam Yao was delighted when she saw the amulet. Did you get this from the South Buddha Temple? Shin Sueon replied. Yes, you have a good eye, madam. The abbot of the South Buddha Temple said this amulet only recognizes those with fate. Yesterday, when I went to the storeroom to choose a gift, this amulet appeared before me. Then, it must mean you have a connection with Madam. Madam Yao's smile widened, and her fondness for Shin Sueon grew from 3 parts to 7. Seated below, Shin Si watched this scene with frustration, almost tearing her handkerchief. Such a sycophant, she scoffed. Don't worry, soon there will be tears, Lu Yan whispered. Did you bring what I asked for? Shin Si's eyes brightened at the thought of Shin Sueon facing trouble. I brought it. It was hard to get it from her old courtyard. Lu Yan held her hand and said, Well done. As more guests arrived to celebrate, Shin Sueon returned to her seat, positioned between Lu Yan and Princess Guangning. However, shortly after sitting down, Chu Qingli came over to find her and pulled her outside to talk. I'm glad you came. It was so boring. Guangning is really annoying. We were playing a game, and she said it wasn't fun, so now no one dares to play. Shin Sueon replied, If she thinks it's not fun, she shouldn't play and shouldn't stop others from playing. They're all just a bunch of sycophants, Chu Qingli huffed. Did Elder Lady Chu come today? Shin Sueon asked. Although Empress Chu and Consort Yao had a bad relationship, the Chu and Yao families still maintained a facade of harmony, especially during festive gatherings. Grandmother is in a bad mood, so she didn't come today, Chu Qingli said glumly. I didn't want to come either, but grandmother insisted I accompany mother. Shin Sueon was surprised. What happened to the elder lady? Lord Onley has been found guilty. The emperor has stripped him of his title. Out of respect for the Chu family, he spared his life but has exiled him 3,000 miles to the northwest, Chu Qingli explained. When did this happen? Shin Sueon was alarmed. It was announced yesterday in the palace, but the emperor hasn't made a formal declaration yet, Chu Qingli replied. Shin Sueon tightened her grip on her hand. I will visit elder lady tomorrow. She feared that Lord Onley's case might involve the Chu family. She had noticed before that aside from the elder lady, the others in the Chu family were ignorant and unaware that they were no longer the powerful family they once were. If they continued to rely on the Empress Dowager and the Queen for their wealth and status, it would be naive. Sueon, will our Chu family end up like Lord Onley? Chu Qingli shivered, holding Shin Sueon's hand tightly in fear. Not at all. You haven't done anything wrong like he did, Shin Sueon reassured her. Young lady, Miss Chu, the banquet is about to start. A maid came to invite them back to their seats. Chiu Kue, Lady Zhang's personal maid, approached Shin Sueon. Miss, the madam asked me to remind you. The second young lady only came to the banquet because she received an invitation from Princess Guangning. She was in your room yesterday. Although Shin Siyu was confined to her room by concubine Cheng, with a princess's invitation, Shin Zhonglin would surely lift her confinement. Shin Sueon nodded gently. I understand. Please reassure the madam. Just as she returned to her seat at the banquet, Shin Siyu leaned over to her. Sister, I used to be foolish. After being grounded at home for a few days, I have realized my mistakes. I hope you can forgive me this once. I raise my glass to you, sister. Shin Sueon glanced at her wine glass, a half-smile on her face, as she looked at Shin Siyu. After all these years, she never thought she was foolish, and now just a few days of being grounded made her understand. Little sister, you really have grown up. But there was no real improvement. Such a poor excuse to use. Shin Siyu had already downed her drink, looking at Shin Sueon with a timid yet hopeful gaze. Sister, I'm truly glad you are finally not opposing me at every turn. Shin Sueon picked up the wine jug and poured another glass for Shin Siyu. Shin Siyu's pupils shrank as she stared at the glass in her hand. Shin Sueon smiled slightly. What's wrong, little sister? I will get drunk if I drink more. Shin Siyu stammered. This fruit wine doesn't easily make one drunk. Shin Sueon laughed, raising her glass to Shin Siyu. Shin Siyu felt stiff all over, instinctively glancing at Liu Yan and Princess Guangning. Princess Guangning shot her a fierce look, urging her to drink up. Little sister, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the wine? Shin Sueon asked curiously. No. Shin Siyu forced a smile. She slowly took a sip, but due to her nervousness, she choked and tears came to her eyes. Little sister really can't handle her liquor. Shin Sueon chuckled, lowering her head to finish her drink. I can't. Shin Siyu saw that Shin Sueon had already finished her drink, her eyes showing nervous excitement. The second young lady has had too much to drink. You should take her home to rest. Shin Sueon called over Shin Siyu's maid to help her leave. Shin Siyu, feeling a bit uneasy, exchanged a glance with Liu Yan and pretended to be drunk, leaning against her maid as she exited. Jiang looked over in their direction. Shin Sueon smiled at her, silently assuring her that everything was fine. Why are you staring at me? Do you want to drink my wine? Shin Sueon suddenly turned her head, locking eyes with Liu Yan. Liu Yan jumped in surprise, knocking over the wine glass on the table, spilling it on her skirt. Who's looking at you? Liu Yan snapped angrily. Your skirt is stained. You should go change. Shin Sueon smiled. Liu Yan bit her lip and glared at her. The fruit wine was red, spreading on her skirt, forcing her to change. Ning Shuang, I feel a bit dizzy. I want to go outside for some fresh air. Shin Sueon asked Ning Shuang to come and help her. Princess Guangning saw this and finally smiled, nodding at the maid beside her. The maid quietly followed Shin Sueon out. Young mistress, your face is so red. Do you want to find a place to rest? Ning Shuang asked with concern. Shin Suan replied, I might have had too much to drink earlier. Help me to the side hall to sit for a bit. Young Mistress Liu, there is some hangover tea prepared over there. Let me take you, a maid from the Yao family said, bowing to Shin Suan. Thank you, Shin Suan nodded. Ning Shuang, go get me some clothes. I smell like alcohol and want to change, she instructed Ning Shuang. The little maid smiled slightly and led Shin Suan to another courtyard. Does your family have such a quiet courtyard for guests to rest? Shin Suan raised an eyebrow. Yes, the maid's voice trembled slightly. Young Mistress Liu, please rest inside. I will prepare some hangover soup for you. Shin Suan opened the door, and a strange scent filled the room. She held her breath and nodded gently to the maid. Once the maid left, Shin Suan poured water from the table into the heater. When she tried to open the window, she found it wouldn't budge. Even the door was locked. Shin Suan sneered, covering her nose with a handkerchief, and noticed someone lying on the bed. It turned out that Guangning and Liu Yan wanted to ruin her reputation. Young Mistress, the locked window was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Ning Shuang jumped in, carrying someone on her shoulder. That little maid locked the door, she said. Who is this? Shin Suan asked. Ning Shuang removed the cloak from the person, revealing a unconscious Liu Yan. I heard the third young lady and the second young lady talking about ruining your reputation, so I knocked them both out. The second young lady was under a spell, so I only brought the third young lady, Ning Shuang explained. If Shin Si had been brought over, their young mistress's reputation would be in jeopardy. Shin Suan looked at Ning Shuang with appreciation. Throw her on the bed, and let's hurry. Ning Shuang complied, roughly tossing Liu Yan onto the bed, causing the man to groan. She carried Shin Suan out through the window, and the two quickly left the courtyard. Not long after they left, a shadow appeared sneakily. Soon, thick smoke emerged, and the entire room was engulfed in flames. Oh no! That small courtyard is on fire, a guest exclaimed. Princess Guangning was taking a walk in the garden with several noble ladies when they noticed a commotion and rushed towards the source of the fire. Lady Yao had already instructed the servants to quickly fetch water to put out the flames. Her expression was dark. It was supposed to be a joyful birthday celebration, yet there was a fire.
Cousin, what happened?
Princess Guangning asked, frowning at Lady Yao. Today is our grandmother's birthday. How could you be so careless? Lady Yao suppressed her anger. Your Highness, it's dangerous here. Please go to the front and wait. This fire looks suspicious, and I will investigate thoroughly. There are people inside. A servant shouted. Princess Guangning's eyes widened. Hurry, save them. The fire is outside. The room isn't burning. When the door was kicked open, everyone realized there was no fire inside, just damage to the outer wooden door and windows. Lady Yao narrowed her eyes. Clearly someone had intentionally set the fire outside. Keep everyone back and investigate how the fire started, Lady Yao ordered sharply. Who is this? Causing trouble at someone else's birthday party? A man and a woman were carried out, both unconscious, with the man wearing a strange garment. In broad daylight, how shameless. Princess Guangning turned to look. Is that Shin Siyu? Your Highness, I didn't see her, Ziyu whispered. Useless. Princess Guangning muttered under her breath. The unconscious woman lay on the ground with her back to everyone, so they couldn't see her face or recognize her. This garment has embroidery on it. Oh, isn't this peace and safety? Someone exclaimed. Could this woman be Lady Liu? Oh my, how disgraceful. She was so critical of Lu Heng and Miss Song, yet she's no better herself. Disgusting. The Liu family should divorce her. Princess Guangning frowned. Shin Suan's nickname is indeed Sui Sui. Someone, capture these two and bring Madame Shen to claim them. Seeing the blisters on the woman's arm from the hot water, Princess Guangning felt a twinge of regret. If they had discovered the leak later, Shin Suan might not have survived. She wondered if her face had been ruined. A sense of satisfaction washed over her.
Who is looking for me?
Zhang's voice called out as Shin Suan slowly approached, supported by her. When Princess Guangning saw Shin Suan, her pretty face nearly twisted in shock.
Shin Suan,
How did you end up here? Shin Suan smiled gently at Princess Guangning, looking confused. Your Highness, why can't I be here? The expression on Princess Guangning's face twisted for a moment, her gaze fixed on Shin Suan before she stiffly turned to look at the unconscious woman on the ground. If Shin Suan was here, then who is this woman? What were you saying about peace and safety? Does it have anything to do with our family? Jiang asked, frowning. At that moment, no one dared to speak ill of Shin Suan, as it was clear that the woman was not her. That man had a pouch embroidered with peace and safety. Someone said it belonged to the young lady of the Liu family, someone in the crowd shouted. Jiang was furious upon hearing this. You throw dirt on our girl without a second thought. If your eyes are useless, then just poke them out. This shameless girl is right in front of you, and you don't even bother to turn her over for a proper look, only thinking of slandering our daughter. Is our Shin family too easy to bully, or do you think the family of the town's commander can be insulted at will? Hearing Jiang's words, the crowd felt embarrassed and worried that their earlier doubts about Shin Suan would reach the ears of Commander Liu. Madame Liu appeared gracefully, her gaze coolly sweeping over Jiang. Why is Madame Shin so flustered? If you were more composed, a few misunderstandings wouldn't tarnish your reputation. Why insult everyone around you? Jiang sneered. Sorry, I'm just an ordinary person with feelings. You being so refined can't compare to me. Quick, let's see who that woman is, ordered young Lady Yao in a low voice. A maid stepped forward to turn the woman's body over. The crowd gasped. Madame Liu did not look at the woman but raised her delicate hand to shield her eyes from the sun, showing no interest in the woman on the ground. This. Jiang struggled to suppress a laugh. I don't have Madame Liu's composure. Her daughter is caught in a scandal with a man, and it seems the Liu family truly raises their daughters to be modest and self-respecting. Oh, wait. It seems even their son enjoys such affairs. Jiang's voice rose, ensuring everyone heard her clearly. That is Miss Liu San. Oh my, how could she do such a thing? Just now, Mrs. Liu's words could really make her face swell. Do you recognize who that man is? It seems to be the younger brother of the Duke of Jingning. He spends his days doing nothing but enjoying himself at the flower house. If it weren't for the old Duke leaving him some money, he wouldn't have such a good life. Mrs. Liu heard the discussions around her, and the color drained from her face. She felt as if her blood was running backward. She slowly lowered her hand and looked down at the woman on the ground. A familiar face came into view. She felt darkness closing in and almost couldn't catch her breath. Shin Suan exclaimed, Oh my, how can it be the third young lady? Someone, quickly, get the third young lady inside. She hurriedly took off her cloak and covered Liu Yan with it. It must be that the third young lady was trapped inside, and this young man risked his life to save her. It's definitely not as everyone says. Shin Suan covered Liu Yan's face and made sure to explain for her. Seeing her anxious and worried demeanor, who wouldn't praise her as a good sister-in-law? Liu Yan's disrespectful attitude towards her was evident. Now, Shin Suan was still able to protect her dignity, showing great generosity. Mrs. Liu was frozen, unable to regain her composure. She had lived a proud and aloof life, always admired by others, and had never lost her dignity. Today, all her dignity and respect were trampled by Jiang. She was about to become the laughingstock of the capital. Young Lady Yao glanced deeply at Shin Suan and smiled at the others, saying, Today's little incident has startled everyone. My old lady has invited a theater troupe to perform, so please follow me to the stage to enjoy the show. Yes, please come with me. The old lady is waiting for everyone. Young Lady Yao also reacted. She exchanged a look with young Lady Yao, leaving the mess here for her to handle. Fortunately, the performance had already started, so it didn't disturb the elderly ladies. However, the birthday banquet had suddenly turned chaotic, involving a legitimate daughter of a duke's family and a young master from a marquis's family, which would not sound good when spread. It was clear that someone had deliberately set this up. What a skillful plot, targeting the Yao family. Young Lady Yao suppressed her anger and smiled as she led everyone to the stage. You few, come help carry the third young lady to that room over there and quickly call a doctor. Young Lady Yao instructed efficiently. By the time Lu Yen and He Rongbai were settled, Mrs. Lu still hadn't recovered from the shock. Jiang covered her mouth and chuckled. Mother-in-law, hurry back to the mortal world. Your daughter's fate is still uncertain. Mrs. Lu shot a cold glare at Jiang. Mrs. Shun, it's best not to be too arrogant, or your unborn child might suffer. Jiang gently touched her slightly rounded belly, hiding her hatred for Mrs. Lu. I wonder how many wrongs you have done in the past for your daughter's misfortune to come back to you now. Mrs. Lu felt a surge of anger and pain in her chest. She shot Jiang a cold look and turned to follow the direction where Lu Yen was being carried away. Jiang snorted and instructed her maid, spread the word that Miss Lu was caught in a scandal at old Madame Yao's banquet. After the Lu family discovered it, they tried to slander our girl. Thankfully, our girl showed grace and maintained the family's honor by keeping quiet and protecting Lu Yan's dignity. Let the storytellers announce this every half hour today. Everyone in the capital must know. Just wait and see how the proud Mrs. Lu gets dragged into the mess of the mortal world. Madam, the girl is too kind-hearted. Today's incident with the belly band clearly shows someone is trying to harm her, the maid said indignantly. Jiang sneered. It was obvious that Sui knew they were trying to hurt her, which is why she defended Lu Yen even more. The more she defended, the more others would think Lu Yen was weak. Thus, Sui gained a reputation for being considerate. She wondered how the person behind this would end up. They better hope the Yao family doesn't find out. Otherwise, scheming against guests at old Madame Yao's banquet would ruin her mood. Not to mention, even the palace wouldn't let her off the hook. Jiang felt pleased and stroked her belly, thinking Sui was clever to anticipate what would happen next based on Shen Xiu's strange behavior. Tell the clothing shop to sell more finished belly bands lately, all embroidered with auspicious phrases, Jiang said. Lu Yan's maid, Heng Yu, entered the inner room with a pale face and, with the help of other maids, quickly changed Lu Yan's clothes. Seeing the blisters on her lady's arms, she felt as if her own life was in danger. Shen Sui waited outside anxiously, urging the doctor to come quickly. I remember Miss Lu was taken to the pavilion to change. How did she end up here? Young Madame Yao scrutinized Shen Sui, and with a piercing gaze. Yes, what is going on? Lady Yao, you must find out the truth. If someone is plotting against our Lu family's daughter, we will not let it go easily. Lady Yao pursed her lips. I remember that Lady Lu also went out for a drink. Didn't you notice anything unusual? Shen Sui was slightly surprised. I thought the maids in your household were well trained. They should be able to notice anything strange while attending to guests, shouldn't they? Lady Yao was momentarily speechless. Shen Sui continued, by the way, how could there be male guests where our third young lady was changing? Aren't male guests supposed to be in the outer courtyard? Your servants just said the door was locked from the outside. I have reason to suspect someone is trying to frame our third young lady. Lady Lu, you must not say such things without evidence, Lady Yao immediately exclaimed. Shen Sui replied, then we'll have to wait for the Yao family to give us an explanation. Lady Yao suppressed her anger. She shouldn't doubt Shen Sui, as provoking her would not benefit her. I spoke out of turn in a moment of panic. Please don't take it to heart, Lady Lu. Shen Sui thought to herself that it was no wonder Lady Yao was valued by her family. She was adaptable and talented. The doctor has arrived. They finally managed to call the doctor. After the doctor's examination, it was determined that Lu Yen had fainted from smoke inhalation. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Otherwise, her life would have been in danger. At that moment, Mrs. Lu finally came to see her daughter. Madam, Yen has woken up. You don't need to worry, Shen Sui said gently. Looking at Shen Sui's sincere face, Mrs. Lu's expression was cold as ice. Mrs. Lu, I won't disturb you while you speak with the third young lady. I will do my best to keep today's events from spreading, Lady Yao said with a bow. She still needed to check on He Rongbai's condition. Mrs. Lu did not say a word to Shen Sui and hurried into the room. Seeing her daughter with confused eyes and bandaged hands, it was clear her injuries were serious. She had to suppress the urge to scold this foolish girl. "Mother, what happened to me?" Lu Yan was unsure of what had occurred and felt relieved to see Mrs. Lu. However, when she noticed Shin Sueon following Mrs. Lu, her eyes widened in shock. "Shin Sueon, how did you get here?" Lu Yan exclaimed. "Yen, I found you in the room when the water came in, so I had someone bring you here first." Shin Sueon's voice was incredibly gentle. "You really should just tell your beloved to speak to the lady. Why meet someone privately at the birthday banquet of old Lady Yao?" Madame Lu couldn't stand the idea of a private meeting between two people. She felt an urge to confront Shin Sueon. "Shin Sueon, be quiet." Her usually calm and composed face showed a hint of anger. "Did you harm Sister Yen? If I find out this is connected to you, I won't let you off easily." Lu Yen grew increasingly anxious and reached for Madame Lu's hand. "Mother, what private meeting?" She felt a sharp pain in her arm and realized it was injured, both arms bandaged.
Slap.
Madame Lu pushed her hand away. "Don't embarrass yourself here. If you're awake now, let's go home." "Madam, should we inform the old lady over by the stage?" Shin Sueon asked softly. Lu Yan seemed to understand what was happening, her eyes fixed on Shin Sueon with intensity. "Where's your sister, Shin Sueon?" "Ijie can't handle her drink. Mother has already sent her home to avoid any trouble here," Shin Sueon replied. Madame Lu and Lu Yan felt like they were already a joke. Lu Yan's mind was in chaos. "Where's Princess? I need to find her." Madame Lu's voice was icy. "What more do you want to do? Go home immediately." "Mother." Lu Yan trembled all over, scared of how things had turned out. "Madam, I'll go inform the old lady," Shin Sueon said gently. Madame Lu clenched her fists tightly. She had someone help Lu Yan and quietly left the Yao residence through the back door. But no matter how discreet she was, today's events were not something the young Madame Yao could hide. The only ones at ease were the few old ladies watching the play on stage. After watching 2 performances, they noticed their daughters-in-law were missing. "Young people nowadays don't seem to enjoy the theater anymore," Old Lady Lu remarked to Old Lady Yao, especially her eldest daughter-in-law, who made her feel uncomfortable just talking to her. "That's fine, as long as we old friends are enjoying ourselves," Old Lady Yao replied with a smile. By the 3rd act, the daughters-in-law finally returned. In hushed whispers, the old ladies learned what had happened. However, everyone agreed to keep quiet about it for the time being. "Old lady, Sui Sui has already sent Ijie home," Jiang said softly. Old Lady Shin closed her eyes, feeling troubled. If it weren't for Jiang's awareness of Shin Siyu's unusual behavior, she wouldn't have cleared out the old items from Sui Sui's room, and they wouldn't know how much trouble Shin Siyu could cause. She held Jiang's hand and decided that Shin Siyu could no longer stay in the house. In the past, she had been too soft-hearted, thinking that being too harsh on Chang and her daughter would drive her son away. Now, she realized that even if she didn't push him away, he was of no use to her. "Why haven't I seen Guangning?" Lady Yao suddenly asked. Lady Yao smiled and replied, "Guangning drank a bit too much earlier and has a headache." "This child," Lady Yao chuckled. "Was it noisy earlier? Could it be that Xiao Wu caused trouble again?" Lady Yao asked. Xiao Wu is young Master Yao, the youngest child of Lady Yao. Lady Yao replied, "Xiao Wu has been much better lately. He has been outside helping the elder with the guests." "Keep a close eye on him," Lady Yao said.
Yes.
Lady Yao looked at the returning Lady Yao, feeling that today's events were suspicious. To dare to scheme against the Yao family was to underestimate them. As the sun set, Lady Yao finally felt satisfied, and the other ladies left happily. That evening, everyone talked about Lady Yao's birthday banquet, but the gossip was about the 3rd daughter of the Duke of Zhengua having an affair in someone else's home, which was quite embarrassing. Lady Yao specifically wanted to see Shin Suiyan out. "Lady Lu, young master, he has woken up. He said he drank too much and was resting in the room. He was knocked out by someone." A male guest resting in the back room of the Yao family? Shin Suiyan was surprised. Lady Yao pressed her lips together, realizing that someone had bribed the maid to lead him astray. She had already taken the maid away and planned to question her after the guests left. But did Shin Suan have any involvement in this? She instinctively felt that Shin Suan was suspicious. Clearly, someone had set a trap to frame Shin Suan. In the end, not only did Shin Suan escape trouble, but she also gained a good reputation. How clever. Previously, she thought Shin Suan seemed gentle and kind, easy to manipulate in the big house, yet she had such clever tactics. Did Lu Yuan know that his wife was so cunning? A man like him would likely prefer those around him to be innocent and naive. While she was thinking, she saw a carriage with the nameplate of the town guard's office turn the corner. Lady Yao chuckled softly. The trick of deceiving the heavens is clever, but nothing escapes the scrutiny of the town's officials. Do you have confidence, Lady Lu? I think you are overthinking it, Shen Sueon replied with a slight smile. At that moment, the carriage arrived at the Yao family's entrance. Lu Yuan stepped out, dressed in a dark robe, tall and handsome, with an air of coldness around him. The women nearby instinctively took a few steps back and curtsied in greeting. What brings you here? Shen Sueon asked, smiling as she approached Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked her up and down, his stern demeanor softening like a gentle breeze. I came to pick you up. Then let's go home, Shen Sueon said. Everyone watched as Lu Yuan effortlessly lifted Shen Sueon into the carriage, their cheeks flushing. Oh dear, this Commander Lu really doesn't care about the occasion at all. But if only their husbands could be as handsome and bold, who wouldn't want that? Shen Sueon was truly fortunate. She thought that by rejecting Lu Heng's proposal and marrying Lu Yuan, her life would be difficult, but she found Lu Yuan to be so gentle and caring. Perhaps he hasn't fully understood Shen Sueon's character yet. When Lu Yuan learns about today's events, he will surely have doubts. Will he still treat her this way then? Lady Yao pondered silently. She withdrew her gaze and smiled as she sent off the other guests. Once they had all left, she headed to the main room to see Old Lady Yao. Madame Yao was already kneeling before Old Lady Yao. Without a word, she joined her in kneeling. Even if this was a deliberate setup, you are not entirely blameless. If there had been proper management, no servant would have been bribed, Old Lady Yao said calmly. This time it was to deal with someone else, but what if next time someone bribes a maid to poison someone in the Yao family? Madame Yao and her daughter were drenched in cold sweat. When Lu Yen returned home, she already knew what had happened to her, and she was completely distraught. Why did this happen? It should have been Shin Sueon. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming.
It was.
It was Shin Sueon who had me knocked out. Mother. That wretched girl harmed me. Seeing her daughter ramble and act crazily, Madame Lu raised her hand and slapped her hard.
Fool.
You don't even understand who harmed you. How could you think you could scheme against Shin Sueon? Who told you to do this? What have you done? Madame Lu looked at Lu Yen with disgust. Even though this daughter came from her own body, she has brought unprecedented shame upon herself. She feels like she has given birth to a disaster. Lu Yen covered her face and cried until her eyes were swollen. She knew her reputation was completely ruined, and when her grandfather and father returned, they would not let her off the hook. It was Princess Guangning who wanted to deal with Shin Sueon. She asked me to find a way to get Shin Sueon's personal clothing, so I had Shin Siu help me steal a bodice. Everything seemed to go smoothly. We all saw Shin Sueon drink that cup of wine. I don't know how he Rongbai ended up in the room. I was only responsible for getting the bodice. Shin Siu served the wine to Shin Sueon, and Shin Sueon was very clever. She made Shin Siu drink her own wine. Suddenly, Lu Yen remembered something. Mother, what about Shin Siu? She also drank the drugged wine. How come she is fine? Madame Lu closed her eyes, wondering how she could have such a foolish daughter. Do you know what day it is today? Madame Lu asked. With tear-filled eyes, Lu Yen still couldn't grasp her mother's meaning. Today is Old Lady Yao's birthday banquet. Even the emperor sent gifts. Who gave you the courage to drug Shin Sueon on her birthday and involve the Jingning Marquis's household? Have you thought about the consequences? Do you think you can ruin Shin Sueon with just a cup of wine and a bodice? That bodice looks like something from a clothing store, There are plenty of identical ones on the street. When Shin Sueon made Shin Siu drink the wine, you should have realized she had already discovered everything. She even gave you a chance to back out. Why did you still go through with it? Lu Yan shouted, I'll say it was her who harmed me. Mother, send her to the authorities and restore my reputation. Madame Lu sneered, do you have any evidence? It's all based on your guesses. In the end, if the truth comes out, it will be you who ruined your own reputation, bringing shame to the Lu family. What should I do? He Rongbai and I are innocent. Lu Yan screamed. Madame Lu looked at her with disgust. Has Guangning bribed the servants of the Yao family?
She asked.
Lu Yan quickly nodded. Yes, mother. She was the one who instructed me. Do you think the Yao family will reveal the truth once they find out? Guangning is from the Yao family, and she is the biological daughter of concubine Yao. In the end, who will take the blame? Think carefully. The Yao family would certainly clear Princess Guangning's name, at least on the surface. As for how they would punish the troublemaker behind the scenes, concubine Yao had her own methods. But today, Lu Yan's reputation is completely ruined, and there is no way to save it. Madame Lu wishes she could harm Shin Sueyan. She thinks about protecting the Shin family's name, but doesn't care about the Lu family's reputation at all. Shin Sueyan dared to harm her daughter today, and one day, she will repay her 1,000 times over. Do you want to marry He Rongbai? Madame Lu asked, looking down at her daughter with no warmth in her eyes. No, no. That spoiled is terrible. I would rather die than marry him. Lu Yan shouted. Madame Lu replied, Then I will send you to your grandmother's old house. Stay by her side and learn the proper manners. I will tell others that you are unwell and need to rest. Once this matter calms down, I will bring you back to the capital. Lu Yan's face turned pale. She was also afraid of her grandmother. Mother, do I really have to leave the capital? Lu Yan cried, heartbroken. You have other choices, Madame Lu said. Lu Yan's eyes brightened. Go away. Lu Yuan hadn't seen Shin Sueyan for 2 days. His deep gaze looked at her intensely, as if a fire was about to consume her. Shin Sueyan felt her heart race under his stare. Why are you here, husband? She asked softly. I want to hold you. To kiss you, Lu Yuan said in a low, husky voice. Shin Sueyan sensed his strong desire to restrain himself. She took a deep breath, her heartbeat quickening. I have blood on me. I don't want to dirty you, Lu Yuan added, sounding regretful. Shin Sueyan then noticed that parts of his outfit were a darker color, and a faint smell of blood filled the air. Are you hurt? She asked nervously. Lu Yuan gently traced her cheek with his rough fingertips. It's not my blood. I was interrogating a prisoner. Did I scare you? As long as it's not his blood. Shin Sueyan felt a bit bitter as she looked at him. She knew he was strong and healthy, not someone who would fall ill in a couple of years. His early death in the last life was likely an accident. Was someone trying to harm him? What happened with the Yao family today? Lu Yuan asked softly. Although he wanted to pull her close and hold her tightly, he restrained himself. Shin Sueyan replied, There was a water leak in a small courtyard, and we found Lu Yan and He Rongbai's brother, both unconscious. Lu Yuan's expression darkened slightly. Just as he was about to ask if she was scared, he heard his little wife leisurely say, I had someone knock them out. He looked at her calmly. She didn't ask any questions, just waited for him to continue. The sharp feelings in Shin Sueyan's heart seemed to be smoothed by his hand. Her cheek brushed against his palm. Lu Yan and Princess Guangning teamed up to send my half-sister to steal my personal clothes. They planned to drug me at old Lady Yao's birthday banquet, making me appear to have an affair with another man. My mother noticed something was off with my half-sister, so she played along and switched the clothes at the tailor's for her to steal. At the banquet, Ning Shuang took the chance to switch the wine in my cup, and I ended up giving it to my half-sister. A maid from the Yao family deliberately led me to a courtyard. As soon as I entered, she locked the door. There was also an intoxicating scent inside, and He Rongbai was there too. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze became sharper and colder. Shin Sueyan continued. Ning Shuang knocked Lu Yan out and brought her over. Not long after we left, someone outside set the house on fire. They not only wanted to ruin my reputation, but also wanted to take my life. If it weren't for the other young ladies in the Shin family, she wouldn't have let Shin see you off so easily today. As for Lu Yen, it was already good luck that she was still alive. Shin Sueon seemed completely unaffected by these events, as if they couldn't harm her. But if any part of the plan had gone wrong, she would have been the one ruined today. Lu Yuan leaned down and kissed her lips forcefully, enveloping her in his warm breath. After a long moment, he released her, his voice deeper. You did well. Shin Sueon breathed lightly, her eyes glistening as she looked at him. What did he say? You should be even more ruthless, so that those people won't dare to harm you again. Lu Yuan's fingers gently brushed over her swollen, tender lips. Make your enemies fear you, so they can't understand your methods and thoughts. Only then will they hesitate to act against you. Shin Sueon didn't expect this reaction from him. After all, the person she harmed today was his sister. Even if they weren't full siblings, they still shared the Lu surname. She had overestimated the position of the Lu family in Lu Yuan's heart. When Lu Yan wakes up, the matriarch will definitely realize I uncovered their scheme and turned it against Lu Yan, Shin Sueon said softly. A mocking smile flickered at Lu Yuan's lips. Even if she figures it out, she won't dare to do anything. But the matriarch is harder to deal with than anyone else. You need to be careful of her. Shin Sueon nodded gently. She knew the matriarch was like a hidden thorn, seemingly gentle and unbothered, but actually the most vengeful and ruthless. When they arrived at the Lu family home, a maid hurried to invite Lu Yuan and his wife to the main room. Lu Yuan held Shin Sueon's hand and returned to the quiet courtyard. The one who should feel guilty and anxious is not you. Go back and change your clothes first. The maid quickly prepared hot water. Lu Yuan washed away the smell of blood and changed into a new outfit. After a little more than half an hour, he and Shin Sueon arrived at the main room. All the elders were present. Lu Yan was held in the old lady's arms, and when she saw Shin Sueon, she began to quietly sob. The old lady glared at Lu Yuan and Shin Sueon with disdain. The younger generation is becoming more and more disrespectful. When the elders call, they still dawdle. Shin, what did you do at the Yao family today? Uncle Lu stared at Shin Sueon with a dark expression. He believed Shin Sueon had ruined his daughter's reputation while gaining praise for herself, thinking it was all part of her scheme. Shin Sueon respectfully greeted them. Greetings to the old master and the old lady. How can you still greet us? Look at what you've done to Yen. The old lady scolded. It is my fault. If I had known Yen was meeting with young Master He today, I would have stopped her in advance, Shin Sueon said softly, though her gaze towards Lu Yen was somewhat cold. I did not. The one secretly meeting with He Rongbai is you. Lu Yen shouted. You were afraid I'd find out, so you had someone knock me out. Shin Sueon, you ruined me. Shin Sueon's eyes reddened. Yen, how can you say that? Everyone saw what happened today. Madam, you were there too. You saw Yen and young master He entangled together. Madame Lu's forehead twitched. Enough. I don't want to hear it. She shot a cold glance at her foolish daughter. Lu Yan refused to go to the Bai family's old residence and instead sought the old lady's support, not realizing the old lady's plan was to blame Shin Sueon. She brought this on herself. If Shin Sueon could throw Lu Yan into a room, could she not also let someone smear her reputation? You say you didn't have a secret meeting and were wronged? Lu Yuan asked in a low, cold voice. Lu Yan huffed. That's right. The one having an affair with another man is Shin Sueon. Don't think she's some pure woman who knows. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with intense anger. If Lu Yan said one more word, he would ensure she could never speak again. The Yao family has asked the local authorities to investigate this matter thoroughly. Who drugged whom, who had an affair, and who set the fire. These small matters can be cleared up overnight. In the end, harming a court official's family will lead to punishment, Lu Yuan said calmly. Lu Yan's expression changed. That is not allowed. This matter cannot go through the town's officials. She screamed. Lu Yuan glared at her. Who gave you the courage to slander my wife in front of me? Enough. Duke Lu finally could not listen any longer. When he returned and heard his old wife and granddaughter crying and complaining about being plotted against by Shin Sueon, he sensed something was off. Such a clumsy scheme, especially at the birthday banquet of old Madame Yao, would offend not only the Lu family, but also the Yao family. Now, hearing Lu Yen and Shin Sueon confront each other, he realized that Lu Yen was trying to frame Shin Sueon. It was simply foolish. Father, even if Yen has made a mistake, Shun, as the elder sister-in-law, was also at the banquet and should have taken better care of her, Mr. Lu said with a cold face. Lu Yuan glanced at him. With both parents gone, the elder sister-in-law acts as a mother. Today at the banquet, both the old lady and the madam were present. It was not Sueon's place to stop her sister-in-law from misbehaving. You are being outrageous, Mr. Lu shouted angrily. I am just stating the facts. You need not be upset, Lu Yuan replied calmly. At the Yao family's banquet, with so many people coming and going, how did Hirongwa get into the backyard? Are those servants blind? Isn't it obvious that someone set a trap? Father, can you really ignore it and believe that a weak girl like Sueon could pull off such a big scheme? Do you think outsiders will believe that? Everyone will only think that the Lu family forced the granddaughter-in-law to admit to this disgraceful act to protect the reputation of the legitimate daughter. Enough. Mrs. Lu could not bear it any longer and scolded Lu Yuan angrily. She coldly looked at Lu Yen. Tomorrow, you will go to the Bai family's old residence. You can return only when you have learned your manners. Lu Yen cried out in old madam's arms. Why send her to the Bai family? It would be better to find a tutor to teach her. Mr. Lu, seeing his daughter in such distress, felt soft-hearted. Mrs. Lu's face was icy, her gaze fixed on him. He had no choice but to withdraw his plea, sighing helplessly at Lu Yen. Duke Lu cast a deep glance at Shin Sueon. He realized that she had already seen through Lu Yan's scheme. She countered without any conflict and left no trace of wrongdoing. What about Princess Guangning? Hasn't she always been with Yen? Shin Sueon suddenly asked with confusion. Without Princess Guangning's support, their plans to harm her would not be easily accomplished. Now that Lu Yen was in trouble, she didn't even come to the Duke's residence. The members of the Lu family fell silent, especially Lady Lu, knowing that today's events were all orchestrated by Princess Guangning and her daughter was merely an accomplice. Could she really make Princess Guangning confess? This is a bitter loss. Lord Lu's veins bulged with anger. This is the fate of Princess Shang. If Shin Sueon could marry Lu Heng, none of this would have happened. With a surge of unexpressed fury, Lord Lu's face darkened. Where is Lu Heng? He asked in a deep voice. Silence followed. Everyone realized they hadn't seen Lu Heng for several days. Lu Yuan smirked and took Shin Sueon away from the main hall. Unfortunate for the family. Lord Lu glanced at Lu Yen and sighed. It was unclear whether he lamented Princess Guangning, who was forcefully given to them by the emperor, or Lu Yen, his foolish granddaughter. Shin Sueon is the greatest misfortune for the Lu family, Lady Lu said softly. Back at Danbo Courtyard, Lu Yuan's assistant, Guanjin, was waiting for him in the study. He came to deliver the confession results of today's criminal and to share news about Princess Guangning. Princess Guangning has been punished by concubine Yao, kneeling in the side hall of Jiaoxi Palace for about 2 hours. When I left the palace, the emperor was on his way to see her. I heard it was because of today's incident with the Yao family. Concubine Yao was furious for the first time and even had Princess Guangning beaten. Lu Yuan flipped through the confession and casually asked, wasn't she supposed to be punished? Guanjin grinned. Sister-in-law is wise. The Yao family has revealed that it was Princess Guangning who bribed a servant to help her and Miss Lu San, Guanjin explained. Lu Yuan nodded lightly. Copy this confession and send it to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court.
You can leave now.
At least let me have a cup of tea. You ordered me to clarify this matter, Guanjin protested. Finish your tea and then go, Lu Yuan said as he stood up to leave. He returned to his room to tell Shin Sueon about Guangning's punishment by concubine Yao. Shin Sueon was surprised. When did you send someone to investigate? When I learned about the Yao family's situation, Lu Yuan said, pulling her close and kissing the back of her neck. I have something else to tell you. Shin Sueon trembled at his warm breath. Lu Yuan replied softly, there's no need to discuss others' matters. She had preserved herself completely. The fate of others was no longer important. It's about Madame Deng, Shin Sueon quickly said as he reached for her waistband. Lu Yuan frowned. What happened to her? Is that related to Aunt Guan? Shin Sueon asked, having heard the name Guan Jin mentioned earlier. It's unrelated. Guan Jin and Guan Hai come from the same village, Lu Yuan replied. Shin Sueon informed him about Madame Deng's current situation, including that she had never received the silver sent by Aunt Guan. Lu Yuan's expression turned cold. I had Shiqing arrange a new house for her. In a couple of days, she can move in. I will also help Madame Deng find a job. It will be easier for her to accept than just giving her silver, and she won't have to worry about what others think, Shin Sueon said softly. Thank you, Lu Yuan said, embracing her. If Shin Sueon hadn't gone to find Madame Deng, he wouldn't have known their situation. He thought that giving Guan Yu 10 taels of silver each month was compensation for Guan Hai, but he didn't realize it harmed Madame Deng and her daughter instead. Madame Deng's new husband treats them well, Shin Sueon said. Lu Yuan replied coldly, I will send Guan Yu away from the Lu family and out of the capital. Shin Sueon had no strong opinions on how he dealt with Aunt Guan. She believed that with Lu Yuan's fearsome reputation, if Aunt Guan weren't Guan Hai's sister, she might not even have the chance to leave alive. After the couple had dinner, Lu Yuan went to instruct Yu Bai on handling Aunt Guan's situation. Shin Sueon heard a sharp cry from the room, which was quickly silenced. Lu Yuan did not see Aunt Guan again. The next day, as the sun rose, Lu Yuan had already gone to court. Shin Sueon needed to return to the Shin family today to see how Shin Zhonglin would deal with Shin Siyu. Young mistress, Aunt Guan wants to see you, Ban Jian said as he entered. No need. I have nothing to say to her, Shin Sueon replied, having lost her patience with Aunt Guan. Ban Jian said, she's making a fuss, saying that Madame Deng has remarried, so why should she use her brother's hard-earned money? Her heart must be dark. Not to mention that Madame Deng was her sister-in-law, she also has a niece. Shin Sueon frowned. Silence her. Shin Sueon did not involve herself in any actions against Aunt Guan and did not inquire about where she would be sent. She had arranged for a carriage to go to the Shin family. First, let's greet grandfather and grandmother, Shin Sueon said, not going to find Jiang Shi first. To her surprise, everyone was gathered in the main room. Shin Siyu was kneeling in the center of the hall, looking haggard, her eyes swollen from crying. When she saw Shin Sueon, she screamed and glared at her with resentment. It's you. You caused this to happen to me. Before Shin Sueon could meet with her grandfather, she was stopped by Mu Jin. Please, grandfather and grandmother, allow me to pay my respects, Shin Sueon said as she bowed. Shin Zhonglin slammed his hand on the table. How dare you come back?
Of course I can.
The one who should be ashamed is your other daughter, Shin Sueon replied with a smile.
It's you.
You gave me the tainted wine, Shin Siyu shouted. Shin Sueon stepped forward and slapped her across the face. You knew the wine was bad, yet you still toasted to me? Shin Siyu, what were you thinking? You thought ruining me in that situation would give you a good reputation as my half-sister? You actually hit me. How dare you? Shin Siyu screamed. Shin Sueon raised her hand and slapped her again. Do you know why I had someone send you back to the Shin family first? It's not because I feel sorry for you. It's because I don't want our grandparents' good name ruined by you. If you choose to disgrace yourself, that's your choice. You should be grateful you are a Shin. Otherwise, the outcome for Shin Siyu at the Yao family yesterday would have been far worse than Lu Yan's. Shin Zhonglin was furious. I'm not dead yet. You have no right to discipline my daughter. If you had properly guided her, she wouldn't have conspired with others to harm your other daughter today, Shin Sueon retorted sharply. Is it only Shin Siyu who is considered your daughter in your eyes? Can the other daughters be humiliated at will? Shin Zhonglin was so angry he could barely breathe, unable to respond. Confine concubine Cheng and Yi Jie to the estate and arrange a marriage for Yi Jie. She will not return until she is married, the elder Shin said in a deep voice. Shin Siyu turned pale. I don't want to. This is not a discussion. This is a decision, the elder Shin stated. You can ignore the elder's decisions, but then you must sign a letter of severance with the Shin family, and from now on, your life and death will have nothing to do with us. The elder lady Shin's expression was cold. If it weren't for Sueon protecting you, do you think you could still be here in one piece? Father, mother, isn't this too harsh? We haven't even settled her marriage yet, Shun Jianglin pleaded for his beloved concubine and daughter. If you cannot decide on a suitable match, then we will take charge of Yijie's marriage, the elder Shin said coldly. Shin Siyu knelt and grabbed Shin Jianglin's sleeve. Father, I don't want to marry. I want to marry. Enough. Shun Jianglin shouted, fearing Shin Siyu would say she wanted to be a concubine for Lu Yuan. I will quickly arrange a marriage for Yijie, Shin Jianglin warned, casting a stern glance at Shin Siyu. If she keeps shouting about wanting to marry Lu Yuan here, he really won't be able to protect her. Shin Sueyan smirked sarcastically. Old Madam Shin instructed the maid beside her, you go personally, take a few servants, and make sure she doesn't cause any trouble. Shin Siyu collapsed in despair on the ground. Jiang Shi had no role to play and comfortably watched the drama unfold. She looked at Shin Sueyan with admiration. Her daughter was indeed impressive. After kneeling all night in Jiaoxi Palace, Princess Guangning was barely holding on. Although the palace maid secretly massaged her feet, she took the chance to relax while her mother was away, but the fact that she was punished to kneel was already humiliating enough. Princess, the noble consort has gotten up. You must sincerely apologize later and not anger her again, Qinghe gently advised as she helped Princess Guangning up. Will my mother see me? Princess Guangning's face lit up with joy. Qinghe helped her sit down, assisted her with washing up, and changed her clothes before taking her to meet noble consort Yao. Noble consort Yao was genuinely angry this time. Even when the emperor visited yesterday, she did not show mercy to Guangning. Mother, Guangning said timidly, looking at noble consort Yao. Noble consort Yao, dressed in a luxurious purple gown, looked regal and beautiful, but her face was serious, and her gaze was cold as she looked at Guangning. Do you know what you did wrong? Noble consort Yao asked. I was wrong, mother. I won't do it again. Guangning quickly admitted her mistake. Do you know where you went wrong? Guangning thought her biggest mistake was believing Shin Siyu, whom she considered useless. Guangning, you set up a scheme against the court ladies at your maternal grandmother's birthday banquet, being disloyal to the ruler and unfilial to your elders. Why are you so wicked? What has Shin Sueyan done to deserve this treatment from you? Noble consort Yao closed her eyes heavily. You even had people set fire outside. Did you want to burn her to death at the Yao family? What were you thinking? She had sent people to investigate the matter at the Yao family yesterday and couldn't believe Guangning would do such a thing. I just hate Shin Sueyan and wanted to see her reputation ruined. I never meant to kill her, just wanted to ruin her face, Guangning said with hatred. After being outsmarted by Shin Sueyan yesterday, her hatred for her grew even stronger. Shin Sueyan is neither ruined nor disfigured. Instead, she used the trap you set at the Yao family to protect herself and made you all look bad, noble consort Yao said. If you weren't a princess, do you think Lu Yan's fate wouldn't be yours? Princess Guangning was furious. How dare she? Today, the Empress punished Mama Duan and Ziyu. They did not advise you, and if you make this mistake again, I will have them executed. You, as a princess, should not expect to remain one, said concubine Yao. Mother, I am your biological daughter, Guangning exclaimed. Concubine Yao replied, if you were not my child, I would have already executed you. You have truly hurt your grandmother's feelings. She loves you so much. Did you think about what would happen if she found out you harmed others at her birthday celebration? Princess Guangning lowered her head. She hadn't thought that far. I will go to my grandmother and apologize, Guangning said. Concubine Yao responded, I have arranged for a tutor for you. You should stay in the princess's residence and study the rules well. Although Princess Guangning was unwilling, she didn't dare to complain at that moment. Concubine Yao glanced at her. Are you still hung up on Shin Suan because of Lu Heng? Princess Guangning's eyes flickered. In a few days, I will summon Shin Suan. If she still has feelings for Lu Heng, I will find a way to make her leave the Lu family, concubine Yao said, rubbing her forehead. She felt her daughter was overthinking. Shin Suan married Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan was not inferior to Lu Heng, aside from his mother's background. Thank you, mother, Guangning said quietly, trying to please concubine Yao before leaving Zhaoxi Palace. In the imperial garden, she encountered Chu Qingli. Seeing Chu Qingli's unkind smile, Princess Guangning felt that she was not here for a friendly visit. Chu Qingli was indeed here for Princess Guangning. What happened yesterday at the Yao family clearly showed that Guangning was targeting Shin Suan. If it weren't for Suan's timely response, it would have been her reputation in tatters today. Step aside. Princess Guangning glared at Chu Qingli. She had never gotten along with Chu Qingli. Being the queen's niece put them at odds. Although she was a princess, she rarely had the chance to overshadow Chu Qingli. Guangning, you don't look well, Chu Qingli said, feigning surprise. Guangning looked at her with an expressionless face and coldly replied, "What does that have to do with you?" "Oh, don't be so cold. We have grown up together, after all," Chu Qingli said with a grin. Guangning scoffed internally. Their relationship was built on childhood fights and mutual dislike. Chu Qingli held Guangning's hand closely and said, "On my way to the palace today, I heard the storytellers in the tea house talking about what happened at the Yao family yesterday. Everyone is discussing who helped Lu Yan, otherwise, how could she have the courage to secretly meet a man outside the Yao family?" Guangning's expression changed slightly. "Which storyteller?" Chu Qingli replied, "You don't know? Let me tell you. The streets are buzzing with talk, whether in tea houses or taverns. Everyone is talking about the commotion at the birthday banquet and the touching love story of Miss Lu and young Master He. Now, no one is unaware of it." Guangning looked at Chu Qingli coldly. "Why are you looking at me like that?"
Que Kingli asque d'innocent.
"Did you have someone do this?" Guangning questioned. Chu Qingli rolled her eyes. "If I had that kind of influence, I wouldn't have waited until now. I would have made sure everyone knew how you always bully me a long time ago. Well, what can we do? Even though you are a princess, Lu Yan is your sister-in-law. Who do you think is really behind her actions? The Lu family might already know. The more interesting the gossip outside, the angrier the Lu family will be," Guangning said, pushing her away forcefully. "Get away. Will Lu Yan reveal the truth? If Lu Heng finds out, will he be angry with her?" She hadn't seen him for several days. "Do you know about the pleasure boats? Recently, the nobles in the capital like to go there for leisure. I bet someone has turned yesterday's events into a play. I will book a pleasure boat tomorrow to enjoy the show," Chu Qingli said with a smile. Guangning, who had taken a few steps away, turned back to glare at her and left in a huff. Chu Qingli watched her go, a smirk on her face. Once Guangning discovers Song Xiuji's existence, let's see if she still has time to plot against Sui Sui. Sui Sui wasn't planning to take revenge on Song Xiuji. She wasn't that magnanimous. Those troublesome people should just fight among themselves. In a good mood, Chu Qingli happily headed to Xinang Palace to find the Empress Dowager. Guangning's already troubled mood worsened after encountering Chu Qingli. "Send someone to the pleasure boat to check. If anyone dares to sing about yesterday's events, capture them and take them to the Jingzhou prefecture." "Yes, Your Highness," Xin replied. "What about Mama Duan and Ziyu?" Guangning asked. Xin said, replying to Your Highness, "They were punished with 20 strikes and can't get up. The noble consort had them sent back to the princess's residence." Guangning closed her eyes. "Let's return to the princess's residence first.
Lu Yan.
Go to the duke's residence and find out how she is doing now." Lu Heng had nothing to do at the Ministry of Rites today, but he noticed that his colleagues, who usually ignored him, were occasionally glancing his way and whispering to each other, quickly looking away as if afraid he would hear them. Their behavior was so obvious that it was clear they were talking about him. He put down the registry and stood up to leave the room. They used to say the top scholar had a noble character, but his sister was caught in a scandal with a man at old Madame Yao's birthday banquet, and he acts like nothing happened. Ugh, They used to say he was as refined as jade, a gentleman unmatched in the world. If he truly had high morals, he wouldn't be secretly supporting that woman who sells wine behind his fiancé's back. Miss Shin was right to break off the engagement. Although Commander Lu doesn't come from a prestigious background and seems cold and distant, he doesn't have such messy thoughts. Lu Heng's face darkened at the entrance, his anger growing. Lu Yan was involved with a man at the Yao family yesterday. His expression tightened as he turned and left the Ministry of Rites. By the time he returned to the Lu family, he had a good understanding of what had happened at the Yao residence yesterday. Find out who let those storytellers spread these rumors in the tea house and make them stop. Lu Heng said, his voice icy with anger. Lu Emo quietly acknowledged him. As he entered the door, he ran into Shun Suan, who was also returning from outside. Lu Heng strode up to her, his gaze sharp. I didn't expect you to be such a petty and deceitful person. Lu Yan used to be your close friend, and yet you resort to such tactics against her. Shin Suan looked at Lu Heng as if he were foolish. Second young Master Lu, do you even hear what you're saying? Don't you know what I'm talking about? I'm truly relieved I didn't marry a woman like you, who would ruin Yan's reputation for your own gain. How can you live with yourself? Lu Heng scolded sternly. Seeing Lu Heng so flustered, completely losing his usual elegance, Shin Suan smiled faintly. Lu Heng, it's not that you're relieved. I'm the lucky one to cut ties with someone like you. No matter what happens, you always blame others. Before you accuse me, you should find out what your dear sister has done. Shin Suan glanced at him with disdain and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she paused and looked back coldly. Lu Heng, I am now your sister-in-law. If you shout at me again, I will teach you what manners are. A surge of unexplainable anger rose in Lu Heng's heart. He hated being called brother-in-law. You think marrying Lu Yuan means anything? He's just a lowly, illegitimate son. His expression twisted for a moment. Shin Suan interrupted him with a slight smile. That's still better than you. Lu Heng, a person's background doesn't define them. Even if you come from a noble family, what does it matter? You can't compare to Lu Yuan at all. Lu Heng's anger flared up instantly. Shin Suan, how dare you insult me? This is an insult? Shin Suan raised an eyebrow. You're still far from it. Lu Heng reached out to grab Shin Suan's hand, but Ning Shuang skillfully pushed his wrist away. Second young master, please behave yourself. Watching Lu Heng walk away, Ning Shuang finally relaxed her guard. Madam, can't they see that the mastermind behind this is the princess? Ning Shuang asked in confusion, wondering why everyone was blaming the young lady. Because she is a princess, Shin Suan scoffed lightly. They all knew the real reason was Princess Guangning, but they didn't dare to question or blame her. They could only resent and complain about her. If she didn't resist and was found with a man, the one who would bear the blame would be her, and everything would be perfect for them. At that point, the Lu family could simply divorce her or send her to a temple to cultivate, gaining a reputation for being kind and generous to their granddaughter-in-law who didn't follow the rules. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, they deserve to ruin their own reputation, Ning Shuang murmured. Shin Suan just smiled faintly. She initially thought this matter would end with sending Lu Yan to the Bai family's old residence, but there was more excitement to come. He Rongbai personally came to the Duke's residence with a matchmaker to propose. Madam, that young master from the He family is still in the main hall. Would you like to go see him? Ban Jian asked with a smile. Today we bought chestnut cakes at Yiping Tower to send to the old lady, Shin Suan said, eager to join the excitement. She remembered that in her past life, Lu Yan married Bai Xiaojia, a cousin from the Bai family, which was also a prestigious family. Bai Xiaojia later became a third-rank official in charge of salt transport. Unlike other officials, the Bai family became incredibly wealthy. In her previous life, Lu Yan had a husband and brother to rely on, living quite comfortably. She wondered if Lu Heng, who could no longer enter the cabinet, would still allow Bai Xiaojia to marry Lu Yan. Shin Suan pretended to be unaware as she approached the main hall, but was stopped by Mama Zheng. Zheng Mama, I just wanted to bring some snacks for the old lady. This is her favorite chestnut cake, Shin Swayan said, surprised as she looked at Jung Mama. Is the old lady upset with me? So she won't see me? Young madam, the old lady is busy and cannot see right now. Please leave the chestnut cake, and I will tell her later, Jung Mama replied with a blank expression. Shun Swayan sighed and glanced through the curtain's gap, seeing shadows inside. She really wanted to go in and find out what was happening. Just as she turned to leave, a sudden scream came from inside.
Yan Ye.
It was the old lady's voice. Shin Swayan was startled by the old lady's sharp tone. Taking advantage of Jung Mama's surprise, she lifted the curtain and entered. It turned out that Lu Yen had heard that He Rongbai was coming to propose, and in her despair, she tried to run into a wall, but thankfully, a maid quickly stopped her. In the chaos, no one noticed Shin Swayan's arrival. The old lady had tightly embraced Lu Yen, calling her affectionately. If you don't want to marry, then don't go to such extremes, He Rongbai said, looking disgusted as if he feared being blamed. The duke's face turned pale, and his forehead was tense as he glared at He Rongbai like he was looking at something repulsive. If you hadn't pursued me, I wouldn't have met you secretly at someone else's house. Did you think I wouldn't notice when the maid came to deliver your message? He Rongbai said, staring intently at Lu Yen without caring about anyone else's feelings. Lu Yen was at a loss for words. She had indeed sent a maid to deliver a message to He Rongbai, but it was not for herself. It was to trap Shin Swayan. She cried softly, feeling hopeless about life. Why did He Rongbai have to fixate on her? Young master, marriage is not enmity. What happened at the birthday banquet yesterday was a misunderstanding, Mrs. Lu said calmly. What misunderstanding? Wasn't she the one who wanted to meet me? And then she was caught entangled with me. He Rongbai raised an eyebrow and asked. I am a man. My reputation is not as important. People might say I am flirtatious, but Miss Lu is different. You should listen to the storytellers today. Who would dare to marry her after this? He Rongbai said dismissively. Lu Yen cried in the old lady's arms. She had heard He Rongbai publicly say that women from brothels were more beautiful and interesting than noble ladies. She would rather die than share a husband with a woman from a brothel. Young master, our daughter is already promised to someone else. What happened yesterday was a misunderstanding. Mrs. Lu's face changed colors as she spoke, not expecting to have to plead with a rogue. He Xiaobai sat in the armchair without any shame. I don't care. We have already been intimate. My reputation is ruined, and even if Miss Lu Sen doesn't marry me, you must compensate me. He truly had lost all sense of dignity, even trying to extort money from the Duke's residence. Madame Lu had never seen such a shameless person. Her face turned pale with anger, and she struggled to maintain her usual elegance. You shameless scoundrel! How could Lord Jingning raise such a beast like you? You think you can marry a girl from our Duke's family?
Dream on.
Madame Lu held tightly onto Lu Yen and shouted at He Xiaobai. He Xiaobai had heard worse insults, so this didn't bother him much. You say our maid approached you. Do you have any proof? Coming to the Duke's residence to extort without evidence is shameless. We, the Lu family, are not afraid either. Lu Heng, who had been silent in the corner, stepped forward. Someone, go fetch Lord Jingning. Since young master he insists on an explanation, we, the Lu family, will also demand one. We'll have to go to the Jingzhou prefecture. Madame Lu's eyes flickered as she looked at her son. He Xiaobai grinned. All right then. Let's go. Lu Heng turned to leave. Seeing that Lu Heng was serious, He Xiaobai's smile faded a bit. Life at the Jingning Duke's residence had been tough for him since his father's death. With He Hongkue in control, if it weren't for the private assets his father left him, he would have been driven to despair by now. If he could marry a girl from the Duke's family, he would have a strong backing. He thought he was lucky to find out it was Lu San, but he knew He Hongkue would never allow him to marry Lu Yen. If he called He Hongkue, not only would he not help, but he would also make his life miserable.
Today.
I have other matters to attend to. I'll go to Jingzhou Prefecture another day, He Xiaobai said, trying to back out. Lu Heng glared at him. Remembering that Lu Heng was the prince consort of Princess Guangning, Hijabai snorted and hurried out of the hall without looking back. Is he really leaving? Shen Suian felt a bit disappointed. The situation was getting interesting. Grandmother, what should I do? Lu Yen cried. Madame Lu closed her eyes tightly. The carriage is ready. We must leave the capital immediately. Unless you want to completely ruin your reputation by marrying He Xiaobai. No, I don't want to. Mother, I will listen to you. I will go to the Bai family's old house. Lu Yen felt even more afraid today after witnessing He Rongbai's shamelessness, fearing that her life would be ruined by him. What are you doing here? Lu Heng noticed Shen Suian by the door, looking very displeased. Lu Heng had learned from Lu Yen about what happened at the Yao family, and he knew this was orchestrated by Guangning. He hated the thought of Shen Suian seeing him in any distress, but now his wife's plans had failed and harmed his sister instead. This made him feel embarrassed in front of Shen Suian. It shouldn't be like this. He was the youngest top scholar in the history of the Yong dynasty, full of ambition and talent. Shen Suian should regret breaking off their engagement over a small matter, reflecting on her impulsive decision day and night. Instead, she was here, witnessing his troubles. Shen Suian, unaware of his inner turmoil, smiled slightly. I know the old lady likes the chestnut cake from Yiping Tower, so I brought it to her while it's warm. She had just enjoyed the lively scene and was in a good mood, her eyes sparkling with joy. No one from the Lu family, from the Duke to Lu Yen, could show a smile at this moment. Come with me, Mrs. Lu said coldly, looking at Lu Yen with a blank expression. Lu Yen looked to Old Lady Lu for help. Old Lady Lu held her hand and sighed helplessly. Yenna, this time listen to your mother. Do you really want to marry someone like that?
Of course, she didn't want to.
Brother, go tell the princess. It was her idea to bring He Rongbei here. Why is she avoiding me? She is the mastermind, yet she is nowhere to be found. Lu Yan's expression was fierce. She only agreed to conspire with her to please Guangning. How could she have the ability to buy off people in the Yao family while the real culprit was missing? Lu Heng tightened his grip on Lu Yan's wrist. You know she's a princess. Even if things go wrong, she won't be blamed. Why are you getting involved with her? It's all because of her. Lu Yan screamed, pointing at Shen Suian. If she hadn't angered the princess, why would the princess target her? Shen Suian is the real culprit. Mrs. Lu stepped forward and slapped her face. Are you awake now? What did you do that for? Old Lady Lu hurriedly stepped in to protect Lu Yen. It doesn't matter who you blame now. It's your own foolishness, and you must accept it. Wait until you have the ability to fight back. Madame Lu still spoke softly, but there was a chilling tone in her voice. Lu Yen covered her face, looking as if she had suddenly lost all her spirit. Madame Lu didn't even glance at Shen Suian and took Lu Yen away. Just leave. No one wants to see you now, the old lady said with disdain, sending Shen Suian away. If it weren't for Shen Suian, her beloved granddaughter wouldn't be suffering like this. Shen Suian put down the food box and calmly took her leave. Soon, a maid came back to report that Lu Yen had been put into a carriage by Madame Lu, crying as she left the capital. What a pity. The hairpin that the third young lady took last time hasn't been returned, Mu Jin murmured. Shen Suian smiled at this. She had intended to use the hairpin to embarrass Lu Yen, but it seemed Lu Yen had dug herself into a bigger hole. It's fine, as long as it's still with her. She will eventually have to wear it again. Since I'm in a good mood today, let the kitchen prepare some extra delicious dishes for everyone to enjoy, Shen Suian instructed. Madam, should we wait for the eldest young master to return for dinner? Mu Jin asked. Shen Suian wasn't sure if Lu Yuan would come back tonight. He had rushed to pick her up yesterday, covered in blood, without changing his clothes. There were too many matters to discuss, and she hadn't asked him what kind of criminals he was dealing with. But the biggest case in the capital right now was the Only Marquis. Although he had been stripped of his title and sentenced to exile, it still involved other officials who had not been punished. Her greatest concern was that the emperor was fixated on the Only Marquis case, hoping to find faults with the Chu family. Now, the old lady of the Chu family was preparing for the worst, but the rest of the family was not very capable, and she feared they might repeat past mistakes. Madam, Fu Zhu has returned, a maid said softly as she entered. Shen Sui's expression changed. Fu Zhu was watching Song Xiuji outside, and her return meant something was happening at the boat. Fu Zhu walked in confidently, wearing simple clothes, her hair with a blue scarf. Her skin looked much darker, making her appear like an ordinary fisherwoman at first glance.
Madam, Fu Zhu greeted.
What's wrong? Shen Sui asked quietly. Fu Zhu replied, Madam, I saw palace servants from the Princess of Guangning's residence near the boat. They seem to have discovered Miss Song's presence. Shen Sui frowned slightly. They found out so quickly? She had been secretly helping Song Xiuji hide, so how did Guangning find out? The prince has been visiting the boat for several days in a row, Fu Zhu said quietly.
Ha!
Shen Sui couldn't help but laugh. Lu Heng had truly not disappointed her. Is he still innocent with Song Xiuji? The Princess of Guangning probably already knows that Song Xiuji is in the boat. She will definitely take action, Shen Suian said. You brought some people. If Song Xiuji is in danger, you must rescue her. Her eyes darkened, as if troubled. If she is pregnant, we must protect her child at all costs. Fuju looked up in surprise. How did the young lady know that Song had a baby on the way? Young lady, this morning, Song just visited the doctor and brought back 3 bags of herbs. They should be for protecting the pregnancy. Shin Suian smiled slightly, but anger surged to her eyes. Song Xiuji's twins must be born safely. Find a way to let Lu Heng know about Song Xiuji's presence, Shin Suian instructed. She was eager to expose Lu Heng's hypocritical and selfish nature, but it was still too early. For Lu Heng, even if the world discovered he was keeping Song Xiuji in the boat, it would just be a fleeting scandal. Only when the twins are born will it become a serious matter. Once Fuju left, Mushin asked her question, why does the young lady still want to help Song Xiuji? Shin Suian smiled lightly. I'm not helping her. She was helping herself, seeking revenge for her past life. At this moment, Guangning in the princess's palace also learned of Song Xiuji's existence. For a time, because of the Yao family's birthday banquet, her guilt toward Lu Heng vanished, replaced by overwhelming anger. That little wretch dares to stay in the capital. Send the secret guards to kill her and burn the boat. Guangning ordered angrily. Your Highness, if the prince finds out about this, does he dare to confront me over that wretch? Guangning screamed. The place where she was beaten throbbed with pain from her agitation. The palace servants had shown mercy. Although she was struck 10 times, it only left her red and swollen, not injuring her body. But it still became Guangning's great humiliation. She just wanted to vent all her rage, break Song Xiuji's hands, and send them to Lu Heng. She wanted him to know the consequences of keeping a mistress behind her back. Song Xiuji's monthly letter was delayed by a few days. She vaguely guessed something and, after disguising herself, visited the doctor, finally confirming her surprise. Although it was early, the doctor said it was highly likely. She still took the medicine for protecting the pregnancy. No matter what, she had to ensure the baby in her belly was safely born. Lu Langjun, now claiming to be a prince, had not experienced a single happy day. He did not love the princess. Looking at how he once was full of spirit but now feels lost, her heart aches. She is just a weak woman from a humble background, unable to help him, only able to comfort him when he comes to drink. He likes her, not just out of pity. Song Xiuji thinks of their sweet moments together and smiles. My lady, the medicine is ready, a young maid of about 13 or 14 says as she enters with the medicine. Song Xiuji drinks it without hesitation. If the Lord knows you are expecting, he will surely be happy, the maid says with a smile. Yes, he will be happy, but we cannot stay here any longer. We need to find a safe place to live, Song Xiuji replies softly. When she learned that Lu Heng was to marry the princess, she was afraid to stay in the capital. She originally planned to see him one last time, but she couldn't bear to leave him. So she rented a small boat to live in, and whenever he came to see her, she would have the boat moved to a hidden spot in the river where no one would find them together. Once she has the baby, if it's a son, the Lu family will surely accept her. She doesn't seek a title, just wants to be with Lu Heng. When the time comes, she will live in the duke's residence and avoid the princess's house, which she believes the princess won't care about. When I return to the duke's residence with the child, I will have to meet Miss Shin again, Song Xiuji says with a hint of cold mockery. I heard Miss Shin's husband is ugly and cruel. Being married to such a man, she will probably cry every day and suffer greatly, the maid whispers. Song Xiuji recalls the first time she saw Shin Suan. The sunset bathed her in golden light, making her look stunning and radiant. In front of Shin Suan, Song Xiuji felt inferior, but secretly felt proud. What does it matter if she is a noble lady? Lu Heng doesn't like her. Otherwise, why would he visit her tavern every night? Lu Heng defended her in front of Shin Suan, proving that she was more important to him. But Shin Suan forced her to admit they were teacher and student, and at that moment, she hated Shin Suan deeply. She thought she would never be with Lu Heng. Unexpectedly, the emperor arranged for Shin Suan to marry Lu Yuan. Even fate is helping her and Lu Heng. When she arrives at the Lu family, Shin Suan will surely be jealous and envious. Song Xiuji was truly looking forward to it. She dreamed of seeing Shin Suan, the noble lady, bowing before her, especially since Lu Heng was the future master of the duke's residence. That Lu Yuan was nothing. She heard he was just an unimportant illegitimate son. Madam, it's getting late. You should rest early, said the young maid. Song Xiuji gently stroked her belly. All right. She would share this good news with Lu Heng when he arrived. With sweet dreams of the future, she fell asleep. After some time, she felt the boat swaying violently, and the heat around her was almost unbearable. Song Xiuji struggled to wake up and called out the maid's name loudly. Cough, cough. She coughed hard and finally became fully awake. She noticed a red glow outside the boat. Who told you to start the fire so soon? The princess wants to send the hands of the Song family to the prince. A cold voice came from outside. Song Xiuji turned pale. The princess had discovered her presence and wanted to eliminate her. No, she couldn't die here. She wanted to be with Lu Heng forever. She cried out for help. The window was kicked open from the outside. She saw a glimmer of hope and ran towards it, jumping into the water. The cold river water rushed into her mouth and nose, causing her chest to feel heavy with pain. Just as she thought she was about to drown, she seemed to see scenes she had never witnessed before. She saw herself once being drowned by someone. Just before falling into darkness, she felt herself being lifted out of the water. Finally, she could breathe. The warm morning sun broke through the clouds, wrapping the entire courtyard in golden light. Shin Suan finished a set of punches, her cheeks slightly warm with a faint blush. When she turned around, she saw Lu Yuan standing in the corridor, leaning against a pillar, watching her with a gentle smile. Shin Suan felt a wave of embarrassment. She bit her lip and stepped closer to him. Husband, when did you arrive? Your punches are quite good, madam, Lu Yuan said, his laughter deep and rich like aged wine. Shin Suan replied, Ning Shuang taught me. She said this style suits me better than the original. Lu Yuan wrapped his arm around her waist and led her inside. This is Tai Chi. Practicing martial arts has many benefits. He leaned close to her ear. Your body becomes more flexible, allowing for many positions. Shin Suan's face instantly turned red, and she glared at him in embarrassment. Lu Yuan lowered his head and kissed her cheek, then gently kissed the corner of her lips. Shin Suan softly said, I'm all sweaty. I need to wash up first. No need. You'll just sweat more later. We can wash together. Lu Yuan replied in a low voice. The maid is still outside, Shin Suan whispered. He hadn't returned last night, and she thought he would be busy at the town office for a few more days, but he came back early today. If it weren't for him being so intense every time, she would actually enjoy the extreme pleasure he brought. Soon, Shin Suan stopped thinking about how many times would be appropriate. The pleasure was overwhelming. That's enough. Shin Suan bit down on his shoulder. She couldn't take it anymore. Lu Yuan, still wanting more, gently bit her fingers. Besides martial arts, is there anything else you want to practice? How about archery? Lu Yuan asked quietly. Shen Suian lifted her eyelids to glance at him. Yes. Learning wouldn't hurt. Lu Yuan chuckled. All right. Shen Suian pushed him away. I'm all sweaty. You're so delicate, Lu Yuan laughed, pulling her into the washroom to clean them both up. The maid had already changed the bedding. Let's sleep a little longer, Lu Yuan said. Shen Suian shook her head. I don't want to sleep. I want to go out for a bit. Mrs. Deng's house is ready. Lu Yuan nodded gently. Okay. How come you have time today? Shen Suian asked. I'm not really free. I'm leaving the city. I just wanted to let you know, Lu Yuan said. There wasn't even time for that. Shen Suian held his hand. Will your recent busy schedule affect the Chu family? Lu Yuan rubbed her ear gently. Sway. It all depends on the emperor. It all depends on the emperor. The floor in the room was warm from the heating. After hearing those words, Shen Suian felt a chill spread from her feet to her spine. Many things she couldn't understand suddenly became clear at that moment. Why was Lu Heng able to easily bring down the Chu family? Why, even with the Empress and the Dowager Empress in the palace, did the Emperor still deal with the Chu family so harshly? Currently, besides the wise and perceptive old lady, the other members of the Chu family lived carefree lives. They believed that with the Empress and the Dowager Empress backing them, and with the fifth prince being a legitimate heir, the Chu family could continue to thrive for 100 years without issue. Who would have thought the Chu family would decline in just a few years? But what if the emperor no longer tolerated the Chu family? Some people found it too easy to exploit the Chu family's connection to the fifth prince for their own gain. Moreover, the current emperor is not the biological child of the Empress Dowager. If the Chu family truly committed treason, even if the emperor disregards the feelings of the Empress Dowager, the people would not accuse him of being ungrateful. Shen Suian recalled the criminal found at the Chu family's residence. Was it really a member of the Chu family who was suspected of treason, or did the criminal intentionally hide in the Chu family to bring about their downfall? Who can say for sure now? The old lady of the Chu family understood this better than anyone, so she decisively ordered everyone in the Chu family to stay out of the fifth prince's affairs, and even went to the palace to confront the empress. This was also a way for the Chu family to show their weakness, hoping the emperor would see the old lady's sincerity. Young madam, Fuziu is here, Mu Jin said softly as she entered. Shen Suian snapped back to reality and suppressed her chaotic emotions. Come in quickly. Fuziu entered and said, Young madam, you were right. The princess sent someone last night to burn the boat, and a maid beside Miss Song was killed in the fire. What about Song Xiuji? Shen Suian was not surprised by Guangning's ruthlessness. I broke a window to let her escape. She jumped into the water, and our people rescued her. Young madam, Miss Song is over a month pregnant, Fuziu said, her eyes shining as she looked at Shen Suian, amazed that everything had been anticipated. Shen Suian frowned. Is the baby safe? Calculating the time, the twins should have been conceived around now, and she hoped nothing would happen to them. Fuziu replied, Miss Song is very lucky. She is completely unharmed. Shen Suian smirked coldly. That is indeed fortunate. By the way, the princess's people didn't recognize the maid's identity and cut off her hand. They have already sent it to the second young master. Shen Suian looked at Guangning with renewed respect for his cruelty. She whispered to Fuziu, Don't let this get out yet. Let Lu Heng think Song Xiuji is dead, but he must know about her pregnancy. I will take care of it right away, Fuziu said. Lu Heng had a restless night, tossing and turning. When he closed his eyes, he saw Shen Suian's disdainful gaze and seemed to hear his sister's cries as she was taken away. He realized that since the princess had taken a husband, his life had become a mess. He was once a promising scholar, trusted by the emperor as a close aide, and his future should have been bright. He even looked down on Lu Yuan for using underhanded means to become the commander of the pacification office, thinking that it didn't matter even if he held a third-rank position. In the noble family, who doesn't look down on Lu Yuan with disdain, thinking he brings shame to their reputation? It wasn't until he took a minor position in the Ministry of Rights that things changed. Others politely called him Prince Consort, but secretly they lamented that his career was now over, even worse than his brother Lu Heng. How could Lu Heng, the only legitimate son of the duke's household, be compared unfavorably to Lu Yuan? It was simply ridiculous. He had always been expected to excel in every way, far surpassing Lu Yuan. Yet, yesterday, Shun Xuan dared to say in front of him that he was not as good as Lu Yuan. Lu Heng slammed his fist on the bed, startling the maid outside. "Second young master, are you up?" she asked. Lu Heng shouted in anger, "Get out." After a while, Lu Mo's voice came, "Young master, there's been an incident at the boat." "What happened?" Lu Heng rubbed his forehead, feeling annoyed at the thought of meeting Princess Guangning today. Lu Mo replied, "The boat took on water, and Miss Song is missing." Lu Heng suddenly opened the door. "What did you say?" "Young master, at the boat. Only Miss Song's vessel caught fire at midnight. No one noticed anything unusual. The Jingzhou government checked and said it was an accident. I went to see for myself. It wasn't Miss Song who died, but her maid. However, her hands were either burned off or—" Lu Heng immediately walked outside. "Let's go see." As he walked, he asked Lu Mo, "Where has Song Xiuji been lately? Has she been discovered?" "Miss Song rarely appears during the day, so she shouldn't have been seen by the princess," Lu Mo said. However, Lu Mo recalled something he had seen before. "Miss Chu seemed to have visited the boat. I don't know if she saw Miss Song." Lu Heng shot a sharp glance toward Danbo courtyard. She must still be jealous of Song Xiuji and deliberately revealed her hiding place to the princess. What a cunning and ruthless Shen Xuan. Pretending to be elegant and dignified, but resorting to such underhanded tactics. Lu Heng strode out of the duke's residence, just as a masked man rode up quickly and tossed a rectangular box at his feet. Lu Mo started to chase after him, but Lu Heng called him back. "No need to chase. That's an undercover guard from the palace. This box was likely sent by Guangning through the guard. Open it." Lu Mo nodded and stepped forward to open the box. A pair of charred, bloody hands appeared before them.
Ah!
Lu Mo was startled. Lu Heng's face was dark and pale, his eyes fixed on the hands. "Put them away." He gritted his teeth. Now he was certain that Princess Guangning had ordered the painting boat to be burned and had even harmed Song Xiuji. She wasn't afraid he would find out. She had even sent the hands to him as a clear warning. Go to the painting boat. Meanwhile, in the princess's palace, Princess Guangning sat sideways on a pile of blankets. Although the palace maid had used a gentle touch with a cane, her delicate skin still felt uncomfortable after sitting for a while. "Did you send it to Lu Heng?" Princess Guangning asked lazily. "Replying to your highness, the prince has already seen it in person." Princess Guangning smirked. Lu Heng would come to find her soon. He should sincerely repent and promise not to have any other thoughts again. But she waited and waited, only to hear that Lu Heng had gone to the painting boat. Lu Heng. He doesn't take me seriously at all. Princess Guangning exploded in anger, shattering the teacup in her hand. Lu Heng stood in front of the burned boat, surrounded by onlookers discussing the incident. Luckily, this boat was far away. Otherwise, the whole area would have burned. It seems there was a young woman selling wine inside. Oh dear, how unfortunate. Lu Mo approached Lu Heng. "Young master, our people have searched the area and found no sign of Miss Song. She may have already been rescued." Lu Heng felt a fire within him, long suppressed, now nearly bursting forth. He cared for Song Xiuji. She always looked at him with eyes full of admiration, as if he were her everything. At first, he felt pity for her difficult situation and didn't want her to be forced into marriage. Later, Shen Xuan's aggressive behavior made him appreciate Song Xiuji's gentle and obedient nature even more. The oppression and dislike he felt around Princess Guangning could only be relieved when he was with Song Xiuji. The princess couldn't even tolerate this weak woman, who posed no threat to her. What a pity, that woman was just pregnant. It's a loss for 3 lives, someone suddenly sighed. Lu Heng's heart jolted, and he turned sharply to the elderly man who spoke. What did you just say? The woman on the boat was pregnant? Yes, she came to see me for a checkup yesterday, and I prescribed her medicine to support the pregnancy. She's even expecting twins. What a shame. Song Xiuji was carrying his child. Lu Heng's eyes reddened, his expression fierce. He felt a surge of anger and frustration as he turned and strode away. Lu Emo hurriedly followed. Young master, where are you going?
Send more people downstream.
We must find her, alive or dead, Lu Heng said coldly. Lu Heng rode back to the princess's residence. When Ziyin and the others saw him return, they finally relaxed. The princess had been in a bad mood for half a day, and if the prince didn't come back soon, the servants would be in trouble. Prince, you're back, Ziyin said, stepping forward to greet him. Seeing Lu Heng's frightening expression, she was startled and quickly reached out to stop him. Prince, the princess is not in a good mood today, please. Before she could finish, Lu Heng pushed her aside. He strode into the inner room, glaring fiercely at Guangning. Did you kill Song Xiuji? Lu Heng's voice was icy with anger. If the woman before him weren't a princess, he would have already thrown her a divorce letter. Guangning slowly stood up, supported by her maid, looking at Lu Heng in disbelief. Prince, are you blaming me for a lowly woman? She is not lowly in my eyes. It is you, princess, who is full of schemes and unaware of your own foolishness. You ruined Yan Jie's reputation. If you weren't a princess, do you think you could sit here safely? What did Song Xiuji do wrong? I only felt sorry for her. She is already hidden on a small boat. You are a high-ranking princess. How does she bother you? Hearing Lu Heng's accusations, Guangning's eyes twitched with anger. She seduced you, and that is her greatest sin. My prince belongs to me. No other woman should dare to touch him, Guangning shouted. Lu Heng was furious. So you want her dead? Being a princess doesn't mean you can ignore the law. Murder has consequences. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the emperor? Guangning's eyes widened. What did you say? Lu Heng, do you think I'm even worse than that lowly woman? Do you think I want to be your prince? If it weren't for the emperor's decree, I wouldn't even look at a woman with such a venomous heart as you, Lu Heng said coldly. Lu Heng. Guangning's eyes filled with tears. His words pierced her deeply, like sharp little swords. The first time she saw Lu Heng was when he was named the top scholar. She had wanted him to be her prince then. If it weren't for his engagement and her father refusing to grant the marriage, she wouldn't have had to wait so long. She thought they shared a connection. If he didn't like Shen Suiyan, he must like her. Shen Suiyan couldn't compare to her in any way. I treated you so well, yet you only care about that woman. If I had known this would happen, I should have let her suffer. I would have cut her flesh piece by piece, making her wish for life, but unable to escape. Guangning shouted at Lu Heng. I tell you, Lu Heng, you better be devoted to me from now on. If you keep a mistress or have any other women, I will make sure they are gone. In this life, you can only love me and never betray me. Lu Heng sneered. Then the princess can find another husband. I will no longer be this husband. How dare you? Do you want to defy the order? Guangning yelled. I will go to the palace now and ask the emperor to grant us a divorce. Living with a woman like you is worse than being alone, Lu Heng said as he turned to leave. Guangning was so angry that she stomped her foot, causing her injury to hurt, and tears streamed down her face. Prepare the horses. I want to go to the palace and ask my mother to decide for me. Although Shen Suiyan couldn't find out about the argument at the princess's residence, she could guess how intense the fight between Lu Heng and Guangning was based on what Fuzi reported. Otherwise, why would Lu Heng storm into the palace and soon after, Guangning followed? This couple was about to cause a scene in front of the emperor and the noble consort. Madam, the duke left in a hurry. Does he know about the argument between the princess and the prince? Half Jian, who returned from gathering information, said excitedly. Shen Suiyan replied, he probably wants to stop Lu Heng from going to the palace. The princess's residence was closer to the palace, and the Duke of Lu might not make it in time. Don't show yourself in front of Song Xiuji. Let someone unfamiliar keep an eye on her, Shin Suan instructed Futsiu. Futsiu agreed. Madam, how should we handle her? Should we send her to the Duke's residence? No, it's too early for that. Let's wait a few more days and let her recover first, Shen Suan said. If they sent her back to the Duke's residence now, even if Song Xiuji could keep the child, it would only be a case of a mother leaving her child behind. However, from what she knew of Song Xiuji, she was not the type to sit back and do nothing. She would definitely find a way to have the child, and then seek out Lu Heng. Wasn't that what Song Xiuji did in her previous life? Shin Suan felt that Song Xiuji had a certain charm, as if she always had good luck. She wondered how Song Xiuji would turn her fate around this time and return to the Lu family in glory. Go prepare the carriage, Shen Suan said, feeling happy but not wanting to waste more attention on Song Xiuji. The house that Shirqing arranged for Madame Deng was in Goldfish Alley. It was a small two-courtyard house, just right for their family of 3. If it were any bigger, it would attract too much attention. Zhu Zhu's illness has improved, and she can play today, Shirqing said softly. That's good, Shen Suan sighed. Guan Hai's mother was truly heartless, marrying her daughter off to a widower for money and being cold towards her only granddaughter. One wonders if Guan Hai in the afterlife would feel saddened by this. Young lady, we've arrived. This time, Shen Suan met the husband of Mrs. Deng, who had remarried. He seemed like a simple, honest man, standing awkwardly behind Mrs. Deng and bowing gratefully to Shen Suan. She had inquired and learned that Zhuang Yongkong was once Mrs. Deng's neighbor, who had liked her since childhood. He had planned to learn cooking skills and return to marry her. However, upon returning, he found that Mrs. Deng had already married. After Guan Hai's passing, he quietly took care of Mrs. Deng and her daughter. When Guan's mother drove them out, he took them in. When Guan Yu reclaimed their house, he had no complaints and worked even harder, which eventually made him ill. Does Zhu Zhu still feel unwell? Shen Suan gently touched the little girl's head. Compared to the last time she saw her, Zhu Zhu's complexion was much better. She was a very cute child. No, thank you, young lady. Mother says you are Zhu Zhu's savior, and I must repay you, Zhu Zhu said in a sweet voice. Shen Suan smiled. Zhu Zhu is very strong, which is why you are better now. Mrs. Deng held Zhu Zhu's hand and expressed her gratitude to Shen Suan. If it weren't for you and Dr. Zhou, Zhu Zhu wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Zhu Zhu, would you like to eat some lotus seed candy? Shen Suan asked with a smile. She wanted the candy, but her mother said she shouldn't eat things from others. Shen Suan said, Zhu Zhu is so well-behaved. You deserve a reward of lotus seed candy. Mrs. Deng nodded with a smile at Zhu Zhu. Thank you, young lady, Zhu Zhu said, blushing and smiling. Mu Jin took Zhu Zhu's hand. I'll take you to get the lotus seed candy. Once Zhu Zhu left, Mrs. Deng pulled her husband and wanted to kneel to thank Shen Suan. Shen Suan quickly stopped her. Mrs. Deng, there's no need for that. Young lady, we misunderstood Commander Lu before. You are so generous to help us. Mrs. Deng exchanged glances with her husband. Commander Lu has put aside past grievances and arranged a good job for him, while I had scolded Commander Lu so harshly. Shen Suan was unaware that Lu Yuan had found a job for Mrs. Deng's husband, so she did not mention it. Are you getting used to your new job? Shen Suan asked with a smile. Zhuang Yongkong rubbed his hands together and said gratefully, Now I work in the kitchen at Wasi and my monthly pay is 3 times that of the restaurant, plus I don't have to work long hours like at the restaurant. He was given a job at Wasi. Since it serves wealthy guests, he often receives tips there, which is quite nice. Mrs. Deng, last time you mentioned you are good at embroidery. I happen to have an embroidery shop, and if you are willing, you can work there as an embroiderer, Shen Suan said. I would love to, of course. Mrs. Deng replied immediately. Shen Suan continued, There is a yard behind the shop where you can bring Zhu Zhu along. The other embroiderers sometimes bring their children too, so Zhu Zhu will have a friend. Mrs. Deng thanked him profusely. Also, about Guan Yu, Shen Suan said softly. Mentioning her heartless sister-in-law made Mrs. Deng's smile fade. She had treated Guan Yu like a sister, but in return, she received nothing but coldness. Shun Suiyan said, "She is no longer with the Lu family. The commander has sent her away." Mrs. Deng pressed her lips together, ultimately refraining from saying she deserves it. The Duke of Lu was a step too late and couldn't stop Lu Heng from entering the palace to ask the emperor for a divorce. The emperor was in Xinang Palace talking to the Empress Dowager. When he heard that Lu Heng wanted to see him, he didn't think much of it and allowed him to go to Xinang Palace. As soon as Lu Heng entered the hall, he knelt down and requested the emperor to grant him a divorce from Guangning. The emperor's eyes twitched in surprise. Could it be that Lu Heng wanted to divorce Guangning because of his sister? Prince Consort, even if what happened at the Yao family's birthday banquet was due to Guangning's recklessness, it is not solely her fault, and it shouldn't come to a divorce, the emperor said with a frown. Lu Heng knelt straight, his gaze filled with sorrow and gloom, with the emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the scheming Queen Chu present. He had been too emotional earlier and should have waited to speak when the emperor was in the Yangxin Palace. But now he was already in too deep. "Your Majesty, today the princess sent a severed arm of a woman to the Lu family. The princess believes I should not speak or interact with any women, or else they will be killed," Lu Heng said, struggling to suppress his anger. "I cannot meet the princess's demands. To prevent her from harming more people, please grant us a divorce," Lu Heng said, each word shocking the emperor to the core. How could his innocent little daughter kill someone or sever another's arms? "Lu Heng, Guangning has just been a bit spoiled. She can't be that cruel. Are you misunderstanding?" the emperor asked with a frown. Lu Heng knelt on the ground. "This morning, the Jingzhou prefecture received a report that a small boat outside the city caught fire for no reason yesterday. The woman inside had her hands cut off. I have already sent the princess's severed arms to the Jingzhou prefecture to prove they belong to that woman." The princess's secret guard dropped a box containing the hands in public. "The emperor can send someone to verify this. If I speak even one false word, may I be struck by lightning." The Empress Dowager quickly spoke up, "There's no need to curse yourself like that." The empress picked up her teacup to hide her smirk. "Prince Consort, why would the princess want to kill someone? Have you done something wrong to her outside?" "No matter what happened, the princess cannot kill someone," the Empress Dowager said with a frown. Lu Heng looked sadly at the emperor. "I have been preparing for the upcoming festival at the Ministry of Rites, planning a fireworks display by the river, so I often visit the boat with my colleagues. A former acquaintance of mine, forced by life circumstances, was living on a small boat selling wine. After the princess found out, she had the boat burned and silenced her." The emperor's face turned cold. "Are you still in contact with that woman selling wine?" "I only ran into her on the boat. The princess should have listened to my explanation instead of killing her immediately," Lu Heng replied. "Why did I kill her? Do you care?" Princess Guangning stormed in, her eyes red as she glared at Lu Heng. "If I had known you were so infatuated with her, I would have tortured her slowly instead of letting her die so easily." Lu Heng remained expressionless, not even glancing at Guangning. The empress gasped, "Guangning, did you really kill someone?" Guangning replied angrily, "I am a princess. What's wrong with killing a commoner?" The emperor looked at his most beloved daughter in disbelief. Is this really the sweet and spoiled Guangning he knows? She actually has such a cruel side. "Enough," concubine Yao said urgently, maintaining her composure, her hairpin perfectly in place. "Your servant greets the Empress Dowager, the emperor, and the empress." Concubine Yao shot a cold glance at Guangning and respectfully bowed to the three seated above. The emperor, feeling bitter, waved to concubine Yao. "Concubine, please sit and listen." Concubine Yao's arrival finally brought Guangning back to her senses, her anger subsiding. She realized what she had just said in front of her father and the Empress Dowager, and her face turned pale as she knelt down. "Your Majesty, Guangning is young and can easily say the wrong thing when provoked. The people around her only want to please her, and when they misunderstood that the prince had an affair, they rushed to violence." Yao Guifei spoke calmly. She is deeply in love with the prince and cannot tolerate any betrayal, which is why she claimed responsibility for the violence. Guangning has grown up under your watch. She may be a bit spoiled, but she would never dare to commit such an act. The empress scoffed. Yao Guifei, you are quick to speak in her defense. Are you saying that the ones who acted violently are just those around Guangning and she is not involved? Yao Guifei replied softly, Your Majesty, Guangning certainly made a mistake. It is her inability to manage those beneath her that led to this wrongdoing. I will ensure she learns from this. At that moment, Guangning finally understood. Although as a princess, she could harm a few commoners without consequence, she could not be seen as cruel by her father, as it would affect her second brother. She lowered her head and cried softly, Father, it was my fault. The emperor recognized that Yao Guifei was protecting Guangning, but she was also trying to save the royal family's reputation. If news of Guangning's reckless actions spread, how would the people view the royal family? Lu Heng did not expect that his attempt to take the lead would expose Guangning's true nature. The emperor and empress were clearly angry with Guangning, yet Yao Guifei managed to resolve the crisis with just a few words. He clenched his fists, feeling frustrated. The emperor decisively declared, Those who served Guangning poorly and abused their power will all be executed. He looked kindly at Lu Heng, Prince. This matter is due to Guangning's youth and ignorance. Please be more understanding. Your Majesty. Lu Heng's eyes widened. Was this matter going to be taken so lightly? Yao Guifei gently said, Prince, you and Guangning have only recently married. She loves you deeply and feels jealous when she sees you close to other women. Please understand her feelings as a young girl. If you truly like other women, you can bring them into your home openly, so Guangning won't have to guess. This statement was a concession to Lu Heng, allowing him to take a concubine. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Lu Heng's eyes. Song Xiuji was already dead. Who would he take as a concubine? If it weren't for Guangning's reckless actions, the emperor and Yao Guifei would not want Lu Heng to take a concubine. The prince was expected to be devoted to the princess, but now, to appease Lu Heng, they had to accept such conditions. They only hoped he would not mention divorce again. Guangning pouted, ready to argue, but Yao Guifei silenced her with a glance. Taking a concubine is just that. After entering the door, one must live under Guangning's control. At least it's better than being kept outside, unaware of everything. Your Majesty, Lu Heng still wanted to refuse. Prince, who was the woman that died on the boat? If she was already committed to you, Guangning should give her a proper title, so she can rest in peace without an identity, Lady Yao asked calmly. The woman from the boat was Song Xiuji, who had caused Lu Heng to break off his engagement with Xin Suian. Could Lu Heng dare to reveal her identity? If he did, the emperor would surely think he had an affair with her first, causing Guangning to lose her reason. Lu Heng lowered his head. She was an orphan. I will take care of her burial and affairs. Your Majesty, please select some palace maids who understand the rules and teach Guangning properly, the emperor said. Your Majesty, palace maids also act according to their master's intentions. I believe Guangning has been too arrogant and should be taught properly, the empress replied. Lady Yao stood and bowed. What the empress says is reasonable. I will ensure the teaching matron properly instructs Guangning in the rules. The emperor waved his hand. Let this matter end here. Do not disturb the Empress Dowager's peace. Everyone may leave. Noticing the emperor's anger, the empress had to suppress her thoughts and stood to bow. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, I take my leave, Lady Yao said as she bowed. Turning to her daughter, who was kneeling on the ground, she spoke calmly, Guangning, come here with me. Guangning shivered involuntarily. She felt a bit scared of Lady Yao's gaze at that moment. Only Lu Heng felt great disappointment. Today he could not part ways, and he didn't know when he would have the chance again. Leaving the palace, he saw Duke Lu waiting for him ahead. Grandfather, Lu Heng approached and whispered, You have always been steady and cautious. Why were you so impulsive today?
Duke Lu asked in a deep voice.
Lu Heng closed his eyes. He didn't know why, but he felt a strong fire inside him. He even wanted to destroy everything just to escape his days with Guangning. Let's go home. Song Xiuji had a long dream. She dreamed that after much hardship, she finally became the lady of the Duke's residence. Just as she was feeling proud, the Duke's residence was suddenly raided, and her powerful husband, Lu Heng, died unexpectedly while heading to the Southern Dynasty. Later, she was falsely accused of treason. Her children were executed right before her eyes, and she was tortured repeatedly, submerged in water, only to be pulled up again just before drowning, over and over. She was driven to the brink of despair, wishing for death. The man's voice was cold and harsh. You are not worthy to be compared to her, nor to rise to power over her life. Song Xiuji could not see the man's face clearly in her dream, but she knew who he was talking about. He was referring to Shin Sueon. In the end, she was tortured and left hanging by a thread before being thrown into a saltwater pool, drowning in despair and pain. Song Xiuji woke up from the dream, her body aching as if she had been through a lot. She trembled all over, terrified by everything she had seen in the dream. It's not real, just a dream, she kept telling herself, opening her arms to check her legs. They were fine, not harmed at all. My lady is awake. A young woman entered from outside. You've been sleeping for a whole day and night. I'll go call the doctor. Song Xiuji stared blankly at the woman running out, slowly becoming more aware. The boat had caught fire, and she fell into the river, where someone saved her. She was not yet the wife of the Duke, and had not given birth to a pair of twins. Song Xiuji suddenly sat up straight. No, that's not right. Shin Sueon did not marry Lu Heng as she saw in the dream. She married Lu Yuan.
So,
was her dream just a fantasy, or did it really happen? An old doctor walked in and checked her pulse. You are out of danger. Your baby is safe. My lady, who is your husband? He needs to come and take you home. Song Xiuji hurriedly replied, No, my husband is not in the capital. He is away on business. It was Princess Guangning who wanted to kill her. If it was discovered that she was still alive, the princess would definitely send someone after her. And she was pregnant, just like in the dream. Perhaps it was not a dream, but a sign from heaven showing her mercy. As for why Shin Sueon did not marry Lu Heng, she needed to find a way to test if Shin Sueon, like her, had received a hint in a dream, making her fear losing Lu Heng's heart, which led to her insistence on breaking off the engagement. But she ended up marrying a man with a short life. Haha, how wonderful. Whether in the dream or in reality, Shin Sueon was destined to lose to her. After leaving Madame Deng's residence, Shin Sueon was deep in thought. When she heard Zhuang Yongkong mention working at the tile shop, a vague thought flashed in her mind. She felt like she had overlooked something important, something related to the tile shop. Strangely, she had never been to the tile shop in her previous life. So, what exactly had she overlooked? Returning to the quiet courtyard, Shin Sueon couldn't figure things out, so she decided to set her confusion aside for now. Young madam. Qing Luo was already waiting on the steps of the cosmetic shop. Upon seeing Shin Sueon, she quickly bowed and greeted her. What brings you here? Is there something wrong at the shop? Shin Sueon asked calmly. Everything is fine at the shop. I just thought of a few names for the store and wanted to ask for your opinion, Qing Luo replied. Shin Sueon inquired about the shop situation and felt pleased to learn that Qing Luo was adapting quickly. She had once suffered because she didn't manage her own dowry well, focusing all her efforts on the Lu family. Later, when she wanted to save money for herself, she realized it was too late. She had also missed several opportunities due to Song Xiuji. The Lu family accepted Song Xiuji so quickly because of her pair of twins and her vast wealth. Suddenly, Shin Sueon remembered something and placed her hand on the accounts. The Wasi. Zhao Juling. Young madam, what's wrong? Qing Luo was startled and looked at Shin Sueon in surprise. Shin Sueon chuckled softly. It's nothing, just remembered something I need to do. Let's go with the name Huayong Pavilion. It sounds nice, Shin Sueon said, pointing to one of the names on the paper. Qing Luo smiled. That's my favorite name too. Shin Sueon mentioned Mrs. Deng. I asked Mrs. Deng to work in the embroidery room. You should check on her embroidery skills in a few days. I plan to expand the silk shop. Silk, tea, and cosmetics would be the most profitable industries once maritime trade privileges opened up. She needed to build connections and seize opportunities first. Yes, young madam, Qing Luo replied, knowing Shin Sueon had big ambitions and just needed to follow her instructions. There's one more thing I need you to do, Shin Sueon said in a lower voice. Qing Luo's expression turned serious. Please give your orders, young madam. I want you to go to the stable at Wasi tomorrow and find a boy, about 15 or 16 years old, with a red mole between his eyebrows. Once you find him, make sure he is settled well, Shin Sueon instructed. Young madam, who is he? Qing Luo asked, recalling that Shin Sueon had never been to Wasi before. Shin Sueon's gaze darkened slightly, as if lost in distant memories. He will be very useful in the future. In her past life, Shin Sueon had lost to Song Xiuji several times, not because of Song Xiuji herself, but because someone was helping her from behind the scenes. The one who helped her the most was Zhao Juling. Zhao Juling had been raised by an old monk. After the monk passed away, he became a little beggar and was taken in by the owner of Wasi to work in the stable, often bullied and mistreated by others. Song Xiuji happened to encounter Zhao Juling, who was badly injured, while delivering wine to the tavern and decided to help him. Shin Sueon had someone investigate Zhao Juling and learned about his past connection with Song Xiuji, leading him to marvel at her unusual luck. Zhao Juling later became a wealthy merchant and, in gratitude to Song Xiuji, took action against Shin Sueon multiple times, causing him significant financial losses. Especially, the pair of twins born to Song Xiuji often pretended to be in distress in front of Zhao Juling, making him believe that Shin Sueon was a cruel and heartless person. There were times when Zhao Juling nearly intimidated her with threats. Zhao Juling was quite ambitious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen from a street beggar to a successful merchant, and he was known for his gratitude. In his past life, he acted against her because he was deceived by Song Xiuji and her daughter, but Shin Sueon could overlook past grievances. This time, if she saved him before Song Xiuji could, he would not be used by her anymore, and Song Xiuji would lose her wealth. Once you find him, report back to me immediately, Shin Sueon instructed. Qing Luo agreed. As mid-December approached, the Liu family was busy preparing for rituals and the new year. Shin Sueon, who didn't need to manage anything, continued to enjoy her leisurely days. However, the atmosphere in the Liu household felt a bit heavy. Today, when she went to greet the old lady, she was left waiting outside for half an hour, considering whether to faint again. Guangning had not returned to the duke's residence, and Lu Heng also avoided the princess's palace. They seemed like strangers now. Still, Shin Sueon believed Guangning was just temporarily suppressed by concubine Yao and that soon, she would make Lu Heng's life difficult again. The old lady even sent 2 beautiful maids to attend to Lu Heng. Of course, none of this concerned Shin Sueon. Her mood was unaffected by them. Qing Luo had already found Zhao Juling, and she planned to meet this future, wealthy man tomorrow. TSK, only those without a heart can live well. So much is happening at home, yet some still ignore it to enjoy the flowers in the garden. Shin Sueon heard the sarcastic voice of Second Aunt Lu while asking a maid to pick plum blossoms. Second Aunt, are you here to pick plum blossoms too? Shin Sueon held a branch of budding plum blossoms and smiled sincerely at Second Aunt Lu. Second Aunt Lu replied, I don't have the good fortune of the young mistress. The Lu family has many issues lately. Haven't you noticed your mother-in-law is ill? As a daughter-in-law, shouldn't you be caring for her? Mother-in-law cares for her younger relatives and only asked me to pay my respects. If Aunt Air feels too busy, I can help manage things, Shin Sueon said with a smile. Aunt Air snorted. What do you know? I don't know much, but Aunt Air can teach me, Shin Sueon replied slowly. The power of managing the household was what Aunt Air valued most. She had almost fallen ill when she had to give the most important part to Lu Yan. Now that Lu Yan was sent away, she regained control and would not allow Shin Swayan to compete with her. "I don't have time for that," Aunt Air said, waving her handkerchief and leaving without looking back. Watching Aunt Air leave in a hurry, even the maids couldn't help but laugh. "Madam, Aunt Air is really worried you might take her power," Mujin said. Shin Swayan smiled slightly. "What is sweet for one may be bitter for another." The maids surrounded Shin Swayan as they returned to the quiet courtyard. They happened to see Aunt Lin peeking outside, unaware that Shin Swayan and the others were right behind her. "Aunt Lin, are you here to pay your respects to the young lady?" Mujin called out. Aunt Lin jumped in surprise. Turning around and seeing Shin Swayan's half-smiling expression, Aunt Lin's face showed embarrassment. "I came to pay my respects, but I've been ill these past few days. Now that I'm better, I wanted to greet the young lady." "Just greet her. No need to act like a thief," Mujin asked. Aunt Lin forced a smile. "I just wanted to see if the young lady was here." "Come in," Shin Swayan said. Aunt Lin had indeed been ill recently. Especially after witnessing concubine Guan being taken away from the Liu family, she was frightened. Concubine Guan had only spoken disrespectfully to Shin Swayan a few times, yet Lu Yuan disregarded her brother's life-saving grace and sent concubine Guan away. Did he really value Shin Swayan that much? He couldn't stand even a hint of disrespect towards her. She felt her days in the Liu family would become increasingly difficult. The tasks ordered by Princess Guangning seemed impossible to complete. She didn't want to invite trouble. Under pressure, Aunt Lin fell ill. "Madam, this is a sachet I made myself," Aunt Lin said, handing a delicate sachet to Shin Swayan. Shin Swayan raised an eyebrow. "That's thoughtful. By the way, the new year is coming soon. You should choose some fabric so the embroiderer can make you some new clothes." Aunt Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Was there really such good news? Since becoming Lu Yuan's concubine, he had never given her any fabric or jewelry. "Young mistress, there is something I don't understand." Lin Yinyang hesitated for a moment before speaking carefully. "You shouldn't pry into things that don't concern you," Shin Swayan replied calmly. Lin Yinyang immediately fell silent. "Young mistress, I will take my leave now." After surviving in the palace for so many years, she learned that those who know when to be wise are truly clever. Watching Lin Yinyang leave with a sway of her waist, Shin Swayan suddenly thought of something. Lu Yuan seems to particularly like holding her waist. Lin Yinyang's waist is so slim. Does he like that? "Young mistress, you seem to have grown taller recently." Ban Jian pointed at Shin Swayan's skirt. "This outfit looks a bit short on you." Shin Swayan stood up and realized her clothes indeed didn't fit well. "It seems you need to make a few new outfits, or by spring, you won't be able to wear them," Ban Jian said with a smile. "Then let the seamstress take your measurements and make 2 spring outfits for each of you," Shin Swayan replied. The maids cheered happily. "Thank you, young mistress." The room was filled with joy. Lu Yuan strode to the door and paused when he heard the laughter. A clever little maid outside greeted him loudly. "Eldest young master, welcome back." The soft curtain lifted, revealing Shin Swayan's beautiful smile, like the dawn. Her voice was sweet and pleasant. "Husband, you're back." Lu Yuan replied quietly, his gaze shining brightly on her face. The maids discreetly filed out, knowing that the eldest young master wanted to be alone with the young mistress. It was time to start heating the water. "Have you finished all your tasks?" Shin Swayan poured a cup of hot tea for Lu Yuan. "All the cases related to Lord Onli have been resolved," Lu Yuan said. Shin Swayan was a bit surprised that he brought up the topic of Lord Onli himself. "I heard it was quite extensive," Shin Swayan asked softly. Lu Yuan didn't mind discussing the outside situation with her. She wasn't a sheltered person and needed to understand the outside world to avoid danger. Lord Onli used his relationship with the Chu family to form factions in court and, under the guise of legitimacy, collected wealth for the 5th prince. After a thorough investigation by the town suppression department, it was found that the 5th prince was unaware of it. Shin Swayan's heart sank upon hearing this. Lu Yuan's rough yet warm fingers gently traced her fingertips. Old Madame Chu is a decisive person. She went to the emperor to apologize, stating that the Chu family had misjudged people and had been used by Lord Onli. She voluntarily requested to have her title revoked and moved her family back to their hometown in Annam.
What?
Shin Swayan exclaimed, surprised, as she was unaware of such a significant event happening with the Chu family. Madame Chu just entered the palace today, so it's normal that you don't know, Lu Yuan said softly. Shin Swayan felt sad thinking about the fate of the Chu family in her past life. The Chu family was still implicated by Lord Onli. Over the years, the Chu family must have known about Lord Onli's actions. They were used, but they also turned a blind eye at times, Lu Yuan replied calmly. That doesn't mean they deserve death, Shin Swayan exclaimed. Well, the emperor hasn't executed the Chu family. Madame Chu still holds a high rank, but the emperor has allowed them to move back to Annan, Lu Yuan explained. Shin Swayan tentatively asked, does that mean the emperor plans to spare the Chu family? Sway, you seem to think the emperor intends to do something to the Chu family, Lu Yuan said in a low voice. Probably no one else thinks the emperor fears the Chu family. How did she figure that out? Shin Swayan couldn't say it was because of her memories from her past life, where the emperor had wiped out the Chu family and even the fifth prince had nearly been imprisoned. It was only thanks to the Empress Dowager that the fifth prince received a title, yet he still couldn't return to the capital. Shin Swayan said, the criminal we found at the Chu family last time seemed unusual. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. You're very perceptive, Sway. He held her close. Madame Chu is clever. Since the emperor allowed them to return to Annan, that gives the Chu family a chance. I'll go see Lear tomorrow and say goodbye properly, Shin Swayan said, feeling a bit emotional. Chu Qingli had been so good to her. She shouldn't be persecuted by Lu Heng. This time, there might finally be a different ending. Lu Yuan replied, the Chu family won't leave for Annan until spring, so you still have time. Shin Swayan smiled at him, feeling that he had secretly intervened to ensure the Chu family's safety this time. By the way, I met my father-in-law today, and he suddenly asked me about something from 2 years ago, Lu Yuan said casually. What was it? Shin Swayan asked, puzzled. 2 years ago, they hadn't even met Lu Yuan, let alone know what he looked like. Lu Yuan smirked slightly. He asked if I remembered saving the second daughter of the Shin family. Shin Swayan's eyes widened in disbelief. Then she understood why Shin Zhonglin asked Lu Yuan those questions, and a wave of shame and anger surged within her. Had Shin Zhonglin lost his mind? Was he really trying to send Shin Siyu to Lu Yuan as a concubine? Didn't he fear that it would infuriate their grandfather? The Shin family had always been a prestigious family of scholars. They had never had a legitimate daughter and a concubine serving one man. He was simply, utterly insane. How did you respond to him? Shin Swayan asked bitterly. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. I introduced the talented young men from the town protector's office to my father-in-law. He must be looking for a suitable husband for Miss Shanair. If he needs, I can bring all the unmarried men from the town protector's office to him for selection. Shin Swayan stared at Lu Yuan in shock, suddenly feeling all her shame and anger disappear. Did you not make him angry? Shin Swayan tried to suppress a laugh. Lu Yuan, how could that be? My father-in-law should understand my good intentions. If he doesn't like the unmarried men from the town protector's office, I can find him some from the army. There will surely be someone he likes. Yes, there will definitely be someone he likes. Shin Swayan hugged Lu Yuan's neck and kissed his cheek. He knew how to annoy Shin Zhonglin. She was very satisfied. Shin Zhonglin was so furious with Lu Yuan's lack of understanding that he almost spat blood. Others thought he had become the father-in-law of Commander Lu and would surely have an easy time in court, but instead, Lu Yuan made it so he could barely walk. If it weren't for Yi Jie, he wouldn't have humiliated himself by seeking out Lu Yuan. And what happened? Lu Yuan truly did not appreciate the situation. He needed to find a better husband for Yi Jie, someone much better than Lu Yuan. Madam, the master is in the study discussing matters you cannot. What matters could he possibly have?
Get out of my way.
The study door was kicked open, and Jiang looked at her with a face full of anger. What are you doing? You have no manners. Did I invite you in? Shin Zhonglin shouted at Jiang. Jiang sneered, and pulled out a ruler. Manners? You are pushing a concubine on your illegitimate daughter, making them share a husband. Is that your idea of manners? You shameless old man. Today I will take revenge for Sister Xiao. If she knew how you treated her daughter, she would haunt you as a ghost. Only then did Shin Zhonglin notice that the maid behind Jiang was holding Zhao's memorial tablet. He was furious, his fingers trembling. Jiang, you are crazy. You actually brought the memorial tablet here, you.
You.
I want to divorce you.
Divorce.
If you do, you are not a man. Jiang shouted. The ruler struck Shin Zhonglin mercilessly. Is Sui Sui really your daughter? How can you humiliate her like this? Do you think her marriage to Lu Yuan came easily? It was a bestowed marriage. You, an old fool, if you want to die, go hang yourself, but don't drag our whole family down with you. Shin Zhonglin cried out in pain from the strikes. Shrew. Stop it, you stop right now. Madam, please take care of yourself. The maids surrounded Jiang, fearing that Shin Zhonglin would retaliate and hurt her. Since Sui Sui lost her mother at a young age, as her father, you should not favor your illegitimate daughter over your legitimate one. She finally married a good man. Why do you want to ruin that? If I don't stand up for Sister Xiao today, I won't bear the Jiang name. I believe Sister Zhao's sadness is also your fault. If you didn't favor your concubine over your wife, would Sister Xiao be so unhappy? Jiang, you have lost your mind. Shin Zhonglin shouted in pain. Smack. A ruler struck his face, leaving a red mark. The old master, the old lady, and Shin Er-yi and his wife all stared in shock. Watching Shin Zhonglin flee with his hands on his head, he wanted to fight back but couldn't reach Jiang, as the maids protected her well. Father, mother, Jiang has gone mad. I want to divorce her. Shin Zhonglin cried for help upon seeing the old master. The old master looked sadly at his eldest son, whom he had raised with great hopes, but he didn't know when this son had become so unpleasant. Enough! The old master shouted angrily. You are truly embarrassing yourself. He pointed at Shin Zhonglin. If you dare to divorce your wife, then leave the Shin family and never come back. Shin Zhonglin stared at the old master in shock. Father, this woman has humiliated me so much. Can I not divorce her? Do you not know why your daughter-in-law hit you? You deserve it. The old lady scolded. Eldest brother, you have gone too far this time. Uncle, what you have done will hurt Sui Sui when she hears about it. You have favored Yi for so many years, and Sui Sui has never complained. But now that she is married, how can you act like this? It's because Yi has feelings for her brother-in-law and wants to be a concubine. Like mother, like daughter, Jiang said disdainfully, looking at Shin Zhonglin. Since childhood, you have given Yi everything she wanted. If one day she wants the stars, will you go pick them for her? Now you have lost all dignity. I ask you, as Sui Sui's real father, what have you given her? Jiang quickly stopped herself from saying something inappropriate. Jiang threw the ruler on the ground. Just wait for the Xiao family to settle this with you. Shin Zhonglin felt uneasy and didn't dare to look at the old man. He explained, I just wanted to ask if Lu Yuan remembers saving Yi Jia. I didn't say anything else. Good thing you didn't say anything, or I would be too embarrassed to face anyone, Jiang said with disdain. She turned to the two elders, grandfather, grandmother, I hit Shin Zhonglin today. Whatever punishment you decide, I will accept. You did nothing wrong. Just go home and take care of yourself, the old lady said, holding Jiang's hand. I will never treat this rude woman as my wife, Shin Zhonglin scoffed. The old man didn't want to see his son anymore and was helped away by Shin Er. What did I do wrong? Sui Sui has been raised by her grandparents since she was little. Yi Jia is a concubine and naturally not as good as her. Is it wrong for me to love her more? Shin Zhonglin shouted. But no one wanted to respond to him anymore. He knew that having Yi Jia as a concubine was not acceptable, but seeing his beloved daughter kneeling and begging him made him soften. What if Lu Yuan liked Yi Jia more? If they loved each other, the title might not matter as much. Like him and concubine Cheng, she never complained about being a concubine. He really didn't understand why Jiang was so upset. Sui Sui wasn't even her biological daughter. Besides, if Lu Yuan already had concubines, what difference would one more Jie make? She still had to treat Sui Sui as the main wife. Shan Zhonglin grumbled, and then realized everyone had left. Even the servants looked at him with disdain. Ouch, ouch. He was in pain all over and thought about finding concubine Cheng, suddenly remembering that both she and Jie were at the estate. He shouldn't have married that rude woman, Jiang. Jiang had taken her medicine and felt somewhat better after venting her frustrations. Tomorrow, you go find Sui Sui and tell her not to worry about her father causing trouble. Jie can never be the main wife, no matter who she marries, Jiang said. Really disgusting. Sister Xiao must have been blind to marry Shin Zhonglin, she added. Jiang scoffed, I was blind too. The next day, Shun's grandfather surprisingly wore his official robe, which was specially permitted by the emperor. Although he was retired, he still retained the robe for occasions when he would meet the emperor. This was the first time he wore this official robe after his retirement. Old lady, is he going to the palace? Jiang asked in surprise. The old lady patted Jiang's hand gently. What do you think? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang felt a bit embarrassed. She had slept well last night and felt energetic today. You take a few people to help the old master pack his belongings, the old lady instructed.
Huh?
Jiang felt confused, thinking the old lady planned to send Shin Zhonglin to the village for a while. Unexpectedly, along with the old master, there was also an order for Shin Zhonglin to be assigned to a post in Zhongnan. Shin Zhonglin looked pale, unable to believe that his father had actually gone to the palace to request this assignment for him. Jiang smiled happily. Dear, everything is ready for you. You can leave any time. With Shin Zhonglin's assignment, old Master Shin arranged Shin Siyu's marriage. She was to marry Ding Zhongshuan, who came from a humble background. The Ding family had once been prominent, but had fallen into decline over time. Is it really him? Shin Suiyan sighed softly. In her past life, Shin Siyu had also married Ding Zhongshuan, but by then he had already become a top scholar. Now he was likely still just a student. Ding Zhongshuan's father had been a student of old Master Shin but had unfortunately passed away young due to an epidemic while serving in an official position, leaving behind his young son and wife. Ding's mother raised her son alone, and they shared a strong bond. In her previous life, Shin Siyu had heard that after marrying Ding Zhongshuan, she did not get along well with her mother-in-law, but since Ding Zhongshuan had a successful career, Shin Siyu's life should have been quite good. Shin Suiyan did not go to see Shin Zhonglin off. She waited until he left for the capital before taking New Year gifts to visit old Master Shin and the old lady. Now that Jiang was pregnant, there were many details to handle for the new year, so she asked Mrs. Shin Er to help. Mrs. Shin Er initially thought Jiang, coming from a business background, would be overly focused on wealth and be shrewd, but after seeing how she defended Shin Suiyan by decisively dealing with Shin Zhonglin, she quickly grew to admire her. Jiang also appreciated Mrs. Shin Er's gentle and elegant demeanor, which she felt she could never emulate. The two got along very well. Shin Suiyan and Shin Siyu were in the main room, keeping the two elders company. Sui Sui's chess skills seemed to have improved a lot, Shin Siyu remarked, watching Shin Suiyan play chess with their grandfather. Did you notice? Old Master Shin asked with a smile. She used to win only 3 out of 10 games, but now she had already won 5. Shin Suiyan beamed. Next time, I'll defeat you all completely. Look at her being so proud. Old Master Shin chuckled, pointing at Shin Suiyan. Grandfather's sister, come try this sweet date cake I made. Shin Siyu called out. We want to eat too. 2 boys playing outside heard Shin Siyu's words and rushed in eagerly. They are Shin Siyu's younger brothers, one 10 years old and the other 8, and they enjoy playing in the main room, which keeps the 2 elders entertained. Where's Yao Ge? Shin Siyu asked them. Not sure. He lost at throwing arrows and is pouting, so he won't play with us, Shin Mingzhong replied. The 8-year-old Shin Minji took a big bite of sweet date cake, saying, he can't handle losing, so we won't play with him. Shin Suiyan raised an eyebrow at this. Shin Mingyao had been spoiled by Shin Zhonglin at home, but now that Shin Zhonglin was away, Aunt Chung and Shin Siyu were both confined to the estate. He would surely feel uncomfortable since no one was there to indulge him anymore. Old Master, young Master Xie has arrived, a maid announced from outside. Old Master Shin said, "Let Changyu in." Xie Changyu came to deliver New Year gifts. When he saw Shan Sueon there, he paused for a moment. "Madam Lu," he smiled and bowed. Young Master Xie, Shin Sueon returned the greeting, thinking she still hadn't found a chance to warn him about possible traitors in the Xie family's military camp. But how could she say it? She had never been to the camp, so how would she know about traitors? She feared that if she spoke up, Xie Changyu wouldn't believe her. "Is this the young Master Xie that Mother mentioned yesterday?" Shun Mingzhong whispered. Shin Siyu's cheeks flushed. "Did you eavesdrop on my conversation with Mother?" "I just happened to pass by and heard, sister." "That young Master Xie seems quite handsome and would suit you well," Shin Mingzhong winked. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll twist your ear," Shin Siyu said angrily. Shin Sueon understood their conversation and looked at Shin Siyu playfully. It seemed that Aunt Air wanted to match Shin Siyu with Xie Changyu. Her third sister was well-mannered and graceful, making her a good match for Xie Changyu. "Sister, don't listen to him," Shin Siyu explained, blushing. "I actually think Aunt Air has good taste," Shin Sueon replied. Shin Siyu stomped her foot in embarrassment and annoyance. "Xie Changyu has excellent character and a broad mind, like a clear sky after rain. Otherwise, grandfather wouldn't like him so much," Shin Sueon said with a smile. Shin Siyu bit her lip and quietly glanced toward the flower hall, just in time to see Xie Changyu talking to her grandfather. His profile was handsome and elegant, resembling the young man she remembered. In fact, she had seen Xie Changyu before leaving the capital. However, it seemed he had not noticed her. Every time he came to visit her grandfather, he only saw others. Shin Minji had already brought Xie Changyu to the courtyard and happily called out to Shin Suan and the others in the West Wing, "Sister, Brother Changyu is going to teach us archery." "This guy." Shin Siyu stomped her foot in frustration. Shin Suan chuckled and followed them out of the West Wing. To her surprise, she saw Lu Yuan standing outside the door, looking at her intently. "When did you arrive?" Shin Suan asked in surprise. "I happened to pass by and knew you were visiting your grandparents. I came to bring something for the old master and to pick you up," Lu Yuan replied. At that moment, Xie Changyu also came out. "Commander Lu." Lu Yuan's sharp gaze turned to him, and he nodded, "Young Master Xie." Shin Suan felt nervous as she remembered their tense relationship in the past. "Husband, let's go inside to see grandfather and grandmother first," she suggested. Lu Yuan looked at her deeply and replied, "All right." Old Master Shen had felt awkward about the visit from Shin Zhonglin to Lu Yuan, but now that his granddaughter's husband had come personally with a respectful attitude and brought a rare book he had been searching for, the old man's worries quickly faded. In a good mood, he invited both Xie Changyu and Lu Yuan to stay for a meal and even encouraged them to drink together. Shin Suan worried about them spending too much time together, but the old master seemed pleased to have them drink. What if a fight broke out? "I'll drink with young Master Xie." "Old master, you can have tea instead," Lu Yuan said as he took the wine cup from the old man's hand. The old lady shot him a glance. Dr. Zhou advised against any alcohol. "Today is a happy occasion. Just a little," the old master said, exchanging a knowing look with his wife. "You two keep an eye on him. He can't drink a drop," the old lady instructed the two young men. Shin Suan watched nervously from the side, unable to enjoy the meal. It seemed that there was no tense atmosphere between Lu Yuan and Xie Changyu. Although they weren't close, they seemed to get along well enough. Could it be that they hadn't become enemies yet? How did their conflict happen in the past? She pondered this question until they got into the carriage to go back. "Are you thinking about me or something else?" Lu Yuan asked as he pulled his distracted wife into his arms and playfully pinched her cheek. Shin Suan realized she was in Lu Yuan's embrace. She shifted to sit back, but Lu Yuan held her waist tightly, keeping her close. Lu Yuan gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke in a low, husky voice. "You have a high character and a generous heart, like a clear sky after the rain." It seems you hold Xie Changyu in high regard, madam. Shin Sueon. She had indeed heard that. I'm saying this for my younger sister's sake. Shin Sueon bit her lip, knowing that if Lu Yuan could hear her, she wouldn't say a single good word about Xie Changyu. What about me?
Lu Yuan asked.
Shin Sueon was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Lu Yuan pointed to her chest. In your heart, what kind of person am I? Do we really need to compare? Shin Sueon felt that Lu Yuan seemed a bit different from what she knew. Of course. You are a remarkable person, noble and handsome, the best husband in the world. Compliments are easy to say. It sounds like you don't mean it as much as when you described Xie Changyu. Lu Yuan gently nibbled her earlobe. Shin Sueon shivered, her eyes glistening as she looked at him. Lu Yuan kissed the corner of her mouth. I want to tell you something. What is it? Shin Sueon felt his breath enveloping her, her cheeks warming up. Today in court, Princess Guangning was reprimanded by the censorate. The two men she kept at her residence bullied others and occupied good farmland. The emperor ordered the execution of those two men and reduced her fief. If she makes another mistake, she could lose her title and land. Shin Sueon was astonished. Guangning is keeping men? Isn't she in love with Lu Heng? In her previous life, she had heard that Guangning kept men who looked like Lu Heng, but now she had fulfilled her wish to be with Lu Heng. Why would she still keep men? Lu Yuan smirked slightly. She has been keeping them at her residence for over a year. Princess Guangning is really quite a character. Shin Sueon thought for a long time before giving her compliment. She harms you, yet you praise her. You truly have a broad mind, madam, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Shin Sueon raised an eyebrow, her bright black eyes scanning Lu Yuan. How did the censorate find out about Guangning keeping men? No one noticed for so long. Someone must have reported it. Lu Yuan replied. She probably offended too many people. Shin Sueon knew it had to be him. The local authorities knew everything, and the censorate wouldn't just randomly reprimand Princess Guangning at this time. Among the good farmland occupied by those two men, 50 acres belonged to the wet nurse of the Minister of Revenue. He reported it to the capital, and this will involve the princess, Lu Yuan said casually. What a coincidence that it was discovered at this time. At the Yao family's birthday banquet, Lu Yan took the blame for Guangning, who was lightly punished with house arrest and a salary cut. Was Shin Sueon not angry about this? Of course, she was unhappy, but she knew that with her current abilities, she was not qualified to confront Guangning. However, the impeachment from the censorate truly hurt Guangning's foundation. It was likely that even concubine Yao and the second prince would face some consequences. Did my husband really do nothing? Shin Sueon asked quietly. Lu Yuan chuckled softly. The deputy minister of revenue is on the empress's side. All he needed to do was reveal the existence of two lovers, and naturally, good land would fall into their hands. Shin Sueon held Lu Yuan's face. How should I properly thank you? Anything you want? Lu Yuan asked in a low voice. Why don't you tell me first? Shin Sueon replied cautiously, sensing that his question might lead to trouble. Lu Yuan's warm lips brushed against her earlobe. Your fire prevention manual has several positions. Shall we try them tonight? That fire prevention manual? She clearly had asked the maid to burn it. I have a thicker one, more suitable for couples. Lu Yuan seemed to see through her thoughts. Shin Sueon took a deep breath. Stop talking. Lu Yuan said seriously. Then I won't say anything. Doesn't the lady prefer something more straightforward? Someone should just hit him. Shin Sueon covered her face, not wanting to talk to him, wishing to go home quickly. Tonight, he could sleep in the study. As soon as the carriage stopped, Shin Sueon tried to escape from his arms, but Lu Yuan pulled her back, adjusting her clothes. There are people waiting for us outside. Who? Lu Yuan took Shin Sueon's hand and got out of the carriage, where they saw Mama Zheng standing in front with a forced smile. Young master, young mistress, the old master and old lady have been waiting for you for a while. Please come to the main room. After finally enjoying a few peaceful days, what trouble was brewing now? Shin Sueon walked obediently beside Lu Yuan into the main room. In the hall, besides the two unmarried daughters and Lu Wei from the second branch, All the main members of the Liu family were present. Oh, Liu Yan had been sent to the Bai family's old residence, but Princess Guangning, who had been absent for several days, had returned. Was this a call for accountability? We finally have you here, Mrs. Liu glared at them. Liu Yuan led Shin Sueon forward to greet them, calm and composed. Grandfather, grandmother, has something happened at home? Liu Yuan, the grievances in the inner court are small matters. As a man and the commander of the town's defense, seeking personal revenge is the act of a petty person. Today, the censorate has impeached Guangning. Are you the one stirring things up behind the scenes? Lu Heng stood up and coldly questioned. Stirring things up? Lu Yuan looked sharply at Lu Heng, his voice cold and mocking. Am I forcing the princess to keep lovers?
Or
did I deliver the seized farmland to those two lovers? Guangning appeared dejected, lacking her usual arrogance, like a puppet that had lost its spirit, with her head down and silent. Lord Lu said solemnly, if it's not you, can you find out who is trying to frame the princess and clear her name? Why should I do that? If the princess has grievances, she can appeal to the emperor. What does it have to do with me? Lu Yuan replied indifferently. Lord Lu angrily said, we are all family. If the princess is framed, it's also a frame against the Lu family. You are part of the Lu family. Can you just stand by? Shin Sueon glanced coldly at Lord Lu. When did he consider Lu Yuan family? She realized that this whole family was worried about the princess being impeached and feared that the emperor would dislike her and implicate the Lu family, so they wanted Lu Yuan to use his position to help the princess. I have no connection with those two. I just took them out of pity at another residence. I never had any. I didn't expect someone would use them to frame me, Guangning said, raising her red eyes. Is it really about framing me or the Lu family? Lu Yuan, can you see that? Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. The emperor reducing your fief punishes Her Highness the princess. What does it have to do with the Lu family? You dare to scheme against my wife. How can you have the face to ask me to clear your name? Not revealing your other matters at this time is already giving enough face to the second prince and the imperial concubine, Your Highness the princess. As Lu Yuan's icy words fell, the hall fell silent. Guangning raised her swollen, tear-filled eyes, filled with resentment and malice. She couldn't believe that the impeachment had nothing to do with Lu Yuan. He actually wanted to impeach her for that wretched Shin Sueon. Didn't he fear offending the empress and the second prince? Lu Yuan ignored Guangning's gaze and calmly looked at Lu Heng. You were once an esteemed official. The emperor speaks with authority. Do you really think he would wrong his own daughter without evidence? Do you want me to clear her name because you believe the emperor is mistaken, or do you want me to go against his will? You've taken all the benefits for yourselves. Your calculations are truly clever. Hearing Lu Yuan's piercing words, Grandpa Lu's face turned red with anger. Together we rise. Together we fall. Is it wrong to ask for help for family? Grandpa Lu asked. That depends on the matter. The princess's situation doesn't involve the Lu family. The worst that happened is that Lu Heng was mocked for being cuckolded. So what? People will gossip for a few days, and then it will be forgotten. Lu Heng's face turned pale and then flushed as he glared coldly at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan glanced at him. Thinking of making a move? That would be quite a challenge. The princess keeping a lover isn't new, right, Princess Guangning? Lu Yuan smirked, throwing out one harsh comment after another. Princess Guangning felt a deep resentment. She shouldn't have provoked Lu Yuan. This wicked man wouldn't give anyone face. He only followed the emperor's orders and wouldn't help her clear her name. I was framed in this matter, Commander Lu. We will meet again in the future, and there will be retribution, Guangning said coldly. Lu Heng, with a grim face, stopped speaking. Today, upon learning that the censorate was accusing Guangning of keeping a lover and allowing them to seize the land of the common people, he felt utterly humiliated. He wished he could divorce the princess. The ministers looked at him with sympathy, which only added to his shame and anger. Yet, he had to endure the disgust and help Guangning navigate this situation. Only by overturning this case could he prove Guangning's innocence and avoid becoming a laughingstock. It wasn't just him. The entire Duke's residence wanted Guangning to be cleared of this matter. The Duke's reputation was now tied to Princess Guangning. Grandpa Lu felt this most deeply. Today, a good opportunity that should have been his was given to someone else by the Minister of Revenue. Lu Yuan, the Lu family has raised you for so many years. Now, we only ask you to secure a future for the Lu family. Can't you handle this small matter? Grandpa Lu asked through gritted teeth. If I do as you wish, the Lu family will have no future. Would my father agree? Lu Yuan asked expressionlessly. Grandpa Lu thought Lu Yuan was deliberately avoiding responsibility and glared at him in anger. Enough. This matter has already been concluded. The emperor is upset, so do not make any unnecessary moves. Duke Lu finally spoke in a deep voice. He looked around at everyone and said sternly, I have called you all here today to issue a warning. You are all members of the Lu family. When you are outside, your actions represent the Lu family. Remember, everyone shares in the family's honor and shame. The family's decline starts from internal conflicts. Instead of using cunning methods for shameful matters, you should think about how to support your husband's future. It is embarrassing for a prominent family to have such a scandal. Don't you feel ashamed? I am quite embarrassed. Guangning's eyes were cold as she lowered her head and pressed her lips tightly together. Mrs. Lu also looked displeased. Although the Duke did not name anyone, everyone knew he was referring to Guangning and Lu Yan. One was her daughter-in-law, and the other was her daughter. She felt humiliated. The Duke looked deeply at Guangning and asked, Princess, is the Emperor keeping you confined in the princess's residence? Grandfather, I will take the princess home, Lu Heng said calmly. Lu Yuan held Shin Suion's hand and left the main room with ease. Shin Suion did not say a word but felt indignant for Lu Yuan. They needed Lu Yuan's help, yet they showed no respect for him as family. What's wrong? Lu Yuan asked softly. They are not treating you well, Shin Suion replied with a frown. Lu Yuan smiled lightly, his eyes cold. I am used to it. This is how I have interacted with them over the years. Now is not the time to split from them. If I confront them, it will make things difficult for you in the Lu family. Suion, I ask you to bear with it. If you don't want to deal with them, just ignore them and let Shirqing handle everything. They already dislike me, Shen Suion said. Even if Lu Yuan had a good relationship with them, they would still make things hard for her. Lu Yuan recalled her previous engagement with Lu Heng and smiled faintly. Lu Heng had done one thing right. If he hadn't been entangled with Song Xiuji, there would have been no marriage decree. In a few days, we will stay at the villa for a while. We have been married for some time, but I haven't spent quality time with you, Lu Yuan said. Okay. Luyun Courtyard. Mrs. Lu was furious. Upon returning to Luyun Courtyard, she tore her completed chrysanthemum painting to shreds. Don't let it affect your health. Why bother with such petty people? Mr. Lu comforted her. If it weren't for Guangning, would Yen be facing such disgrace? I have lost all my face. From now on, when I go out, people will point and say my daughter-in-law keeps a lover and my daughter is having an affair. Mrs. Lu closed her eyes, imagining various scenarios. She felt as if she were living in despair and never wanted to go out for social events again. It's not that serious. People outside will talk for a few days, and then it will pass, Mr. Lu said, comforting her by holding her shoulders and helping her sit down. Besides, Princess Guangning is the daughter of concubine Yao. Those people won't dare to gossip about her. Mrs. Lu scoffed. They may not dare to speak about Princess Guangning, but they can mock your son. The censure of Princess Guangning by the censorate must be the work of Lu Yuan. He wants to get back at Shin Suion, Mrs. Lu said angrily. Mr. Lu's expression darkened. That scoundrel should have been dealt with long ago. Then why did you bring him back? Mrs. Lu asked, filled with hatred. Mr. Lu looked away. He's too troublesome. I can't get rid of him. Is his birth mother still alive? Mrs. Lu inquired.
She's dead.
She won't appear before you, Mr. Lu quickly replied. He turned away, not wanting to continue the topic. If she was dead, why would he be worried about her showing up? Mrs. Lu felt a sense of mockery in her heart. She knew Lu Yuan's birth mother was still alive, and Mr. Lu was not telling the truth.
I'm tired.
Let Furong attend to you, Mrs. Lu said wearily. Then you should rest well. I'll come to have breakfast with you tomorrow morning, Mr. Lu said, thinking he was being considerate. Mrs. Lu turned her face away. He had spent the night with another woman and would come to embrace her with dirty hands in the morning. Just thinking about it made her feel sick. Your Highness, you should rest early. Lu Heng escorted Guangning to the princess's residence and turned to leave. Guangning reached out to stop him. Prince, where are you going? I'm going to the front yard. There are still some matters to handle in the study, Lu Heng replied coldly. Those matters can wait. It's getting late. Stay here, and I'll have some food prepared for you, Guangning said softly, her gaze filled with affection. Lu Heng felt nothing but disgust. He pulled his hand away from Guangning. No need. Guangning was hurt by his actions and expression, and in anger, she scolded, Lu Heng, what do you mean by that? I mean nothing, Lu Heng replied impatiently, unwilling to say another word to Guangning. Guangning firmly held his hand. Those two men are not lovers. Didn't you know that during our wedding night? I married you as a pure woman. So what? Were they not the ones you kept in another residence? Lu Heng asked coldly. He even heard others discussing how those two men resembled him, which made Lu Heng feel even more disgusted. Guangning initially wanted to keep them around because they looked like Lu Heng. At that time, she thought Lu Heng would marry Shin Suan, and having someone who resembled him to drink with her would be nice. As time passed, she grew fond of the two men, treating them like pets and occasionally sending them on errands, not knowing it would lead to trouble. If others don't believe me, why don't you? We are husband and wife, Guangning said, looking at Lu Heng's cold face. She knew that if she didn't clarify things today, their relationship might be hard to repair. Lu Heng brushed her hand away. Do you really see me as your husband? Am I not just a servant at your beck and call? You can have me killed or keep a lover. You are a noble princess, and you can do whatever you want. Are you still holding a grudge against me for killing the wine cellar? Guangning stared at Lu Heng intensely. If I killed your two lovers, wouldn't you hate me? Lu Heng asked coldly. Guangning tugged at his sleeve again, her voice softening. If you want to kill, go ahead. I won't mind. My heart only belongs to you, and you know that. Lu Heng thought of Song Xiuji and their two unborn children, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. He wanted to give up and completely sever ties with Guangning. If it weren't for this marriage, his life wouldn't have changed. He would still be the admired official.
But now?
As long as he was a prince consort, he had no place to stand, and even his grandfather began to favor Lu Yuan. Otherwise, his grandfather wouldn't have stayed silent today, not even offering a word of support. So you really have feelings for that woman. Now I understand why Shin Suan wanted to break off the engagement with you, Guangning said, seeing Lu Heng's silence as confirmation of his feelings for Song Xiuji. If I had known this, I should have had her killed sooner. Lu Heng's gaze turned icy as it landed on her face. He silently smirked and decisively turned to leave. Lu Heng. Guangning's heart raced. She knew that if Lu Heng left today, they would no longer be a couple. No matter how much she called out to him, he didn't look back. If you leak even a word about my relationship with the prince consort, I will have your heads. Guangning threatened the palace servants, holding back her tears. These servants were arranged by Consort Yao, and they remained calm, kneeling and responding respectfully. Shin Suan finally had time to meet Zhao Juling. Actually, Zhao Juling does not have a surname yet. He only has the name Juling given to him by the old monk. It is said that he later took the Zhao surname after recognizing a sworn brother in his business travels. Qinglu settled Zhao Juling in the yard behind the bookstore. This place is quite secluded, and usually no outsiders come in, except for the shopkeeper who brings some books to the back. The young boy, who was once bullied and barely alive, has healed over the past few days. His wounds have scabbed over, and there is some color returning to his face. He behaves like a cornered animal, wary and defensive towards anyone. Don't be afraid. Our young lady has come to see you, Qinglu said without approaching him, standing by the door. The 15 or 16-year-old boy, looking more like a 12 or 13-year-old due to long-term hunger, has amber eyes as clear as gems, glaring fiercely at Shin Sueon. Shin Sueon looked at him, and the image of the deep-thinking Zhao Juling, who had once held wealth and power, overlapped in her mind. "I had someone rescue you," Shin Sueon said, meeting his fierce gaze. "The old monk once helped me, so I am saving you as a way to repay him. But if you want to continue living, you will need to help me. I don't keep idle people." Hearing Shin Sueon mention the old monk, Zhao Juling was taken aback. It had been a long time since anyone had brought up the old monk to him. He was the last warmth he had in this world, buried deep in his heart. "What do you want me to do?" Zhao Juling asked uncertainly. He felt useless, unable to even take care of a horse, often called a fool by others.
Can you read?
Shin Sueon asked. Zhao Juling nodded. The old monk had taught him to read and write. Shin Sueon replied, "Right now, you can't do much. After you recover, I will tell you what to do. Just spend your time reading in the bookstore. You can read all the books here." Zhao Juling looked at Shin Sueon in surprise. She actually allowed him to read? "They say I am a lowly servant and unworthy of reading," Zhao Juling said quietly. Shin Sueon replied, "Books are not divided by status. If you take them seriously, they have their own value. Do you have a contract with the boss of the tavern?"
she asked.
Zhao Juling shook his head. "I am not a." He had simply ended up there, bullied and with nowhere else to go, seeking survival in the tavern. Shin Sueon smiled. "Good. What do you want to do most?" Zhao Juling looked up at her and said firmly, "I want to make money. Once he has a lot of silver, no one will look down on him again." "No, besides making money, you also need a status, Juling. Do you want to take the imperial examination?"
"What?"
Zhao Juling looked confused, doubting if he heard correctly. Shin Sueon said, "After spring, I will hire a teacher for you. I know the old monk taught you how to read. You just wasted some time." Before becoming a monk, the old monk was already a scholar, but after a family crisis, he lost hope and became a monk. Zhao Juling scoffed, "I'm not as smart as you think. Others study hard for 10 years and still might not pass. I'm just asking you to give it a try. I'm not saying you have to pass," Shin Sueon replied. "What debt does the old monk owe you that makes you help me?" I don't owe you anything," Zhao Juling said through gritted teeth. Shin Sueon smiled. "But from now on, I will be your benefactor, and I will wait for your gratitude." On the way back, Ban Jian looked at Shin Sueon several times, wanting to say something. Shin Sueon chuckled. "What do you want to ask?"
"Miss, I
don't remember an old monk helping you," Ban Jian said quietly. She still couldn't understand why the young lady would ask Qing Luo to save that boy, who seemed so wild and unsettling. "That's true, I never met that old monk. I just had someone inquire about him," she replied. Ban Jian looked at her in confusion. "This Juling is not an ordinary person. I want to help him. He may be useful in the future," Shin Sueon explained. "Miss, what you're doing now seems different from before," Ban Jian said softly. Having served Shin Sueon for many years, she noticed the changes in her. The young lady used to care a lot about the reputation of noble families, spending her days studying household management or reading ancient texts to improve her knowledge, or attending various tea gatherings. But at some point, she seemed to lose interest in those things and had declined several tea parties recently. "Actually, it's not that different. I'm just focusing on more important things now," Shin Sueon said, patting Ban Jian's hand. Ban Jian smiled and nodded. Whatever the young lady does is right. In the following days, the Liu family quietly prepared for the upcoming festival. However, Mrs. Liu fell ill again. This time, she was genuinely unwell. Shin Sueon went to attend to her illness and saw Mrs. Liu's pale and haggard face, her voice weak. "I don't need you to attend to me. Just pay your respects and go back, Mrs. Liu said without looking at Shin Sueon, dismissing her casually. "Madam, please focus on your recovery. My daughter-in-law will come to greet you again tomorrow." Shin Sueon was happy to be at ease, but still pretended to look worried. She ran into Mrs. Liu outside. Mrs. Liu had faced difficulties with Shin Sueon before and didn't want to argue now, so she just huffed and walked past. She swayed her hips as she entered the room and saw Mrs. Liu drinking medicine, unable to suppress a sigh. Sister-in-law, you are too lenient with your daughter-in-law. Why not let her take care of you? She seems too comfortable as your daughter-in-law. Well, after all, there's a barrier between us. If she doesn't genuinely care, forcing her to stay will only lead to more complaints. Mrs. Lu swallowed the bitter medicine and slowly ate some sweet dates. Mrs. Lu sneered, a child born out of wedlock is still a child born out of wedlock. Whether she is sincere or not, just let her serve you. Enjoy the benefits of being a mother-in-law. Mrs. Lu didn't want those benefits at all. Sigh. Our family was doing well, but ever since Shin Sueon married in, one misfortune after another has followed. Mrs. Lu sighed again. Yuan Jie has been harmed because of her. If it weren't for her, would there be so many issues with Yuan Jie and the princess? Mrs. Lu's expression darkened. Sister-in-law, don't be upset about the princess. She is a high-ranking princess, and you can't scold her like a mother-in-law. You can only hold in your frustration. Second sister-in-law, are the third master's couple returning? Has someone tidied up their courtyard? Mrs. Lu interrupted her. Nothing she said was pleasant to hear. The more she listened, the more distressed she became. Mrs. Lu's chatter suddenly stopped. Oh, trouble is coming. The Duke ordered the third master and his wife to return, and it wasn't just for the new year. They hadn't been back in years, and now they chose this time to come. I heard the Duke wants the third master to stay in the capital for work. Mrs. Lu spoke softly, her expression calm. Our eldest master is currently in the Ministry of Revenue. After the new year, he might get promoted. If the princess supports him, he might even become a minister. What about the second master? He is still in the military doing a minor job. If the Duke fully supports the third master, then the second master will have even less chance. Mrs. Lu's expression changed repeatedly.
How could that be?
The eldest and second masters are both legitimate sons, while the third master is a child born out of wedlock. If the Duke valued him, he wouldn't have let him stay in Su Bei for so many years. Mrs. Lu replied, the Su Bei army is the largest in the Yong dynasty. The third master is already a deputy general and has several military achievements. You've forgotten, haven't you? The third master's concubine is the Duke's favorite. If she hadn't died early, we wouldn't even know who would be living in the main house now. I think, by then, the power of the housekeeper might fall into the hands of the third branch. Mrs. Lu Er suddenly stood up. That can't happen. She worked tirelessly to manage all the affairs of the Lu family, and she would never agree to let a concubine from the third branch take advantage. I am naturally on your side, but the Duke's decisions cannot be changed by anyone in this family, not even the old lady, sighed Mrs. Lu to sister-in-law. You should prepare yourself. Big sister, we're on the same side. When the third branch returns, we must not let them benefit, said Mrs. Lu Er. Mrs. Lu just smiled, slightly, of course. I have things to attend to, so I'll visit you again tomorrow, Mrs. Lu Er said, unable to sit still as she needed to discuss with her husband. No matter what, they couldn't let the third branch take their advantages. Watching Mrs. Lu Er hurriedly leave, Mrs. Lu Da's expression became serious, her gaze cold and distant. 2 days later, the long-absent third master of the Lu family finally returned. Also returning were the wife and daughter of the third master. The old lady Lu's face was dark, and seeing the Duke, who couldn't hide his excitement this morning, made her mood worse. She disliked the presence of this third master, as it reminded her of his concubine, a woman, delicate and beautiful, who, despite being the daughter of a trader, carried herself with an air of superiority, showing no signs of being a concubine. She almost made the Duke consider divorcing his wife for her. Duke, please control your excitement. You have more than one son, the old lady said with a cold smile. The Duke's expression changed, and he looked at the old lady with a complex gaze. How can you speak like that? Isn't he calling you mother? Huh. Lu Chui calls her mother reluctantly, and it makes her feel sick. Because of Lu Chui, she despised all illegitimate sons. Third master, the third madam has returned, a maid announced from outside. The Duke didn't care about his wife's feelings and looked eagerly towards the door. A tall figure appeared. The third master looked different from his brothers, resembling his concubine more. His enchanting eyes held a hint of charm, but years of battle had added a fierce aura to him. He was the most resilient and resourceful among his 3 sons, and now had the brightest future ahead. The Duke felt a pang in his heart, thinking that he had finally lived up to her expectations. She didn't let her son be spoiled and wasted. Shin Sueon had a very faint impression of the third master of the Liu family. At this time in his previous life, he had not returned. The old lady of the Liu family despised this illegitimate son greatly, and the Duke had kept him in the north, secretly caring for the third master of Liu behind the backs of the others in the Duke's household. Shin Sueon had only seen the third master at the Duke's funeral. By then, he was already the general of cavalry in the north. "I have met father and mother," the third master of Liu said as he stepped forward to pay his respects. "Just returning is good. Was the journey smooth?" Duke Liu's voice was gentle, his gaze lingering on the third master's face, as if he were reminiscing about someone through him. The third master was respectful, but also distant. "Everything went smoothly, father. This is..." Duke Liu looked at the woman beside him holding a child. He didn't mind his son's polite distance. It was normal after so many years apart. "This is my wife, Wan, and my daughter, Liu Yaoyao," the third master said. Wan knelt to pay her respects. "I greet you, old master and old lady." The old lady frowned and glanced at her.
Wan?
There were no prominent families with that surname in the Yong dynasty. This woman likely came from a low background. However, a hint of surprise flashed in Duke Liu's eyes as he scrutinized Wan. "Who are you?" Duke Liu asked in a deep voice. "Father, although she is from the Southern dynasty, she is not related to the Wan family there," the third master said, stepping forward to protect his wife. Everyone present, except for the old lady, straightened up, their gazes focused on Wan. She held her daughter tightly, standing confidently beside the third master, showing no fear. "Come, let me hold Yao Yao and take a look," Duke Liu said, no longer inquiring about Ruan's background, instead happily looking at his granddaughter. When his younger son married, he allowed freedom in marriage. Whoever he married, the Liu family had to accept. "Old master, the third sister-in-law is home for the first time as a new bride and hasn't yet served tea to you 2 elders," said the second madam of Liu. The first madam smiled lightly, as if she were indifferent to everything. "Then let's serve tea first. In a couple of days, we will open the ancestral hall and pay respects to our ancestors." Duke Liu nodded. The old lady had remained silent. She didn't even want to drink tea from this illegitimate son's wife. She shot an annoyed glance at the second madam, who was trying to join in. The second madam was confused, not knowing what had upset her mother-in-law. Anyone with an unclear background can be brought into the family. It truly runs in the blood. Lady Liu took the tea from Mrs. Wan with a dismissive glance. "Just drink the tea and stop talking so much," Lord Liu said irritably. Lady Liu didn't even drink the tea and set it down heavily. "What did I say wrong? I've never even heard of your family, so why should I care?" Lord Liu held back his anger. "Today is the first day our third son is back. It's a family reunion, so stop looking for trouble. Yuan Jie is suffering elsewhere. How is this a reunion? To you, it seems the children born from lowly origins are the closest," Lady Liu said bluntly, wanting to vent her frustrations. Even though concubine Li had passed away, she died at her most beautiful, leaving a lasting impression on Lord Liu, making her son his favorite. When concubine Li was favored, Lady Liu lived in constant fear of being demoted from wife to concubine. Later, she realized that Lord Liu would never demote her. Concubine Li had misled her, causing constant conflict between them. Compared to concubine Li's madness, she was more knowledgeable and understanding, easily winning Lord Liu's heart. Lady Liu couldn't help but resent concubine Li and her son, wishing she could eliminate them herself. After all these years, why does mother still humiliate her own son? "I feel sorry for my 2 brothers," the third son said with a mocking smile. Lady Liu glared at him. "What did you say? Don't you think I am the most important to father? That means your children are not as good as me." My concubine mother comes from a family of traders, but 5 years ago, the emperor cleared her family's name. The Leaf family is a respected family with a long history. I wonder what kind of family you come from that is considered lowly? Lord Lu shouted angrily. Lu Chuyi, don't be so reckless. Third brother, speaking like that about your mother will bring shame. The second son frowned. Whether one is filial or not depends on the person, the third son scoffed. Lord Lu stepped forward and grabbed the third son's collar. The third son easily tightened his wrist and stepped back. Brother, I'm no longer a child you can bully. Do you think you can still beat me? The third son asked. He was 10 years younger than Lord Lu and had been beaten or scolded when he was younger, unable to fight back. Now he is trained on the battlefield for many years, is strong and skilled, and even if both Lord Lu and Lord Lu Air come at him together, he can still break their legs. Lady Lu was so angry that her face turned purple. You dare to rebel and hit your older brother. Lord Lu San protected his wife and child behind him and said to Duke Lu, since we can't pretend to be a loving family, why did you call me back? It might be better to take this chance to split the family. I won't step foot here again. Enough, Duke Lu shouted. He pointed at Lady Lu and said coldly, San is my son. If you think he is lowly, then how noble can your children be? Before you insult others, think about yourself. Hearing the Duke's harsh words, Lady Lu felt shattered. How could he say such things about her child? And you, Lord Luda, do you really think you can beat San? Don't humiliate yourself. Lord Luda felt embarrassed and angry, glaring at Lord Lu San. San, you've traveled a long way and must be tired. Take your wife and daughter home to rest and come back for dinner later. Lord Lu San cupped his hands, picked up his daughter, and took his wife's hand as he walked out confidently. As Ruan looked up, she saw Lord Lu Yuan and his wife standing at the back, her gaze lingering on Lord Lu Yuan's face for a moment before quickly turning away. This brief moment of distraction caught Shin Sueon's attention. Did this Aunt Sen know Lord Lu Yuan from before? You're not young anymore. Why are you getting more foolish? What nonsense are you saying in front of San's wife? Duke Lu vented his anger at Lady Lu. What did I say wrong?
His wife isn't from a small family.
Lord Lu, made a face at his mother. The Yuan family of the Southern Dynasty is a prestigious family. All their queens come from the Yuan family. Even if they are a branch family, no one dares to say they are small. Lady Lu said softly. Lady Lu's face changed colors, from pale to flushed. She only thought that the Yuan family didn't exist in the Yong Dynasty and didn't realize they were from the Southern Dynasty. You let San marry someone from the Southern Dynasty? Isn't that from an enemy country? Lady Lu's eyes flickered, not daring to look at Duke Lu. Duke Lu sneered. You think you're so great, knowing the Southern Dynasty is an enemy? Do you know that 3 years ago, the Yong and Southern Dynasties formed an alliance? That is my son. If you insult him, you're insulting me. If you can't stand him living in the Duke's residence, you can move out. After saying this, Duke Lu left with a wave of his sleeve. He wants to drive me away for a concubine son. The old lady Lu rolled her eyes and fainted. As Shin Suan stepped out of the main courtyard, she couldn't help but exclaim, I thought my husband was already infuriating, but it turns out that my uncle is even more formidable. Lu Yuan. Shin Suan realized that she was too filial and too concerned about reputation. To deal with the Lu family, the one who cares less about face will win. Like Uncle Lu, he doesn't care about being filial. He made his biological mother so angry that she fainted. She felt a deep respect for Uncle Lu. Lu Yuan chuckled as he helped her fasten her cloak and handed her a hand warmer. Uncle has endured a lot of hardship. He survived in the north through blood and struggle. I thought it was tough for you in the Lu family, but I didn't expect the old lady to hate Uncle so much. It was as if she saw an enemy, disregarding all decorum. The old lady's hatred for Aunt Lee and Uncle is irreconcilable. If she makes things difficult for Aunt San in the future, we should help if we can, Lu Yuan said softly. When he was young and faced hardships in the Lu family, Uncle had once lent him a helping hand. Although Uncle was not doing well at that time either, they were two pitiful souls supporting each other to survive. Shin Suan looked at Lu Yuan's handsome profile, like a finely carved jade. Their fates were similar. If he hadn't fought for himself, how could Lu Yuan have reached his current position as a commander in such an isolated and helpless Lu family? She suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for him, wondering what he had gone through to achieve the status he had today to stand against those people. "How did you become a commander?" she asked, feeling a bit nervous. They had only been married for a short time, and Lu Yuan might not want to share his past with her. Lu Yuan wrapped his long arm around her slender waist and slowly walked toward the quiet courtyard. "When I was young, I studied at the clan school, but the teacher didn't pay much attention to me. They didn't care whether I learned well or not. The men of the Lu family had to learn martial arts, so I learned riding and archery from a coach who had come back from the battlefield. Once, the emperor wanted to test the martial skills of noble youths at the hunting grounds. My grandfather sent Lu Heng to participate, but Lu Heng had a terrible stomach ache that day, so I had to take his place. That time, I happened to save the fourth prince from being injured by a wild boar. The emperor then let me join the Imperial Guard, and after a few years, I entered the town guard office." Lu Yuan spoke lightly about his life, but Shin Suan understood that behind his calm words lay many heavy struggles. He is where he is today because of his own hard work. If it were someone else, they might not achieve as much as you have. Perhaps when faced with humiliation and neglect, they gave up on themselves. Lu Yuan smirked, a hint of cold mockery in his eyes. "Maybe I just got lucky." Shin Suan rarely heard him make self-deprecating remarks, and she looked at him in surprise, soon understanding. Someone must have said that his favor with the emperor was due to chance. Even if Lu Heng hadn't been unable to attend due to his stomach pain, with your abilities, you would have succeeded one day. Over the years, Lu Heng has participated in many hunts with the emperor. If he were truly capable, he would have already gained the emperor's attention, Shin Suan said seriously. Lu Yuan looked down at her. "Do you think he is better than me?" Shin Suan answered without hesitation, "Of course not. Given the same opportunities and status, he can't compare to you." No one had ever said he was better than Lu Heng. In everyone's eyes, he had only received the emperor's attention because Lu Heng had given it to him. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened as he pulled her tightly into his embrace. "Husband," Shin Suan exclaimed, quickly glancing at the servants behind them. The maids wisely stopped and turned their heads away. Lu Yuan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "Sui sui, sui sui." Shin Suan was puzzled by his sudden excitement and tugged at his sleeve. "It's cold outside. Let's go back inside." "Okay." Lu Yuan held her hand, occasionally glancing at her with a bright smile in his eyes. The atmosphere between them was warm and affectionate. After they walked further away, Lu Heng emerged from behind a rockery. His expression was dark and cold as he stared intently at their retreating figures. He had heard Shin Suan's words. Why did someone's feelings change so quickly? Not long ago, she had personally made osmanthus cake for him, looking at him with warmth and admiration. Just because he helped Song Xiuji, she decided to break off their engagement. He always thought she was playing hard to get, trying to force him to compromise. He never considered breaking off the engagement. Since childhood, he had known he was meant to marry Shin Suan. Even now, he still believed that even if she married Lu Yuan, her heart would still belong to him. The things she said last time must have been said in anger. But seeing her with Lu Yuan today filled Lu Heng with unprecedented anger, and a feeling he had never experienced before. Jealousy. How ridiculous. How could he possibly be jealous of Lu Yuan? Second young master, I finally found you. The master has been looking for you and you. The maid panted, having searched for a long time before locating the second young master. I know, Lu Heng replied, his gloomy expression fading. Wow, third brother's temper is worse than a dog's, Mrs. Lu said with a smile as she served tea. She was no longer worried about the impact of the third brother and his wife returning after today's events. Mr. Lu was busy with his cricket fighting when he heard her words. He frowned and looked up. Don't blame the dog. I think dogs are more gentle than you. Mrs. Lu shot her husband a fierce glare. Do you think third brother's wife has any connection to the Yuan family from the Southern Dynasty? Mrs. Liu asked quietly. Mr. Liu replied, no matter how powerful the Yuan family is, they are still from the Southern Dynasty. Don't provoke third brother. He's a rough man who won't hesitate to fight. As long as they don't covet what they shouldn't, why would I provoke him? Mrs. Liu huffed. Mr. Liu continued with his crickets, don't worry. Even if you covet, it won't matter. This duke's residence will never belong to you. It's for your elder brother. Not a word she wanted to hear. Mrs. Liu rolled her eyes. Can't you have some ambition? I do. My ambition is to hope for a division of the family, for my father to care for me more, and for me to receive a bit more wealth, so we can live better. Mr. Liu chuckled. Mrs. Liu suddenly stood up and threw his cricket to the ground. All you see is money. It's fine if you have no future, but what about our two sons' futures? Do you want them to be as useless as you? Even Lu Yuan is a commander in the town's defense. Our sons can't be worse than him. Mr. Liu exclaimed, quickly checking if his cricket was hurt. My treasure. He complained, are you crazy? How can you compare him to Lu Yuan? He's even worse than Lu Heng. I have nothing more to say to you, Mrs. Liu said angrily. This family still relies on her to keep it going. Mr. Liu looked at his son, who wore a gloomy expression, feeling both disappointed and pained. Is Princess Shang making you suffer this much? Mr. Liu asked in a deep voice. Father, you don't understand my bitterness, Lu Heng replied softly. Mr. Liu said, then don't regret it. Seek a new path. The past cannot be changed. Lu Heng closed his eyes in pain. He wouldn't regret it. If anyone should regret, it should be Shin Sueon. What did he have to regret? I am your father. You shouldn't trust too much between you and the princess. But Heng, a princess is still a princess. Even if she makes mistakes, it doesn't change her noble status. The emperor's punishment is just for show. The woman with the surname Song, you should treat it as a fleeting romance. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Lu Heng's eyes. Father, did you think the same way about Lu Yuan's mother? Mentioning Lu Daye's greatest shame brought a look of deep disgust to his face. I had no feelings for his mother. I never intended to keep him. Heng, you cannot be compared to him. Lu Heng once thought he was more noble than Lu Yuan, who could only look up to him. Father, I have married the princess. There will be no bright future for me. Even my grandfather is starting to support Lu Yuan. If I had known this, I wouldn't have bothered to take the top exam. Lu Dayi was pained to hear his once ambitious son speak such discouraging words. You must not think like that. Although you are now a prince consort and cannot hold a high position, the emperor still keeps you in the Ministry of Rights, which shows he still trusts you. Just wait for the right opportunity, and you will have your chance to rise again. Lu Heng looked at his father in confusion. Your grandfather wants to support the fifth prince, but I see that the emperor favors the second prince more. You have married Princess Guangning, which naturally brings you closer to the second prince. If you seize the opportunity to gain his trust, you could achieve great things in the future, Lu Dayi whispered. If my grandfather finds out, he will definitely disagree. Lu Heng frowned. He had once been a chamberlain and understood the emperor's attitude toward the second prince. He had advised his grandfather not to get involved in the struggle for the throne, but his grandfather had not listened. Moreover, the second prince needed the Lu family's influence in the military. What good would it do if he sided with the second prince? Your grandfather is getting old, Lu Dayi said softly. Lu Heng frowned and remained silent. Be sure to speak nicely to the princess. It's the new year, and you should bring her back. Otherwise, how will the palace view you? Do you really want to stay in the Ministry of Rights forever?
Lu Dayi urget.
Yes, father. Lu Heng felt a bit lighter in his heart. But thinking of what Shin Sueon had said to Lu Yuan earlier still made his heart ache. Shin Sueon lay softly on the edge of the bathtub, feeling exhausted. She felt sorry for the man who worked so hard for her. She shouldn't have let Lu Yuan take out the fire avoidance map. When he falls asleep, she plans to throw the fire escape map into the charcoal stove to burn it completely. Lu Yuan doesn't feel tired at all. He has just enjoyed a delightful moment, feeling relaxed both physically and mentally. He holds Shin Sueon's face and kisses her, carrying her back to bed. Shin Sueon wraps herself in the blanket, wanting to keep her distance from him.
Sueon, I wanna.
Don't think about it, just don't. Shin Sueon replies with a muffled voice. Lu Yuan is taken aback. I want to take a walk with you tomorrow. We need to prepare some New Year gifts. Shin Sueon covers her face, too embarrassed to speak.
Ah.
Lu Yuan laughs loudly, pulling her and the blanket into his arms. He holds her face and kisses her lips. Shin Sueon's pupils shrink as she feels his warm breath. She thought she would dislike him kissing her. In her past life, after seeing Lu Hung kiss Song Xiuji, she would feel nauseated whenever he tried to kiss her. Lu Yuan's kiss is gentle, lingering, and passionate. But those in love can appreciate the beauty of mutual support. Right now, she just doesn't dislike him. Can you ride a horse? Lu Yuan asks in a low voice. Shin Sueon bites his chin. I want to sleep. Lu Yuan chuckles softly. After the new year, there's a spring hunt. I want to take you with me. Where do you want to go? This man is really too mischievous. Shin Sueon doesn't want to talk to him anymore. Lu Yuan finally stops teasing her, and they both sleep soundly. The next day, when Shin Sueon wakes up, Lu Yuan has already gone to court. Shin Sueon thinks, I should visit the old lady. She was so upset yesterday. I need to check on her today. There are many servants in the main house attending to the old lady. Lu Yin and Lu Rong are taking turns feeding her medicine and massaging her legs. Mrs. Lu is comforting the old lady. Don't hold a grudge against that unfilial child. It will only upset your health. The one who cares is the second master. After the second master returned yesterday, he couldn't eat or sleep well, always thinking of you. The old lady favors her youngest son the most, and hearing how much the second master cares for her brings her comfort. Old lady Lu. If he wants to make me angry, he can dream on. Grandmother, the medicine is getting cold, Lu Yin quietly reminds her. Mrs. Lu complains, you can't even feed her medicine properly. You're useless. Yes, Yin, if you can't feed her medicine, let the second aunt do it. Otherwise, if it gets cold, it won't work, Shin Sueon says as she walks in and takes the medicine bowl from Lu Yin. Second aunt, when it comes to taking care of the old lady, no one in the whole house compares to you. Otherwise, why would the old lady like you so much? Shin Sueon hands the medicine bowl to Mrs. Lu. Madame Lu glared at her. What are you doing here? Shin Sueon turned to the old lady. Madam, you look much better today. You have so much free time. Why don't you go set some rules at your mother-in-law's place? Madame Lu frowned. They say the Shun family is a scholarly family, and the daughters should know the rules best. Were you just pretending to be obedient in front of me before? Shun Sueon replied, you used to be so kind to me, always holding my hand and saying you liked girls like me. Now that I am your granddaughter-in-law, it seems you don't like me as much. Madame Lu looked at Shin Sueon in disbelief. How could she say such a thing? Did the old lady not realize why she no longer liked her? I thought you would marry. The old lady was so angry she sat up, ready to scold Shin Sueon. But she was interrupted by a maid outside. Madam, the third lady is here. Madame Lu straightened up unconsciously and turned to look at the door. What is she doing here? Who let her in? Tell her to leave, the old lady said with disgust. Madam, it's just the third lady. Why not see if she has any connection to the Wan family from the Southern Dynasty? Madame Lu whispered. The old lady had already figured out the background of the Wan family yesterday. With that illegitimate son, how could he possibly marry a girl from the Southern Dynasty? Wan was walking slowly with her daughter, Lu Yaoyao. She was still quite young, and although her skin wasn't as fair as that of a young lady, it was very healthy and vibrant. Her eyes were lively and clear. Yesterday, she had stood quietly beside Master Lu San, but seeing her again today, Shin Sueon felt that Wan had a boldness that was uncommon among young ladies. Although she hadn't heard what happened between Master Lu San and Wan in her past life, based on Master Lu San's future achievements, she believed Wan played a significant role in it. Who let you in? Get out. The old lady showed no respect for Wan, chasing her away in front of the younger generation. Wan bowed slightly, seemingly unaware of the old lady's anger, and still smiled as she said, I just found out this morning that the old lady was ill. My husband went to the military department for work, so I came to visit you on his behalf. What's wrong with the old lady? I know a bit about medicine. Would you like me to take a look? The old lady, fearing that Juan would harm her, suddenly raised her voice. Don't come any closer. Grandmother, don't be afraid. Mommy will just give you a little acupuncture, and you'll feel better. Lu Yaoyao spoke in a soft voice and reached out to hold the old lady's hand.
Slap.
The old lady swatted her small hand away in disgust. The delicate back of Lu Yaoyao's hand turned red instantly. With her big, dark eyes filled with tears, Lu Yaoyao stood trembling in place. The room fell silent. Everyone looked at the old lady in disbelief. How could she hit such a small child? Oh dear, such a young child. So delicate. Please don't hurt her. We should call a doctor. Shin Suan stepped forward to pick up Lu Yaoyao. She couldn't openly criticize the old lady, so she just said a few words to make her uncomfortable. The old lady felt a bit regretful for hitting Lu Yaoyao in her moment of anger. But no one dared to speak up, especially with Shin Suan's strong presence. Did they really need a doctor for just one slap? Mrs. Wan felt a pang of sympathy, but it quickly faded. She looked at the old lady with indifference, picked up a bowl of cold medicine, and stirred it slowly with a spoon. Since the old lady can't accept us mother and daughter, it must be our fault. But all parents care for their children. As a mother, you must understand the feelings of parents. What exactly do you want to say? The old lady asked with a frown. Mrs. Wan smiled. Fortunately, you are the legitimate mother of the third master. If it were someone else who dared to touch Yao Yao, I would have broken their legs. All the people I've dealt with in Su Bay would have been for nothing. Gasps filled the room. Mrs. Lu stammered, third sister-in-law you have killed before? To survive in Su Bay, how could one get by without taking lives? Mrs. Wan replied gently, with a smile. The old lady's throat made a choking sound. Do you dare to threaten me? Old lady, I married the third master, so you are my mother-in-law. If I didn't marry him, what would you be to me? What is there that I can't do? Mrs. Wan chuckled lightly. I am easy to get along with as long as no one harms my family. Unlike the third master, I can be quite ruthless. After saying this, Mrs. Wan glanced at the bowl of medicine. The medicine is cold now. It can't be drunk. She placed the bowl back on the table, crushing the spoon in her hand into powder. Oops, I'm used to handling knives and guns. Sometimes I just apply too much force, Mrs. Wan said with a smile. The old lady and Mrs. Lu stared at the bowl, their faces shifting from pale to flushed. Mrs. Wan walked over to Shin Suan. Yao Yao, let's go home. Mom, my hand hurts a lot. Lu Yaoyao pouted, tears streaming down her face. Shin Suan glanced at her slightly swollen hand, feeling sorry for her. Let's go home, put some medicine on it, and then I'll take you out to buy roasted chestnuts, Wan said. Lu Yaoyao quickly wiped her tears and jumped into Ruan's arms. Okay. She turned to grab Shin Suan's hand. Sister, you come too. Wan said, Yao Yao, you should call her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, where is big brother? Lu Yaoyao asked curiously. Shin Suan chuckled. He went to work and will be back later. Sister-in-law, let's go. Lu Yaoyao insisted, not letting go of Shin Suan's hand. Old madam, I'll take Yao Yao home now, Shin Suan said, bowing slightly to the old lady. Shin Suan didn't want her to stay here and didn't care about her leaving. But after they left, old Madame Lu trembled, pointing at the medicine bowl. Did she really crush the spoon? Old Madam, I saw it with my own eyes. She is terrifying. If she can crush a spoon, breaking a neck would be just as easy, Mrs. Lu said, her face pale with fear. She recalled if she had said anything inappropriate in front of Wan. If Wan disregarded the old lady, she certainly wouldn't care about her sisters-in-law. Old Madame Lu touched her neck, her eyes rolling back. She might really fall ill. Quick, go call a doctor, Mrs. Lu exclaimed. Lu Rong and Lu Yin exchanged worried glances, both retreating to a corner. Aunt San and sister-in-law are so impressive. Calling a doctor wouldn't affect Shin Suan and Wan at all. Wan invited Shin Suan to their courtyard to talk. I was in such a rush yesterday that I didn't have time to bring you the leather prepared by Third Master, Wan said with a smile. You and Third Uncle are elders. We, as juniors, should have come to pay our respects earlier, Shin Suan replied. Wan set her daughter down, allowing her to walk ahead. She glanced at Shin Suan. You came out with me like this? Aren't you afraid of angering the old lady? Even if I care for her day and night, the old lady won't think much of me, Shin Suan said, her situation in the Liu family not much better than Ruan's. Wan chuckled lightly. I didn't expect to find someone who understands my struggles at home. Unfortunately, I don't have Aunt San's skills, Shin Suan said, genuinely admiring Ruan. Ruan replied, if you want to learn, I can teach you, but your husband might not want you to endure such hardships. Although Shin Suan had never met anyone from the Ruan family of the Southern Dynasty, she wondered if a family of such high status would allow their daughters to practice martial arts and go to battle. Besides, this was in the north. She thought the Ruan family might not be the same as the Southern Dynasty's Ruan family. Has Aunt San met Liu Yuan? Shin Suan asked with a smile. Yesterday, when the Ruan family first saw Liu Yuan, there was a subtle change in their expression that Shin Suan noticed, as if they were quite surprised. Weren't you just with him yesterday? He has been protecting you, and anyone can see he is a caring husband, Ruan said, her gaze steady, showing no unusual reaction when mentioning Liu Yuan. Shin Suan felt she might be overthinking things. Looking at the entire Liu family, Liu Yuan's situation was most similar to that of Third Master Liu. Third Master Liu had also helped young Liu Yuan, but after so many years apart, anything could have happened. Although the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Shin Suan was still cautious about being completely open with the third branch. She only shared the current situation of the Liu family with Ruan. Ruan listened attentively, analyzing the current state of the Liu family in her mind. Before she and Third Master Liu returned to the capital, she had already gathered some information. What intrigued her most was Shin Suan's decision to break off her engagement. For a woman to take such a step was not easy. Before returning, she had imagined Shin Suan as a bold and capable woman. However, upon meeting her, she found her different from what she had imagined. This delicate and graceful girl was not weak in her actions. Ruan found herself quite fond of Shin Suan. Shin Suan also sensed Ruan's kindness and arranged to go out with her to the market the next day. In just a few days, it will be New Year's. The streets are lively now, and when the New Year comes, there will be decorations everywhere and various festivities to enjoy, Shin Suan said. Ruan's eyes brightened. That sounds much livelier than in the north. Just then, a maid came in to report that the Duke and Third Master Liu had returned and asked the family to gather in the main room. Shin Suan's heart sank slightly, worriedly glancing at Ruan. Could it be that the old lady was complaining, and now they would trouble the third branch again? Yao Yao, does your hand still hurt? Ruan gently asked her daughter, who was playing nearby. It doesn't hurt anymore, Liu Yao Yao replied, raising her small, fair hand. The swelling had gone down after applying medicine. Ruan smiled and said, Daddy is back. Let's go find him. Upon hearing that the Duke had returned, the elderly lady quickly got out of bed. Today, the Ruan family frightened her so much that if they didn't let her kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days, she would have to part ways with such a fierce woman. In the main hall, Duke Liu was smiling widely, feeling happier than he had in a long time. Father, what's making you so happy? I could hear your laughter from outside, said Second Master Liu, walking in gracefully and greeting Third Master Liu with a smile. Master Liu followed closely behind, but his expression was not as pleasant. Being from the palace, he naturally knew what had happened today. Once everyone is here, I'll share some good news with you, Duke Liu said with a smile. Soon everyone arrived. The elderly lady looked pale and pointed at Third Master Liu, ready to burst into tears. Second daughter-in-law, please arrange a banquet tonight to welcome Third Master back. Have someone go to the princess's residence and invite her and Liu Heng to join us, Duke Liu instructed. The elderly lady was speechless. She was nearly furious, but still had to host a banquet for them. Duke Lu didn't notice his wife's expression. Seeing that most of the family had gathered, his smile grew even wider. Third Master achieved great merit in the north, and today the Emperor is very pleased, promoting him to General Guangwei, Duke Lu said, laughing joyfully. Third Master Lu, who was originally a cavalry officer, had now been promoted due to his achievements. If he accomplished one more feat, he could quickly rise to the rank of senior cavalry officer. It was not easy to be promoted in the military, and the Emperor clearly valued Third Master highly. Congratulations, Third Master. What did you do to earn such a promotion so quickly? Second Master Lu, oblivious to his wife's and mother's displeased expressions, cheerfully congratulated Third Master Lu. Third Master Lu cupped his hands, saying, "It's all thanks to the Emperor's grace. My little achievements are nothing significant." Duke Lu stroked his beard with satisfaction. He had worried about the future of the Lu family due to the matter with Princess Lu Heng, but now that Third Master had achieved military success, he saw hope for the family's future. Not a word about your return yesterday, Third Master. Do you not trust us? Master Lu glanced at Third Master Lu, feeling an indescribable frustration. He understood his son's feelings. Seeing someone of lower status suddenly gain military merit and recognition from the Emperor was indeed hard to accept. Third Master Lu replied calmly, "Everything I do is to protect my family and country. I never thought about earning merit. If the Emperor says I have, then that is my merit. In short, today is a good day. Third brother, you must stay humble and diligent, continue to work hard, and be careful. The battlefield is dangerous, so take care of yourself," Lord Lu said solemnly. Third Master Lu stood up and cupped his hands. "Yes. Can you disrespect your mother just because you achieve military merit?" Old Madame Lu suddenly spoke sharply. "Have you asked what your good daughter-in-law has done today?" Third Master Lu narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Mrs. Ruan, feeling a bit worried. Mrs. Ruan gently shook her head at him.
What are you angry about now?
Lord Lu frowned, displeased, as he glared at his wife. Old Madame Lu sneered. "Who am I to be angry? I'm afraid someone will break my neck." "Enough. Speak properly," Lord Lu scolded. "If you don't believe me, ask second brother's wife. Sisters Rong and Een are here too, and they were scared as well," the old lady called out. Since childhood, Lu Een and Lu Rong had been treated like invisible people. Lord Lu's sharp gaze turned to Second Madame Lu. Second Madame Lu smiled awkwardly. "It's just that third sister-in-law is stronger than we expected. We've never seen anything like it," and the old lady was a bit scared. "Dad, Grandma hit me today, but I didn't cry. I was very good." Lu Yaorao suddenly squeezed out from behind Mrs. Ruan and ran towards Third Master Lu. The little chubby girl barely reached Third Master Lu's knee, looking fair and adorable. Her tender voice made everyone's heart soften. Third Master Lu picked up his daughter and sat her on his lap, noticing a slight redness on her little hand and a faint smell of medicine. "You hit such a small child?" Lord Lu asked in disbelief, glaring at Old Madame Lu. Old Madame Lu, embarrassed and angry, replied, "I only tapped her hand. It doesn't hurt." "It hurts," Lu Yaoyao pouted, looking like she was about to cry. At that moment, Mrs. Ruan stepped forward. "It's my fault." Yaoyao wanted to show concern for her grandmother, but didn't know the rules, and went too close. She deserved the tap on her hand. "I didn't teach her well, and lost my temper, breaking a spoon. Please punish me, old madam. Then go kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days and reflect." Old Madame Lu immediately huffed. Third Master Lu calmly said, "She should go to the ancestral hall." "Father, I think tomorrow would be a good day. Why not move my stepmother's memorial tablet back to the Lu family ancestral hall tomorrow?" Third Master Lu suggested. "What did you say?" Old Madame Lu and Lord Lu exclaimed in shock at the same time. Shin Sueon couldn't help but gasp inwardly. What a dramatic and intense way to provoke someone. Third Master Lu really knows how to frustrate Old Madame Lu. Old Lady Lu hated Aunt Li all her life. After Aunt Li passed away, she firmly refused to allow Aunt Li's tablet to be placed in the ancestral hall. The Duke argued with her about it, and he didn't return to the main house for half a month. However, old Lady Lu did not dare to oppose the Duke on other matters. This was the one issue she was willing to fight for. The Duke, fearing the scandal of favoring a concubine over his wife, had no choice but to agree to her wishes and place Aunt Li's tablet in Qingjuan. No one expected that Third Master Lu would bring it up again at this time. Third Master often dreams of Aunt Li being all alone and without a place to go.
This has troubled him.
If we could bring Aunt Li's tablet back to the Lu family ancestral hall, she wouldn't have to remain without a resting place for so many years, Juan said softly. Be quiet. You have no say here, old Lady Lu said fiercely. If we can't bring my aunt's tablet back to the ancestral hall, then let my father divide the family. We will worship my aunt's tablet ourselves, Third Master Lu replied. Old Lady Lu was eager for a division. She didn't want to see Third Master Lu. Dividing means? Absolutely not. The Duke raised his voice, instantly silencing everyone. The Duke glared angrily. Dividing the family would weaken the Lu family's power. Currently, the most favored by the emperor were Lu Yuan and Lu Chui. If they separated, how could the remaining members of the Lu family restore their glory? Old Lady Lu opened her mouth, ready to scream. If they didn't divide, she would rather die. If you want to seek death at this time, I will send you back to your family, where you can live out your days, the Duke said coldly, cutting off her voice before she could cry out.
You.
Father, there has never been a concubine's tablet placed in the Lu family ancestral hall. If we set this new precedent for military merit, won't that blur the lines between legitimate and illegitimate children? Old Master Lu said in a deep voice. Old Lady Lu snorted. That's right. Madame Lu suddenly glanced in the direction of Shin Suan, thinking of something. If Aunt Li's tablet could enter the ancestral hall, then Lu Yuan might follow suit. He was already a commander in the Jinfu division, and no one knew how far he could go in the future. If that happened, it would be more disgusting than swallowing a fly. For the first time, Madame Lu deeply understood old Lady Lu's feelings. The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children must not be blurred. Tomorrow, I will discuss the best solution with our clan uncle. Third Master, let's not talk about this today. Lord Lu gently looked at his young son. Third Master Lu only smiled sarcastically. It seems the Lu family only wants to enjoy the glory from his military achievements, yet still looks down on him, the son born of a concubine. Their selfish and cold nature hasn't changed at all. Third, some things are destined, like your status. Don't demand what you can't have, Lord Lu warned. What I want, I will fight for myself. I'm not useless. Third Master Lu scoffed. Lord Lu's expression changed. Lu Qi, if you can't speak properly, then leave the Lu family. Third Master Lu immediately stood up, acting as if they were eager to keep him in the Lu family. A royal decree has arrived, a sharp voice called from outside. Lord Lu raised his eyebrows. Why is there a decree at this time? Is it because Third Master achieved military merit, and they want to reward our Lu family? Lady Lu asked excitedly. Quick, go receive the decree, Lord Lu said with a smile. Even old Lady Lu hurriedly had her servants change her into formal attire, feeling energetic as she walked swiftly to the front yard to receive the decree. Accompanying the was Lu Yuan. His gaze passed over the crowd and landed on Shin Suan, his eyes darkening with hidden amusement. Old Lady Lu knelt behind the Duke, wondering what reward the Emperor would give the Lu family. Listening to the read the decree, which praised Lu Qi, she felt impatient but dared not show it, fearing it would be seen as disrespectful to the Emperor. Finally, the reading was almost done. Her eyes brightened. The family is blessed with a son, granting the Li family a title, bringing honor to the household.
What?
Old Lady Lu exclaimed. Did she hear wrong? Or did they make a mistake? The smiled without sincerity, Duke's wife. Do you have an issue with the Emperor's decree? Old Lady Lu's face turned pale, unable to speak. Lord Lu quickly regained his composure. I accept the decree. General Lu, the Emperor appreciates your filial piety and grants your birth mother a title. You can rest assured in Subei now, the said cheerfully. Thank you for the Emperor's grace. I am deeply grateful, Third Master Lu said, bowing towards the palace. Yuan stepped forward to hand a red envelope. Thank you for your hard work. Third Madam Lu, you are too kind. Commander Lu, we will take our leave now, the said, smiling at Lu Yuan. Once all the palace maids had left, Lord Lu angrily asked, Third brother, you already asked the Emperor for a decree and requested to bring back Lady Li's memorial tablet on purpose, didn't you? Third brother did not request such a decree. I was present at the time, the Duke replied solemnly. He hesitated for a moment, then turned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, what is going on? Lu Yuan replied calmly. The Emperor had a sudden whim and wanted to fulfill Third Uncle's wish. How would the Emperor know about Third Brother's wish? Lord Lu looked at Lu Yuan with cold eyes, unless someone mentioned it in front of the Emperor. Now that Lady Li has a title, husband, even if we don't bring her back to the Lu family's ancestral hall, it's still. Madame Yuan said softly. The Duke immediately insisted. She must be brought back. If the palace knew that a titled lady's memorial tablet was still in Qingwan Temple, they would think poorly of the Lu family. Old master, old madam, the banquet is ready, the steward cautiously reminded them. What's the point of a banquet? Old Madame Lu was so angry, she felt like crying. The Duke glanced at her. If you don't want to eat, then go back to your room and don't come out again. Lord Lu stepped forward to support the old madam, his anger burning inside. Sure enough, as long as Third Brother was back, their father would start favoring him again. Shin Suian had already come to Lu Yuan's side. Ever since Third Master Lu returned, her presence in the Lu family had almost disappeared. She truly admired Third Uncle for being able to make the old madam and the main branch so angry. If Third Master Lu had returned in her previous life, her days in the Lu family would not have been so difficult. Back in the main hall for the banquet, Lu Heng and Princess Guangning finally returned. The two walked side by side. Lu Heng remained cool and reserved, his handsome face showing no expression, while Princess Guangning smiled brightly, seemingly unaffected by the earlier accusations. Your Highness, everyone greeted Princess Guangning. She raised an eyebrow and glanced at the crowd, recalling the teachings of concubine Yao, and tempered her temper. We are late. Thank you all for waiting. Lu Heng learned that Third Master Lu had achieved military merit, not only being promoted to general, but also securing a title for Lady Li. He remembered that his grandmother despised Lady Li and her son the most. Now that Lady Li had a title and was to have her memorial tablet brought back to the Lu family's ancestral hall, wasn't that like stabbing a knife into her heart? Everyone at the welcoming banquet had their own thoughts. Lu Yuan seemed indifferent and served Shin Suian several of her favorite dishes. Shin Suian smiled at him. After witnessing such a good show today, her appetite was quite good. Lu Heng sat across from them, watching their interaction closely. A strange bitterness rose in his heart. This scene was truly painful to see. What are you looking at? Guangning asked coldly beside him. Lu Heng averted his gaze, lowering his eyelids to hide his chill. If it weren't for his grandfather and father's demands, he would never have gone to bring Guangning back to the Duke's residence. Do you regret it? Guangning smirked. If Shin Suian hadn't broken off the engagement with you, you might have had a lovely wife and concubines by now. Princess, be careful with your words, Lu Heng replied expressionlessly. Guangning took a sip of her drink. Am I not speaking the truth? You dared to keep a woman who sells wine, thinking Shin Suian would tolerate you and your actions. Unfortunately, she wants to break off the engagement. Lu Heng's expression turned cold. That's because of the Emperor's arranged marriage. Guangning narrowed her eyes at Lu Heng. Do you really think Shin Suian would marry you without the Emperor's blessing? Indeed, Lu Heng believed that Shin Suian, who had admired him for so many years, would not suddenly fall for Lu Yuan. How could Lu Yuan compare to him? Prince, you think it's dirty for me to keep a lover, but isn't it dirty for you to have a mistress? Guangning laughed, her expression somewhat unhinged. Her laughter was uncontrolled, drawing the attention of others. Lu Heng wrapped his arm around her shoulders. The princess is drunk. I will take her back. Your Highness, Drinking too much is harmful. You shouldn't have too much alcohol, Duke Lu said gently. Guangning set down her cup. It's fine. I'm happy today and had a few extra drinks. I hope I didn't ruin anyone's mood. Lu Heng tightened his grip, feeling a chill in his heart. Holding Guangning made him uncomfortable. He didn't want to touch her. Guangning seemed to sense his thoughts, sadness, and pain spreading within her. She deliberately leaned into his embrace. Prince, then please take me back. Uncle Lu exchanged a glance with Lu Heng. Go ahead. Lu Heng suppressed his disgust and helped Princess Guangning to her feet. I will take the princess back, Lu Heng said softly. As they left the main room, Lu Heng immediately released Guangning as if she were a hot potato. Lu Heng, you're not even pretending anymore. You think I won't do anything to you, right? Guangning felt hurt by the coldness in his eyes. She now had mixed feelings of love and hate for this man. The princess is of noble birth. Naturally, she can do as she pleases, Lu Heng replied lightly. If you think it's dirty for me to keep a lover, then isn't it dirty for you to have a mistress? Guangning asked with a cold smile. Lu Heng closed his eyes, trying to suppress his disgust. Princess, our Lu family is still a noble house. As long as you give us some face, I won't interfere with whatever you want to do in the future. Guangning replied, Are you saying that I can keep a lover outside, and you'll just turn a blind eye?
Lu Heng said, Exactly. Haha.
Guangning laughed loudly. As she laughed, tears began to fall. What a broad-minded prince you are, she said, looking at him with a mix of sadness and sarcasm. His indifference to her having a lover showed he had no feelings for her at all. Lu Heng, you are such a hypocrite. I can have a lover, but you, Lu Heng, cannot have a mistress. You can only be with me in this lifetime. If you dare to have anyone else, I will make sure they suffer. For everyone you have, I will take one away. Lu Heng's face changed colors as he coldly stared at Guangning. I must see when you will truly love a woman, and if you will care if she is harmed, Guangning said before leaving with a manic laugh. The maid following her felt a chill as she hurried behind. Lu Heng frowned deeply. He had always thought Guangning was willful, but he never expected her to act so crazily. He stood there for a long time, feeling a sense of helplessness in the vast Lu family, where he had grown up. Young master, Lu Mo approached him quietly. We haven't found Lady Song. I've searched along the river, and the fishermen downstream have found nothing. Young master, Lady Song might still be alive. Lu Heng's eyes flickered slightly. Send someone to the pharmacies to inquire. She is pregnant, and if she is hurt, she will definitely seek a doctor. I will find out if any young pregnant women have been to see a doctor, Lu Mo replied immediately. Be careful. Don't let anyone find out, Lu Heng instructed. Lu Mo hesitated for a moment. Lu Heng looked at him coldly. What else is there?
Speak.
I found out that the princess knows Lady Song is at the painting boat, likely related to Miss Chu. The princess met with Miss Chu in the palace before sending someone to the painting boat, and Miss Chu mentioned it then. It's her. It must be her. Lu Heng's eyes darkened. It was definitely Shen Suian who instructed Chu Qingli to do this. She could not tolerate Song Xiuji being by his side.
Go now.
I understand the situation, Lu Heng said coldly. If Song Xiuji died, he would not let Shen Suian go unpunished. In the quiet room, Shen Suian was showing several pieces of leather that one had sent to Lu Yuan. Aunt San is very generous. This good material is perfect for making a cloak. I'll make one for you, and with the rest, I'll make you a pair of boots, Shen Suian said with a smile. Sounds good, Lu Yuan replied, his gaze deep. These pieces of leather are too dark. When spring hunting comes, I'll find you a white fox fur. Okay, Shen Suian replied. Have you met Uncle San's concubine? Shen Suian asked calmly. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. I saw her a few times when I was young. What was she like? Shen Suian was curious. It must be something special for the old lady to hold such deep resentment. When I was a child, I thought she was like a fairy. She liked to wear white clothes and spoke softly. She even sent someone to bring me warmth during winter when I had no charcoal fire, Lu Yuan said. Aunt Lee was a daughter from a noble family of the previous dynasty, carrying an air of elegance, always appearing peaceful and uncontentious, somewhat similar to the current Mrs. Liu. However, Mrs. Liu felt distant and proud, while Aunt Lee always gave off a gentle and kind warmth. No wonder the old lady resents her, Shen Sueon said. She leaned closer to Lu Yuan's husband. I think Aunt San is impressive too. She crushed a spoon handle with her bare hands and wants to teach me martial arts. Lu Yuan looked down at her. Do you want to learn martial arts? Shen Sueon smiled. I can't learn those extraordinary skills, but being able to protect myself would be great. I can teach you. No need for anyone else, Lu Yuan said immediately. Then teach me when you have time. Shen Sueon smiled. Lu Yuan gently squeezed her waist, wondering how someone with such a soft and delicate waist could practice martial arts. She would be very tired. With the emperor's new decree, there was almost no objection in the family regarding bringing Aunt Lee's memorial tablet back to the Liu family ancestral hall. The old lady pretended to be ill and refused to appear again. However, this did not affect the Duke's decision. Within a day, Aunt Lee's memorial tablet was brought back, and after spring, a ceremony was planned for her. The old lady and the two madams finally stopped watching Shen Sueon, as they had a common enemy now, Ruan. Shen Sueon enjoyed a few relaxed and carefree days ahead. Fu Zhu also brought her the latest news about Song Xiuji. Song Xiuji had run away. After confirming that her pregnancy was fine, she quietly left the clinic but did not leave the capital. Instead, she hid in Qingju Temple. Song Xiuji claimed that she and her new husband were robbed by bandits, and in her panic, she got separated from him. The kind sister-in-law at Qingju Temple took her in and settled her in the backyard, Fu Yu said. That's quite clever, Shen Sueon replied. Who would have thought Song Xiuji would hide at Qingju Temple? Lu Heng's people sent to find her would likely have a hard time locating her. Just bribe a sister-in-law to keep an eye on her. You don't need to watch her yourself, Shen Sueon whispered. Since Song Xiuji had survived, there was no need to pay her any more attention. If she could just wait a few more months, when Song Xiuji gave birth to the pair of twins, that would be what she looked forward to the most. Young lady, Princess is here, Ban Jian hurried in, looking a bit anxious. Don't be scared. Shen Sueon patted her hand. The princess wouldn't come to her for trouble. Ning Shuang and Fu Yu came to stand by Shen Sueon. Shen Sueon stood up and walked out of the inner room, where Princess Guangning was in the courtyard, examining her simple garden. I have met the princess, Shen Sueon said with a gentle smile, bowing slightly. Although you don't have as many precious flowers as the madam, it looks more comfortable here. Guangning raised an eyebrow at Shen Sueon. Shen Sueon replied, It's all thanks to the gardener. Guangning let out a dismissive sound as she walked into the hall. I came to see you, and you don't seem surprised at all. Since we both live in the Duke's residence, and you are a lady of high status, it's not strange for you to visit me, Shen Sueon said. Shen Sueon, I used to think you were pretentious and foolish, but now I realize I underestimated you, Guangning said as she stepped up the stairs to stand in front of Shen Sueon. Shen Sueon knew Guangning had never liked her. Princess, it's cold outside. How about we go inside for tea? Shen Sueon stepped aside to invite her in. She had no interest in standing in the courtyard talking to Guangning. As Guangning walked into the hall, she said, Last time at the Yao family, it was this maid of yours who carried Lu Yan into the house, right? Shen Sueon was surprised. Did the princess see that? Don't think I'm a fool. The Yao family is my maternal family. Who would help you bring Lu Yan over? I want to know how you guessed what I was planning, Guangning said, looking coldly at her. Everything that happened to her today started at the Yao family's birthday banquet. It was from that moment that her misfortune began, as if everything was working against her. I don't know what the princess wants from me, but I've never gotten along with my half-sister. Her sudden appearance, being someone who is usually confined, is already strange, Shen Sueon said. Guangning realized, I told you, Lu Yan is really foolish to think she can use your half-sister against you. She deserves your retaliation. Is that all the princess wanted to know today? Shen Sueon asked, confused. She thought this answer would no longer matter. Guangning picked up her teacup and took a sip. She had already guessed the answer. She just wanted to hear it from Shin Sueon. Shin Sueon, did you insist on breaking off the engagement only because of Song Xiuji? Guangning asked quietly. Yes, Shin Sueon replied. Guangning's eyes showed confusion.
Why?
She had seen Shin Sueon in many situations and could tell from her eyes that she had tenderness and admiration for Lu Heng. It was a look only someone deeply in love would have. Many women in the capital liked Lu Heng, but Shin Sueon was different. As his fiancée, she could openly express her feelings. Guangning had been jealous of her for a long time. How could someone who liked Lu Heng so much say she didn't love him anymore and break off the engagement so easily?
Because
if I marry Lu Heng, I would have to endure his ongoing ties with Song Xiuji. Who knows? She might even become his mistress. And you, princess, since you like Lu Heng so much, wouldn't you find ways to make my life difficult? Guangning. Shin Sueon was right. She had indeed thought about that. For Lu Heng, it's not worth it. Shin Sueon reflected on her past life and realized she truly enjoyed every day of her current life. Guangning raised an eyebrow. So, do you like Lu Yuan now? Are you so quick to change your mind? Shin Sueon gave Guangning a knowing look. Had she been trying to get information from her all along? Lu Yuan is my husband, and he is handsome, so of course I like him, Shin Sueon said with a smile. You deliberately shared news about Song Xiuji with me, didn't you? You hate her so much, yet you clearly haven't moved on from Lu Heng, Guangning huffed. Shin Sueon was taken aback. I don't even know where Song Xiuji is. How could I share news with you? How do you think I found out? It was Chu Qingli who told me. Were you not the one who asked her to speak to me? Guangning questioned. To act without taking responsibility is just like this. Shin Sueon. She never expected this matter would be linked to Chu Qingli. This has nothing to do with Chu Qingli, Shin Sueon quickly said. Guangning said, I had Song Xiuji killed.
She is dead.
Shin Sueon looked at Guangning in shock. Your Highness, why did you do that? Song Xiuji has not been in contact with Lu Heng for a long time. Stop pretending to be innocent. You must be secretly pleased that she is dead, Guangning shouted angrily. Yes. Thanks to you for taking care of it. Seeing her pretend to be innocent with Lu Heng made me feel disgusted for you, Shin Sueon replied with a smile. Guangning suddenly stood up. My mother wants to see you. Come to the palace with me tomorrow. It was clear that she and Shin Sueon were not meant to get along. They had nothing in common. Her mother wanted her to get along with Shin Sueon. How could they get along? They couldn't even stand each other for a moment. Shin Sueon was truly surprised. The noble consort wants to see me? Yes, you really have some skill, Guangning said through gritted teeth. Her mother never asked to see someone from outside the family. Shin Sueon focused, realizing that Guangning's actions could be used to her advantage. The powerful Yao Guifei would surely notice. She didn't want to offend Yao Guifei or become her enemy. Guangning left in a huff. Song Xiuji, dressed in gray, was picking vegetables, her eyes darting around. For the past few days, she had been dreaming and felt as if she had lived a whole other life in her dreams. She believed it wasn't just a dream. It felt like something she had experienced before, but she couldn't understand why it was happening again. The only difference between her dreams and reality was Shin Sueon's decision to break off the engagement. Since she decided to end the engagement, everything had changed. Song Xiuji couldn't help but wonder if Shin Sueon had also dreamt of past events which led her to break the engagement. If that were true, then it would be a race to see who could seize the opportunity first. Song, I will take these vegetables now. If you are tired, you can rest for a bit, a young Taoist girl said, her round face smiling kindly. Thank you, Huiru, Song Xiuji replied with a smile. This work isn't tiring. I'll wash these vegetables first. Huiru was a girl of about 15 or 16, an orphan raised in Qingju Temple. She was kind-hearted and took good care of Song Xiuji after learning about her situation. Song, tomorrow I will go down the mountain with my master to gather alms. I will see if I can find any news about your husband, Huiru said. Song Xiuji's heart sank. She feared that Huiru's inquiries would alert the princess. Huiru, I'm scared. Song Xiuji held Huiru's hand and said, that bandit leader once said he would take me back as his wife. If he finds out I'm hiding in Qingju Temple, I worry it will cause trouble for you all. What should we do? If your husband were alive, he would definitely be worried about you, Huiru replied. Song Xiuji said, let's wait a while longer. Once that bandit forgets about me, I will write home and ask you to help me send the letter. Huiru nodded. All right, I'll follow your plan. By the way, Huiru, is that Gua temple over there? Song Xiuji pointed to the tall, sloping roof in the distance. Yes, if you go down the mountain from here, you'll reach Gua temple, Huiru said. Song Xiuji smiled lightly. She was already beautiful, and her smile made her even more charming. Huiru couldn't help but think how lovely Song Xiuji was. No wonder the bandit leader was interested in her. The vegetables are washed. Let's go cook, Song Xiuji said with a smile. Gua temple. She remembered something. In her dream, this year, the Prince of Jinnan would be ordered back to the capital. On the Lantern Festival, his favorite youngest son went out to play and was kidnapped, causing a huge stir in the capital. Even a commoner like her could feel the tense atmosphere. If something happened to the Prince of Jinnan's son, the court and the prince would likely have a serious conflict. The Prince of Jinnan had 500,000 elite soldiers in Yunnan and Guizhou. If he really rebelled, the Yong dynasty would face a tremendous. In the end, Shen Suiyan found the Prince of Jinnan's son at Gua Temple. Because of this, Shen Suiyan was heavily rewarded by the emperor and became a benefactor to the Prince of Jinnan's household. This time, if I save the Prince of Jinnan's son. Song Xiuji's eyes sparkled with hope. Then this great achievement would be hers. The Prince of Jinnan would become her future support. Until Guangning and Shen Suiyan entered the palace together, the rest of the Lu family only then learned that concubine Yao had summoned Shen Suiyan. Look at her arrogant demeanor. Concubine Yao dislikes people like her the most. Old Madame Lu snorted. Madame Lu frowned. After all, she is from the Lu family. If she makes a mistake in front of the concubine, it will reflect poorly on us. The concubine knows right from wrong and won't blame the innocent, Madame Lu said calmly. In her view, concubine Yao summoned Shen Suiyan this time mostly to support Guangning. Recently, Princess Guangning had been criticized everywhere, and all of it started because of Shen Suiyan. She had seen Lu Heng and Guangning's relationship was strained. If this continued, and Lu Heng kept glancing at Shen Suiyan, it could lead to more trouble. Madame Lu felt uneasy for the first time. She hoped that Consort Yao could advise Shen Suiyan to behave herself and not be too reckless. At this moment, the carefree Shen Suiyan had already arrived at Zhao Shi Palace. In her previous life, Shen Suiyan had also met Consort Yao. But at that time, Empress Chu had already been deposed, and Consort Yao was in charge of the harem, with voices in the court calling for her to be made empress. Consort Yao was not as low-key and silent as she was now. She already carried an air of dignity and authority, a presence of someone in power. Your servant pays her respects to the consort. Shen Suiyan collected her thoughts. She reminded herself that this Consort Yao was not the same person who had treated her kindly in her past life. Now, due to Guangning, they might be on opposing sides. Princess Luan, there's no need for excessive courtesy. Come and sit here, Consort Yao said with a gentle smile, her eyes lacking the sharpness they would later possess. Shen Suiyan had been granted the title of princess, known as Luan. She stood up respectfully. Thank you, Your Highness. Consort Yao looked at Guangning, who appeared unwilling, and her expression turned serious. You haven't finished copying the rules. Go to the side hall and continue. Guangning looked at Consort Yao with a wronged expression, and seeing her cold demeanor, she lowered her head. Yes, mother. The last time I saw you was 2 or 3 years ago, standing beside your grandmother, looking obedient and gentle. I didn't expect you to be a married woman now, Consort Yao said warmly, making it hard to feel any pressure. But Shen Suiyan did not dare to relax at all. Your Highness is as radiant as ever, Shen Suiyan replied. Consort Yao smiled. I remember you are a bit older than Guangning. Shen Suiyan said, I am 1 year older than Princess Guangning. Yes, you were only 16 last year, already praised as a refined young lady, while Guangning still acts like a child, spoiled and willful, which gives me quite a headache, Consort Yao sighed. Was she preparing to get to the main topic? Luan, I am aware of what Guangning has done before, and she has offended you. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against her. She's been spoiled. Consort Yao spoke sincerely. Shen Suian showed a surprised expression. Your Highness is too kind. The princess is straightforward and genuine, and being of noble birth, how could I hold anything against her? Consort Yao shook her head and sighed. You don't dare to speak the truth in front of me. Actually, I came to see you today for another matter. Upon hearing this, Shen Suian quickly stood up. If the consort has any requests, please feel free to command me. Yao Guifei stepped forward and took Shen Suian's hand, asking her to sit beside her. I would like to ask for your help in teaching Guangning. Shen Suian was taken aback. What do you mean, Your Highness? The tutors are afraid to be strict with her. Now that she is outside the palace, I cannot reach her. You are the only one who is not afraid of her. I give you the authority to teach her as you see fit, and I will not punish you for it, Yao Guifei said firmly. She tightened her grip on Shen Suian's hand. Although Guangning is just a princess, if she doesn't change her ways, it could lead to serious trouble in the future, and I would regret it too late. Princess Luan, can you agree to help me? Yao Guifei spoke sincerely to Shen Suian. She believed that Shen Suian was the only one in the Lu family who was not afraid of Guangning and had the means to keep her in check. After the events at the Yao family banquet and the incident with the favored concubine, she realized that if Guangning's behavior was not curbed, it would eventually bring disaster to the second prince and herself. Now that Guangning was married and living in the princess's residence and the Lu family, she was easily misled. That's why she chose Shen Suian. In addition to believing that Shen Suian could control Guangning, she hoped this would help improve their relationship. She really wanted Lu Yuan to support the second prince. Your Highness, I am truly grateful for your trust, but the princess has never liked me, and I lack the knowledge to teach her. I fear I might mislead her, Shen Suian said as she knelt. You want me to control Princess Guangning? That's a joke. Would she agree? Absolutely not. She would want to harm me. I have discussed this matter with the emperor, and he agrees, Yao Guifei replied. Upon hearing this, Shen Suian realized she had no room to refuse. In that case, she needed to secure the best protection for herself. I would gladly help your highness, but the princess may not agree, Shen Suian said. Yao Guifei admired Shen Suian's wisdom. Someone, go fetch Guangning, she commanded. Guangning was in a side hall copying rules, feeling anxious and curious about what her mother would discuss with Shen Suian. She hoped her mother would stand up for her and give Shen Suian a stern lesson, but she also felt that this was not something her mother would typically do. After finally finishing copying the rules, a palace maid came to summon her to the main hall. Guangning's eyes lit up as she dropped her pen and walked towards the main hall. Seeing Shen Suian standing quietly to the side made her even more excited. Mother, why did you call for me? Did this Shen person upset you? Guangning couldn't help but smile. The noble consort glanced at Guangning and said, I have asked Luan to help manage your behavior outside the palace. She will guide you on how to act. What? Guangning exclaimed. She glared at Shen Suian. How did you manage to confuse mother and make her lose her senses? I brought Luan into the palace today for this reason, the noble consort warned Guangning. Mother. Guangning was close to tears. What was Shen Suian to impose rules on her? How could she teach her anything? Was mother really giving Shen Suian too much credit? She is only a year older than me. What right does she have to teach me? Guangning shouted. The noble consort replied, Your father said she is qualified, so she is. Guangning thought about complaining to her father, but hearing the noble consort's words made her feel defeated. She wondered if her mother had lost her mind to come up with such a shocking way to discipline her. In front of Guangning, the noble consort took out a jade pendant. This is a token given by the emperor. From now on, when you see this jade, Luan will be in charge of you. Guangning stomped her foot. Shin Suan, I warn you. Do not accept this. What right do you have to teach me? I suggest you know your place. Your Highness, I have limited abilities. If I cannot meet your expectations for the princess, then… Shin Suan couldn't guarantee that she would prevent Guangning from making mistakes. The noble consort said, she is old enough to learn. If she cannot be taught, I have other ways. Regardless of the outcome, the emperor and I will not hold you responsible. Guangning was so angry, she kept stomping her feet, feeling wronged and on the verge of tears. Seeing Guangning so upset, Shin Suan raised her hands above her head. I will do my best. Shin Suan actually didn't remember where Guangning had gone in her previous life. After Guangning punished her by making her kneel on ice, she lost her child, and her health suffered. By the time she recovered, Guangning was no longer in the capital. The noble consort had sent someone to come for her and promised to punish Guangning severely. Only today did she recall that Guangning had been sent away for a marriage alliance. The noble consort likely didn't want Guangning to implicate the second prince, so she had no choice but to send her far from the capital. I have great confidence in you, the noble consort said with a smile. Guangning entered the palace with confidence, but left feeling defeated. She glared at Shin Suan, who was playing with the jade pendant, wishing she could it back immediately. Your Highness wouldn't want others to know, so from now on, you will follow my rules, right? Shin Suan asked with a smile. Don't get too proud. My mother is just angry right now. Once she calms down, she will definitely take back what she said today, Guangning said through gritted teeth. Shin Suan couldn't see that today. Concubine Yao was just upset. I can keep this a secret and ignore what you do, but the princess must agree to one thing, Shin Suan said calmly. Guangning narrowed her eyes at her. Are you really that good? Not really, but how you act doesn't affect me. If you are reckless and keep a lover, it will only ruin your reputation and your feelings with Lu Heng, Shin Suan replied with a smile. Why don't you tell my mother these things? Guangning asked angrily. Of course I can't. Otherwise, how would the concubine trust me? Shin Suan explained. Hypocrite. You are so petty. Guangning shouted. You don't need to be angry. As long as you behave properly and don't make things difficult for me, I won't restrict you, Shin Suan said. And I won't let anyone know about this. Guangning hated the idea of others finding out. It would be too embarrassing. What does behaving properly mean? Guangning asked, softening her tone. Shin Suan smiled and said, don't keep a lover. At least not where the censors can find out, and don't frame others. Your methods are too obvious. If people find out, it will embarrass the concubine. If you can do it without anyone noticing, then I would admire you. Guangning looked at Shin Suan suspiciously. Aren't you worried that my mother will get angry if she finds out you're teaching me this? Guangning frowned, not fully trusting Shin Suan. Just act a little better, and the concubine won't know, Shin Suan replied. Guangning gritted her teeth. Fine, I agree. Before that, the princess should finish copying the remaining 50 rules, Shin Suan said. You can only go out once you finish, she added. Guangning slammed her hand on the low table. Shin Suan, don't treat me like I'm beneath you. I'm not treating you that way. I'm just holding the jade pendant given by concubine Yao, Shin Suan said, waving the pendant in front of Guangning. Guangning was furious. Guangning complained as she returned to the Lu family, but she obediently wrote the rules. She was afraid that her title and land would really be taken away. Shin Suan returned to the quiet courtyard, letting out a heavy sigh. Going to the palace felt like a near-death experience. She brought back a jade pendant that felt like a hot potato. It was said to restrain Guangning, but it really tied her and Guangning together. The methods of concubine Yao were truly clever. Both Old Lady Lu and Madame Lu sent people to ask Shin Suan if the concubine had any instructions. Shin Suan skillfully handled their inquiries. They certainly wouldn't go to Princess Guangning for answers, so they could only speculate behind her back, thinking Shin Suan was too reckless and arrogant. Young madam, this is from Qingluo, Ban Jian said, entering with a food box. Shin Suan's eyes flickered slightly. She dismissed the attendants, leaving only Ban Jian. The box contained all of Shin Sueon's favorite pastries. She removed a piece of mung bean cake and found a note hidden inside. The matter is settled. Shin Sueon tossed the note into the nearby incense burner, where it quickly turned to ash. Given her current status, she couldn't directly warn Xie Changyu to be cautious of traitors in the Xie family army. She later thought it would be better to be straightforward and have someone deliver the message to him. She asked Xing Luo to find someone to carefully follow Xie Changyu and hide the message in his favorite pastries. Even if he became suspicious upon seeing it, at least he would be aware. "What are you thinking about?" A deep, pleasant voice asked nearby. Shin Sueon snapped back to reality and realized Lu Yuan had returned, casually watching her. "Husband, you're back," Shin Sueon said, quickly standing up, relieved that the note had burned quickly. Lu Yuan replied, "With the new year approaching, there isn't much work in the office, so I came back early to accompany you. Have you eaten? Should I have someone prepare some food for you?" Shin Sueon asked. "No need to fuss. I've already eaten," Lu Yuan said, pressing her back down to sit. "Did you go to the palace today?" Knowing she couldn't hide anything from him, Shen Sueon told him about concubine Yao wanting her to restrain Guangning. "I suspect the concubine is actually targeting you," Shen Sueon said. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow.
Go on.
"Concubine Yao has always wanted to win you over. This time, with the censure of Guangning by the censorate, she must have guessed you were involved. She doesn't want to confront you directly, but wants you to support the second prince, so she came up with this plan to tie me to Guangning. She is indeed a clever woman, willing to lower herself to have someone like me, who is not well known, guide and teach Guangning," Shin Sueon analyzed seriously. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. "You don't need to take it too seriously. Guangning is like this by nature, and no matter how you teach, it won't change. Also, you lack confidence in yourself. You are great, and Yao Guifei's interest in you is not necessarily because of me. She appreciates you." Shin Sueon smiled at his words, realizing that she was seen as so exceptional in Lu Yuan's eyes. "Are you off tomorrow?" Shin Sueon asked with a smile. "Yes, but Prince Zhen Nan will arrive in the capital tomorrow, and I need to meet him outside the city and them into the palace," Lu Yuan replied. "What's up? Do you have something planned for tomorrow? Prince Zhen Nan?" Shin Sueon felt a moment of confusion as she remembered that Prince Zhen Nan was indeed returning to the capital this year. Moreover, something significant had happened that was somewhat related to her. After the Lantern Festival following the New Year, Prince Zhen Nan's favorite youngest son would be kidnapped, and he was the child of the secondary consort of the prince's residence. By chance, Shin Sueon had found that child. Later, Prince Zhen Nan discovered that the kidnapping was orchestrated by the princess and her eldest daughter. The empress was so furious that she wanted Prince Zhen Nan to divorce his wife, but he managed to keep both the princess and her eldest daughter safe. However, from then on, the princess and her children never appeared in public again. Prince Zhen Nan's only legitimate son was blind, and since the princess was unable to bear more children, he had no choice but to marry Bai Shi as a secondary consort, who gave birth to a clever young son. Bai Shi was the sister of Madame Lu. In her previous life, Shin Sueon had saved Bai Shi's son, which made Madame Lu treat her kindly for a few days. As for the reward she received from that incident, Shin Sueon now only felt annoyance. She would never get involved in that matter again. Anyway, even if Bai Shi's son had not met her, he would have returned safely. "What's wrong?" Seeing Shin Sueon lost in thought again, Lu Yuan gently touched her face. Shin Sueon snapped back to reality and shook her head with a smile. "I've heard of Prince Zhen Nan's reputation for a long time, so I was a bit surprised to hear about him suddenly." Lu Yuan's expression turned slightly cold. Perhaps in a few days, his secondary consort will bring their son to invite Madame Lu to the prince's residence. "Isn't the princess and her children coming to the capital?" Shin Sueon asked softly. In fact, she knew that this time, Prince Zhen Nan only brought Bai Shi and 3 children, while the eldest daughter and legitimate son had no presence in the capital. Everyone was focused on Bai Shi and the soon-to-be heir, the second young master. "The princess stayed in Yunzhou," Lu Yuan said. Shin Sueon softly acknowledged this, feeling a bit sad as she thought about the fate of the princess and her children in her past life. Sueon. Lu Yuan suddenly called her softly. She looked up and met his intense gaze. Lu Yuan opened his hand, revealing a small note in front of Shin Sueon. The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the content was familiar. Shin Sueon widened her eyes. Wasn't this the note she had someone give to Xie Changyu? How did it end up in Lu Yuan's hands? Could it be that Lu Yuan was so powerful that he was watching everything she did outside? Shin Sueon's mind raced, and her expression turned blank. Xie Changyu gave it to me. Lu Yuan clarified, not letting her think too long. Shin Sueon was still confused. Why would Xie Changyu give this to Lu Yuan? Weren't they supposed to be enemies? Lu Yuan lowered his voice. Can you first tell me why you wrote these messages to Xie Changyu? How did you know there were traitors in the Teeling army? If I say I dreamed it, would you believe me? Shin Sueon said softly. She was too overwhelmed to think about the truth of Xie Changyu's relationship with Lu Yuan. First, she needed to handle the note's content. Otherwise, she would be seen as a traitor or worse. Lu Yuan frowned in thought. Then tell me in detail about your dream. Shin Sueon felt calmer with his steady and gentle voice. He didn't seem angry or questioning her at all. I dreamed that the Xie father and son died in battle, betrayed by traitors in the army, led to Teeling and ambushed. Shin Sueon's voice was shaky. The dream felt so real that I was terrified. My grandfather treated Xie Changyu like a son, and I see him as a brother, but if I say this to his face, he definitely won't believe me. I couldn't think of another way, so I had to do this. Shin Sueon's face turned red. It really was a foolish method. There are no random dreams. Perhaps we should take precautions, Lu Yuan said seriously. Shin Sueon looked at him in surprise. You believe what I'm saying? He actually didn't think she was talking nonsense or that her dream was absurd. He actually said, precautions should be taken. Better safe than sorry, Lu Yuan said. Xie Changyu has already set off for Teeling. Shin Sueon's mind was still buzzing. He went to Teeling. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. He was supposed to go home to celebrate the new year with his family. It won't raise any suspicion.
Wait.
Shin Sueon looked at him in surprise. Are you close with Xie Changyu? Why do you think my relationship with him would be bad? Lu Yuan countered. Because of memories from my past life. When I saw you at home last time, it seemed like you didn't talk much to him, Shin Sueon thought, feeling uncertain. She might have misunderstood. The hostility between Xie Changyu and Lu Yuan could be something they intentionally let others misinterpret. In the past life, they didn't get along, but they didn't harm each other either. Shin Sueon felt frustrated and wanted to knock her head. Lu Yuan chuckled. It's not necessary to have a conversation with him. Husband, don't you think it's strange that I had this dream? Don't you find it odd? The world is full of wonders. If your dream is true, then you saved thousands of soldiers in Teeling. If it's false, then Xie Changyu just made a pointless trip and no harm was done, Lu Yuan said softly. What Shin Sueon wanted to ask was whether he would dislike her. Lu Yuan leaned down and kissed the corner of her mouth. Don't think too much. Maybe you just bumped into something. I'll take you to the Gui temple for peace of mind. Okay. Shin Sueon's throat felt very dry. No matter what Lu Yuan thought of her, his usual attitude toward her truly reassured Shin Sueon. She felt a bit touched. His open-mindedness was surprising. He could be so accommodating about her dream, which showed his deep affection for her. Shin Sueon had never received such affection in her life. Have you ever dreamed of me, my lady? Lu Yuan asked casually, playing with her hair that hung in front of her chest. Shin Sueon's shoulders stiffened slightly as she turned to meet his gaze. Should she remind him about his early demise?
No.
She had just dreamed about the battle in Teeling, which was already a stretch. Mentioning his early death would surely raise his suspicions. Husband, I did dream that you were unwell. Maybe after the new year, we can ask Dr. Zhou to take a look at you, Shin Sueon said softly. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Do you think I'm not strong enough? Shin Sueon was taken aback. That wasn't her point. She was worried he might have an undetected illness, and by the time he wanted treatment, it might be too late. Weren't you the one who said we should prevent problems before they arise? I think the same way, Shen Suan replied. Lu Yuan said, is it that I push myself too hard every night, making you think I might suffer later? Or is it that I'm not working hard enough, making you feel unsatisfied and think I need to see a doctor? Shen Suan opened her mouth. That wasn't what she meant. It seems I still need to prove myself, so you won't worry too much. Lu Yuan picked her up and walked towards the bed. Husband, Shen Suan exclaimed, quickly wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheeks turning bright red. That night, Shen Suan reflected deeply, reminding herself never to mention a man's poor health in front of him. Lu Yuan was very strong, not at all like someone who was short-lived. After experiencing great joy, Shen Suan drowsily thought that if Lu Yuan was not sick and short-lived, then someone must be trying to harm him. She needed to find a way to change his fate. That meant discovering who wanted to harm him. It seemed there were indeed quite a few people who wished him harm. The next day, Shen Suan went to visit the elderly lady who was still unwell and met with Mrs. Lu, who seemed to be in a good mood today. Mrs. Lu even spoke to her and exchanged a few more words than usual. Sister-in-law, this is a sachet I made for you, Lu Rong said, blushing as she handed Shen Suan a beautifully embroidered sachet. She quickly added, last time you gave me a pair of earrings for a banquet, and since I couldn't give you anything valuable, I made this sachet for you. Shen Suan accepted it. It has such a lovely fragrance. What's inside? Lu Rong replied, it's made of dried fruit peels and flower petals. If you like it, I can make more for you. One is enough to last a long time. Your embroidery skills are wonderful, Shen Suan praised. I enjoy doing embroidery when I have free time, Lu Rong said shyly, lowering her head. Shen Suan said, I want to go shopping today. Please ask Sister Yin to accompany me. Lu Rong's eyes brightened. Usually, they only had the chance to go out with the elderly lady for banquets. It was unlikely for Mrs. Lu to take two daughters out. But thinking of Mrs. Lu's expression, she felt disappointed and lowered her head. Never mind, I don't want to trouble sister-in-law. You go in and tell the elderly lady that the princess wants you and Sister Yin to go shopping. I'll go ask the princess, Shen Suan whispered. Lu Rong's eyes widened. Is that really okay? The princess and sister-in-law were not on good terms, and she could go shopping with her? It is, Shen Suan nodded. Lu Rong, still unsure, went in and told the elderly lady what Shen Suan had instructed. When the elderly lady heard it was to accompany the princess, she allowed them to go and reminded them to be careful not to upset her. Guangning was copying rules when she saw Shen Suan arrive, and her already dark expression grew even darker. Why are you here to watch me copy again? Guangning asked through gritted teeth. Work and rest in balance to reflect better while copying. Today, I came to invite the princess to go out to the market, Shen Suan said. Guangning's expression changed. Are you joking with me? How could I? Does the princess not dare to go out with me? Shen Suan asked with a smile. Humph. Guangning threw down her pen. Let's go, then. Shen Suan smiled and said, the imperial concubine intends for you to stay confined until after the new year. I am defying her wishes, so I hope the princess remembers one thing when we go out. Guangning turned to glare at Shen Suan. Be obedient, Shen Suan said with a slight smile. To get some fresh air, Guangning held back her anger.
Fine.
Seeing that Lu Rong and Lu Yin were also joining them, Guangning finally believed that Shen Suan really intended to take her out. She felt secretly pleased. It had been a long time since she had been outside. Shen Suan first took them to a jewelry store, where Guangning waved her hand and gifted Lu Rong and Lu Yin a set of hair accessories. Thank you, princess. You are truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Please thank the princess, Shen Suan said with a smile. Lu Rong and Lu Yin's eyes were filled with surprise, and their fear of Guangning lessened. Perhaps because Guangning was generous, as soon as they left the jewelry store, a few beggars surrounded them, asking Guangning for money. Guangning gasped and was about to kick them away when Shen Suan quickly stopped her. Your Highness, in public, if you kick this child, what do you think will happen? Shen Suan whispered in her ear. How dare he touch my shoes with those dirty hands? Guangning said in disgust, wishing she could throw her shoe at the beggar's face. Shen Suan was puzzled. Why were there suddenly beggars in the capital? Their skin, despite being dirty, didn't seem too dark, and with so many people around, why were they only targeting them for money? Han Jian, go to the tea house across the street and buy some buns. Give each of them 2, Shen Suan instructed quietly. The guards around them placed their hands on their weapons, watching the beggars warily. Please, ladies, we beg you. My child is starving. A woman fell to the ground in front of them. You can easily buy so much jewelry, just spare a little for us and we can survive. Please, ladies, help us. Hearing this, Shen Suan concluded that these beggars were deliberately approaching them. Beggars, the second young master of the Zhen Nanwang's residence, was kidnapped. In her previous life, it was discovered that the kidnappers disguised themselves as beggars to abduct the second young master. Today, these refugees deliberately approached them to ask for money. Was it a coincidence or intentional? Shen Suan found it hard not to speculate deeply. She feared someone wanted to make the prince of Zhen Nan suspect Lu Yuan and the second prince later on. The crowd had gathered, pointing at Guangning and Shen Suan. Guangning, angry, said, just because I have money doesn't mean I have to give it to you. Can't I buy jewelry for myself? Shen Suan pressed her hand on Guangning's shoulder. Don't speak carelessly. Be careful not to be used. Her expression softened as she looked at the refugees. I see you all have hands and feet and are not disabled. You traveled far to reach the capital. Why not find a job to earn a living? Spending all day on the street begging for money can only feed you for a moment, not for a lifetime. No one's money comes easily. Shen Suan's voice was clear and pleasant, and her words turned the situation around. The people who were misled began to understand. They didn't know these refugees anything. Why should they give them money? Was having money a crime? We didn't mean it that way. It's just hard to find work. A woman stammered, glancing at Shen Suan. That's easy to solve. Look at the tea house across the street. They have a sign saying they need a helper to wash dishes and vegetables. You can do that, right? As for you all, if you walk around the city gate, you'll find shops needing short-term workers every day. Shirqing, take them there and help them find a job, Shen Suan instructed. Yes, young lady. Shirqing immediately bowed. The refugees exchanged glances. I still need to go back to take care of my child. I'll come back tomorrow. They quickly dispersed. Oh, now you can walk just fine. Weren't you just too hungry to move? Someone laughed. Shen Suan looked at the silent Guangning. Princess, it's getting late. Let's have a meal at Ipinlu before heading back. Guangning pressed her lips together. These people are coming for me. Who exactly wants to harm me? Shen Suan, is it you? Did you bring me out here just to stage this? Shen Suan pulled her onto the carriage. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't make it so obvious that you could see it. Guangning bit her lip. Then why? Your reputation is already terrible. Adding a label of being extravagant and abusing refugees will only invite criticism against the noble consort for not raising her daughter well, and it will also affect the second prince, Shen Suan explained. Your Highness, your actions no longer represent just yourself, but also the Empress and your second brother. Shen Suan regretted bringing Guangning out today. She underestimated those people's methods and their determination to seize every opportunity. Shirqing had already reserved a private room at Ipinlu. They had just taken their seats when lively noises came from downstairs. Lu Yin curiously leaned toward the window. Big sister, that's elder brother. I wonder whose carriage that is. It looks impressive, Lu Rong said. Shen Suan replied, it's the Prince of Zhen Nan. Guangning was stunned. The Prince of Zhen Nan is returning to the capital? You didn't know? Shen Suan was surprised. Guangning closed her mouth, feeling wronged. The prince's return would surely mean a banquet at the palace, but her mother had not sent anyone to invite her. She was still upset about it. They moved to the window to look outside. Shen Suan frowned, thinking about the refugees that appeared today. The Yong dynasty was peaceful, and there were no reports of disasters, so these young refugees were clearly suspicious. What are you thinking? Guangning noticed Shen Suan's serious expression. Nothing. Shen Suan shook her head, relieved she hadn't been overly generous with money for the refugees today. It seemed that even if she didn't want to get involved with the Prince of Zhennan's affairs, some troubles were unavoidable. If only Feng Chunhua could see, there wouldn't be such a fuss about Feng Xinghua, Guangning continued to complain. The 10-year-old Feng Xinghua was favored by the Prince of Zhennan, as evidenced by being placed in front on horseback. The legitimate eldest son was nowhere to be seen in the carriage, while the illegitimate child was treated like a treasure. So when it was discovered that the princess and the legitimate daughter were plotting against Feng Xinghua, no one doubted it. Shen Suan's gaze fell on Feng Xinghua. He was handsome, with delicate features and innocent eyes, but that was just the surface. Thinking about what he might do in the future, Shen Suan couldn't help but shiver. The biological sister of the eldest lady is the concubine of the Prince of Zhennan, Lu Rong whispered. Could she be the mother of this second young master? Guangning responded, that makes sense. The Prince of Zhennan only has one concubine. As the long procession disappeared at the end of Zhuke Street, they stopped discussing the topic. After lunch, they went to browse a clothing shop, but Guangning seemed uninterested. Shall we go to the painting boat?
She suggested.
Shen Suan disagreed. It wasn't the right time to go to a painting boat. They quickly returned home. Guangning complained about the unattractive items on the street, yet she still bought quite a few things. Shen Suan didn't take a break and called for Shiqing. Today, those few refugees are unusual. Keep an eye on them, Shen Suan instructed. Don't let anyone notice. Shiqing immediately agreed. Qiu Jin, find out which servants left their courtyards after we went out today, Shen Suan said. If they knew so quickly that Guangning and she had left, it must mean the Lu family had an insider. Yes, young lady, Qiu Jin replied softly. Shen Suan looked down at her hands. She hadn't thought much about the Prince of Zhennan's residence yesterday. Seeing Feng Xinghua, who was cared for by the prince, and thinking of the princess and her son, made her feel truly uneasy. This time, she wanted to help the Princess of Zhennan. At the very least, she wanted to help her avoid further harm. As the river moon set and the stars twinkled, Shen Suan fell into a drowsy sleep in a warm embrace. She found a comfortable position in his arms and wrapped her arms around his waist. Keep sleeping, Lu Yuan said, gently patting her hand, his deep voice softly reaching her ears. Shen Suan quickly drifted back to sleep. When the sun rose, she woke up in his arms. Looking up, she met a pair of dark, intense eyes. Husband. Shen Suan couldn't help but smile. When did you come back? Lu Yuan kissed her cheek. I returned at night. Shen Suan playfully complained. Why didn't you wake me? Do you still want to sleep? Lu Yuan asked softly. No, I went to bed early yesterday, she replied, feeling refreshed. Lu Yuan said, the emperor has stopped work from yesterday until the first day of the new year, so I can be with you for the next few days. During this time, officials do not need to attend court. Then you have time to teach me archery, Shen Suan said happily. Yes, Lu Yuan smiled. Remembering yesterday's events, she sat up straight and became serious. Yesterday, when I went out with the princess, I encountered several unusual refugees. She shared her observations and suspicions with Lu Yuan, but did not mention that the youngest son of the Prince of Zhennan might be taken away. After listening, Lu Yuan frowned. It's unlikely for refugees to enter the city at this time. After winter began, the emperor ordered warm clothing to be distributed to the poor and beggars around the capital and set up soup kitchens for them. Moreover, there haven't been any reports of disasters causing large numbers of refugees this year. The sudden appearance of so many people is indeed strange. Sui, you are very perceptive, Lu Yuan said, looking at her with surprise and admiration. Shen Suan felt embarrassed by the compliments. She had the advantage of foresight. Otherwise, she might not have guessed it. I'm just worried that during the new year, security might relax, and with the Southern King in the capital, if someone tries to take advantage of that, we don't know what could happen, Shen Suan said softly. Lu Yuan nodded. The Southern King cannot bring troops into the capital. His guards are from the palace's imperial guards, and if something goes wrong, It would indeed put the emperor in a difficult position. I will have someone investigate the issue with the refugees today, Lu Yuan said. I asked Shi Qing to keep an eye on it, but I'm worried there may still be oversights, Shen Suan replied. Lu Yuan patted her head. Don't worry, it won't involve me. Shen Suan smiled softly at him. I'll have someone bring the meal. Since they didn't have to attend court, Lu Yuan pulled her close for a while. Shen Suan noticed his warmth and quickly reminded him. Husband, my special time has come, Shen Suan said softly as he kissed her. Lu Yuan buried his face in her neck, breathing heavily and holding her tightly before finally letting go. Shen Suan blushed and asked someone to bring water for washing. During the meal, Lu Yuan mentioned that he would host a banquet for the Duke of Jingning. It doesn't need to be too grand. I'll have a meal with him in the study, just add a few more dishes, Lu Yuan said. Shen Suan was slightly surprised. Okay. Lu Yuan continued. When the new year comes, we will visit the Duke of Jingning's residence, and I'll introduce you to his wife, so we can keep in touch.
Shen Suan seid inwardly.
She didn't like the Duke of Jingning at all, but since he was a friend of Lu Yuan's, she had to maintain a certain decorum. After breakfast, Lu Yuan went to the front yard and returned with a bow and arrows. This is the lightest bow. Try it out, Lu Yuan said. Shen Suan wore a light pink robe that fit her perfectly, accentuating her figure. Lu Yuan's gaze deepened as he looked at her for a moment. He wanted to find out which embroiderer made that outfit for her. Shen Suan curiously took the bow from his hands. Lu Yuan didn't let go immediately. You haven't practiced martial arts since you were young, so take it slow. Shen Suan smiled. I learned poetry and writing from my grandfather, including archery. Although she wasn't an expert, she had a basic understanding. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled as he placed the bow in her hands. It was heavy, but Shen Suan could still hold it. The servants had already set up the target. Shen Suan practiced archery. Her form was beautiful, but her strength was lacking. However, before the arrow reached the target, it had already fallen to the ground. Shen Suan glanced at Lu Yuan, feeling embarrassed. Lu Yuan stood behind her and supported her arm, saying, You haven't practiced in a while, so you're a bit rusty. If you practice a little every day, your strength will improve naturally. Your aim is still quite good. Hearing his words, Shen Suan felt a surge of confidence. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan put away the longbow. That's enough practice for today. Your arm might not handle more, Lu Yuan said. Shen Suan moved her arm, and indeed felt some soreness. I'll give you a massage, Lu Yuan said as he led her back inside, using familiar techniques to knead her arm. He whispered, You still have a long way to go. Don't tire yourself out too much. Shen Suan's heart fluttered, and her cheeks warmed slightly. A few maids exchanged glances outside, smiling knowingly. They were pleased to see the harmonious relationship between the young master and mistress. Just then, a servant from the front yard came to report that Duke Jingning had arrived. Husband, go greet Duke Jingning. I'll check the kitchen for today's dishes. Does Duke Jingning have any dietary restrictions? Shen Suan asked. Lu Yuan replied, No, just a couple of side dishes will be fine. He's not picky about food. Shen Suan smiled in response. After Lu Yuan left, Shen Suan changed into a different outfit and went to the kitchen to check on the dishes for the day. Your ham and fresh bamboo shoot soup is great. The master will drink with the guests, so let him have some soup to whet his appetite first, then serve a crystal pork knuckle as a cold dish. The bird's nest and winter bamboo shoot stew with duck was good last time. The master hasn't tried it yet. Add a few more dishes as needed. Chef Li quickly replied, Madam, let's make a clear stew with crab meat and lion's head meatballs. The meat was just bought today and is fresh. It will surely taste good. The goji sprouts are also fresh. How about stir-frying them with oil and salt? Crispy quail is also a great side dish. Sounds good. If the master enjoys it, he will reward you handsomely, Shen Suan said. As she left the kitchen, Shen Suan told the maids, When it's time for lunch, you can take it to the master. She didn't want to meet Duke Jingning just yet. After saving Qing Jiyun, she wasn't sure if Duke Jingning had found out, so it was better to avoid him for now. Madam, The young master is teaching the young mistress archery. She didn't go to see the princess today. I'm told that since the eldest young lady entered the family, the eldest young master hasn't visited concubine Lin's room, and even concubine Guan was sent away for making a mistake. Now, Hongxiu doesn't serve in the study anymore. She spends all her time in the back room. Madame Lu listened to Moju's report with her usual indifferent expression, focusing on carefully trimming her beloved winter chrysanthemums. Do you know what mistake concubine Guan made? Madame Lu asked. Moju replied, it seems to be related to the widow from the Guan family remarrying. I will find out more. Hongxiu has served Lu Yuan for so many years, and just like that, she's discarded. Truly, the Lu family is heartless, Madame Lu scoffed. This made Moju hesitant to respond. Concubine Lin is favored by imperial concubine Yao, yet after 2 years, she hasn't shown any progress, Madame Lu said with disdain. Didn't the old lady send 2 maids to Danbo courtyard? Moju quickly replied, yes, there are 2 maids. One is named Tingxue, who was sent away after offending the eldest young master. The other is named Tingyu, who is still serving in Danbo courtyard but hasn't been allowed near the eldest young master. Madame Lu gently set down her small scissors. Men are inherently selfish and heartless. The current affection is merely a way to gain support from the old master of the Shin family. At the right time, give Tingyu a little help. As for Hongxiu, get closer to her. She might be useful in the future, Madame Lu said calmly. Yes, Madame, Moju replied. Madame Lu frowned. Is the second young master still upset with the princess? Moju quietly confirmed. Go and bring the second young master here. Madame Lu's usually aloof face now showed a hint of sternness. Lu Heng made excuses to stay in the study, and his Cold War with Princess Guangning was already known to everyone in the Lu family, but no one dared to discuss it openly. Who didn't know that Lu Heng was at odds with the princess because she was criticized for keeping a lover? Having always been a favored child, Lu Heng now faced his first blemish in life, brought on by the princess. How could he accept this? Once the shame was upon him, it would never be lifted. Lu Heng had lost a lot of weight and appeared before Madame Lu, startling her. Where is your dignity as a young master of the Lu family? Looking like this, you're just telling everyone that you're even worse off than the princess's lover, Madame Lu said, clearly displeased with her son. Mother, please don't say that. Lu Heng closed his eyes, not wanting to hear the word lover. Madame Lu said, in a marriage, there is no such thing as forever being harmonious. Everyone puts on a show, appearing respectful in front of others, and that is enough. Lu Heng, your life goal is not about love. Lu Heng replied with self-mockery, I am already a prince consort. What more goals do I have? Useless. Madame Lu looked at him sternly. You are a prince consort now. Do you want to be one for life? Mother? Lu Heng was confused. He didn't understand. Madame Lu didn't want to make things clear directly and changed the subject. What have you asked Lu Mo to investigate recently? Are you keeping a woman in a boat? Lu Heng became alert. Mother, I would never do such a thing. Then it's a drinking girl. Madame Lu guessed correctly. If you weren't a prince consort, a girl like Song Xiaonyang with such a low background would be more than enough as a concubine for you. Now, even if you like her, you must endure, Madame Lu said lightly. Lu Heng smiled bitterly. She is already dead and was pregnant with my child. You don't need to worry about me offending the princess because of her. Although he hadn't found Song Xiaoji yet, Lu Heng knew he must not let anyone know she might still be alive. Madame Lu did not expect this answer. If Song Xiaoji were alive and it was discovered that she had Lu Heng's child, she would ensure that Song Xiaoji would not give birth. How did she die? Madame Lu asked. Lu Heng had to tell the truth. The princess is jealous and cruel. I will not take a concubine again, and will not let anyone suffer because of her. You won't take a concubine and you don't want to get close to the princess? Madame Lu asked. I thought you would understand me, mother. Lu Heng replied. Madame Lu said, I don't understand. Nothing is more important than your own life goals. You are a prince consort, struggling in court, but the world changes quickly. Why not prepare for future changes? Changes are impossible. A prince consort cannot serve in the government. I am already fortunate to be in the Ministry of Rights, Lu Heng said with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Madame Lu, frustrated, lowered her voice and said angrily, "What if the princess is gone? Would you still be a prince consort?" Lu Heng's pupils contracted. If Princess Guangning died, he would indeed no longer be a prince consort. How you treat the princess will be noticed by the emperor and concubine Yao. This will determine how they treat you, Madame Lu said. Even if the censorate impeaches you 100 times, Princess Guangning is still the emperor and the beloved youngest daughter of the concubine. Would they allow you to be angry with the princess? Madame Lu asked again. Are you really satisfied with the current situation? In the future, when Lu Yuan becomes a minister, will you kneel before him and look up to him? Is it really that hard to handle a princess who loves you deeply but is foolish? Or do you want to become enemies with her, bringing the emperor and the empress dowager's resentment upon you? Don't forget, the second prince might also become the heir, and Guangning is his biological sister. Lu Heng's chest heaved as he thought of that slim chance, looking at Madame Lu with confusion in his eyes. His memory of his mother was of someone gentle and unworldly. This was very different from the Madame Lu today. But his mother's words were like a revelation to him. Mother, I know what to do now. Lu Heng's throat felt very dry. Had his mother been gentle with his father all these years? Was it all an act? If so, she did it very well. Lu Heng believed he couldn't match Madame Lu's skill. But for his sake, for the Lu family, he had to have such a mindset. He didn't want to be overshadowed by Lu Yuan for the rest of his life, nor did he want to look up to someone he once looked down upon. After leaving Luyan courtyard, Lu Heng felt dazed. He went to the study and drank a jar of wine, then staggered back to Ziyuan Hall. When Guangning saw he was drunk, she couldn't bring herself to send him away and had a maid prepare a hangover soup. Does your favorite really look a lot like me? Lu Heng grabbed Guangning's hand, his warm breath brushing against her face. Your Highness, you're drunk. Guangning's heart raced. She still couldn't help but feel attracted to him. Lu Heng held her in his arms. Princess, I'm just jealous of them. Guangning's heart fluttered. What do you mean? Song Xiuji is not my mistress. I just helped her out of kindness back then, which led her to be forced by Xin Suian with no way out. Now she is gone. Lu Heng looked down at Guangning. Princess, let's live well from now on. You don't keep a favorite, and I won't go to the pleasure boat anymore, all right? Guangning blushed. Okay. Tonight, the atmosphere in the prince and princess's room was filled with warmth, and soft sounds could be heard. The servants in Ziyuan Hall felt the gloom above them lift, welcoming a bright and sunny sky.
Great.
The prince and princess have finally reconciled. They hoped it would always be this harmonious, so they wouldn't have to worry while serving the princess. The next day, Lu Heng took Guangning to pay respects to the old lady. When the old lady saw them coming hand in hand, she felt her illness had improved significantly. She sent Xin Suian and ran away, leaving only Lu Heng and his wife to talk. Big sister, I want to play with you, Lu Yaoyao said, taking Xin Suian's hand. Her eyes were bright and clear like black grapes. Xin Suian's heart softened. Sure. I love it when such a pretty girl wants to play with me. One could see that Xin Suian genuinely liked Lu Yaoyao, and she felt happy about it. Who wouldn't want their child to be liked by others? I wanted to come play with you yesterday, but I heard the eldest young master was teaching you archery, so I didn't want to disturb you, Wan said with a smile. Xin Suian didn't know about this and felt a bit shy. There's no need to worry about disturbing us. Next time, Yao Yao can just come to Donbo courtyard to find me. As they walked and talked, they ran into the busy Mrs. Lu Er, who had been working tirelessly. The festive season was the busiest time, with preparations at home and gift exchanges between families. Although there were past references, it was up to the head matriarch to decide what to increase or decrease. These tasks usually fell to Mrs. Luda, but now they were all taken over by Mrs. Lu Er. She was exhausted, but in front of Mrs. Lu San and Xin Suian, she held her head high, like a proud rooster. Aunt, you seem a bit worn out. Have you been too tired lately? Xin Suian knew that Mrs. Lu Er liked to take charge and was afraid of competition. who isn't tired managing everything. Unlike you two, who are so relaxed every day, Mrs. Lu Er replied, waving her sleeves. Shin Sueon smiled brightly. Yes, I feel sorry for you. How about I ask the old master to help you manage things? You're young and inexperienced. What can you do? Mrs. Lu Er immediately dismissed her. What about Aunt San? She manages the household in Su Bei, so she must have experience, Shen Sueon said sincerely. Mrs. Lu Er's smug expression faded as she remembered the Duke had mentioned letting Aunt San assist her. The old lady firmly opposed it, insisting that the management power must not fall into the hands of the third branch, which is why she had kept her current position. The old lady could let Lu Yan manage because she was her favorite granddaughter, but she absolutely would not allow the third branch to interfere with management. I can't chat with you anymore. I have a lot of things waiting for me, Mrs. Lu Er said vaguely, stepping away quickly. Juan watched her leave and couldn't help but sigh. Is there really a lot of benefit in the Lu family? Otherwise, why would she be so eager? Working hard to manage the household. In the end, the Duke's residence still belongs to the main branch. She might just get a bit more land. However, if she holds the power of the steward and can embezzle some money, then it makes sense why she wants to take control. Shen Suan knows that the Lu family seems prosperous on the surface, but inside, it is not as it once was. Otherwise, the Duke of Lu wouldn't need to borrow connections from the Shen family to restore the Lu family's glory. Perhaps second aunt enjoys selflessly giving, Shen Suan said with a soft smile. Juan glanced at her. You're right. When they arrived at the quiet courtyard, Shen Suan had someone prepare some snacks. Yao Yao liked the swing in the courtyard and was taken by the maids to play. This place is really peaceful, Juan said. She and the third master lived in a courtyard with several maids assigned to watch them closely, always looking for faults. Since she was new, she decided to endure it for now. Shen Suan understood her implication. There is no truly peaceful place in this house. It all depends on ourselves. The quiet courtyard still had maids assigned by the old lady, but since they had been behaving recently, Shen Suan hadn't taken any action against them. As long as a couple is united, they need not fear any troubles, Juan said softly. Such things are the same in any noble family. Shen Suan actually wanted to test the relationship between the third madam and the Yuan family of the Southern Dynasty, but she was afraid that her probing might affect their connections. Lu Yuan had weak family ties, and the help from his uncle was a rare warmth in the Lu family. She couldn't let her doubts affect their uncle-nephew bond. Shen Suan said, The other day, I saw third aunt crush a spoon with her bare hands. Your inner strength is impressive. I'm curious. How did you and third uncle meet? Third master and I met through a fight, Juan said with a warm smile. Although the Southern Dynasty and the Yong Dynasty have formed an alliance, I snuck into the Yong Dynasty from the Southern Dynasty and was caught by third master while he was patrolling the border. He thought I was a spy and captured me. At that time, I was disguised as a man, and he didn't realize it in the dark. Later, we fought, and when he discovered I was a woman and found out I was from the Yuan family of the Southern Dynasty, he wanted to send me back. I refused to go back, telling him that sending me back would mean sending me to my death. He softened and let me stay. Later, my family found me, and he came to propose in the Southern Dynasty and we got married. Listening to Ruan's story, Shen Suan imagined the joyful moments between her and the third master in the northern desert, thinking they must have built a strong trust from knowing each other to falling in love. However, to her surprise, Mrs. San took the initiative to tell her that she was from the Yuan family of the Southern Dynasty. It seemed that Yuan had guessed Shen Suan's thoughts, and she smiled gently. What about you? You and Lu Yuan are so close. Are you childhood friends? Shen Suan smiled. No, I was not originally engaged to Lu Yuan. Really? Yuan was surprised and looked at Shen Suan with curiosity. It seems that before Aunt San returned to the Lu family, she didn't fully inquire about the family matters. Shen Suan chuckled softly. Yuan replied, I really didn't deliberately ask about the younger generation's affairs. Shun Sueon briefly explained her engagement process with Lu Yuan, as it was not a secret and could be easily found out by Aunt San. I just saw Lu Heng and the princess looking deeply in love. I really didn't expect that. Ruan sighed lightly. She looked at Shun Sueon deeply. You are fortunate. Lu Yuan is more suitable for you than Lu Heng. Shun Sueon smiled lightly. Aunt San, how did you end up in Su Bei? You are from the Ruan family. I have heard that there was a legitimate daughter from the Ruan family who loved to practice swordplay since childhood and even claimed she would roam the world with a sword. Those were just youthful boasts. There's no need to mention them, Ruan said, covering her face with a light sigh. Shun Sueon thought to herself that she had guessed correctly. Aunt San was indeed a legitimate daughter of the Ruan family. If the old lady knew about Aunt San's high background, she might faint again. Sueon, I hope it's not too forward to ask, have you met Lu Yuan's biological mother? Ruan suddenly asked in a lower voice. Shun Sueon was taken aback. She did not expect Aunt San to be so direct with her question. I heard from Third Master that Lu Yuan's biological mother was not brought back to the Lu family. Now that Lu Yuan is already a commander, can't he give her a proper status? Ruan continued to ask. Shun Sueon felt uncomfortable. She thought Aunt San's words were indeed too intrusive. Aunt San, I have not met my husband's biological mother, Shun Sueon said, frowning. Perhaps Shun Sueon's tone was a bit stiff, and Ruan realized her rudeness. Sueon, I'm sorry. I was too abrupt, Ruan said softly. Let me be honest with you. She looked around. Shun Sueon asked the others to step back. Only then did Ruan lower her voice and say, Lu Yuan looks very much like an old friend of mine. When I first saw him, I thought I was seeing my old friend. Was your old friend from the Southern Dynasty? Shun Sueon asked. Yes, Sueon, forgive me for not being able to tell you everything. I need to first find out who Lu Yuan's biological mother is. Only after that can I determine if he is the person I am looking for, Ruan said. Shun Sueon did not fully believe Ruan's words. My husband's biological mother is a secret that cannot be mentioned in the Lu family, and my father-in-law never speaks of her. I don't know if my husband still remembers her, Shun Sueon said. Ruan looked sincere. I originally wanted to ask Third Master to investigate quietly, but I don't want to cause misunderstandings between you and Lu Yuan. If her secret investigation into Lu Yuan's background was discovered, it could hurt the relationship between the uncle and nephew. She thought Shun Sueon was reasonable, and as long as she explained the situation, they might find out the answer more quickly. Hearing this, Shun Sueon felt a bit better. Ruan had first revealed her identity as the legitimate daughter of the Ruan family to make Shun Sueon believe she meant no harm. Her acquaintance likely had a high status as well. Aunt San, do you want me to ask my husband? Shun Sueon inquired. Ruan replied, if he truly is the son of my late friend, that would be great. She was just afraid of false hopes, which would leave everyone feeling unhappy. She hoped Shun Sueon could help her gather information about Lu Yuan's biological mother, so she could determine if Lu Yuan was indeed the person she was looking for. Shun Sueon did not agree immediately. Aunt San, we can't rush this. I will inquire for you, but may I ask what your late friend's surname was? Ruan gave a bitter smile. I cannot tell you. All right, Shun Sueon said, not insisting. This indicated that the person's identity might be even more significant than she had imagined. At that moment, Lu Yaoyao had already played enough and was being led inside by a maid. Shun Sueon smiled and asked someone to bring water for her to wash her hands and face. Aunt San, please stay for lunch, she invited with a smile, as if the earlier slightly unpleasant conversation had never happened. Sure, Lu Yaoyao immediately nodded. Ruan smiled. Then I'll stay for a meal. Today was the happiest day for Guangning since her wedding. Lu Heng not only reconciled with her, but also promised to treat her well from now on, and that there would be no other Song Xiuji. She just hoped he would not keep a concubine, so they could work together and not let anyone take advantage of them. Guangning felt touched. Prince, you are right. Because of our Cold War, my mother even had Shun Sueon manage me, giving her an advantage and a jade pendant gifted by my father, Guangning said angrily. Lu Heng's expression darkened. What jade pendant? Guangning told him about Yao Guifei entrusting Shin Suan to her. Now I have to be careful around her. If I don't do well, she might go to the palace and complain to mother, Guangning said, pouting. Lu Heng was very angry. Shin Suan is taking advantage of the situation. It's shameless, right? I think so too. She must be using sweet words to win over mother, Guangning huffed. Lu Heng didn't expect Shin Suan to be so despicable. Is she trying to use Guangning against him? Could it be that she hasn't completely given up on him? How shameless. Leave this to me. I will make sure Shin Suan personally returns the jade pendant to the Guifei, Lu Heng said firmly. That would be perfect, Guangning replied happily. Has she asked you to do anything? Lu Heng asked. If Shin Suan dared to use Guangning to harm the Lu family, even if Lu Yuan disagreed, he would ask his grandfather to remove her from the family. Guangning replied, not yet. She only has mother's orders, so she can always find a way to make it seem important. Lu Heng patted Guangning's head. Tomorrow, I will go to the palace to see the Guifei and ask her to take back her orders. I won't let Shin Suan use you. Okay, Guangning nodded. She believed in Lu Heng's abilities, and mother would trust him too. Lu Heng suppressed his rising anger and comforted Guangning before heading to Luyan courtyard. He never expected that Yao Guifei would trust Shin Suan so much. He must tell his mother to be cautious of Shin Suan. Madame Lu only sneered when she heard this. Yao Guifei is very clever. Do you think she only trusts Shin Suan to control Guangning? Does mother have another opinion? Lu Heng asked. She wants Lu Yuan to leave Guangning alone while also trying to win him over for the second prince, Madame Lu said calmly. At the same time, she is warning you that if she can give Shin Suan glory, she can also make your life difficult. Lu Heng felt a chilling sensation run down his spine. You don't need to rush to ask the Guifei to take back her orders. Treat the princess well these days, and take her out during the new year. The Guifei will understand everything, Madame Lu advised. She didn't see Shin Suan as a threat. Even if she gained the Guifei's favor, as long as Guangning liked Lu Heng, Yao Guifei wouldn't let Shin Suan overshadow the princess. After hearing Madame Lu's words, Lu Heng spent every day with Guangning, either going out to choose jewelry or listening to music at the theater. The news quickly spread throughout the capital. Shin Suan had naturally heard about it and didn't care about Lu Heng's feigned sincerity. She thought to herself that despite Lu Heng's talk of righteousness and morality, when it came to his own situation, he was no different. Send these gifts to Grandma Zhou. I owe her a lot for her help when I married my husband, Shin Suan instructed. Even though my husband has already given the old prince his gifts, we should prepare another set of rewards for Butler, he, and Aunt Lon. We can't treat them differently. If they think I only sent gifts to Grandma Zhou, it would look bad. When Grandma Zhou received the generous gifts from Shin Suan, she was pleasantly surprised. If it weren't for the arrival of New Year's Eve, she would have wanted to bow and thank Shin Suan. As the sound of firecrackers filled the air, New Year's Eve arrived. The household was fully prepared, with new door gods, couplets, and fresh peach charms, making the Lu family look brand new. The Duke of Lu took all the male members of the family to the ancestral hall to pay respects to their ancestors. Meanwhile, the women were busy preparing for the reunion dinner that night. On this day, even the old lady rarely showed a sour face to Wan Shi, as this was the most important time of the year. If she started the year in a bad mood, it would bring misfortune for the entire year. She chose to ignore Wan Shi. Guangning was attending a New Year's Eve celebration outside the palace for the first time and found everything very novel. If it weren't for the ancestral rites being off-limits to women, she would have wanted to join in. Are you my third aunt? Guangning approached Wan Shi and looked up at her. She had met Wan Shi once in the old lady's room, but since the old lady hadn't introduced her, Guangning later learned that Wan Shi was the wife of the third master of the Lu family, the person closest to Shin Suan in the household. Wan Shi nodded. Your Highness. I admire you, Guangning said, looking Wan Shi over, blurting out her thoughts. Others perked up their ears to listen, and no one interrupted Guangning. Shin Suan frowned slightly. Your Highness, today is New Year's Eve, and the banquet is about to start. Your seat is not over here. I just want to say a few words to my third aunt. Are you going to control that too? Are you afraid I'll say something bad about you in front of her? Guangning's voice was loud and a bit fierce. Then wait until I leave to say it. Otherwise, in front of me, you might not say enough, Shin Suan replied expressionlessly. Ruan sure smiled slightly. Your Highness, feel free to say what you want. You're still a member of the Ruan family, even if you're not from the main line. How could you dare to marry my third uncle without a matchmaker? Aren't you afraid of being deceived? Guangning asked. She wanted to ask if Mrs. Ruan eloped with Master Lu, but Shin Suan was looking at her coldly, so Guangning held back. Mrs. Ruan chuckled. Who told the princess that I have no matchmaker for my marriage with Master Lu? Your parents also agreed to your marriage. Shin Suan could no longer hold back. Your Highness, you are indeed a princess, but this is not the princess's residence. It is the duke's residence. You are younger and should be more respectful when speaking to your elders. Guangning showed a naive smile. Oh, I'm just curious. Please don't take it to heart, Aunt San. Mrs. Ruan waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. The princess is young, and ignorance is not a fault. The princess is straightforward. Sister San, please don't blame her, Mrs. Lu said calmly. Guangning smiled sweetly and obediently sat next to Mrs. Lu. Shin Suan looked at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, then coldly turned away. Mrs. Lu truly had a way with people. In just a few days, she had completely won over Guangning. She always knew how capable Mrs. Lu was. Otherwise, in her past life, she wouldn't have been easily persuaded to give her dowry to support the Lu family. Some people can charm you with their words, making you open your heart, and by the time you realize you've been deceived, it's too late. Mrs. Lu had that ability. She seemed indifferent to troubles, but when it came to her interests, she would take action. She hadn't seen Mrs. Lu approach the princess before. This time, it must be because of Lu Heng. Lu Heng was her entire foundation in the Lu family. She would not allow anyone to harm his interests. Sister-in-law, you are too kind. I actually like the princess's straightforwardness, Mrs. Ruan said with a smile. Anyone can say nice things. It's foolish to believe them. Hearing Mrs. Ruan's words, Guangning thought that this third madam wasn't so bad after all. Suddenly, the old lady Lu opened her eyes. I wonder how Yen is doing. It's her first New Year away from home. She must be sad. Mrs. Lu felt a pang in her heart. Her mother-in-law really knew how to bring up sensitive topics. Doesn't she care about her daughter? It was for her daughter's future that she had made the tough decision to send Yen to the Bai family for training. Then why not bring Yen back? Mrs. Ruan asked, unaware of the backstory. Mrs. Lu replied lightly, Yen doesn't want to leave her maternal home. She's spending the New Year there this year. Then it seems Yen prefers her grandmother, Mrs. Ruan said with a smile. Old Lady Lu. If you can't say something nice, then don't say anything at all, she scolded. Mrs. Ruan smiled in response. Only Mrs. Eyre was busy running around, worried that there would be mistakes at the reunion banquet and that the Duke would scold her. As night fell, brilliant fireworks bloomed in the distance. Lord Lu returned with his 3 sons and 4 grandsons. He looked at his large family, and aside from his disappointing granddaughter, all his sons and grandsons were present. As he aged, he enjoyed the lively and festive gatherings. It's getting late. Let's eat, Lord Lu instructed. The servants had already set the table, waiting for the family to sit down. Holding his wine glass, Lord Lu reminisced about the past, looked forward to the future, and encouraged the young men in the family to aim high. His heartfelt words moved him. I'm so hungry, murmured Lu Wei from the second branch. Lord Lu paused for a moment, then quickly smiled to cover it up. Lady Lu shot her son a stern look. After finally being allowed out, he still didn't know how to behave. Lu Wei stared longingly at the delicious dishes on the table. He had just been allowed out at noon and hadn't had a chance to eat a good meal before being brought here to honor their ancestors. He was really starving. Seeing the family's lack of enthusiasm, Lord Lu felt a bit disappointed. Let's eat. Here's some fish, Lu Yuan said as he placed the deboned fish into Shin Suan's bowl. Lu Heng only sneered inwardly. It was typical for a lowly son like Lu Yuan to elevate Shen Suian. A woman with such deep schemes and malice didn't deserve him. Lu Heng offered peeled shrimp to the princess. Princess Guangning smiled gratefully at him. Lord Lu looked at Lu Heng with satisfaction. It seemed their conversation had helped him understand what was truly important. Mother, Yao Yao wants shrimp too, pouted Lu Yao Yao. The shrimp were quickly disappearing. Lu Heng realized he had been lost in thought and had placed an entire plate of shrimp into the princess's bowl. It's all right. Let the kitchen prepare another plate, Lord Lu quickly said. Princess Guangning looked at the mountain of shrimp. Although she had eaten enough, these were given to her by Lu Heng. Would not eating them hurt his feelings? Never mind, she couldn't bear to give his kindness to someone else. Shen Suian watched coldly, ignoring the pretentious behavior between Lu Heng and Princess Guangning. She now realized that many of Lu Heng's actions were rather childish and amusing. Finally, the New Year's Eve dinner came to an end. Lu Yuan took Shen Suian's hand and left the main hall. She thought he was going back to keep watch for the new year, but he unexpectedly led her out of the estate. Ning Shuang and Fu Yu had already prepared a cloak for her to wear. Where are we going, husband? Shen Suian asked in surprise. To celebrate the new year, Lu Yuan replied. Shen Suian did not expect Lu Yuan to take her to the city wall. Ordinary people cannot afford fireworks, but they have their own ways to celebrate the festival. Outside the city wall, every New Year's Eve, craftsmen create beautiful fire trees and silver flowers. The colorful lights shine like a dazzling fire tree. Shen Suian witnessed a different kind of brilliant fireworks. She turned to look at Lu Yuan. In the radiant light, his profile was sharp and steady, exuding an indescribable charm. Today is New Year's Eve. It should be a day for families to stay together. In the past, she would be at home with her grandparents, watching fireworks, receiving lucky money from them, and then gathering around the warm stove, enjoying pastries while waiting for the new year. Although her biological mother passed away early, her grandparents always made sure she didn't feel lonely during the holidays. But what about Lu Yuan? Where was he during the New Year's celebrations with the Lu family?
He was all alone.
As a child, could he go to the city wall to see the fireworks by himself? Shen Suian felt a sharp pain in her heart. She held Lu Yuan's hand tightly. Lu Yuan, we should celebrate together from now on, she whispered. Okay. Lu Yuan replied with a smile, warmth in his eyes. Husband, do you remember where you spent New Year's before you were taken to the Lu family? Shen Suian asked softly. Lu Yuan held her close, gazing ahead. I was brought back when I was 3, so my memories before that are not very clear, but I remember the person who took care of me was called Nuan Yang. I wonder if she was my biological mother, Lu Yuan said, his voice tinged with sadness. Uncle Lu never spoke of his biological mother, always expressing disdain whenever she was mentioned, treating her as a source of shame. It seemed he was also a stain on Uncle Lu's life. Nuan Yang, isn't there anyone besides your father who knows if your biological mother is still alive? Shen Suian asked, frowning. Lu Yuan shook his head calmly. I had someone investigate, but there was nothing found about where he was sent. Shen Suian felt a heaviness in her heart. If something happened, there should be some trace. Unless it was intentionally covered up. 20 years ago, Uncle Lu was in his prime and the legitimate son of the Duke's residence, which was at its peak. No matter where he was sent, he would have been the center of attention. He must have just gotten engaged, and perhaps he loved Lady Lu, but what if someone tried to him or sent a beauty to him? In any case, it was impossible that nothing could be found about those events. Could it be that your father had someone deliberately destroy the evidence? Shen Suian asked. Lu Yuan replied, if he had such great abilities, he wouldn't still be in the position of a deputy minister after all these years. Shen Suian thought Lu Yuan made a good point. This meant there were other forces hiding Lu Yuan's existence. She remembered what the third madam had said about an old acquaintance. Could it be that person? What about Granny Zhou? Father asked her to take care of you. Doesn't she know who your mother is? Shen Suian felt that Lady Lu didn't treat Lu Yuan like a son, The mother she mentioned was Lu Yuan's biological mother. Lu Yuan shook his head. She doesn't know either. I heard the old lady once scold my mother for her lowly background, saying she hid my birth from my father. It wasn't until after my father married that my mother had someone tell him about me. Shen Suian had planned to ask Granny Zhou. Perhaps she could share some details about the past. There are no lowly mothers in this world, Shen Suian said gently. Behind her, a silver flower bloomed, and her beautiful face reflected a soft glow. The smile in her eyes melted the coldness in his heart. Lu Yuan held her tightly, feeling her soft warmth. For the first time in his life, he found New Year's Eve to be wonderful. A sense of calm and warmth filled his heart. "Husband, let's go home," Shen Suian said. The fireworks had ended. Lu Yuan softly agreed. The Lu family was not his home, but wherever she was, that was home. On the first day of the new year, the court officials were to enter the palace to pay their respects to the emperor, while the wives of officials of the third rank and above would greet the empress. Outside the palace gates, civil and military officials wore ceremonial robes and jade belts, each with smiles, greeting each other with New Year wishes. The palace music floated gently, and the emperor stood to toast, wishing for a peaceful and prosperous new year for the country. In the imperial harem, the royal garden was in full bloom. Inside the silk tents, the ladies wore bright, luxurious clothing, chatting and exchanging good wishes. Soon, the empress was escorted in. Empress Chu wore a bright yellow gown embroidered with golden and silver phoenix patterns, sitting gracefully in the main seat, smiling as she accepted the bows of everyone. This was Shen Suian's first time in the palace to pay her respects, and it was not an easy task. Fortunately, there were many ladies today, so no one noticed her. Shen Suian noticed a woman sitting below concubine Yao. She was not a harem concubine but the by-side consort from the Prince of Junnan's residence, whom she had seen a few times in her previous life. The legitimate daughter of the Prince of Junnan, Princess Yuanjia, sat quietly on the other side. At this moment, Feng Yuanjia was still noble and proud, unlike the cynical and disheartened person Shen Suian would later encounter. Feng Yuanjia is 13 years old this year, beautiful, but with a cold demeanor, rarely speaking. Shen Suian looked away, worried someone might notice her interest in the Prince of Junnan's residence. At that moment, she realized she hadn't seen old Madame Chu and Liu yet. In previous years, old Madame Chu would bring Chu Qingli to the palace to pay New Year respects to the Empress. Shen Suian glanced at Empress Chu. Others might not notice, but she could see that the Empress's smile was forced. The Chu family's plan to leave the capital had not been made public yet. Once the New Year celebrations were over, it would no longer be a secret. Everyone in the court would know the Emperor's intentions regarding the Chu family. Sui, ever since you got married, I rarely see you. Come here, the Empress suddenly called out to Shen Suian. Shen Suian felt a moment of surprise. She had a close bond with Chu Qingli, but her relationship with the Empress was just a typical ruler-subject one. It wasn't as close as the Empress suggested. Your servant greets your majesty, Shen Suian said respectfully as she approached. Yao Guifei, sitting next to the Empress, smiled at her. You seem to have lost some weight. Is it uncomfortable at the Liu family, or are the servants not treating you well? The Empress asked with a smile. Was it appropriate for the Empress to ask about such personal matters at a grand palace banquet? A hint of sadness flashed in Shen Suian's eyes. She didn't understand the Empress's intentions. I heard that Yao Guifei once gifted a palace made to Lu Yuan. The Empress seemed to speak without needing a response from Shen Suian. Yao Guifei maintained her usual calm demeanor. At that time, I saw that Commander Liu had no one close to him. Now that he has Princess Luan, he no longer needs anyone else. I thought the palace maids trained by Yao Guifei would understand how to serve men best, the Empress said with a cold laugh. Shen Suian gasped in shock. Did the Empress no longer care about her dignity? The Empress indeed no longer cared about her reputation. Inside, she was screaming to destroy everything. Just yesterday, the Emperor told her that the Chu family would leave the capital. No matter how much she pleaded, the emperor did not change his mind. Today, not a single member of the Chu family came to the palace to pay New Year respects. This was a signal to the court officials. She understood the emperor's intention. He wanted to cut off her hopes of competing for the crown for the fifth prince. But why should it be this way? She was the central palace, and her son was the legitimate heir. The position that rightfully belonged to her son. Why should she give it to someone else? She hated Emperor Xian. He truly has no feelings for her. He drove away her family and chose this moment to reveal the truth. After a sleepless night, she decided to dress up and attend the event today. Does the emperor want to push her to her limits and place concubine Yao in the main position?
He can forget about it.
As long as she is alive, everyone in the harem is a concubine, including his favorite, concubine Yao. She originally did not want to confront Shin Sueon today, but how could she ignore that concubine Yao had also tried to win her over? A treacherous wolf. It was foolish of Lear to befriend Shin Sueon and still betray the Chu family. She had long known that concubine Yao met Shin Sueon that day, and even gave her a royal jade pendant. The once cheerful ladies-in-waiting sensed the tension between the queen and concubine Yao and lowered their heads, pretending to drink. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? Just as Shin Sueon was thinking of how to retreat, an angry voice rang out. Guangning stepped forward fiercely, glaring at Shin Sueon. Concubine Yao's expression darkened. Guangning, do not be rude. Mother, how can you remain indifferent when she humiliates you like this? Guangning couldn't understand why their father, who favored their mother so much, would allow her to endure such treatment. At that moment, Queen Chu finally showed a hint of a genuine smile. Concubine Yao is quite capable. Even her daughter is exceptional. I hear she has raised quite a few admirers as well. Guangning, does your husband not mind at all? Guangning gritted her teeth. There's no need for the queen to worry. Queen Chu covered her mouth and laughed. Concubine Yao, look at the good princess you raised. This remark finally struck a nerve with concubine Yao. Her face paled slightly. Your Majesty, today is a grand banquet. Why bring up unhappy matters? If you do not wish to see me, I can leave immediately. Your unhappiness brings me joy, Queen Chu replied, laughing as she took another drink. Concubine Yao sighed helplessly. Your Majesty, it's fine to insult me, but please consider the fifth prince. If you drink too much and lose your composure, how will others view him? Shin Sueon immediately stepped forward and knelt. Your Majesty, let me help you rest for a while. Queen Chu's expression turned cold. Before she could finish, two palace maids stepped forward to support her. Shin Sueon's pupils narrowed as she watched Queen Chu leave without saying a word. The control of the banquet fell into concubine Yao's hands, and she coldly glanced at Guangning. Aren't you going back to your seat? Luan, please take the hangover soup to the queen, said Lady Yao to Shin Sueon. Shin Sueon's shock had not completely faded. What she witnessed just now, others might not have seen clearly from a distance, but she understood perfectly. With just a glance from Lady Yao, two skilled palace maids could take the queen away, and even those around the queen did not dare to resist. It seemed that the real power in the palace now belonged to Lady Yao. Shin Sueon bowed slightly and walked toward Kuan-Ning Palace under the varied gazes of the crowd. When she arrived at Kuan-Ning Palace, Queen Chu had calmed down. The two maids who had taken her away were outside the palace, neither leaving nor stopping Shin Sueon from entering. Miss Luan, here is the hangover soup, a young maid said as she brought the soup to Shin Sueon. Shin Sueon glanced down and calmly accepted it. Are you here to mock me? Queen Chu looked at her with disdain. Your Majesty is drunk, and Lady Yao asked me to bring you this soup, Shin Sueon replied softly. Queen Chu sneered. You really are just Lady Yao's dog. Shin Sueon said, Your Majesty has misunderstood me. Humph. What misunderstanding? The Emperor wants to support the Yao family to destroy the Chu family, and you are an accomplice. Queen Chu glared at Shin Sueon. I wish for the Chu family to be safe and sound more than anyone else, Shin Sueon said. Queen Chu did not believe her words at all, and focused on the soup in Shin Sueon's hands. You see, as the queen, I am worse off than Lady Yao in this palace. Even if she wanted to harm me, I could do nothing, Queen Chu said with self-mockery. Shen Xuan looked at the hangover soup in her hands and suddenly took a sip with a spoon. Queen Chu was shocked. You really dare? Shen Xuan was confident that Lady Yao would not do something so foolish. Your Majesty, do you really not understand the intentions of the old lady of the Chu family? She asked quietly. Even the Empress Dowager had avoided this, so the Queen should understand the Emperor's stance. Is this why you have pledged loyalty to Lady Yao?
Queen Chu asked.
Shen Xuan replied, as citizens of the Yong dynasty, we are loyal to the Emperor and this country, whether it is the Shin family or Lu Yuan, we are the same. Queen Chu said, you truly are loyal to your country. You may leave now, I am tired. Shen Xuan set down the hangover soup, knowing the Queen would not drink it as she was not truly drunk. The festive atmosphere in the Imperial Garden had returned to normal. Having grown up in the center of power in the capital, no one could fail to see the situation before them. Madame Chu closed her door to guests and did not attend the palace banquet. Empress Chu also left the palace to pray. Just now, when the Empress was taken away, concubine Yao naturally took over the scene, which is a very important signal. Shen Xuan greeted concubine Yao and simply said that the Empress was resting. Concubine Yao smiled gently at her and asked her to take her seat again. At this moment, Concubine Bai raised her head and looked at Shen Xuan intently. Shen Xuan did not notice and turned to sit down. Madame Ruan, worried, whispered, is everything all right? She feared the Empress would not let it go and would continue to make things difficult for her. Shen Xuan responded with a reassuring smile. The palace banquet ended without any major incidents. Sister, please wait. Concubine Bai walked toward the ladies of the Lu family. Madame Lu wore a warm smile. May everything go smoothly for you, madam. Concubine Bai greeted Madame Lu respectfully. Wishing you success as well, Concubine Bai. Madame Lu replied with a smile. Why haven't I seen Miss Yen? Concubine Bai asked. Madame Lu replied, she is with her mother at the Bai family. Concubine Bai laughed. No wonder her mother likes her the most. I just returned with the prince and have been busy, so I haven't had the chance to invite you to the prince's residence. Madame Lu said, you and I are sisters, so there's no need for such formalities. We can visit once you are settled. Concubine Bai smiled at Shen Xuan. Is this the new daughter-in-law? Madame Lu glanced at Shen Xuan with indifference. She is the granddaughter-in-law of the Lu family. She only had one daughter-in-law, which was Lu Heng's wife. Shen Xuan offered a polite and distant smile to Concubine Bai. Happy New Year, Concubine Bai. Concubine Bai smiled knowingly. So you are the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family. The eldest daughter of the Shin family, who almost married Lu Heng, has now gained the favor of Concubine Yao, showing her skill in winning over those in power. Her sister, who is already troubled by the existence of the illegitimate son Lu Yuan, must not be having an easy time looking at Shen Xuan. I just saw Princess Guangning. She and Brother Heng truly make a perfect pair, Concubine Bai said with a smile. Saying this in front of Shen Xuan was quite intriguing. Who can argue with that? Concubine Bai has a good eye, Madame Wan added with a smile. One supports a concubine, and the other supports a male lover. They truly are a match. Concubine Bai observed Madame Wan, noting her impressive demeanor while being with the Lu family. You must be the third madam. I noticed everyone has left the palace. If Lady Bai wants to catch up with my sister-in-law, it would be better to get into the carriage together. Otherwise, others might think we have other matters to attend to, said Mrs. Ruan. Mrs. Lu replied calmly, there are many carriages outside. It doesn't matter if we take a few steps back. Mrs. Ruan responded, in that case, we won't interrupt my sister-in-law and Lady Bai's conversation. The sisters had endless things to discuss, unrelated to anyone else. Old lady, let me help you, Mrs. Ruan said with a smile. The old lady Lu waved her hand in annoyance. I can walk by myself. Mrs. Lu's expression turned cold. Mrs. Ruan truly had no sense of propriety. Sister, where does the third lady come from? Lady Bai asked quietly. She is from the Southern Dynasty, Probably a branch of the Reborn family, Mrs. Lu replied with a sharp gaze. Lady Bai raised her eyebrows. Your family's illegitimate children seem to have good luck. Mrs. Lu did not like hearing that. She glanced at Lady Bai. Is there good news since the prince only brought you back? The prince intends to appoint Xinghua as the heir, Lady Bai said, her smile widening. That's good news, Mrs. Lu said. Lady Bai held her hand. Sister, I would like to ask for your help. Mrs. Lu scrutinized her for a moment. All right. On Zhuke Street outside the palace, the traffic was heavy, but it gradually cleared with the soldiers' guidance. Lu Yuan and Lu Sanyi stood by the carriage, quietly conversing. Third lady, eldest lady, Shi Qing said, spotting Xin Suan. Where is the duke? The old lady Lu asked with a frown. Lu Yuan replied, he has gone back. The old lady's mood worsened. The servants nearby quickly helped her into the carriage, while Mrs. Lu didn't even glance at Lu Yuan. Lu Sanyi patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. Let's go. Lu Yuan helped Xin Suan into the carriage. Lu Yuan had already heard about the events at the palace banquet. The emperor had just called him to give a few reminders. He supported Xin Suan as she got into the carriage. Were you scared today? Xin Suan gently shook her head, leaning wearily on his shoulder. I thought the emperor would inform the empress after the new year. The empress is secretly contacting officials to pressure the emperor into naming the fifth prince as the heir after the new year, Lu Yuan said quietly. Xin Suan sighed. The Chu family has no ambitions. Why is the emperor so wary? The Chu family has produced 2 generations of empresses, and their connections are deeply intertwined. Many people want to use the Chu family's influence, Lu Yuan explained. Now is the best outcome. I hope the queen can understand soon. Tomorrow, I want to find Lear. Xin Suan had long wanted to go, but old lady Chu advised her not to rush to find Lear. She knew the old lady meant well. The duke's guard was at the gate, and as soon as Lu Yuan and Xin Suan arrived, he invited Lu Yuan to the study. All the men of the Lu family were there except for the second master. Today, no one from the Chu family attended the palace banquet. I heard that the Chu family is selling their shops and land in the capital. Does the emperor have plans for the Chu family? The duke's gaze was sharp. He had secretly supported the queen, but if it all came to nothing, he needed to withdraw in time. However, at today's banquet, he noticed something was off. Lu Yuan must have known about it long ago, yet he revealed nothing. Grandfather, I don't know, Lu Yuan said. The duke's forehead tightened with anger. He did not believe Lu Yuan's words. The emperor trusted him, and he was sure Lu Yuan had already been instructed to act regarding the Chu family's situation. Don't forget, you are also a Lu, the duke said coldly. The third master replied, Father, because Lu Yuan is part of the Lu family, he cannot rashly guess the emperor's thoughts. If he were careless with his words, he wouldn't be the commander of the pacification office. Is he too afraid to even warn his family? Does he think that if he tells us, we will harm him? The elder Lu scoffed. Could it be otherwise? The third master countered.
You.
The duke shouted, enough. The emperor really intends to establish a son born of a concubine. He gritted his teeth. He thought the emperor, being in his prime, wouldn't establish a successor so soon, and the fifth prince, being both legitimate and young, would grow up in 10 years when the emperor aged. The timing could not be better. Who would have thought the emperor could favor a concubine to such an extent? Lu Yuan slightly raised his eyes. Grandfather, be cautious with your words. The duke suppressed his anger. Years of effort could not be dismissed lightly. Father, Lu Heng is now the husband of Princess Guangning, and the second prince is the princess's brother. We should really support the second prince, the elder Lu said. The duke knew this well. However, the second prince already had trusted confidants by his side. Even if the Lu family pledged their support now, it would only be due to their family ties, and they would not gain any significant merit in the future. The duke had risen to power because of his achievements. He was unwilling to accept this situation, but felt powerless. Lord Lu felt somewhat dispirited as he looked at his son and grandsons, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Could the Lu family never regain its former glory? His grandson, whom he had high hopes for, had become a prince consort, and the third son, and Lu Yuan would not fully follow his commands. We should learn from Lu Yuan and his wife. They have long been favored by Consort Yao. I heard that at today's palace banquet, Shen Suian even confronted the Empress for Consort Yao, said Lord Lu. Lu Yuan's eyes darkened as he looked over.
Did you see that?
I only heard it from others. You believe everything others say? So this is how you conduct yourself in office, Lu Yuan mocked. Lord Lu's expression changed. Nonsense. You are too arrogant. Father is not making things up. If it weren't for my sister-in-law trying to curry favor with Consort Yao, how could she gain the consort's favor? Lu Heng said calmly. Third Master Lu laughed.
You can't say it like that.
The consort naturally seeks to attract useful people. Why not say that my sister-in-law is exceptional, and that's why the consort appreciates her? Lu Yuan replied, Father has indeed taught second brother well. It seems he often flatters those above him.
Lu Yuan.
Lu Heng felt humiliated. Enough.
Stop talking.
You all go back for now. Let me think. Lord Lu interrupted their argument. The relationships within the Lu family were too complicated to achieve anything. That night, Lu Yuan held Shen Suian and talked about matters in the study. Shen Suian recalled how, in her previous life, Lu Heng later rose to a high position. She now looked down on Lu Yuan for being a tool of the emperor, but he was also on a similar path. His dealings with the Chu family were for personal revenge, but the emperor was certainly using him too. The duke's residence looks prosperous on the surface, but everyone has their own agendas. Some are plotting to take credit, while others go against the old lord. It's truly ridiculous, Lu Yuan said coldly. Shen Suian noticed that Lu Yuan seemed more intense tonight than usual. He had never shown such a fierce demeanor in front of her before. This was the first time. She reached out and hugged his waist. The emperor is in his prime, healthy and strong. Choosing sides now is pointless. If they could think like that, they wouldn't do so many foolish things, Lu Yuan replied. Let them be, Shen Suian said. Watching the actions of the Lu family, she was even more certain that without her grandfather paving the way for Lu Heng in her previous life, he could never have achieved such a high position. Her grandfather's connections had all been taken by Lu Heng. Lu Yuan tucked her in. All right, sleep now. On the other side, at Ziyuan Hall, after the palace banquet, Guangning was kept behind by concubine Yao and returned to the Lu family late at night. She leaned against Lu Heng, feeling wronged, and complained about being scolded by concubine Yao again. My mother is too harsh on me. She actually wants me to learn from Shen Suian in everything, Guangning said, her eyes red with anger. She had heard this more than once. Her mother thought too highly of Shen Suian. I am a princess. What is Shen Suian compared to me? Lu Heng held her tightly, suppressing his dislike, and spoke gently. Yes, you are of noble status. It doesn't matter if you are a bit willful. Is that really what you think? Guangning looked up at him. Of course, no one can compare to you, Lu Heng said with a handsome smile. Guangning felt sweet inside, her love for Lu Heng deepening. My mother still won't take back the jade pendant given to Shen Suian, but I told her that I have made peace with you, and she was very happy. Lu Heng nodded. Did you see the Empress in the palace? She seemed to have lost her mind today, and actually insulted my mother at the banquet. When I left the palace, I saw the chief delivering an edict for my father. He ordered her to be confined in Kuan Ning Palace for reflection. Now, my mother is temporarily in charge of the harem, Guangning explained. Lu Heng's expression turned serious. The emperor always acted thoughtfully. Every decision had its reason. It couldn't be just because the empress insulted concubine Yao that she was confined. If he were still an attendant, he would understand the emperor's intentions better. By the way, my mother said that when the inspectorate no longer bothers me, she will grant me a request. At that time, I will ask her to give you a different position, Prince Consort. What kind of position do you want? Guangning looked at Lu Heng with admiration. Lu Heng softly replied, This is fine for now. The princess doesn't need to worry about me. Guangning kissed him. My prince consort deserves the best. How about you go work with my second brother? Let's talk about it after the new year, okay? It's late. We should rest.
All right.
Guangning felt happier than ever. Her mother said she didn't understand Lu Heng and couldn't fully control him, advising her not to blindly trust a man's love. But she and Lu Heng were in love now. Why should she refuse? She thought it was wonderful. On the second day of the new year, the son-in-law was to accompany his wife back to her family to celebrate the new year. Lu Yuan and Shin Suan arrived at the Shun family early. This year, the Shin family was very quiet, yet everywhere was filled with warmth and harmony. Shin Zhonglin was sent away before the new year and should have arrived at his new post by now, while Aunt Chung and Shin Siu are still at the estate and have not returned. Others aside, Zhang Shi is living quite comfortably. Everyone is in the main room welcoming Shin Suan and Lu Yuan. After exchanging greetings and wishing each other a happy new year, they sit down to drink tea and chat. Since Shin Zhonglin is not present, Mr. Shin and Mrs. Shun have stayed behind to host Lu Yuan. After lunch, Mr. Shin and Mrs. Shin go to her family's home to pay New Year's visits. Lu Yuan has been called to the study by the elder. Jiang Shi goes to prepare a return gift for her son-in-law, taking a maid to help. Only the old lady and Shin Suan remain in the room. Grandmother, when the weather gets warmer, I will take you and grandfather to the villa for a few days. Grandfather can fish, and I will accompany you to enjoy the flowers, Shin Suan said with a smile. The old lady happily agreed. Suan, are you doing well at the Lu family? Do they still make things difficult for you because of the past? Old lady Shin asked softly. Shin Suan replied, Lu Yuan treats me well. As for the others, I don't let it bother me. I'm not living with them. This means that the Lu family still holds some resentment towards her. The old lady shook her head. I always felt the Lu family had poor values. Although the Duke is ambitious, he has some redeeming qualities. But that old lady truly is not respectable. Even though there are distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate children in noble families, which family would treat their illegitimate children as lesser beings? They are all cherished as part of the family. However, the old lady was different. She mistreated her concubines and could not even accept the Duke's illegitimate children. Many of those children did not survive under her harsh treatment, and it is truly remarkable that the third son of the Lu family is still alive. Grandmother, don't worry. Even if they dislike me, they wouldn't dare show it openly, Shin Suan said with a smile. After a few encounters, both the old lady and the main wife know she is not someone easy to manipulate, and they maintain a facade of harmony. Old lady Shin feels her granddaughter has indeed grown wiser. The two of them chatted for a while longer. Shin Suan mentioned wanting to visit the Chu family. The Chu family is closed to visitors, so Shin Suan cannot just walk in openly. After a bit of preparation, she enters through the back door with just a maid. She then discovers that the Chu family's large house is filled with boxes, all packed and ready to leave as soon as the time comes. Suan, you finally made it, Chu Qingli said, lifting her skirt as she came down the steps to greet Shin Suan cheerfully. Shin Suan smiled back and took Chu Qingli's hand as they entered the house together. I wanted to say goodbye to you for a long time, but my grandmother wouldn't let me go out, Chu Qingli said softly. I knew you would come to find me. I will also go to Annan to see you, Shin Suan replied gently. When that time comes, you must be a good host. At first, Chu Qingli felt sad about leaving the capital, but after her grandmother explained the situation of the Chu family, she thought going to Annan might be good. The most important thing is that the family is together. You keep your promise, and I will prepare a yard for you to plant a big persimmon tree. When you come to visit me, we can eat persimmons together, Chu Qingli said.
Okay.
The two of them entered the house hand in hand, where old lady Chu was looking at the account books. There are no problems with these. Those servants who do not wish to go to Annan have been taken care of. Give them more silver, and if they want to work in other households, they can submit their names, the old lady said. Happy New Year, old lady. I wish you good health and all the best, Shin Suan said as she bowed. Old lady Chu smiled kindly. Suan has come. Good. Good. This New Year's money is for you, and I hope you have a smooth life ahead. The Chu family's wise retreat pleased the emperor, and old lady Chu was even more convinced of her choice. Suan, If it weren't for you waking me up, I wouldn't know how long I would have been blind to the truth. Old Lady Chu expressed her gratitude. Shin Sueon replied softly, Old lady, you flatter me. I'm sorry for the troubles you faced at yesterday's palace banquet, Old Lady Chu said with regret in her eyes. She had spoken with the Empress several times, but each time ended in disagreement. Now, being blamed and resented didn't feel good for her either. If the Empress didn't realize her mistakes soon, the Emperor might not remember the past, and what future would the Empress have then? Old lady, I think the Empress doesn't seem to be as well off in the palace as she appears, Shin Sueon said quietly. Old Lady Chu sighed inwardly. The Empress had once been in a good position, but after giving birth to Yongning, she became jealous of the pregnant concubines and secretly harmed them. If it weren't for the Empress Dowager's protection, she would have been removed long ago. Now that the Emperor had completely distanced himself from her, he likely knew about her past actions. She was once a kind and innocent girl raised in our home. How did she change so completely after entering the palace? Old Lady Chu felt deep sorrow. Power truly changes a person. Chu Qingli hugged her grandmother's arm. Grandmother, as long as our Chu family stays humble, the Emperor will still treat my aunt kindly. Yes, you are right. The old Lady Chu forced herself to stay strong. With everything that had happened, if she focused on the queen in the palace, what would happen to the over 100 members of the Chu family? Since there had to be sacrifices, she needed to be resolute. Sue, these things are for you. The old lady Chu handed a box to Shin Sueon. Shin Sueon was slightly taken aback. When she opened it, she found land deeds inside. Old lady, this can't be right. The old lady Chu replied, I can't take these properties with me, and I don't want to sell them for a low price. It's better to leave them to you. I just hope you will treat the servants who stay there kindly. I'll return the cash to you, Shin Sueon said. This is my heartfelt gift to you. Are you really going to refuse? The old lady Chu pretended to be stern. Chu Qingli, standing nearby, encouraged Shin Sueon to accept it. Shin Sueon's eyes turned a bit red. Old lady, I'll keep it safe for you. When Lear gets married in the future, it can be her dowry. Chu Qingli stomped her foot. Why bring up marriage now? The old lady Chu smiled. Once I give it to you, how you arrange it is up to you. Look at you. Now that you're getting married, you want everyone else to get married too? Chu Qingli teased as she poked Shin Sueon. The two laughed together. Seeing their playful banter, the old lady Chu felt a lot of her worries lift. You two go to the West Wing and whisper to each other. I'll continue with the accounts, the old lady Chu said with a smile. Chu Qingli took Shin Sueon's arm and went to the West Wing, eagerly saying, Tell me, is Guangning in chaos with Lu Heng now? Oh, it makes me so mad. I'm stuck at home and can't even find out what's happening outside. Shin Sueon playfully scolded her. They aren't in chaos. Instead, they seem to be getting along well.
What?
That's impossible. I hinted so clearly, and Guangning didn't notice Lu Heng has a mistress outside. She's so foolish. She burned Song Xiuji's boat, Shin Sueon said, sharing that Guangning was also criticized for taking up good land for her mistress. Chu Qingli's eyes turned red. At such an important time, I was stuck at home. She should have been there to mock Guangning. So frustrating. What a pity. Why would you want to confront Guangning? I have nothing to do with Lu Heng anymore, Shin Sueon said, feeling helpless.
How can you say that?
He treated you so badly, and I can't stand seeing him with someone else, Chu Qingli huffed. She just wanted Shin Sueon to vent her feelings. Shin Sueon hugged Chu Qingli. I know you care about me, but I don't want you to get into trouble. After all, she is a princess. They are facing their consequences now. We just need to watch the show. You are too kind-hearted, Chu Qingli said, gently tapping Shin Sueon's forehead. Shin Sueon smiled, but remained silent. She wasn't just kind. She believed that this kind of revenge only caused surface-level harm and had no real benefit. She wanted Lu Heng to truly feel pain, and she needed to wait until Song Xiuji's child was born for that to happen. By then, if he committed treason, it would be interesting to see how Lu Heng would handle it. Let's not talk about unimportant people. Lear, when you go to Annan, make sure to write to me often, Shin Swayan said softly. Tell me everything, and don't just share good news, she added. Chu Qingli laughed. If you wish for good things for me, I will only have happy news and no worries. Shin Swayan replied, I truly hope you stay happy forever. Don't just worry about me. You need to write to me often too. If Lu Yuan bullies you, tell me, and Chu Qingli's eyes suddenly turned red. What will I do if I'm not in the capital to stand up for you? The sadness of parting surged at that moment. Chu Qingli wasn't afraid of leaving the capital. She just felt sad thinking about how Sui Sui might be bullied while she was far away in Annan and unable to help. Shin Suian couldn't hold back her tears. It won't happen. Lu Yuan won't bully me. Even if he does betray me in the future, I can just get a divorce and go to Annan to rely on you, Chu Qingli said, laughing and crying at the same time. I think Lu Yuan is much better than Lu Heng. You will definitely be fine, she added. Shin Suian sniffed. Yes, we will both be fine. Sui, I really don't want to leave you. Chu Qingli choked up, not knowing when they would meet again. I feel the same way, Shin Suian said, shedding more tears. The maid outside noticed something was wrong as the two young ladies were crying more and more. She hurried in to comfort them. Good girls, today is a joyful occasion. You can't cry. Chu Qingli's wet nurse quickly soothed them and instructed the maid to fetch water for the two ladies to wash their faces. Shin Suian wiped away Chu Qingli's tears. No crying. We will be fine in the future. They washed their faces and reapplied their makeup, but their eyes were still puffy. When the old lady Chu saw them, she comforted them but also felt helpless. The situation was special, and she couldn't keep Shin Suian for a meal. Shin Suian said her goodbyes again. Even with an egg on her eyes during the journey, it was still noticeable when she returned to the Shin family. The old lady Shin reassured her, saying that parting is always for the sake of reunion. Yes, this farewell is for the hope of meeting again in the future. It marks the end for the Chu family. She gathered her emotions and had a pleasant meal at the Shin family. Before night fell, she returned to the Lu family with Lu Yuan. Young madam, the eldest lady sent someone to inform you that she wants you to accompany her to the banquet at the town South King's residence tomorrow, Chiu Jin said softly. Shin Suian frowned slightly. The eldest lady wants me to go with her? What about the princess? I heard the princess will also be attending, Chiu Jin replied. It seems I cannot refuse, Shin Suian smiled. I'll let the eldest lady know that I'm aware and will prepare well. The town South King was once a prominent figure in the capital. The late emperor had no heirs and initially chose the town South King and the Xian emperor to select one as his successor. It is said that the late emperor preferred the town South King, but due to past conflicts between the town South King's mother and the Empress Dowager, he ultimately chose the current emperor. However, the town South King became the most powerful prince of the Yong dynasty, commanding hundreds of thousands of troops in Yunzhou. If he remained compliant, the Yong dynasty would be peaceful, but if he ever decided to rebel, the kingdom could be torn apart. The Xian emperor was wary of the town South King. The selection of the heir to the town South King was not only a significant matter for him but also a key factor for the Xian emperor in assessing the future situation in Yunzhou. The heir should rightfully be the biological son of the princess, but unfortunately, the town South King's only legitimate son, Feng Chunhua, has been blind since childhood, making it impossible for the royal residence to be entrusted to someone who cannot see. This led to the rise of the Bai-concubine and her illegitimate son, Feng Xinghua. The Bai-concubine is now very influential and has overshadowed the princess. Shin Suian accompanied the eldest lady to the town South King's residence in the capital. This residence was granted to the town South King by the emperor. The mansion is spacious and luxurious, with exquisite carvings and golden decorations, showcasing its grandeur. With the princess absent from the capital, the Bai-concubine is the only female head of the household. She stood at the entrance of the hall waiting for the eldest lady. You're here, sister, the Bai-concubine said with a smile, her gaze sweeping over Guangning and Shin Suian behind the eldest lady. Shin Suian lowered her eyes and bowed slightly. However, Guangning raised her chin with pride, casting a glance at the Bai concubine without showing any respect. As a princess, she felt there was no need to bow to a concubine. The Bai concubine stepped forward to greet her. "Greetings, Your Highness." Guangning waved her hand. "I came with my mother-in-law to pay New Year's respects, so you don't need to be overly formal." "Where is Feng Yuanjia?" "The princess should be inside. I'll have someone fetch her," the Bai concubine replied with a smile. Madame Lu smiled gently at the side consort Bai and walked into the hall beside her. Looking at the respectful servants around them, Madame Lu quietly said, "You've made it through now." The side consort Bai was already used to Madame Lu's always dignified and noble demeanor. She smiled and replied, "At first, my sister didn't want me to marry, saying that being a side consort meant being a concubine. As the second daughter of the Bai family, she could have easily married a main wife from a prominent family, even if she didn't marry the Prince of Zhennan. But she liked the prince and would only marry him, even if it meant being a side consort. Fortunately, fate had been kind to her." "Will the prince elevate you to the main wife when the heir is named?" Madame Lu asked. The smile on the side consort Bai's face faded slightly. "Being the mother of the heir is enough for me." Madame Lu raised an eyebrow and said nothing more. Guangning was somewhat distracted. She had originally planned to accompany Lu Heng to the temple fair, but Madame Lu asked her to come to the Prince of Zhennan's residence instead. She came to support Madame Lu. However, Prince Feng Yuanjia did not show up, and only the side consort Bai was there to host. When she was younger, she had seen Feng Yuanjia in the palace, and they had even fought once, which she lost. Although Feng Yuanjia was younger, she was very strong and fought fiercely. But now, Feng Yuanjia's brother was blind, and even the heir's position was about to fall to a lesser son. She finally found a chance to win against Feng Yuanjia. Just then, a lively young girl rushed in from outside. "Side consort Bai, what do you need from me?" Feng Yuanjia appeared, dressed in a pink-blue satin robe with bamboo and plum blossom embroidery. Though young, she already had an air of elegance. The side consort Bai gently asked, "Why are you alone? Where is Manhwa? He has been in the capital for so long. He should come out and not keep himself cooped up." Feng Yuanjia replied, "You're hosting your guests. What does that have to do with us? Do you really expect me and Manhwa to come and support your reputation as a side consort?" "That's not it, Yuanjia. I'm just worried that Manhwa doesn't go out much, which isn't good for him. I wanted you all to meet some guests," the side consort Bai said, frowning with concern. Feng Yuanjia sneered, not believing that the side consort Bai had innocent intentions. Manhwa was already blind, and in a new place, he needed to be even more careful. Going out could lead to accidents, and if seen, it could invite gossip. Wasn't the side consort Bai just trying to make sure everyone knew Manhwa couldn't see, so they would compare him to her son, making her son seem more suitable to be the heir? How rude for the daughter of Yi Lu Su to act this way. Madame Lu lightly scolded. Feng Yuanjia glanced over with her narrow phoenix eyes, sizing up Madame Lu, sister of concubine Bai really doesn't treat herself as a guest. "Yuanjia, your words are getting more and more excessive," Guangning said, defending her mother-in-law. "Guangning?" Feng Yuanjia seemed to just notice her presence. "What are you doing here?" Concubine Bai thought Feng Yuanjia didn't know Madame Lu's identity. "Yuanjia, this is Madame Lu from the Duke's residence, Guangning's mother-in-law." Feng Yuanjia scoffed. "You treasure a man that others don't want. Guangning, your judgment is worse than when you were a child." One sentence insulted three people. Madame Lu's face turned green with anger. Shen Suiyan quickly lowered her head, afraid she would laugh out loud. Guangning was so angry she wanted to tear Feng Yuanjia's mouth apart. She was just as vicious and annoying as in childhood.
"I won't talk to you."
"Where is Manhwa?" "I want to find him," Guangning said irritably. Feng Yuanjia glanced at her. "Come with me." Madame Lu instructed Shen Suiyan. "You come along too." Shen Suiyan still didn't understand why Madame Lu insisted on bringing her to the Duke's residence and could only take it step by step. Finally, the hall was left with just the Bai sisters. Concubine Bai spoke darkly. "Sister, you see, Even if Shenghua is the heir, as long as the Yi mother and daughter are around, I will always be constrained. What do you want to do? Madame Lu asked. The Yi family has deep roots in Yunzhou. It's not easy to act against them, but it's different in the capital. Sister, I need your help, Concubine Bai said softly. I want a permanent solution so that no one can threaten Xinghua's position in the future, Concubine Bai stated. Madame Lu turned to assess her sister. She used to often seek her help at home, but she was actually a very opinionated person. Did you really not make any plans for your journey back? Madame Lu asked. Concubine Bai sighed. I can't hide it from you, but I'm not familiar with the capital and fear making mistakes. Madame Lu replied, tell me your plan first. If there are any oversights, I will help you cover them. Concubine Bai whispered her plan, believing it to be flawless. Aren't you afraid Shenghua will be in danger? Madame Lu looked deeply at her sister. Indeed, she was ruthless, even willing to use her son. Concubine Bai replied, if I don't do this, it will be even more dangerous in the future. Madame Lu nodded, then we need to make the evidence more perfect. I knew you would help me, sister. Concubine Bai smiled. You are my sister, so of course I want you to be well, said Madame Lu. Lady Bai asked, why did you bring her here today? I thought it was just a tiny speck of dust, but now this speck has turned into a bothersome bug. If we don't get rid of it, it will bring discomfort, Madame Lu said softly, gently rubbing the edge of her cup. Especially since she noticed that Lu Heng could not treat Shen Suian calmly. Even if he didn't like her, long-term attention and concern could turn into an obsession. She couldn't let Shen Suian become Lu Heng's inner demon. Lady Bai understood. Do you want me to take action for you? Why not kill two birds with one stone? Madame Lu asked. Since she planned to deal with the Yi mother and daughter, what harm was there in adding Shen Suian to the mix? If they couldn't eliminate Shen Suian, they could at least ruin her reputation. Then it would be up to Lu Yuan to choose between offending the Prince of Jiannan to protect her or sacrificing Shen Suian for his future. Whichever choice he made would sever their bond. Lady Bai pondered, this is not easy. Shen Suian is not familiar with Feng Yuanjia. How can we connect them? Recently, some homeless refugees have appeared on the outskirts of the city. No one knows what these refugees might do, kidnapping children or targeting wealthy young ladies. All for survival, Madame Lu said softly. Lady Bai sat up straight, her eyes hopeful as she looked at Madame Lu. Madame Lu glanced at her. Those refugees had another purpose, but since there was now an easier way to handle Shen Suian, she didn't mind helping her sister. Shen Suian has spoken to those refugees on the street and even arranged places for them. If she asks them to do something, they would surely agree out of gratitude, or even just for money. Lady Bai smiled, sister. You are truly clever. Unbeknownst to Shen Suian, who was still a guest, she had already become entangled in a plot. Guangning was not very familiar with Feng Chunhua, but the fourth prince had lived with her in the palace during their childhood. They shared a bond, and even though they were separated by distance, they communicated regularly each year. Yesterday, at the palace banquet, the fourth prince was worried when he didn't see Feng Chunhua, and Guangning was there to check on her for him. Is the princess adjusting well in the capital? Shen Suian asked, looking at the frowning Feng Yuanjia. Feng Yuanjia was 2 years younger than her, but perhaps due to different experiences, this princess exuded a strong and dignified aura, her eyes bright and alert, though she seemed guarded around everyone. There's nothing unusual about it. I lived in the capital when I was young, Feng Yuanjia said. We met at the Chu family, do you remember, princess? Shen Suian smiled. But that was a long time ago. She was about 5 or 6 then, and Feng Yuanjia was only 3 or 4, so the memory might not be very clear. Feng Yuanjia glanced at Shen Suian. I've heard about you. You insisted on breaking off your engagement with Lu Heng. Shen Suian chuckled helplessly. That matter is already in the past. Then you must not be living well at the Lu family, Feng Yuanjia said. Unknowingly, they had arrived at a delicate and elegant courtyard. Just as they entered, a young boy in fine clothes ran out with a big smile, holding a beautifully crafted jade stick. Big brother, it's boring to hide all day. Let's go out and play, Feng Xinghua said, having appeared out of nowhere, snatching the guiding stick from Feng Chunhua and running ahead. Feng Chunhua, dressed in a blue robe, had skin as pale as jade and delicate features. The young boy was starting to grow, but he still looked a bit thin. He tightly gripped the doorframe, afraid of accidentally tripping and falling. He couldn't let his sister down. Who allowed you to be here? Feng Yuanjia saw her brother's awkward state and stepped forward to take the guiding stick from Feng Xinghua. Feng Xinghua was most afraid of his eldest sister and immediately fell silent. Sister, I was just playing with big brother. Seeing the innocent expression on Feng Xinghua's face, Shen Suian clenched her fists tightly. The first time she saw Feng Xinghua was at the Hugua Temple. He had been knocked out and hidden behind a statue. The 10-year-old boy was beautifully crafted, with clear and innocent eyes that easily made one feel soft-hearted. Even knowing that the people trying to harm him were his stepmother and biological sister, he still looked in disbelief as he knelt before the Prince of Jinnan, pleading for them. If Shen Suian hadn't heard him with her own ears, using his childish voice to command assassins to take out Feng Chunhua's eyes and break his hands and feet, she would have truly believed that Feng Xinghua was a kind and innocent child. Sis, don't blame him. He means no harm, Feng Chunhua said, showing a smile that could charm anyone. The young boy's face was flawless, and his eyes seemed to be covered with a light mist, resembling a gentle watercolor. He was truly a clean and gentle person. Shen Suian felt a pang in her heart. She regretted saving a monster. Is it fun? Feng Yuanjia glared angrily. She didn't like Lady Bai and naturally didn't like Feng Xinghua either, but they were all the king's children, so she could only scold them a little. Feng Xinghua seemed almost on the verge of tears, trembling in place. Guangning frowned. He's just playful. Why scare him? Surprisingly, Feng Xinghua, who was about to be named heir, was still so afraid of Feng Yuanjia, suggesting he was often bullied by her. No one could match Feng Yuanjia. She had been learning martial arts with the Prince of Zhennan since childhood. Shen Suian gently said to Guangning, Princess Yuanjia is just anxious. There are steps here, and if the young master loses his guiding stick and falls, it could lead to serious consequences. Only then did Guangning notice Feng Chunhua, standing like a tall pine in the room. If you're going out to play, you should let the servants assist. You took Xunhua's guiding stick. Can he really follow you outside? Or do you want him to fall and get hurt on purpose? Feng Yuanjia's gaze was intense, making Feng Xinghua's face turn pale. Big sister, it's fine. Feng Chunhua sighed lightly. I'm not hurt. He slightly turned his face towards Shen Suian. Do you have guests, sister? Guangning walked up to him. I am Guangning. The fourth prince didn't see you yesterday and felt uneasy, thinking you were sick from the environment. You seem to be in good spirits. Feng Chunhua smiled. I've met Princess Guangning. You can just call me elder sister, like the fourth prince does, Guangning said. Sorry to worry the fourth prince. I was feeling unwell yesterday, but I will personally apologize to him in a couple of days, Feng Chunhua replied. Guangning said, There's no need for an apology. It wasn't your fault. Feng Chunhua was surprised by how straightforward Princess Guangning was, with no hint of subtlety. Feng Yuanjia introduced Shen Suian to him. This is Lady Liu, the wife of Commander Liu. Feng Xinghua, feeling left out, glanced at Guangning and then at Shen Suian. He quickly brightened up again. Big brother, since we have guests today, I've prepared some snacks in the garden. How about inviting the guests to have tea there? Big brother can also come out for a walk. Feng Chunhua nodded gently. That sounds good. Feng Xinghua took the initiative to support Feng Chunhua's hand, being overly respectful, even more so than a servant. Second brother, you don't have to do this. I can walk by myself, Feng Chunhua said helplessly. Feng Yuanjia frowned at him. What's wrong with you today? It was unusual to see Feng Xinghua act so submissively. Even Feng Yuanjia couldn't stand it. Father told me to treat big brother well, but I don't know what that means, Feng Xinghua said quietly. Feng Yuanjia's expression darkened. The king means that once Feng Xinghua becomes the heir, he will be the future master of the royal residence, and he should continue to respect Feng Chunhua. If there is so much doubt, why give the position of heir to Feng Xinghua? Shen Suian calmly observed Feng Xinghua, who seemed to be deliberately trying to please Feng Chunhua. He wanted her, along with the outsiders and the servants around them, to notice his behavior. He was being so restrained and respectful towards his elder sister and elder brother, yet they did not spare him, taking him away and selling him. Later, when the servants gossip, the Prince of Zhennan would become even angrier. Perhaps in Yunzhou, Bai Sufei and her son had used the same method against the princess and her two sons. Did the princess really not see this? Stay away from us. That would be best for you, Feng Yuanjia said coldly. Feng Shenhua felt helpless. Sister, did I do something wrong again? You did nothing wrong, but your timid and hesitant demeanor is quite unrefined and rather petty. It seems the king should find you a new tutor. Bai Sufei is from a noble family. How could she teach her son to be like this? Feng Yuanjia said bluntly. The smile on Feng Xinghua's face froze. A flash of dark anger crossed his eyes, but it was gone in an instant, hardly noticeable. Guangning scoffed and whispered to Shen Suan, how can someone who is about to become the heir have no backbone at all? When they arrived at the garden, Feng Shenhua finally stopped hovering around Feng Chunhua but remained silently by her side. Shen Suan wanted to remind Feng Yuanjia but couldn't find the right moment. Father. Suddenly, Feng Shenhua stood up with some excitement, looking ahead with admiration. Outside the garden gate, several figures approached, and in the middle was a tall, strong man, the Prince of Zhennan. Though he was already middle-aged, the prince still stood tall and had handsome features, showing how impressive he must have been in his youth. To Shen Suan's surprise, the old prince and Lu Yuan were also with him. Feng Chunhua was a bit slow to react. He slowly stood up and turned towards the source of the voice. Greetings, father. Chun'er, do you feel better today? The Prince of Zhennan looked at Feng Chunhua, his love and concern evident in his eyes. Feng Chunhua replied, I tell you, father, I have no discomfort today. This child looks just like you did when you were young, the old prince remarked, looking at Feng Chunhua with admiration. The Prince of Zhennan's gaze flickered with sorrow. Yes. Feng Yuanjia stepped forward, saying, I've come to greet father and pay my respects to uncle. Yuanjia has grown so much. The old prince exclaimed in surprise. Prince Zhennan smiled. This child looks just like me, but it's a pity she's a girl. If only Yuanjia were a boy, it would be better. Hearing this, Feng Yuanjia felt a sharp pain in her heart. The old prince frowned. What's wrong with girls? Just because she's a girl doesn't mean she's not your daughter. I misspoke. Please don't mind me, Uncle Wang, Prince Zhennan replied with a smile. At that moment, Guangning also stepped forward to greet them. She didn't dare act like a princess in front of Prince Zhennan and respectfully bowed as a younger relative. I greet you, Uncle Wang, and Uncle. The old prince chuckled. Oh, it's Guangning. The rumors about Guangning and her suitor were quite loud, and she didn't want to draw attention to herself. You all continue. I'll go to the study with Uncle, Prince Zhennan said. The old prince suddenly exclaimed, Isn't this Lu Yuan's wife? Lu Yuan nodded lightly. Yes, she is my wife. Prince Zhennan was surprised. He had just noticed Shen Suan and thought she was just another lady since she had her hair styled like a married woman. What a coincidence. She is Lu Yuan's wife. Shen Suan smiled gracefully and bowed. Indeed, Lu Yuan is fortunate, the old prince said with a smile, stroking his white beard. Lu Yuan's gaze lingered on Shen Suan for a moment. Shen Suan felt her cheeks warm slightly. Fortunately, the old prince didn't continue to tease them. They likely had important matters to discuss and soon left with Prince Zhennan. Shen Suan glanced back at Feng Shenhua and noticed the jealousy and resentment hidden in his eyes, causing her to frown. As if sensing someone was watching him, Feng Shenhua's gaze flickered, and he suddenly looked at Shen Suan. Shen Suan quickly averted her eyes. After sitting in the garden for less than 15 minutes, Lady Bai sent someone to invite them to take their seats. Feng Yuanjia was unwilling to attend. I want to take Chunhua out. You all can do as you please, Feng Yuanjia said as she helped Feng Chunhua to her feet. Princess Yuanjia, Shen Suan called out, Stepping forward a few paces, you haven't been to the capital for a long time, so you might find it a bit unfamiliar. It would be better to take a few more people with you. Feng Yuanjia was not someone who couldn't see reason. After spending time with Shen Suiyan today, she could sense the goodwill Shen Suiyan was showing her. There must be a reason for her reminder. I will. Thank you for the advice, Mrs. Liu, Feng Yuanjia nodded. Song Xiuji took advantage of the busy New Year rituals at the Qingju Temple to find an excuse to go down the mountain. Even though she had dreams warning her, she still needed to come down to gather information. Upon learning that Prince Zhen Nan had indeed arrived in the capital and wanted to invite young Master Feng Er to be the heir, her heart finally settled. Just as in her dreams. Before she could seize the opportunity to take away Shen Suiyan, she needed to find someone. This person had helped her greatly in her dreams and would provide her with endless wealth in the future. Song Xiuji changed out of her monk's robes and disguised herself as a barmaid going to sell wine at the tavern. Following the instructions from her dream, she arrived at the tavern stable. Young man, do you know where Zhao Jiu? That boy with the red birthmark is? Song Xiuji, with her beautiful looks and sweet voice, made the stable boy feel weak in the knees. Miss, who are you talking about? He had no idea that the little beggar's name was Jiuling. Song Xiuji replied. The boy with a red birthmark, have you seen him? Oh, you mean that beggar. The stable boy scoffed. He seems to have offended someone important recently and hurt their horse, so he might be dead in the graveyard by now. He said this dismissively. Song Xiuji gasped. Had she arrived too late? No, in her dream. She saved Jiuling, and it was clearly after Shen Suiyan found Prince Zhen Nan's son. What had gone wrong? Thank you, young man, Song Xiuji said, feeling puzzled. Miss, why are you looking for that little beggar? The stable boy asked eagerly. Song Xiuji smiled. He stole my purse before, and I'm here to get it back. Well, if he's not here, then forget it. As she left the tavern, Song Xiuji bit her lip in frustration. She gently touched her abdomen, wondering if Lu Heng would feel sad because of her. But she couldn't go to him yet. So many things were different from her dream. She needed to rethink her plans to return. The biggest difference was that Lu Heng was not marrying Shen Suiyan. He was the prince consort of Princess Guangning. How could she replace Princess Guangning and become Lu Heng's only wife? She couldn't use the same tactics against the princess as she did with Shen Suiyan. During the new year, there were many banquets at each household. If it were before, Shen Suiyan would have only chosen to attend those she was close to, but to become familiar with Feng Yuanjia, she attended nearly every banquet. After meeting a few times, she and Feng Yuanjia had become quite familiar with each other. However, what everyone at the table was most excited about was not the matter of the Prince of Zhen Nan requesting to appoint the heir, but rather the recent pairing of Lu Heng and Princess Guangning. The incident of the burning boat did not spread, and no one knew what Guangning had done in the past. However, it was well known that she had been criticized for keeping a lover. Despite this, Lu Heng still treated her without any resentment, truly setting an example of a perfect prince consort. Of course, these were just discussions over tea and meals. No one would be foolish enough to bring it up in front of the main parties involved. Shuai, you are sisters-in-law with Guangning, so you know best about her situation at home with the prince. Are they really in love, or is it just for show? Princess Yongjia quietly asked Shen Suiyan. Feng Yuanjia replied irritably. Why would you ask like that? How do you expect me to answer? Don't you want to know? Princess Yongjia shot her glance. Both Princess Yongjia and Feng Yuanjia were royal sisters, and they had been spending more time with Shen Suiyan lately. Truth or lies? What does it matter? Feng Yuanjia showed no interest. Shen Suiyan sighed, I don't know. Recently, the princess and the prince have been staying at the princess's residence. Princess Yongjia felt disappointed. She missed Chu Qing Li very much. If Li Er were here, she would definitely help me find out. Mentioning Chu Qing Li made Shen Suiyan feel a bit sad. Although Feng Yuanjia had just returned to the capital, she was still aware of what was happening there. She had met Chu Qing Li when they were young. Leaving isn't always a bad thing, Feng Yuanjia comforted them. In a couple of days, it will be the Lantern Festival. Are you going to see the lanterns? I heard this year's festival will be even livelier than before, Princess Yongjia said. Shin Sui-an's heart skipped a beat. The Lantern Festival was coming up so soon. Recently, she noticed that Madame Lu had been visiting the Prince of Junnan's residence more often, and today, Shi Qing reported that the refugees he was keeping an eye on had started leaving the city frequently. Then I'll go with you, Feng Yuanjia said reluctantly. Shin Sui-an smiled and asked, Princess, does your Yunzhou also have a lantern festival? Feng Yuanjia replied, they do, but it probably won't be as lively as in the capital. It wasn't until the banquet ended that Shin Sui-an found a chance to speak to Feng Yuanjia alone. She got into Feng Yuanjia's carriage, and to others, they appear to be friends who had endless things to talk about. Princess, on the day of the Lantern Festival, I will book a private room at Ipinlu. Please come with the eldest son, Shin Sui-an whispered. Feng Yuanjia frowned upon hearing this. Manhwa doesn't like crowded places. I guess the second young master will invite the eldest young master out that day. I noticed that the eldest young master is kind-hearted. Instead of letting him go with the second young master, the princess might as well take him to the Lantern Festival first. Shin Sui-an looked calmly into Feng Yuanjia's eyes. The Lantern Festival meant nothing to Feng Chunhua. He couldn't see it. Shin Sui-an was usually understanding, so she wouldn't say such things without reason. Sui, are you hiding something from me? Feng Yuanjia asked softly. Shin Sui-an squeezed her hand. I have my suspicions, but I can't tell the princess right now. I just hope you can trust me this once. Feng Yuanjia replied coldly, I trust you, but if Chunhua is in any danger, I won't let you off.
All right.
Shin Sui-an smiled softly. There's one more thing. She leaned closer to Feng Yuanjia, as if being friendly. Are the guards around you, and the eldest young master trustworthy? Besides the 20 guards our mother gave us, my father will also arrange for some. Feng Yuanjia looked up at Shin Sui-an. Shin Sui-an said, on the day of the Lantern Festival, find a way to shake off the people the prince arranged for you, and only take reliable guards with you. What do you mean? Feng Yuanjia felt increasingly suspicious. The princess should just follow my plan and not give anything away when you return, Shin Sui-an whispered. Feng Yuanjia looked deeply at Shin Sui-an and nodded in agreement. Back at the royal residence, she furrowed her brows, still thinking about Shin Sui-an's words. Although she tried to control her emotions, she remained somewhat wary of the servants around her. Yuanjia, why are you so distracted? Prince Junnan asked gently when he saw his daughter lost in thought. Feng Yuanjia snapped back to reality and glanced at Concubine Bai, feeling secretly annoyed. She had said not to give anything away, yet she couldn't hide her thoughts. Father, I heard something today, but I don't know if it's true, Feng Yuanjia quickly said to cover her unusual behavior. Prince Junnan's expression grew serious. What did you hear? I heard that the emperor wants to keep us as hostages, Feng Yuanjia said quietly. Concubine Bai's expression changed slightly, and she looked anxiously at Prince Junnan. Prince Junnan's handsome face flashed with anger. Who is spreading such rumors? Your Highness, does the emperor really not mean that? Concubine Bai interjected. If hostages were to be kept, her son would likely be the most suitable candidate. After all, once the Lantern Festival was over, the heir's position would be decided. She couldn't let her son stay in the capital. The Prince of Junnan had a gloomy expression. The emperor indeed had that intention, but he did not suggest keeping the heir. In his heart, he was most reluctant to part with his 2 legitimate children. They were the children he had with his beloved, and if it weren't for Chunhua's eye condition, he would never have had a concubine's child. However, if Chunhua became the heir, it would be even more inappropriate for him to stay in the capital. Once the heir of the Junnan prince's residence was taught and controlled by the emperor, Yunzhou and the Junnan prince's residence would eventually fall back into the emperor's hands. The Prince of Junnan was caught in a dilemma. But he did not want his children to start worrying at this moment. I will not let any of you stay, the Prince of Junnan said solemnly. Feng Yuanjia felt a pang in her heart. That was indeed the case. She knew that if they could not change the situation, it would surely be Manhwa who would be left behind. Their father loved them, but he also cherished the power of Yunzhou. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a Bai concubine. If their mother knew about this, she would surely be heartbroken. "We all believe in you, my lord," Bai concubine said gently. "The princess is still hoping for the children to return. In a couple of days, it will be the Lantern Festival. How about I take the children out to enjoy the festivities?" Before the Prince of Nan could respond, Feng Yuanjia coldly said, "No need. We have already made plans with Miss Lu." Bai concubine expressed her disappointment. What a pity. She did not expect Feng Yuanjia to be so close to Shen Suiyan. It certainly made things easier for them. The Prince of Nan advised Feng Yuanjia, "Then take good care of Manhwa." "Yes, father." Feng Xinhua lowered his head. Outsiders said that his father favored him the most, but in reality, whenever Feng Manhwa and her brother were around, their father's first concern was always for them. The attention he gave him was merely for show. Shen Suiyan had not been sleeping well lately, and several nightmares had also woken Lu Yuan. She felt very embarrassed. Lu Yuan had been busy too. In 2 days, it would be the Lantern Festival, and there would be crowds everywhere. It was inevitable that some would take advantage of the situation. The emperor would also bring concubine Yao to the Lantern Tower to entertain the people. As the commander of the local garrison, he had to coordinate with the military to ensure everything went smoothly that day. He could not allow any danger to come to the emperor or other nobles. So, he was very tired and could not sleep well at night. "Husband, why don't you go to the study for now? It will be better after the Lantern Festival," Shen Suiyan said softly. She really did not want him to lose even a good night's sleep. Lu Yuan held her close. "What did you dream about?" Shen Suiyan couldn't say. She dreamt of Feng Manhwa being tormented to the point of losing her humanity. She feared that even if she had a second chance, she still wouldn't be able to change the situation. "I dreamed that during the Lantern Festival, there were riots by the refugees," Shen Suiyan said, pressing her face against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, feeling her own heart calm down. "The military has been patrolling the city these days, checking anyone suspicious. Don't worry, there won't be any refugees mixing in during the Lantern Festival," Lu Yuan assured her. Of course, there were no real refugees, but she feared those pretending to be one. Sui, your instincts are usually very accurate. Did you dream of something bad again?" Lu Yuan asked softly. "Yes, this dream is related to the Prince of Southern Town's residence," Shen Suiyan replied. "It seems someone wants to kidnap the second son of the prince." Lu Yuan's expression changed, and he held her shoulders seriously, asking, "What exactly is going on?" Shen Suiyan furrowed her brows. "I can't explain it clearly. Dreams shouldn't be taken too seriously. I'll leave Shirqing and you Bai with you, and arrange a team of guards to secretly protect you," Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. "Will the people you give me be able to follow my orders?" Shen Suiyan asked. "Yes," Lu Yuan replied confidently. With that, Shen Suiyan felt more reassured. She couldn't be unprepared. Although she felt somewhat confident, having Lu Yuan's people by her side would make her feel safer. Finally, she could sleep peacefully. Lu Yuan left early while it was still dawn. Shen Suiyan didn't sleep well last night, so she slept an extra half-hour today. When she woke up, it was already late morning. The weather was bright today, and Mrs. Lu San invited her to the garden to enjoy the flowers. Last time, she had given Mrs. Lu San the name of Nuanyang, but Mrs. Lu San hadn't heard of her and said she would have someone check, though she didn't know if they found anything. The Lu family's garden had just received a new batch of flowers, and with the weather warming up, many flowers were about to bloom, adding a touch of spring to the garden. Shen Suiyan arranged the pastries she had prepared in the pavilion. Just as she was about to sit down and wait for Mrs. Lu San, she unexpectedly saw an unpleasant figure approaching. Lu Heng, tall and elegant, walked from the other end of the garden. Shen Suiyan really wanted to pretend she didn't see him. "Don't you feel ashamed for using Guangning to gain the favor of concubine Yao?" Lu Heng looked at Shen Suiyan with disdain. Shen Suiyan glanced at him indifferently. What's wrong? Are you jealous, second young master Lu? You used the prince, but didn't gain the favor of the concubine? Lu Heng's expression changed slightly as he looked at Shin Suian in disbelief. You weren't this shameless before. After marrying Lu Yuan, have you just given up? In his memory, Shin Suian was knowledgeable and well-mannered, a model of a refined lady. She always spoke to him gently, unlike now, where her words are sharp. If my actions have changed you, you don't need to feel guilty. This is all your own doing. Shin Suian looked at the self-righteous Lu Heng and found him truly unpleasant at that moment. Lu Heng, we are now in a relationship of uncle and niece by marriage. When I married Lu Yuan, I had no ties to you. It's disgusting how you cling to the past. Lu Heng didn't believe Shin Suian could truly let go. He thought she was just pretending to be happy. If you really don't care, why did you agree to teach Princess Guangning? Shin Suian replied impatiently, of course, it's because I want to curry favor with Empress Yao. Second young master, what you're saying is beyond your position. I thought I made myself clear last time. Lu Yuan is great. I'm very glad to have married him, and I have no attachment to the past. If the jade pendant given to me by Empress Yao makes you uncomfortable, just endure it. I won't return it to her willingly. By the way, you and Princess Guangning seem to be getting along well. Empress Yao thinks it's because I have successfully guided her, and she has rewarded me handsomely. How annoying! Does Lu Heng really think all women should remember him? Every time they meet, he looks at her as if he knows she can't forget him.
Disgusting.
Lu Heng's face turned pale with anger, and his gaze towards Shin Suian grew colder. You are truly shameless, Lu Heng said angrily. Not as shameless as you. Shin Suian smiled slightly. Lu Heng was furious, his handsome face almost twisted with rage. Shin Suian, if you had any conscience, you wouldn't use that jade pendant to threaten Guangning. If Empress Yao discovers your deceit, and it implicates the Lu family, you'll have to bear the consequences. Is that all you can do, just talk tough? It's useless. How could the princess like you? Just because of your looks?
No wonder.
It's not easy to rely on appearance. I have a cosmetic shop and I sell a cream that keeps skin youthful. If you need it, I can sell it to you at a discount. Shin Suian said with a look of realization. Men should also take care of themselves. Otherwise, they will age and lose their charm. There will always be younger gentlemen around. Insulting someone means hitting them where it hurts. Shin Suian had indeed struck at Lu Heng's most sensitive spot. Princess Guangning loved his face, so she raised two handsome companions who looked like him. Lu Heng was finally driven away. Beside her, Ban Jian quietly sighed in relief. Miss, you really dare to scold him. I was so worried that the second young master would retaliate. He better have the guts to do that, Shin Suian scoffed. I didn't expect our eldest young lady to be so straightforward with her words, Wansher said as she walked over, smiling at Shin Suian. Shin Suian quickly stood up. Aunt San, I apologize for the scene. Wansher looked at the direction Lu Heng had left with a complicated expression. I heard that the second young master of the Lu family is like the clear stream in Lingling Mountain and the bright moon in the sky. Today, I see he is just so indecisive, lacking any manly spirit. How could you hold back from slapping him? Shin Suian took a deep breath. I might not even win. Losing would be quite embarrassing. Wansher laughed heartily. That's okay, just practice a bit more. Lu Yaoyao was taken by a maid to fly kites, while Shin Suian and Wansher watched the children from a pavilion and chatted. They did not mention Lu Heng again, as he was truly not worth discussing. Shin Suian thought that if Lu Heng kept bothering her like this, it might drive Guangning mad again. She needed a permanent solution. Wansher spoke about Nwanyang. My uncle was an inspector of salt transport. While passing through Tongzhou, a salt merchant sent him a woman, a very famous courtesan named Raonuan. Although my uncle did not take her, he visited her in the brothel for half a month. Shin Suian sat up straight, wondering if this Raonuan was the same Nwanyang that Lu Yuan mentioned. Wansher gave Shin Suian a meaningful look. My uncle never redeemed Raonuan. When he left the brothel, the madam forced her to entertain guests. Later, She fell ill, and her former patrons paid to redeem her. But after that, Rao Nuan disappeared. Everyone said she had a disease. Shin Sueon's expression changed as she recalled how every time Master Lu mentioned Lu Yuan's birth mother, he looked disgusted, wishing she had never existed. Sueon, this Rao Nuan cannot possibly be Lu Yuan's biological mother, Wansher said quietly.
Ah.
Shin Sueon's heart sank. Rao Nuan died 20 years ago, and she never had any children. The woman beside Lu Yuan cannot be her, Wansher explained. Shin Sueon asked, then who is she? Wansher took a deep breath. We need to investigate further. I will let you know when I have news. Okay. Shin Sueon's throat felt dry, so she quickly took a sip of tea. What if that woman from the brothel was not Lu Yuan's biological mother?
Who could she be?
This would explain why Lu Chushin disliked her so much. A sick woman from a brothel gave birth to his eldest son, and somehow, she made it so that Lu Chushin had no choice but to acknowledge him. He must have thought about getting rid of Lu Yuan, but Lu Yuan survived against the odds. However, San Ant said that Rao Nuan was not Lu Yuan's biological mother. So what was the truth? Shen Suan's mind raced with thoughts. Someone used Rao Nuan's identity to make Lu Chushin accept Lu Yuan as his son and bring him back to the Lu family.
Who could that be?
It wouldn't be easy. They would need to know everything that happened between Rao Nuan and Lu Chushin and ensure that Lu Chushin had no choice but to bring him back to acknowledge his roots. Sui, don't mention this to Lu Yuan for now, Wan said seriously. Shen Suan nodded gently, suddenly realizing they were in the garden, and quickly looked around. Wan smiled. My maid is keeping watch. No one will come close to hear us. This pavilion had a wide view, so they would know if anyone approached, making it safer than talking indoors. San Ant, why would father-in-law be willing to bring Lu Yuan back to the Lu family? Shen Suan asked. Wan replied because he has something on Rao Nuan. If he doesn't acknowledge Lu Yuan and bring him back, the evidence of his corruption in Shenzhou will be exposed. No wonder, Shen Suan scoffed. The Rao Nuan he met later was not the same as the courtesan Rao Nuan. Lu Yuan is not his son, Wan said firmly. Shen Suan surprisingly felt no regret. Lu Chushin did not deserve to be Lu Yuan's father. Yao Yao, there are butterflies over here. Come catch them, a maid suddenly called out. Wan and Shin Suan exchanged glances. Someone is coming. They decided to drop the topic and started enjoying their snacks. It was Madame Lu and second Madame Lu who arrived. Big sister, second sister, Wan greeted them with a bright smile. Second Madame Lu glanced at them. Big Madam is quite interesting. Instead of serving your mother-in-law well, you are always eager to find your third sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law, what kind of magic do you have that makes even someone as proud as Big Madam want to curry favor with you? Wan smiled. Second sister, perhaps you should reflect on why Sui has grown distant from you. Shin Suan covered her mouth to suppress her laughter. Third sister-in-law, the Lantern Festival is coming up. Do you have any plans? Madame Lu suddenly asked. Wan said, Third master wants to take us to the temple fair. Mrs. Lu raised an eyebrow. He still wants you to go out with us. And what about you? Mrs. Lu asked Shin Suan. Shin Suan smiled and replied, Madam, I have already made plans with Princess Yuanjia. Mrs. Lu's expression darkened. You have been getting quite close to Princess Yuanjia lately. We get along well and chat a lot, Shin Suan said. You really know how to flatter those above you, Mrs. Lu said, unable to tolerate how Shin Suan always mingled with the nobility. Wan interjected, Second sister-in-law, don't say that. I haven't seen Suan stepping on you at all. Mrs. Lu's face stiffened. She didn't mention that she was the one who felt lower. Aren't you supposed to discuss the sacrificial matters with the old lady? Let's go, Mrs. Lu said lightly. After they left, Shin Suan and Wan also parted ways. Today, Third Aunt had already told her everything she knew, and now she could only wait for more news to come in. Lu Yuan had not returned for 2 nights. He sent word that he was busy arranging for the emperor and the imperial concubine to leave the palace and would rest at the town protector's office. Soon it was the Lantern Festival. The Lantern Festival is the favorite holiday of the people in the Yong dynasty, featuring various temple fairs and lantern displays. At night, the entire Zhuke street would be filled with lanterns, and the market would shine like pearls, with colorful flags fluttering in the wind. The entire capital seemed to be immersed in a dazzling display of lights. In the widest part of Zhuke Street, a tall and magnificent lantern platform had been built for the emperor and the imperial concubine to enjoy the festivities with the people. You were right. Today, Feng Shenghua went to find a Chun early this morning, asking him to come out tonight to enjoy the lanterns, Feng Yuanjia said as she arrived at the meeting place with Shen Suiyan, her expression serious. What about concubine Bai? Shen Suiyan asked. Feng Yuanjia replied, she went with my father to accompany the emperor and concubine Yao. They should be at the lantern platform. Don't think too much about it. Let's go stroll through the market, Shen Suiyan said, linking arms with Feng Yuanjia. What about a Chun? Feng Yuanjia looked worriedly at her calm brother walking beside her. Before Shen Suiyan could answer, a joyful voice called out. Sister, big brother, it really is you. Feng Shenghua exclaimed as he approached. I saw you from over there and thought I was mistaken. Feng Yuanjia smiled without much warmth. You really have good eyes. With so many people, you were able to find us. Big brother, come with me to guess the lantern riddles. I heard them saying the riddles, and we can guess the answers. The winner gets to be the Lantern King. Feng Shenghua pleaded, tugging at Feng Chunhua's sleeve. Feng Yuanjia was about to refuse for Feng Chunhua. Okay. Feng Chunhua agreed. Feng Yuanjia frowned and held Feng Chunhua's wrist. Ah Chun. Sister, big brother has grown up. He can make his own decisions. You can't always decide for him, Feng Shenghua said. Be quiet. Feng Yuanjia glared angrily, thinking Feng Shenghua was trying to stir trouble. Feng Chunhua still wore a gentle smile. Sister, you and Sister Shen should go have fun. You don't need to worry about me. I'm not a child anymore, and I have many guards with me, so nothing will happen. Knowing they were going out today, the Prince of Jiannan had arranged many guards to protect them. Since Feng Chunhua said so, Feng Yuanjia had no choice but to nod in agreement. She wanted to leave all the guards with Feng Chunhua. Feng Chunhua helplessly refused. Sister, I'm not a child anymore. Even though he couldn't see, he couldn't rely on his sister forever. He would eventually need to grow independent. His eye condition was not a serious illness. Feng Shenghua smiled, feeling comfortable watching Feng Chunhua and Feng Yuanjia have their first disagreement. He had been telling Feng Chunhua that Feng Yuanjia was nearing marriageable age and would soon be promised to someone, so she couldn't always carry a burden. Indeed, Feng Chunhua was Feng Yuanjia's burden. Take good care of Ah Chun. Feng Yuanjia instructed the guards around them. Yes, princess. Shen Suiyan linked arms with Feng Yuanjia. Princess, let's go walk the 100 diseases. Walking the 100 diseases is a way to pray for health during the Lantern Festival. Women walk together, crossing every bridge, as it is said to ward off illness and extend life. Princess, after crossing this bridge, you should return to the lantern platform and give this prayer pouch to the Prince of Jiannan. Shen Suiyan pointed to the pouch in her hand. Feng Yuanjia replied, this is for Ah Chun. No, you need to give it to the prince, and everyone must know that Feng Shenghua is now with the eldest son, Shen Suiyan whispered in Feng Yuanjia's ear. Feng Yuanjia looked at Shen Suiyan deeply. All right, I will listen to you. After they parted, Shen Suiyan immediately returned to the reserved room at Yipin building. Shirqin quickly came back with a message. Young lady, as you expected, those refugees disguised as street vendors have mixed into the crowd. Our people have been following them, Shen Suiyan said. When those refugees make a move, you act. See where they take Feng Shenghua and hide behind the statue, while the eldest son. Let him go missing for now. Shirqing looked at Shen Suiyan in surprise, but quickly returned to normal. Understood. Meanwhile, Feng Yuanjia had arrived at the lantern platform. The king of Jiannan was chatting with the emperor, while concubine Yao was drinking with other noble ladies. Under the lantern platform, the townspeople were eagerly guessing the lantern riddles. Feng Yuanjia appeared in splendid attire, surprising by Sufei, who thought she would stay close to Feng Chunhua today. After greeting, the king of Zhennan invited Feng Yuanjia to his side. I was just mentioning you to your royal uncle when you arrived. Where's Chun? I haven't seen him, the king of Zhennan asked with a smile. Father, I was with a Chun, but Shenghua said he wanted to guess the riddles, so I went to take a stroll and also got a blessing charm for you. Father. This is for you. It's a charm for good fortune, Feng Yuanjia said clearly, and everyone around heard her. Bai Sufei suddenly looked at her. Shenghua is still young and loves to play, without knowing his limits. Feng Yuanjia glanced at her. He's not that young. Today, he taught me and a Chun that he can't always stick to me. He needs space to grow. The king of Zhennan felt a bit displeased, but hid his emotions well. You and a Chun are siblings and have a good relationship, so it's natural for you to be together. You don't need to listen to others' nonsense, the king of Zhennan said. Feng Yuanjia smiled in response. Bai Sufei frowned slightly, feeling something was off. She felt a bit uneasy but reassured herself that with her sister's arrangements behind the scenes, everything would be fine. She was just nervous. She turned her gaze back to the lively street. The temple fair parade had begun. Lion dancers led the way, entertaining the crowd, followed by folk performers on stilts and various statues being carried behind them, while townspeople offered prayers to the statues. The emperor smiled and said, "May the new year of the Yong dynasty bring good weather and peace to the nation." Hearing the emperor's blessing, the townspeople shouted in unison, "May the Yong dynasty have good weather and peace. Long live our emperor." Father, look, aren't those a Chun and my second brother? Feng Yuanjia pointed to two young boys in fine clothes in the crowd. The prince of Zhennan watched as his two sons were surrounded by guards, moving with the crowd. He was a bit worried that Feng Chunhua might not be comfortable with so many people. Go bring Chunner up here. Tell him not to mess around with Shenghua, the prince said, frowning. Concubine Bai clenched her fists. This was not how her plan was supposed to go. At this moment, Feng Shenghua should have been separated from Feng Chunhua, so why were they still together? Suddenly, everything changed in an instant. A few commoners in rough clothes surged in from somewhere. No one saw how they appeared, and the guards beside the two young masters were pushed aside by the crowd. Someone slipped into the crowd, covering Feng Xinghua's mouth and dragging him toward the more crowded area. Concubine Bai gasped and stood up. Xinghua. Then, her eyes widened in shock as several people dressed as refugees took Feng Chunhua away in the same manner. Stop them, the prince of Zhennan shouted, his eyes filled with anger. Were the guards useless? Of course not. They had been instructed not to act recklessly. The guards of Feng Xinghua had intentionally allowed someone to take their young master, knowing it was just a staged event and that nothing serious would happen, especially with so many people around. It was normal that they couldn't stop it all at once. But how could someone take the eldest son too? Why weren't the guards around the eldest son stopping them? By the time both sets of guards realized something was wrong and tried to stop the commoners, someone scattered coins on the ground. This made it even harder for them to act. Right under the watchful eyes of the emperor and the prince of Zhennan, the two young masters were taken away. Not only was the prince of Zhennan furious, but even the emperor was enraged. This was utterly outrageous. How could this happen? It was a complete humiliation for the emperor. Where is the commander of the guards?
Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan.
What is happening? Your Majesty, please calm down. Lu Yuan bowed and knelt. I have stationed heavy guards at all the city gates and will surely capture them and bring the two young masters back quickly. Once again, Shun Xuan was right. Someone indeed wanted to harm the prince of Zhennan's sons. And it happened right in front of everyone. Now there were rumors in the court that the emperor feared the prince of Zhennan, and no one expected such an incident to occur during the Lantern Festival. It was hard not to think further about it. The emperor arrived in high spirits, but returned to the palace in anger. He ordered Lu Yuan to ensure the safe return of the two young masters from the prince of Zhennan's residence. Prince of Zhennan, I will certainly give you an explanation for this matter. The emperor looked at the prince of Zhennan, not wanting him to feel resentment over this matter. Anyone could see that tonight's events were suspicious. The Prince of Junnan's face turned pale. He was extremely anxious. Who had the audacity to abduct his two sons right under his nose? This was not only a disrespect to royal authority, but also a disregard for him as the Prince of Junnan. The only person bold enough to do such a thing seemed to be the Emperor, but he did not believe the Emperor would act so foolishly and openly. This would mean a complete enmity with the Prince of Junnan's household unless the Emperor wanted him dead in the capital. His troops were still 10 miles away. The Emperor wouldn't want to start a war with Yunzhou at this moment. The Prince of Junnan quickly stopped doubting the Emperor. How could this happen? How could they take the eldest son as well? Lady Bai cried, surprised that things had turned out differently than she had imagined. They should have only captured Feng Xinghua and then traced it back to the Yi family. The Prince of Junnan would surely dismiss the princess, and she would rightfully be made the main wife. That was the outcome she wanted. Lady Bai, what do you mean by that? Did you know someone was going to abduct Feng Xinghua? Feng Yuanjia asked sharply. That's not what I meant, Lady Bai stammered, then turned to the Prince of Junnan. Your Highness, what should we do? With so many people tonight, how can we find Xinghua and the eldest son? Lady Bai took out a handkerchief to cover her eyes and began to cry heartbreakingly, completely fitting the reaction of a mother who had just seen her son being taken. Feng Yuanjia was also anxious. She vaguely guessed why Xin Suian was acting mysteriously, but she had no certainty. Father, I will go find them, Feng Yuanjia said firmly. Even if I have to search every inch of the capital, I will bring A Chun back. Lady Bai cried, this is Xinghua's first time in the capital. Who would hate him so much? The Prince of Junnan had already ordered everyone in the palace to help find his two sons. Hearing the cries around him only made him more restless. Stop crying. They are not after A Chun and Xing'er. They are after me, the Prince of Junnan said coldly. Someone, take Lady Bai back. The Prince of Junnan turned to Feng Yuanjia. Yuanjia, come with me to find them. Lady Bai's expression changed, and she clenched her fists, needing to find her sister quickly to ask how everything was arranged. Did she also intend for Feng Chunhua to be taken? The people still guessing lantern riddles had no idea what was happening. They only sensed a moment of chaos before the Emperor and his favored consort left. This did not affect their festive mood. Early in the morning, Song Xiuji arrived at the Hugua Temple. In her dream, she had heard Lu Heng say that the second son of the Prince of Jinnan was found behind a statue. She was determined to find him before Xin Suian. Today was the Lantern Festival, and the monks were not chanting in the main hall, making it especially quiet at night. Song Xiuji looked up at the majestic Buddha statue, which seemed to radiate endless compassion and wisdom. She knelt with her hands together in prayer. Buddha, if I can become the lady of the Duke's residence as I dreamed, I will surely create a golden statue for you. Please bless me to succeed tonight. If I become the benefactor of the Prince of Jinnan, my wishes will come true. As she prayed, she silently repeated her wish. After some time, she heard rustling sounds outside. Song Xiuji quickly hid behind a curtain in the corner, curling up to watch the movements of a few people in the hall. Sure enough, they were carrying a sack that looked like it contained a person. It must be the son of the Prince of Jinnan. Big brother, should we just leave him here? One man asked quietly. Give him some sleeping medicine so he sleeps here for a day and night. The people from the Prince of Jinnan's residence will come looking for him, and we can leave quickly. How strange, kidnapping your own son. Who are they trying to frame? Smack. The man who spoke was hit on the head. Are you crazy? Don't say such things. We're just doing our job for money. We don't know anything else. Got it, got it. Hiding in the shadows, Song Xiuji covered her mouth in shock. Did she just hear that someone was kidnapping their own son? Was it really the white consort who arranged for Feng Xinghua to be taken? Her heart raced. Once the two men left the hall, she finally relaxed her grip and took deep breaths. After a while, she still stayed hidden, too afraid to move. The two men, who should have left, returned. After confirming that no one else was around, they left again. Finally, Song Xiuji slowly moved to the back of the statue and saw Feng Xinghua and unconscious.
Hey.
She gently tapped his cheek. Feng Xinghua showed no response. Song Xiuji felt frustrated. The boy was already over 10 years old, and as a pregnant woman, it was not easy for her to move him. No, we can't let Feng Xinghua stay here, or it will be easy for Mingri Shin Suean to find him. She went to get the holy water from the altar and splashed the cold water on Feng Xinghua's face. Feng Xinghua frowned, but showed no signs of waking up. Song Xiuji was not discouraged and splashed more water on him, even pinching his thigh hard. Finally, feeling cold and pain, Feng Xinghua slowly opened his eyes. You finally woke up, Song Xiuji said happily as she helped him sit up. Someone wants to kill you. You can't stay here.
Get up and come with me.
Feng Xinghua had a splitting headache. He vaguely saw a woman talking but couldn't understand her due to the fog in his mind. What did you say? Feng Xinghua asked. Song Xiuji replied, Someone wants to kill you. I just heard that your mother wants to kidnap you.
What?
Feng Xinghua exclaimed, That's impossible. Don't talk now, just get up and come with me, Song Xiuji urged, pulling his hand. Feng Xinghua was in a daze, unable to think clearly, and could only be dragged away by Song Xiuji from the hall. The chilly spring night in the mountains woke him up a bit as the cold wind hit him. He looked at the young woman tightly holding his wrist and asked, Who are you, and how did you get here? I was being persecuted and had to hide here. Song Xiuji had already prepared her story. I saw 2 men carrying you down the mountain, so I followed. I couldn't bear to see you harmed, so I rescued you while they went to find something. Feng Xinghua whispered, The mother they mentioned must be my stepmother. Song Xiuji tried to recall what she had seen in her dream. It seemed that the prince of Southern Town did not dismiss the princess. She just hadn't seen her again, while Concubine Bai continued to act as the lady of the house. It appeared that the person trying to kidnap Feng Xinghua was indeed that princess. You're in great danger now, Song Xiuji said.
What?
What will you do? Feng Xinghua looked innocent and naive. Sister, you saved me and I will repay you, but I can't go back yet. You just said someone wants to kill me. I need to wait for my father's people to find me before I can show myself. Song Xiuji felt secretly pleased. She was eager for Feng Xinghua to stay with her.
Come with me.
Not long after they left, others arrived at the hall. Where is he? My lord, I saw 2 people carrying Feng Xinghua up the mountain, Yu Bai said in surprise. He saw them carrying someone into the main hall and left to wait at the mountain gate for Lu Yuan's arrival, but the person was gone. Could they have taken the person away again? Guanjin asked. Bring those 2 over, Lu Yuan said with a serious face. It turned out that the 2 kidnappers couldn't escape at all. They were caught as soon as they reached the foot of the mountain. Facing the local authorities, they were terrified and insisted they didn't know the person they had kidnapped was the 2nd son of the Duke of Jinan. My lord, we just had no food to eat and wanted to kidnap a rich young master for some money. We really don't know who he is. Please spare us, my lord. Zhang Wuqing drew his knife and held it to their necks. Where did you hide him? The man trembled and pointed behind the statue. It's right back there. How dare you lie? Zhang Wuqing was about to strike. We wouldn't dare lie, really. We checked twice, and there was no one else in the hall. The younger man cried loudly. Lu Yuan stepped behind the statue and saw water stains on the ground, along with 2 different-sized footprints in the dust. Someone took Feng Xinghua away, Lu Yuan said coldly. Take them back to the local authorities, seal the mountain gate, and search the Hugua temple. Meanwhile, Feng Chunhua, who was supposed to be kidnapped, was now settled in a courtyard. He couldn't see where he was, but he could smell a faint herbal scent in the air. Young master, how do you feel? A clear and pleasant voice asked. Feng Chunhua smiled faintly. Sister Shen, I'm fine. I'm sorry to make you stay here for a few days, Shen Suan said softly. Now the prince and the local authorities are looking for you and the 2nd young master. The person who took my 2nd brother was arranged by the Bai-side consort. She wants to frame my mother and sister, Feng Chunhua said. Sister Shen, you were right. They don't trust that I'm still alive. First, they would deal with the princess and sister, making him lose his support, and only then would they come for him. When Shun Suan first mentioned this, he was reluctant to believe it, but after observing for a few days and seeing Feng Xinghua's behavior, he chose to trust her words. If it weren't for the young master's cooperation, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly tonight, Shen Suan said. Wasn't the by-side consort trying to frame the princess and Feng Yuanjia? Now that Feng Chunhua was also missing, she would need to rearrange the evidence to blame the princess. But in such a hurry, how could she possibly have flawless evidence? Shen Suan not only wants to break the schemes of Concubine Bai and Madame Lu, but also hopes to restore Feng Chunhua's sight. If my sister knew we were pretending to be kidnapped, she would be angry, Feng Chunhua said with a smile. Young master, it was your decision to keep it from the princess, Shen Suan reminded him, noting that if anyone should be scolded, it would be him. She originally intended to communicate with Feng Yuanjia. Feng Chunhua mentioned that his sister is impulsive and can't keep secrets, which could lead Concubine Bai to suspect something. Feng Chunhua smiled. We certainly can't let Sister Shen be blamed. All right, let's focus on healing first, Shen Suan said.
What?
Feng Chunhua was slightly taken aback. Shen Suan had already opened the door, smiling at the gloomy Zhou. Don't be upset. If you heal him, you'll have a strong ally, Shen Suan said cheerfully. Who is that person? Cheng Zhiyun, beside Zhou, asked with a frown. Seeing his luxurious attire, he seemed to be from a noble family. Sister Cheng, I'll explain everything to you shortly, Shen Suan replied quickly. Zhou recalled what Shen Suan had told him and managed to set aside his irritation about being interrupted during the holiday with his wife as he stepped inside. He checked Feng Chunhua's pulse and examined his eyes. Feng Chunhua already understood what Shen Suan intended to do. Although he felt a bit uncomfortable, he endured the doctor's touch. He had seen countless doctors throughout his life, and no one had been able to heal his eyes. They all said it was a congenital condition that couldn't be treated. You are poisoned. Feng Chunhua's mind buzzed. What had he just heard? Shen Suan knew it was poison. In his previous life, Zhou had healed his eyes. You can cure it, Shen Suan said. Zhou looked at her intently. It won't be cured in just a few days. You're not a miracle worker. I don't expect you to solve everything with one needle. Just give it a try. Shen Suan smiled. I'll go prepare. Zhou paused for a moment. He glanced at Feng Chunhua, who was so handsome yet unable to see. It was indeed a pity. Do you want to restore your eyesight? Zhou asked. Feng Chunhua knew he was asking about himself. His throat felt dry, and his voice was unsteady. You say I'm poisoned, but I've been blind since I was a child. When you were born, even if you could see, you wouldn't remember it now, Zhou said. As long as my eyes can be healed, I will remember everything. Feng Chunhua closed his eyes. Zhou replied, It will be painful. You have to endure it.
I can. All right.
Zhou turned to leave. Feng Chunhua asked Sister Shen, Did you plan this all along? I'm afraid that if I take Dr. Zhou to the Wang residence to find you, he might be in danger, Shen Suan said softly. You stay here safely, and I will come to get you in 3 days. Okay, Feng Chunhua nodded obediently. Please tell my sister not to worry too much. Shen Suan smiled in response. As she stepped outside, she saw a delicate young woman standing in the courtyard. Dressed simply, with her hair with a jade hairpin, her beauty was still striking. Sister Cheng, Shen Suan greeted with a smile. Cheng Ziyun, who once seemed lifeless and frail, had regained her spirit, and there was no longer a hint of despair in her eyes. She had come back to life. Tell me, what is going on? Cheng Ziyun asked gently. Shen Suan rarely showed a playful side in front of her. Don't be upset. I will tell you everything. She explained how Concubine Bai intended to frame the princess and her daughter, and how Madame Lu wanted to drag her down as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken her to the Wang residence that day. Shen Suan understood Madame Lu's character. Besides saving Feng Chunhua, she also wanted Zhou and Cheng Zhiyun to have support. Jingning Marquis is secretly looking for you. Madame Lu is painting a scene of the Lantern Festival moon viewing. Madam, the young master has returned, Mo Ju reported softly. Lu Heng looked anxious. Mother, something happened at the Zhen Nanwang residence. What happened? Madame Lu remained calm, as everything was under control. Both young masters from the Zhen Nanwang residence have been kidnapped. The town security and the military are searching the city for the kidnappers, Lu Heng explained. Madame Lu paused. Both young masters?
How could that be?
Wasn't it only Feng Shenghua? Yes. In the crowd not far from the lantern stand, the emperor and the prince saw the two young masters being taken away, Lu Heng said. It was unclear who had the audacity to do this, especially right outside the guard's protection. Even if they reacted quickly, the crowd of citizens made it difficult to assist the young masters immediately. The kidnappers threw money on the ground, causing chaos among the nearby citizens, and that's how they took them away. Madame Lu frowned and put down her brush. Are the kidnappers all from the same group? Yes, a few street vendors were involved, some scattered money, while others grabbed the people, Lu Heng said, rubbing his forehead. It might not be safe for a while, so please don't go out for now. Concubine Bai is your aunt, and your cousin has been captured. She must be upset. I need to visit her at the Wang residence, Madame Lu said immediately. Mrs. Lu was worried that the arrangements made by Concubine Bai had gone wrong, which led to the kidnapping of Feng Chunhua. She wasn't concerned about anything else. She just didn't want to be implicated by Concubine Bai. I'll take Mother there, Lu Heng immediately said. Mrs. Lu had something on her mind and nodded in response. All right. A night passed, but there was still no news about the two young masters. Concubine Bai was initially not worried. She believed that by dawn, her people would find Feng Shenghua, who had nearly been killed, at the Guaguosi temple. However, with the added complication of Feng Chunhua being kidnapped, she began to feel uncertain. She couldn't sleep well at all. In the morning, without even having time to groom herself, she hurriedly sent servants to gather information. Prince Zhen Nan and Feng Yuanjia had not returned all night. They were still out searching for Feng Chunhua and Feng Shenghua. Not even the eldest young master has been found? Concubine Bai's face darkened, feeling increasingly out of control of the situation. Don't worry, Concubine. The kidnappers of the second young master have already been caught by Commander Lu at the foot of Guaguosi Temple. They are now detained at the town pacification office, and we believe we will soon learn the whereabouts of the second young master, the steward said, trying to please Concubine Bai with the news he had just learned. Concubine Bai's expression changed. What? At that moment, Mrs. Lu happened to walk into the hall and heard what the steward said. Hunger, go find out if Lu Yuan really caught the kidnappers.
You.
Check what kind of people those kidnappers are, Mrs. Lu instructed Lu Heng in a low voice. Lu Heng was a bit confused. Why did his mother want to find out about this? Don't ask too many questions, just go, Mrs. Lu said in a serious tone. Lu Heng never disobeyed his mother's orders, so he quietly agreed. As soon as Concubine Bai saw Mrs. Lu, she immediately dismissed the servants and went into a private room to speak with her. Sister, did you have Feng Chunhua taken? Concubine Bai asked. Those people were all arranged by you. I never interfered, Mrs. Lu replied calmly and coldly. I want to ask you if something went wrong.
Concubine Bai passed restlessly. Impossible.
I gave clear instructions. There shouldn't have been any mistakes. I thought you were going to target Feng Chunhua. Mrs. Lu replied, I'm not foolish. If Feng Chunhua was also taken, how could they prove that the princess and Feng Yuanjia were trying to silence Feng Shenghua? It would also be impossible to drag Xin Suian into this. What should we do now? They still haven't been found. I heard that the town pacification office has caught 2 kidnappers. What kind of place is that? Can anyone endure being inside? Concubine Bai said. Madame Lu held her shoulder and said, Why are you so worried? Even if they are caught, the investigation will show that the Yi family is behind the kidnapping of Feng Shenghua, and it has nothing to do with you. Concubine Bai, calm down, you're right. It has nothing to do with me. It has always been the princess in contact with those people. Even if the kidnappers identify someone, it will be the princess. You better find Feng Chunhua before the prince and the local government, and make sure he is safe, Madame Lu said. Concubine Bai frowned. Isn't it better if he dies outside? Would the Yi family kidnap their own son and let him die at the hands of the kidnappers? If they want to frame the Yi family, it has to make sense. If Feng Chunhua is also kidnapped, the Prince of Zhennan won't suspect the Lu family. I will send someone to look for him, Concubine Bai replied. Madame Lu stood up. If there's nothing else, I will leave now. Sister, should we continue with the plan? The evidence you arranged can be presented now, Concubine Bai asked. First, we need to find Feng Chunhua, Madame Lu said, feeling quite angry inside. She had planned to present evidence of Shin Suiyan and Feng Yuanjia conspiring to frame Feng Xinghua at this time. But now that Feng Chunhua was also kidnapped, her evidence seemed a bit forced. She couldn't take the risk. After leaving the Prince of Zhennan's residence, Madame Lu returned to the Lu family and asked Mo Ju to invite Shin Suiyan over. When did Shin Suiyan come back last night? Madame Lu asked. Mo Ju replied, Madam, the eldest young lady returned at the hour of the dog. Madame Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. At that time, the two young masters of the Prince of Zhennan's residence had not yet been kidnapped, so it had nothing to do with Shin Suiyan. But she had been close to Feng Yuanjia lately, so she couldn't possibly be unaware of this matter. Eldest young lady, a maid's voice came from outside as she bowed. Madame Lu's expression tightened slightly, but her gaze returned to calm. Shin Suiyan walked in gracefully and bowed. Greetings, madam. Why didn't you go to the Prince of Zhennan's residence today? Madame Lu asked. Madam, I heard early this morning that the two young masters had an incident during the Lantern Festival yesterday. I was worried, but Princess Yuanjia was not at the residence, so it would have been useless for me to go, Shin Suiyan sighed. Madame Lu stared at the expression on Shin Suiyan's face. Did you not meet the eldest young master yesterday, even though you arranged to meet Princess Yuanjia? I did see him, but the second young master wanted the eldest young master to accompany him, so we separated at that time, Shin Suiyan sighed again. If the eldest young master hadn't gone with the second young master to guess lantern riddles, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Shin Suiyan's words seemed to blame Feng Xinghua. Is there any news from Lu Yuan? Mrs. Lu frowned and asked what happened. I don't know. My husband didn't come back yesterday, Shin Suiyan replied. Mrs. Lu looked at her closely. You've been in contact with Princess Yuanjia lately. Aren't you worried about her brother at all? Shin Suiyan said, I am worried. Mrs. Lu realized she couldn't get any useful information from Shin Suiyan. Go find out more. Let me know if you hear anything. Mrs. Lu waved her hand. Yes, ma'am. The news about the two sons of the Prince of Zhennan being kidnapped spread throughout the capital the next day. The court was in an uproar. With such a serious incident happening now, it was hard not to think too much about it. Fortunately, Lu Yuan quickly captured the kidnappers. The Prince of Zhennan personally went to the local government office to interrogate the kidnappers. I heard they were originally refugees, and there were 5 or 6 people with them. It seems they even met Mrs. Lu, and Princess Luan helped them find jobs, the Prince of Zhennan said sharply, staring at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's handsome face was calm and serious. That's right. These people pretended to be refugees to get close to my wife and Princess Guangning. My wife noticed they were suspicious and had been keeping an eye on them. The refugees who were with them have already been captured. The Prince of Zhennan asked, since Princess Luan has been watching them, why didn't she know they were going to kidnap my son? Your Highness, perhaps we should first look at their confessions, Lu Yuan suggested calmly. These two are not from the capital. They came from Puyang County. One is named Yang Yaohua and the other Yang Jinqi. They arrived in the capital 2 months ago. The reason they approached Princess Guangning for money was that someone wanted them to do something bad to the princess and the county princess. Later, the employer changed their mind and instructed them to kidnap the second son. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Their initial goal was to get close to Shin Suiyan, confirm she was the person their employer was looking for, and then find a chance to ruin her reputation. Their intentions were malicious, and he wanted to deal with the employer behind this. None of this was included in the confession. The Prince of Zhennan looked at the confession, his face gradually turning pale with anger. They say it was the princess who wanted to kidnap and kill Xinhua? That's absurd. The Prince of Zhennan shouted. Lu Yuan replied, Your Highness, Yang Yahua mentioned the second son's mother, not the princess. The term mother could refer to either the legitimate wife or a concubine. Why do you assume it is the princess? The Prince of Zhennan sneered. Could anyone really want to kidnap their own son? Yes, Your Highness, the eldest son is also missing. The princess couldn't have kidnapped her own son. Upon hearing this, the Prince of Zhennan showed surprise. If it was the princess, why would she kidnap Xinhua? I want to see these two people, the prince said in a deep voice. Lu Yuan did not refuse and personally took him to the interrogation room. The interrogation room was a place for questioning criminals, equipped with various tools. Anyone who entered the Jinfu's interrogation room would not leave unscathed. No one could hide the truth here. Yang Yahua and his companion were already trembling in fear, confessing to their childhood misdeeds. Sir, please spare us. We didn't harm the second young master. We only took the money and brought him to the Guaguosi temple. We don't know where he went after that. When they saw Lu Yuan, they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Although they appeared unharmed, their bodies were in pain from the torture they endured last night. They would have preferred death. Seeing them struggle to stand, the prince understood the severity of their torture. The Jinfu's interrogation was notorious. It didn't draw blood, but was even more terrifying. You claim it was the second young master's mother who ordered you to kidnap him. How do you know she is his mother? The prince asked sternly. Yang Yahua covered his face, crying out in pain, Kill me, kill me. I don't know anything. Yang Jinxiu bowed his head repeatedly, pleading, Sir, we are willing to die. Please, just kill us. The prince kicked them hard, saying, You worthless lives cannot compare to my child. Yang Yahua coughed up blood from the. Do you think by hiding the truth, the person you want to save will survive? Lu Yuan asked calmly. The two men, who had been begging for death, suddenly stopped crying and looked up at Lu Yuan in fear. Lu Yuan raised his hand, and from outside, the guards brought in two bodies, placing them in front of Yang Yahua and his companion. Madam! Yang Yahua cried out in despair. The guard bowed, Commander, Your Highness, these two were killed before we found them. Father, father. Yang Jinxiu wept over the lifeless old man. From the moment you agreed to work for that person, you were destined to die. Who else do they have? Lu Yuan asked coldly. My son. My son was captured. If I don't do as she says, she will kill him. He is only 5 years old, only 5. Yang Yahua cried out. Last year, the harvest was poor. He and Yang Jinxi originally just wanted to rob some wealthy travelers, but they didn't expect to provoke someone they shouldn't have. Yang Yahua said, Yes, the person looking for us told us that we should say that a mother wants to kidnap her own son while the second young master is half awake. We had no idea. What about your accomplices? Where are the accomplices who kidnapped the eldest young master now? Guanjin asked. Yang Yahua shouted, No, we only kidnapped the second young master. We never touched the eldest young master. What did the person looking for you look like? The Prince of Zhennan asked coldly. Lu Yuan took out a drawing from the side. I have drawn them based on their descriptions. Your Highness, please take a look. The Prince of Zhennan frowned at the drawing. He felt it looked familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen it. I have one more question for Your Highness. The Prince of Zhennan replied, Go ahead. Your Highness, is there anyone in the royal residence connected to Pyong County? Lu Yuan asked. The Prince of Zhennan paused at this. He remembered that 2 years ago, he agreed to let his daughter train a group of female soldiers stationed in Pyong County. Return to the palace. Lu Yuan followed behind the Prince of Zhennan. What did you remember, Your Highness? The Prince of Zhennan did not answer, and did not stop Lu Yuan from following him. Go, call the princess back. As soon as he returned to the palace, the Prince of Zhennan ordered someone to find Feng Yuanjia. Concubine Bai had swollen eyes from crying, Your Highness, have you found Xinhua and Xinhua? She was truly anxious. The monks at the Guoguang temple must have found Xinhua by now, but there was still no news. If she weren't holding back, she would have sent someone directly to bring Shenghua back. Have you seen these two people? The Prince of Zhen Nan showed the drawing to Concubine Bai. Concubine Bai clutched her chest and said in shock, Isn't this one of the princess's maids? I saw her once before, but this Mama Su made a mistake and was already dismissed by the princess. The Prince of Zhen Nan tightly closed his eyes. The princess's dowry could threaten Yang Yaohua and the others from Puyang County. He did not want to believe the obvious suspicion. Commander Liu, please find Princess Luan for me. I have questions for her. The Prince of Zhen Nan said coldly. If Feng Yuanjia planned to kidnap Feng Shenghua in the capital, she would definitely need someone familiar with the city to help. Recently, she had only been close to Shen Suiyan. And why would Shen Suiyan arrange tasks for Yang Yaohua and the others? Clearly, it was to cover up their identities. Your Highness, what's wrong? Concubine Bai felt a surge of joy in her heart. She knew the prince was starting to suspect Feng Yuanjia. The person sent by the King of Zhen Nan had not yet found Feng Yuanjia, but she returned on her own. She even brought Feng Shenghua back with her. Shen Sui and did not expect that the person who took Feng Shenghua from the Guogua temple was actually Song Xiaozhi. After Song Xiaozhi hid in Qingjuan, Shen Sui and stopped having Fu Chu follow her, but still bribed a Taoist priest to inform her of Song Xiaozhi's actions. Shen Sui and did not believe that Song Xiaozhi was at the Guogua temple on the Lantern Festival by chance. However, how could she know that Feng Shenghua would be kidnapped to the temple that day and tied behind the statue? Unless she was aware of Bai Sofei's plot. That was impossible. Song Xiaozhi's current status had no connection with Bai Sofei. The only explanation was that Song Xiaozhi, like her, had been reborn. Shen Sui and was stunned by this thought. Upon reflection, it made sense why Song Xiaozhi would specifically go to the market. She could no longer sell wine there, so she wouldn't encounter Zhao Jiuling. She had gone there to find Zhao Jiuling. Moreover, she had hidden in the Guogua temple late at night to save Feng Shenghua. If Song Xiaozhi really had been reborn, that would be wonderful. With memories of her past standing in a high position, Song Xiaozhi could understand the pain of living in darkness for this lifetime. Since Song Xiaozhi wanted to climb the ranks of the king of Zhen Nan's household, Shen Sui and supported her, hoping she would seize the opportunity. Before the officers from the local government found Qingjuan, Feng Yuanjia had already located Song Xiaozhi. At first, Song Xiaozhi was unwilling to reveal Feng Shenghua's whereabouts. In her eyes, Feng Yuanjia would eventually be driven out of the king of Zhen Nan's household, and Bai Sufei was the person she wanted to associate with. However, when Feng Shenghua suddenly fell ill with a high fever, if a doctor was not called, he might die in Qingju, and Song Xiaozhi had no choice but to admit that she had saved Feng Shenghua, but she refused to say how. She insisted that she would only reveal the truth upon meeting Feng Shenghua's biological mother. Feng Yuanjia brought her and Feng Shenghua back together. When Bai Sufei heard that Feng Yuanjia had brought back her son, her expression changed dramatically. "How is that possible?" she exclaimed. The king of Zhen Nan shot her a sharp glance. "Why is it impossible?" Feng Yuanjia's figure had already appeared at the door. Behind her was Feng Shenghua, being carried inside. The king of Zhen Nan's heart sank, and he quickly stepped forward. "What happened to Shenghua?" Feng Yuanjia looked intently at the king of Zhennan and said, "Please have a doctor check him. He has a fever from the cold, but there are no other injuries." The king of Zhennan did not notice his daughter's gaze and immediately ordered his servants to carry Feng Shenghua back inside. "Go fetch the royal physician, quickly." "Father, do you have any news about a Chen?" Feng Yuanjia asked, her face tense. Both of her brothers had been kidnapped, yet her father seemed only worried about Feng Shenghua. Why was that? Did a Chen's blindness make his safety less important? Anxious to know about his younger son, the king of Zhennan blurted out, "Where is he? You must know." Feng Yuanjia's clear eyes fixed on the king of Zhennan without blinking.
"Father, what are you saying?"
Her voice was calm, hiding any emotion. The king of Zhennan said sternly, "Yuanjia, enough of this. I won't hold this against you this time. Hurry and bring a Chen back." Feng Yuanjia felt as if thousands of sharp knives were piercing her heart. Do you think I kidnapped my two brothers? What would I gain from that? She forced a smile, which looked more like a grimace. You know the truth. The king of Jinan replied firmly. Feng Yuanjia shouted angrily, I don't understand. You assumed from the start that I did it, so you never worried about a Chun's safety? What do you think of me and a Chun? You think I kidnapped Feng Shenghua because you wanted to make him the heir? If I really did it, why would I let him come back alive? You wouldn't even see him today. The king of Jinnan's expression darkened. But Shenghua's fate is still uncertain. Uncertain fate? It was just a cold. Feng Yuanjia laughed, her voice growing more sarcastic. Aren't you supposed to be a father to me and a Chun? She was filled with resentment. At that moment, she felt a strong hatred for the king of Jinnan. He loved his only daughter and noticed her anger, feeling pain in his heart. Do you know that the two kidnappers said they were instructed by Xinghua's mother? The king of Jinnan said quietly. When the king of Jinnan accused her, all Feng Yuanjia felt was hatred and anger. Now, hearing him suspect her mother, she felt endless sorrow for her mother's unjust treatment. If her mother knew, how heartbroken she would be. You listened to two unknown kidnappers and took their strange words to suspect that my mother and I orchestrated this kidnapping. Your mother knew you wanted to make the heir and leave a Chun as a hostage, so she held back her sorrow and didn't come to the capital. How could you doubt her? You always claim that your heart only loves the Queen Mother, and this is how you show it. The Prince of Zhennan listened to Feng Yuanjia's accusations, his face growing darker. Shut up, he shouted angrily. Feng Yuanjia, with tears streaming down her face, stubbornly glared at the prince. Why should I shut up? Since you think I'm a terrible person for kidnapping your son, I could just kill him now, so you won't have to worry about me anymore. I'll give you a chance to take revenge for your precious son. Feng Yuanjia drew her sword and angrily walked toward the back courtyard. Smack! The prince slapped Feng Yuanjia across the face, instantly leaving it red and swollen. The prince would rather believe a kidnapper than trust the queen, who has been by his side for many years. You watched the young lady grow up. Do you have no trust in her at all? Shen Suiyan had been standing at the door for a while. She felt so sorry for Feng Yuanjia and the queen, who was far away in Yunzhou. It's you. The prince, still furious, darkened his expression further upon seeing Shen Suiyan. What is your relationship with those refugees? Shen Suiyan replied, I have no relationship with them. Then why did you arrange work for them? The prince did not believe Shen Suiyan and Lu Yuan, who had been silent, coldly said, Your Highness, my sister is not your criminal. If she hadn't suspected Yang Yaohua's connection to the refugees, we wouldn't have found them so quickly. Shen Suiyan looked at Feng Yuanjia's swollen cheek with pity. Just because the kidnapper mentioned a mother, does that mean it has to be the queen? The second young master's biological mother is by Sophie, right? The prince shouted, which real mother would kidnap her own son? Exactly, which real mother would harm her own son? The second young master has returned safely, while the eldest young master is still missing. Aren't you at all worried that the eldest young master won't come back? Shen Suiyan mocked. The prince's expression darkened, about to scold her. Just then, a servant entered. Your Highness, the royal physician has come to examine the second young master. He has caught a cold, but he will wake up once the fever subsides. The prince's eyes flickered. At that moment, he dared not look at his daughter. Shen Suiyan did not sympathize with the prince's awkwardness. Her gaze was clear but cold. The young lady has been searching tirelessly for the second young master. Doesn't she want to find the eldest young master as well? She just hasn't received any news about him yet. Isn't the eldest young master the most at risk right now? Are you really so sure he is safe? Thinking of a Chun, Feng Yuanjia's tears fell even more heavily. Shen Suiyan's voice was clear as she continued to ask coldly, Do you think that if the second son is to be made heir, the princess and the county lord will definitely get rid of him? Then why does the prince insist on giving the heir position to the second son? If he is given it, why is he so distrustful of the princess and the eldest son? If the second son becomes the prince in the future, will the princess and the eldest son be safe? Of course, they would not be. In her previous life, she had seen the outcome of the princess and her sons. The Prince of Junnan's face turned pale and then flushed with anger. "This is my family matter. You have no right to interfere." He glared at Lu Yuan. He hoped Lu Yuan could manage his wife better. "Then may I ask why you summoned me? Do you still want to question me?" Shen Suan asked. The Prince of Junnan ignored Shen Suan's words, his gaze passing over her to Lu Yuan, who revealed Xinghua's whereabouts. "Where is that person?" Lu Yuan replied, "Your Highness should ask the county lord. She brought the second son back." The Prince of Junnan looked at Feng Yuanjia. Seeing the handprint on his daughter's face, he felt guilty and pained. "Yuanjia,"
He spoke softly.
Feng Yuanjia avoided her father's gaze and turned to the guard outside, instructing, "Go bring her here." However, the guard soon returned with a report. "Your Highness, County Lord, the girl who was just brought back has been taken away by Lady Bai's maid." The Prince of Junnan frowned deeply. What trouble is she causing? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Feng Yuanjia's mocking smile, which made him feel a surge of anger. "What are you still standing there for? Go to the concubine and bring her back," the Prince of Junnan shouted. Shen Suan slightly raised her eyebrows and exchanged a glance with Lu Yuan. When she entered earlier, she had not seen Song Xiuji. This time, Lady Bai had come with the guards. The Prince of Junnan frowned at her. "Is Xinghua awake?" Replying to Your Highness, Sheng Earth is awake, but he is very weak. Lady Bai glanced at Feng Yuanjia. Seeing the handprint on her face, she felt a rush of joy. Who would dare to hit Feng Yuanjia here? Only the prince. The prince indeed suspected Feng Yuanjia. From now on, there would surely be a rift between them. What about the girl who saved Xinghua? Why did you call her over? Bring her here. I have questions for her, the Prince of Junnan said, frowning. Lady Bai replied gently, "When Xinger woke up, he wanted to see her, so I had someone invite that young lady over." "Where is she?" Feng Yuanjia asked. The secondary consort hesitated to speak. "My lord, that girl said she heard something she shouldn't have and was scared, so she left without taking anything." Hearing that Song Xiuji had left, Shen Suan almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Song Xiuji had stayed at the Guoguang temple all night to get close to the Prince of Junnan. Would she really just leave like that? Shen Suan didn't believe it. If Song Xiuji had truly been reborn, she wouldn't leave now, especially since she was pregnant with Lu Heng's child and had saved Feng Xinghua. She would definitely use this chance to get closer to the secondary consort and make sure that Mrs. Lu accepted her. She actually ran away. Could it be that she was taken away? After hearing the secondary consort's words, the Prince of Junnan also found it hard to believe. What did she hear? He asked. The secondary consort hesitated again and glanced at Feng Yuanjia. "My lord, since Xinghua has returned, can we just let this matter go?" Feng Yuanjia looked at her coldly. "Ah Chun is still missing. How can we let this go? Is your son the only one that matters? Is Ah Chun's life not important?" I didn't mean it that way. I just thought the eldest son would be fine." The secondary consort looked helplessly at the Prince of Junnan. The prince's face turned dark, and he didn't say a word. The secondary consort's heart sank. What was happening? Wasn't the prince suspicious of the princess and her daughter? "What do you mean?"
How could you think that?
Feng Yuanjia asked sharply. Secondary consort, do you know where Ah Chun is? What kind of kidnapper is so kind as to just leave someone at Guoguang Temple and run away? What do they gain from that, hoping to be caught and tortured by the authorities? Just let it go like this? Secondary consort, your words make it hard not to suspect you. The mother the kidnapper mentioned must be you. Anyone can see that if my mother really couldn't accept your son, he wouldn't be alive and well now. Not just him. Even you wouldn't have made it out of Yinzhou. The secondary consort's face changed slightly, and she unconsciously clenched her hands.
Princess, you.
You can't just accuse someone without proof, the secondary consort exclaimed. Am I the one making baseless accusations, or are you feeling guilty? Your son insisted that Ah Chun accompany him to solve riddles, even though Ah Chun has a vision problem. No one would force him to go. You and your son are putting on quite a show. Feng Yuanjia spoke each word clearly, causing the secondary consort's face to grow paler. The secondary consort felt a surge of resentment. If Feng Chunhua hadn't been inexplicably taken away, her situation wouldn't be so passive now. Who on earth took Feng Chunhua? It would be best if that useless person were killed, so she wouldn't have to plan so much. Your Highness, I am wronged, Concubine Bai said tearfully to Prince Jun Nan. Sheng'er is my life. How could I bear to let him be in any danger? Prince Jun Nan's expression was dark. Even he could not see who was truly suspicious. He looked up at Lu Yuan. Commander Lu, it has been 2 days and nights. When will we find Sheng'er? Your Highness, the local defense office will capture all suspicious individuals and will uncover the truth. Also, I have a few questions for the second young master. What do you want to ask? Don't scare my son, Concubine Bai said. Lu Yuan glanced at Concubine Bai calmly. As long as you are honest, he won't be scared. Prince Jun then looked gently at Feng Yuanjia. Yuanjia, you haven't slept for 2 days. Go rest. The local defense office will bring Sheng'er back safely. Feng Yuanjia felt a chill in her heart. She turned to Lu Yuan. Commander Lu, if you have any news about a Chun, please inform me immediately. Lu Yuan nodded lightly. Don't worry, princess. Shen Suian stepped forward and held Feng Yuanjia's hand, squeezing it gently. Go apply medicine to your cheeks. Don't let those who care about you worry. Feng Yuanjia's eyes filled with tears again. The eldest young master is a fortunate person. He will be safe, Shen Suian said softly. Feng Yuanjia nodded, her throat tight with emotion. She dared not speak. She feared that if she opened her mouth, she would burst into tears. Without her mother, she was a Chun's greatest support. She had to stay strong. Feng Shenghua took the medicine and fell asleep again. Prince Jun Nan told Lu Yuan to come back tomorrow for questioning. Lu Yuan left Prince Jun Nan's residence with Shen Suian. Dear husband, if Feng Chunhua doesn't appear, will it cause you trouble? Shen Suian asked quietly. No, Lu Yuan said, taking her hand and helping her into the carriage. Shen Suian looked around and whispered, it will take a few more days. Lu Yuan stroked her hair. Song Xiuji was secretly sent away by Concubine Bai. Should we bring her back? No need. Let her go. She is of no importance to me. Shen Suian could guess what Concubine Bai was planning. Song Xiuji must have told Concubine Bai about her relationship with Lu Heng. Concubine Bai likely thought she could use Song Xiuji to make Mrs. Lu wary. They are all selfish and malicious people. Shen Suian was glad to see them fight among themselves. Those few refugees initially wanted to harm you. Lu Yuan's voice was cold, clearly trying to control his anger. Shen Suian was taken aback. I thought it was aimed at the princess, to make Lady Yao distrust me. Lu Yuan's gaze was icy. No, they want to ruin your reputation. Shen Suian was stunned by his words. Anger surged from deep within her. Some people really think their noble status allows them to control everything, but they are just using their position to hide their malice, Shen Suian said coldly. Just like Lady Lu, who appeared gentle and unassuming, but was actually the most cunning and malicious person. Shen Suian knew those refugees must be connected to Lady Lu. It's Lady Lu, Lu Yuan said coldly. They both had the same suspicion. How could she find these refugees? Shen Suian couldn't understand. Lady Lu and Lady Bai had previously framed the princess for kidnapping, so they wouldn't just randomly recruit refugees. There must be evidence to mislead the Prince of Zhennan. This only shows she is very calculating, planning 10 steps ahead, Lu Yuan said. Shen Suian understood his meaning. Even if Lady Bai didn't intend to kidnap her son, Lady Lu would still want to eliminate the eldest son. She dares to interfere with the Prince of Zhennan's household. Lu Yuan replied, she is actually driven by a thirst for power. Feng Shenghua becoming the heir is only beneficial for Lu Heng. She won't be satisfied with Lu Heng remaining a powerless prince. You mean she still wants to? Shen Suian's expression changed. If she didn't want Lu Heng to remain a prince forever, aside from Guangning being willing to divorce, what other options were there? Guangning would never agree to a divorce, so the only option left was to make Lu Heng a widower. Shen Sueon recalled how, in the past, Lu Heng had easily risen to power. He was truly formidable then. Meanwhile, she was trapped in the inner courtyard, drained of her last bit of usefulness by Lady Lu. Was her early death solely due to Song Xiuji, or was Lady Lu also involved? Shen Sueon felt a chill run down her spine. Lady Lu was like a colorful poisonous snake, appearing beautiful, but incredibly toxic. Lu Yuan held her close and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here."
Okay.
Shen Sueon leaned against his chest, listening to his strong, steady heartbeat, and her heart gradually calmed down. "I still need to go to the palace to report to the emperor that Feng Shenghua has been found. You don't need to wait for me tonight," Lu Yuan said softly. Shen Sueon knew he must be very busy lately. All right, she nodded obediently. Lu Yuan took her back to Donbo courtyard, sat with her for a while, then stood up to head to the palace. He had barely left when Lady Lu sent someone to summon Shen Sueon. Shen Sueon used to think that the eldest lady was hypocritical and deceitful. Now that she sees through her malice, she is even less willing to enter her courtyard. However, she still has to treat the eldest lady as her mother-in-law. Madame Lu looked kindly at Shen Sueon and, after she bowed, invited her to sit down. Shen Sueon thought to herself that something unusual must be happening. This was the first time the eldest lady had treated her so warmly. "Did you go to the Prince of Southern Town's residence today?" Madame Lu asked. "Yes. The prince said he had a few questions and sent someone to call for me," Shen Sueon replied, maintaining a calm expression. Madame Lu elegantly held a teacup and poured tea. "The side consort buys my sister, and our Lu family shares both honor and disgrace. You come from a prominent family, so you should understand this principle." "Yes," Shen Sueon nodded, feeling somewhat dull. Madame Lu glanced at her. "You're friends with Princess Yuanjia. Haven't you heard anything about the eldest son's whereabouts?" Shen Sueon replied, "No. Only the second son has returned safely, while the eldest son is still missing. If the eldest son cannot be found, it will cause a stir in Yunzhou. I wonder if the princess will come to the capital herself," Madame Lu said, frowning. She did not want Iliosu to come to the capital. The current evidence was not enough to completely bring her down. "How did the second son return?" Madame Lu asked, realizing that the news had not yet reached her. "He was found by the princess at Qingju Temple." "Oh, I heard that a woman found the second son at Hugua Temple," Shen Sueon explained. Madame Lu's expression darkened. "Princess Yuanjia personally brought the second son back?" "Yes, the second son only caught a cold and had a slight fever, but he was not harmed," Shen Sueon sighed. "It seems the real target of the kidnappers was the eldest son. I heard that the local authorities have captured 2 kidnappers, so the truth should come out soon." Madame Lu remained calm. She was not worried about her actions being discovered. From finding refugees to the kidnapping, none of it was connected to her. The only thing that frustrated her was that Feng Shenghua had actually been kidnapped. This made it difficult for the Prince of Southern Town to believe that Iliosu and her daughter were behind the kidnapping of Feng Shenghua. The local authorities have been investigating for so long. "Haven't they found out who wanted to kidnap the eldest son?" Madame Lu asked. "Perhaps the same group that kidnapped the second son is involved," Shen Sueon suggested. Madame Lu replied coldly, "How do you know they are the same group? Did you see them?" "I was just making random guesses, so I can't be sure." The local authorities need to investigate carefully. Both kidnappers have confessed everything, and I believe that once everyone involved is caught, the truth will come to light, Shen Sueon said. Madame Lu couldn't get much useful information from Shen Sueon, and her expression grew cold again. "Who saved the second young master?" Madame Lu asked. Shen Sueon replied, "I heard it was a pregnant woman. When I visited the Wang residence, I heard Lady Bai say that the woman has already left." Madame Lu waved her hand, signaling for tea and to see her guest out. She had initially felt confident, but now she couldn't help but worry that her sister might reveal something that could be discovered. After Shen Sueon left, Madame Lu called in her trusted aide. "Get rid of the person to avoid any future troubles." "Madam, the local authorities. We can't place anyone inside. It might be difficult, the aide said quietly. Madame Lu replied, their family is still in your hands. If you leak some information, those two will know what to do. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Almost everyone in the capital knew that during the Lantern Festival, 2 young masters from the Wang residence were kidnapped, but only the second young master returned safely, having only caught a cold and needing 2 days of medicine. There has been no news of the eldest young master. The Prince of Southern Zhao was furious and went to the palace to complain, believing that Lu Yuan was not doing his job properly, since he had not found his son after all this time. The emperor summoned Lu Yuan to the palace to reprimand him and gave him another 10 days. If he still couldn't find the boy, he would be removed from his position. Lu Yuan had no choice but to increase his manpower and expand the search area. The situation had completely deviated from what Madame Lu and Lady Bai had anticipated. This was not the outcome they wanted. To be safe, Lady Bai had not yet revealed Song Xiuji's whereabouts to Madame Lu. She only told Madame Lu that it was an ordinary village girl who had been sent away with a few hundred taels. Madame Lu did not suspect anything. However, she still felt uneasy. Are you really not involved? Madame Lu asked suspiciously, looking at Lady Bai. Lady Bai frowned. Why would I have someone kidnap him and make the prince suspicious of me? Now not only the Prince of Southern Zhao suspects you, but all the noble families in the capital do as well, Madame Lu said calmly. This was the most troubling issue for Lady Bai. That day, Lu Yuan asked Feng Shenghua why he took Feng Chunhua to guess lantern riddles during the Lantern Festival, and it seemed he was indirectly questioning her son. Her son was already scared, and with just a few questions from Lu Yuan, he revealed everything. He said he was about to become the heir and wanted Feng Chunhua to be with him that day to show everyone that he was more suitable for the position than Feng Chunhua and that he wasn't blind. The emperor would also be present that day. Feng Shenghua was still too young. He just wanted to step on Feng Chunhua to show off. This was enough to make Lu Yuan suspicious of him. A child of only a few years could not possibly kidnap Feng Chunhua, but he had Bai Sofei behind him. Do you know that the prince has started to suspect me?
Bai Sofei whispered.
She no longer dared to hope that Feng Chunhua would die outside. She wanted him to come back alive. Otherwise, the prince would definitely think she was responsible. Don't give yourself away, Lady Lu warned Bai Sofei. Just pretend that incident never happened. Bai Sofei said softly, I still feel like this isn't over. Lady Lu glanced at her. Everything that needed to be dealt with has been taken care of. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid your illegitimate son will find out. Even if we didn't kidnap Feng Chunhua, everyone will think we did, Bai Sofei replied. Lady Lu shared this concern. The situation, which should have pointed suspicion at Yi Liusu and her daughter, was now turning towards her and Bai Sofei. She couldn't figure out who was behind all this. After parting ways with Bai Sofei and returning to the Lu family, she asked Mo Ju, has Shen Suan not gone out recently? Madam, the eldest young lady hasn't gone out these past few days, but Princess Yuanjia has come to visit a few times, Mo Ju said. Lady Lu lightly rubbed her bracelet with her fingers. She had suspected that Shen Suan was behind Feng Chunhua's kidnapping, but what could her motive be? If it were really Shen Suan, she wouldn't be acting so nonchalant. Is there no news from Wangqiu? Lady Lu asked. Mo Ju shook her head gently. Not yet. Lady Lu felt even more uneasy. According to the timeline, Wangqiu should have finished his task and returned by now. How could there still be no news? Time passed quickly, and 10 days had gone by. It was now the last deadline set by the emperor for Lu Yuan. The Prince of Nan was in a constant rage. Feng Shenghua had recently avoided appearing in front of him, fearing that the prince would remember how he had insisted on having Feng Chunhua solve riddles with him. If he hadn't dragged Feng Chunhua into it, perhaps Feng Chunhua wouldn't have been kidnapped. The time to officially name him as the heir had also been repeatedly postponed. Lu Yuan is such a useless person. The emperor praises him and values him so much, yet he can't even handle this small matter. What a worthless thing! The Prince of Nan shouted angrily. If Feng Chunhua couldn't be found soon, He feared the princess of Yunzhou would become restless. Do you think Lu Yuan can't find a Chen? Have you found her? Feng Yuanjia, just returning from outside, overheard the princes shouting and mocked him with a cold smile. Yuanjia, how dare you speak to me like that? The prince of Zhen Nan scolded. Lu Yuan has already caught someone who is going to destroy evidence. 2 vagrants from the town guard have been captured, and their families have been brought back. I believe the truth will come out soon, Feng Yuanjia said with a cold smile. Hearing this, the side consort Bai's expression suddenly changed. She remembered that Madame Lu had mentioned sending someone to clean up the mess. Had Lu Yuan discovered it? No. She had to tell her sister immediately. Your Highness, Your Highness. A servant shouted from outside. The Prince of Zhen Nan, already irritated, became even angrier at the noise. Shut up. You have no manners. Get that person out. Your Highness, the princess. The princess has arrived. The servant gasped for breath at the door. This news changed the prince's expression, and even Bai's eyes widened in shock. Feng Yuanjia's eyes lit up with joy as she turned and ran toward the door. Outside the flower gate stood a stunning woman in a purple silk gown. Her sharp eyes and commanding presence made the servants feel her nobility from afar. Mother! Feng Yuanjia instantly felt a surge of support and overwhelming emotion. The princess's piercing eyes scanned the prince of Zhen Nan behind Feng Yuanjia, staring at him intently. The prince stepped forward, instinctively showing a gentle and affectionate smile. Princess, what brings you here? If I don't come, how will my children survive and return to Yunzhou? The princess said with a half-smile, scrutinizing the prince. That's nonsense. I would never let anything happen to them, the prince replied immediately. Deep down, he felt uneasy. There had been no news of Feng Chunhua, and no excuse would suffice. The princess would still blame him. Feng Nanju, when you took my children away from Yunzhou, what did you promise me? Do you remember? The princess asked softly. I remember, the prince said, looking at her beautiful, pale face, feeling increasingly anxious. The princess's lips curled into a cold smile. Then why did you hit my daughter? What did she do wrong to deserve that? Feng Yuanjia was stunned, tears rolling down her cheeks like scattered pearls. The Prince of Zhen Nan was at a loss. Princess, I misunderstood Yuanjia. Sister, please don't blame the prince. The situation at that time was indeed easy to misinterpret, that's why. Slap. The princess struck Bai Sofei's face with a soft whip. The Prince of Zhen Nan gasped, watching helplessly as Bai Sofei's cheek and shoulder were marked with a red line. Bai Sofei, did you have someone kidnap my son? The princess swung the whip again, and when the Prince of Zhen Nan tried to intervene, she forcefully flicked it away. A red mark appeared on the back of the prince's hand. Bai Sofei felt a sharp pain on her face, and her shoulder burned as if on fire. She trembled all over, terrified to see Yi Liusu strike the prince as well. The color drained from her face. How dare Yi Liusu hit the prince? Even if her family was powerful in Yunzhou, could they be more powerful than the prince? How could she do this? The Prince of Zhen Nan, wincing in pain, released the princess's hand, anger flashing in his eyes. Enough, he said in a low, angry voice. I don't want to see Chun'er kidnapped either. I've been unable to eat or sleep these days. He is my son too. The princess sneered at him. So, you can't find Chun'er and think that I and Yuanjia conspired to kidnap him, believing he is safe, right? At first, the prince did have such thoughts, but he would never admit it in front of the princess. You can't protect my son, so you cover your guilt with such ridiculous suspicions. The princess's voice rose. If she hadn't had a shred of reason left, she would have drawn a sword instead of striking with a whip. At that time, Shenghua was also kidnapped. I was misled too, the Prince of Zhen Nan said, his throat tight. It was hard not to doubt, especially since he had planned to invite the young Master Feng when this incident occurred. The princess merely looked at him with a cold smile. Feng Nanju, if my son does not return safely, you won't need to invite the young Master Feng for anyone else, the princess said calmly. Bai Sufei was both pained and angry, hiding behind the Prince of Junnan, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at the princess. Princess, the Junnan prince's residence is not for you to control. Your own son is blind. Do you want a blind person to inherit the estate? What do you think of the prince? Bai Sufei endured the pain. She was afraid Yiliusu would go mad and strike her again, but if Yiliusu wanted to stop her son from becoming the heir, that absolutely could not happen. The Prince of Junnan has 2 sons. Even if Feng Chunhua is the legitimate child, it doesn't matter. Only her son is wise and healthy, making him the best choice for the heir of the Junnan prince's residence. There are no other options. Even if Feng Chunhua were to die outside, it wouldn't affect her son's chance to become the heir. The princess only sneered, her gaze cold and indifferent as she looked at the Prince of Junnan. They were once an admired couple, and even after he took a concubine who bore Feng Xinghua, their relationship did not worsen. She just became more reserved and no longer devoted herself fully. He disliked her son, but that was fine. She loved her own son. However, she could not allow him to be so biased that he let others harm her child. They won't quickly grant the title of heir. We need to wait for Chun'er to return. The Prince of Junnan felt uneasy. This morning, Bai's faction in the court had already requested the emperor to approve the title for the heir, and since the Lantern Festival, this request had been put aside by the emperor. The prince privately wished to establish an heir soon, believing it would bring stability to Yunzhou. Today, Bai's people and the Lu Guogong's residents are both requesting the title for the heir in court. Why doesn't father say to wait for A Chun to come back? Feng Yuanjia asked. What do you know about court matters, being just a young lady? The Prince of Junnan looked at his daughter suspiciously. Feng Yuanjia remained silent. As a princess of the Junnan residence, it wasn't difficult for her to inquire about court affairs. She was just very disappointed that A Chun had not yet returned, while her father was eager to grant the title of heir. Does the return of the eldest son change anything about granting the title? Princess, you shouldn't struggle in vain. Chun'er is the only healthy son of the prince. Even if the eldest son is missing, can his eyes heal? What does that have to do with Chun'er becoming the heir? Bai, the concubine, feared the Prince of Junnan might be swayed. It had taken a lot for her son to have a chance to be the heir, and she couldn't allow any mistakes at this time. The princess sneered again. She no longer looked at the Prince of Junnan or Bai. Yuanjia, come with me to the Jinfu office, the princess said. The Prince of Junnan grabbed her hand. What do you want to do? The emperor has already ordered the Jinfu office to find Chun'er within a deadline. Today is the last day. ASU, so many days have passed, and there is still no news of Chun'er. The princess looked at him coldly. My son will definitely be safe. Bai, the concubine, thought resentfully. It would be better if Feng Chunhua were dead. After all, there is no evidence proving she did it. Your Highness, a servant hurriedly approached. The Prince of Junnan frowned. What is it? Outside. The servant pointed outside. People from the town guard have arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Wuqing, dressed in a flying fish uniform, approached and bowed. The Southern King frowned at him. Have you found my son? Your Highness, there is still no news about the eldest son. Zheng Wuqing replied. Still no news? What is Lu Yuan doing? That useless person hasn't found my son after all this time. How did he become the commander of the town guard? The Southern King shouted angrily, letting out all his frustration. Zheng Wuqing remained calm and expressionless as he said, Your Highness, the town guard has located Yang Yahua's family, and they have also found the 2 people they mentioned. Commander Lu wants to invite Your Highness to the town guard to hear the interrogation. Is it true that the plan to kidnap the 2 young masters of the Wang Fu involved my maid, Mama Su? The princess asked. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wuqing immediately recognized her identity. He bowed and replied, Your Highness, one of them is indeed the maid you mentioned. Good, I will go to the town guard with you. She wanted to hear for herself what the maid she had dismissed could have done. Zheng Wuqing glanced at the Southern King. Your Highness, please. The Southern King hurriedly followed. This left the pale-faced by Su-fei behind. What was happening? Didn't my sister say the problem was already solved? Why did the town guard still find Mama Su and the others? Shouldn't they have dealt with it? Hurry, go to the Duke's residence and ask Mrs. Liu to come over. Bai Su-fei shouted anxiously. Bai Su-fei, your wound is still bleeding. Let me help you with the medicine first, the maid said, seeing the terrible scar on her face. Hurry up, Bai Su-fei screamed. At this moment, she couldn't think about anything else. If the town guard discovered what she had done before, she couldn't imagine the consequences. Unfortunately, when her people went to the Duke's residence, they couldn't find Mrs.
Liu.
They only knew that the town guard had invited the Duke and Lord Liu over. Where did your lady go? Today, it seems she went to the Guoguang temple to fulfill a vow and won't be back soon. Of all times, why did she have to choose now to go? The maid stomped her foot and hurried back to inform Bai Su-fei of the situation. The town guard brought back 5 people in total. In addition to the 2 children of Yang Yahua, there was Mama Su and her son, along with Wang Qiu. They all confessed without hesitation. Mrs. Liu found Su's mother and her son and asked them to gather a few people to pretend to be refugees in the capital. At first, they only needed to find a way to humiliate the young lady of the Liu family, and after that, they would be rewarded with 500 taels of silver. Yang Yahua's son was sick, and they needed money urgently. They were far away in Puyang County, and as long as they completed the task, they could leave the capital immediately without being found. They had already targeted the young lady of the Liu family. However, Su's son was then asked to kidnap the second son of the Zhen Nanwang's residence, which complicated matters. Puyang County was very close to Yinzhou, and Princess Yuanjia had troops in Puyang County. If they really kidnapped the second son, it would lead to their doom. They wanted money, but they also risked their lives. Unexpectedly, those people kidnapped their son and daughter, threatening their lives. If they refused to kidnap the second son, their family would be killed. Su's mother and her son turned pale and dared not look anyone in the eye. The investigation continued with updates from the local authorities. Wang Qiu was sent to kill Su's mother and son. The authorities had already arrived in Puyang County before Wang Qiu and were waiting for him. Su's mother and son were protected before they could be harmed. Mrs. Liu and concubine Bai are colluding with each other. Su was indeed once a maid to the Princess of Zhennan, but due to her son's gambling, she was expelled from the Wang residence for stealing money. In fact, she had been bribed by concubine Bai and had poisoned the princess's child while the princess was pregnant. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. The Prince of Zhennan stepped forward and kicked Su's mother in the chest. Who did you poison? Who do you want to harm? The princess's face was cold as she stared at Su's mother. Su's mother spat out blood. She knelt before the princess, bowing her head. Princess, I was wrong. I deserve to die, but my son is innocent. Please spare him. Su's mother kept bowing until her forehead bled. The princess looked down at her. Did you poison me when I was pregnant with Chun'er? Su's mother trembled. At that time, her son had lost money gambling and was captured by the gambling house owner. It was concubine Bai who saved her son, but his life was now in her hands. I deserve to die, princess. Please execute me. The princess closed her eyes, her heart aching. So, that's why Chun'er's eyes. You truly deserve to die. Duke Liu looked darkly at Liu Yuan, still puzzled as to why the authorities wanted him to attend the interrogation. It actually involves the eldest lady. This matter has been reported and sent to the palace. How it will be handled depends on the emperor's decree, Liu Yuan said slowly. How dare you act so quickly? Lord Liu shouted angrily upon hearing this. Liu Yuan shot him a sharp look. Lord Liu pressed his lips together, wanting to scold Liu Yuan for reporting to the emperor so soon. This matter concerns his biological mother. Is he trying to convict her? If this gets out, the Liu family will become a laughingstock in the capital. Commander Liu, do you have any news about Achun? The princess asked quietly. She avoided looking at Mother Su and the others. To her, they were as good as dead. The final outcome would surely be a death sentence. She also ignored Prince Shunnan. Lu Yuan said, "The eldest son was thrown off a cliff but fortunately landed on a branch and was rescued by a couple gathering herbs. He has been unconscious due to severe injuries and just woke up recently." Hearing that her son was still alive, the princess finally relaxed, her strained emotions easing. Her eyes slowly turned red. Duke Lu finally spoke heavily. "Lu Yuan, what do you plan to do next?" "I will capture those involved in the case," Lu Yuan replied calmly. Lord Lu exploded with rage. "You want to arrest your own mother? How can you be so ungrateful? You Lu family are doing well, kidnapping my son, and expecting the local authorities to protect the criminals?" Prince Shunnan glared at Lord Lu. He wished he could tear the eldest lady apart. Duke Lu's face turned pale. He never expected the usually elegant and dignified eldest lady to do something like this. "Take these people back first," Lu Yuan ordered coldly. "Commander Lu, can you take me to see Achun?" the princess asked. Lu Yuan replied, "The eldest son should have returned to the royal residence by now." Upon hearing this, the princess could no longer sit still. She had to see her son. Lady Lu claimed she was going to the Gua Temple, but in reality, she sent the carriage to Qingjiuan. She suspected that concubine Bai was hiding something from her, so she had to see for herself. She needed to know who the woman that saved Feng Xinghua was. If she were just an ordinary person, why would concubine Bai be so secretive about it? However, the woman was not at Qingjiuan. The abbess said she was a young pregnant woman who had gotten separated from her husband, and the abbess took her in out of pity. Lady Lu began to suspect the woman's identity. She felt a surge of anger. Her own sister was still trying to scheme against her. "Madam, it's bad news. The officials from the town have taken Wang Qiu away," Mo Ju said, her face pale as she informed Madame Lu the moment she entered. Madame Lu felt as if she were walking on clouds, her steps unsteady. "How could they find him?" Madame Lu asked quietly. Mo Ju replied anxiously, "Madam, Su Mama and her son have also been taken away. I saw the Duke and the young master leave today." Madame Lu's heart raced. She took a deep breath, reminding herself to stay calm and not to panic. "What else?" Madame Lu asked. Mo Ju shook her head. "I don't know. The Duke and the young master haven't returned yet." Madame Lu paced back and forth. "Go find the second young master." If Lu Yuan got the truth from Wang Qiu, he would surely find a way to accuse her. He had never treated her as a true mother. Before the Duke and the young master could return, the officials arrived to take her away. "Take me?" Madame Lu said defiantly. "Who dares?" Guanjin smiled coldly. "Madame Lu, we are here on orders. Bring Lu Yuan here, or I won't go with you to the town office," Madame Lu said coldly. "Commander Lu is currently at the Southern Prince's residence. The young master has returned, and the commander needs to ask a few questions, so I will handle this small matter," Guanjin replied. Madame Lu's expression darkened. "Feng Chunhua has returned alive?" "Yes, she has returned alive." So, everything was a trap set by others, waiting for her and the concubine Bai to be implicated together. Guanjin held a knife, watching Madame Lu's changing expressions with cold eyes. Although he rarely saw this Madame Lu, he had heard of her. She was known for her calm demeanor and noble presence, seemingly uninterested in worldly affairs. But now, her actions were anything but calm. What a good act. If their commander hadn't been strong enough to endure, he might have been harmed by this cunning woman as soon as he returned to the Lu family. If she dared to harm the legitimate son of the Southern Prince, would she spare the illegitimate son brought back by her husband? Guanjin imagined Lu Yuan's difficult childhood and looked at Madame Lu with even more disdain. "Madame Lu, it seems you don't understand your current situation. A criminal has no right to make demands," Guanjin said flatly. "Now that you are the commander's aunt, we are being polite. But if you don't cooperate, don't blame our officers for being rude. It will be embarrassing for your family, the Lu family." Hearing Guanjin's disrespectful words, Mrs. Lu's eyes twitched with anger. "How dare you?" Mrs. Lu shouted angrily. "What else? Do you think you can challenge our authority?" Guanjin scoffed. Mrs. Lu took a deep breath. I want to see the Duke first. Guan Jin shrugged. The Duke and Lord Lu were just at the office. They must have gone to the palace to plead for forgiveness. If you want to see them, you can meet them later at the office. Mrs. Lu felt a sudden panic. For the first time, she felt lost and anxious. Mrs. Lu, if you don't leave now, you will face more charges, Guan Jin said. Bring me my hat, Mrs. Lu said calmly, realizing that resisting was useless. She didn't believe Lu Yuan would actually convict her. Convicting his own aunt would not bring him any good reputation. As soon as Mrs. Lu stepped out of the courtyard, Lu Heng hurried over, his face serious. Where are you taking my mother? Your Highness, we are ordered to bring Mrs. Lu in for questioning, Guan Jin said solemnly. Questioning? Lu Heng was shocked by the word. Who allowed you to slander my mother? What has she done to deserve being taken to your office? Lu Heng asked angrily. Guan Jin smiled. Your Highness, the case still needs further investigation, so I cannot disclose details. If you want to know, you might as well ask your father. But if you obstruct our work, we'll have to report this to the higher authorities. Lu Heng's face turned pale with anger. What do you think you are doing? How dare you act this way in our Duke's residence?
Aang.
Mrs. Lu quietly stopped her son. Go find your grandfather. Lu Heng said, I will go find my grandfather and father. They won't let you be wronged. At that moment, he felt intense anger towards Lu Yuan, a lowly illegitimate son, who dared to humiliate his aunt in this way. It didn't matter that Lu Yuan thought he was the commander. He would not let Lu Yuan have his way. Let's go, Mrs. Lu said, not even looking at Guan Jin. Guan Jin grinned, thinking these self-important people really didn't take the law seriously. Even with solid evidence, did they really think they could escape unscathed? Lu Heng watched helplessly as his mother was taken away by the officials. Filled with anger, he wanted to rush to Donbo courtyard to confront Lu Yuan, but he was stopped by Mo Ju. Second young master, please go to the Bai family to find the old master, Mo Ju pleaded, choking back tears. What exactly happened? Lu Heng asked, still unaware of the details. Mo Ju had no choice but to tell him that Wang Qiu had been captured by the officials and that Lu Tai Tai was behind it. This has nothing to do with Tai Tai. It was Bai Sifei who asked for her help, and Tai Tai helped her out of sisterly affection, but now it has caused trouble. Lu Heng didn't expect it to be related to the prince of Zhennan's residence. His expression changed repeatedly. Has the eldest son of the prince of Zhennan been found? Is his disappearance related to my mother? Mo Ju shook her head. Absolutely not. This matter really has nothing to do with Tai Tai. I understand. I will rescue my mother, Lu Heng said, pressing his lips together. He needed to find his grandfather and father first. Did they know about this? Was Lu Yuan really willing to let the Lu family's reputation be tarnished? Did he not care about staying in the Lu family? Meanwhile, the Prince of Zhennan finally saw his missing eldest son after more than half a month. Feng Chunhua was covered in wounds. Although they had scabbed over, it was clear how dangerous the situation had been. His eyes were also covered with a white cloth. Feng Yuanjia held him and cried, Sister, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anymore, he said. The scars were intentionally made, and Dr. Zhou had given him pain medication, so he hadn't suffered too much. Ah Chun, what happened to your eyes? The Prince of Zhennan asked. Feng Chunhua paused before slowly saying, I was injured. Dr. Zhou treated me. I heard they caught the people who kidnapped me? Feng Chunhua asked softly. The prince's expression stiffened. Chunner, do you remember what the kidnappers look like? The two people captured by the officials only admitted to kidnapping Shinger, they said. They never kidnapped you. Feng Chunhua replied, Father, do you think I kidnapped myself? I certainly don't mean that, the Prince of Zhennan quickly denied. Since they can't be caught, then forget it. We are still family, Feng Chunhua said sadly. Feng Yuanjia scoffed. Do we really need to investigate who kidnapped you? They have already given up the title of heir and still won't let you go. If we let them off the hook, what does that make us? The Prince of Zhennan shouted angrily, Yuanjia, don't speak without evidence. Even if Concubine Bai did something wrong, It has nothing to do with Shinger. He is also a victim and knows nothing. Does he know nothing? The princess asked lightly. The Prince of Junnan's chest heaved with anger. Princess, I have only 2 sons, and I don't want to see either of them in trouble. The princess sneered. Then how will you deal with Bai? She no longer referred to her as concubine. The Prince of Junnan gritted his teeth. Bring concubine Bai here. Concubine Bai was applying medicine to her face. She looked in the mirror and realized how badly Yiliosu had hurt her. Without careful care, she would have been disfigured. She secretly vowed that when her son inherited the title, she would scar Yiliosu's face, making her suffer every day, or else she could never erase her hatred from today. Concubine Bai, the prince has returned. Please go to the hall immediately, a servant hurriedly reported. What about the princess? Concubine Bai asked anxiously, and the maid applying the medicine accidentally pressed too hard, causing Concubine Bai to wince. She slapped the maid. Useless. Can't you be gentler? Concubine Bai, the eldest son, has returned too. Concubine Bai was stunned and even angrier. That blind man actually came back alive. As soon as Concubine Bai arrived in the hall, Zheng Wuqing from the town guard also arrived. He was sent to take Concubine Bai for questioning at the town guard. Arrest me? Prince, the town guard is being too unreasonable. Concubine Bai looked to the Prince of Junnan for help. The Prince of Junnan stared coldly at Concubine Bai. He was extremely disgusted with this foolish woman. To secure a title for Shinger, he had planned for a long time and subtly created a favorable situation, showing weakness to the emperor. Everything was falling into place, and he was about to achieve his goal. This foolish woman actually tried to frame the princess and her daughter by having someone kidnap her own son. He wished he could kill her himself. She had left a stain on Shinger's future. Take her away. The Prince of Junnan gritted his teeth, his gaze towards Concubine Bai cold and merciless. Concubine Bai was stunned, staring at the prince in disbelief. He actually allowed the town guard to take her away. Shinger, save me. Concubine Bai called out to Feng Xinghua. Feng Xinghua, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, looked terrified. He helplessly looked at the Prince of Junnan. Father, please save my mother. Why are they arresting her? The Prince of Junnan pulled Feng Xinghua behind him. She brought this upon herself. If it weren't for Concubine Bai, Feng Xinghua would have been the perfect heir to the Prince of Junnan, but now that was no longer the case. He will be criticized by others in the future for the foolish things done by Lady Bai. Shinger, I did this for you. You must save me. Lady Bai cried out. Get her out of here. The Prince of Junnan shouted angrily. Father, that is my mother. Feng Xinghua exclaimed. The prince pointed in the direction where Lady Bai was taken. She is not qualified to be your mother. She ordered others to kidnap you. Impossible. Feng Xinghua denied immediately. How could his mother have someone kidnap him? Jinfu Division has investigated this thoroughly. This matter has nothing to do with you. She is no longer your mother, the Prince of Junnan decisively stated. He wanted to dismiss Lady Bai. Hearing his words, the princess only smiled coldly, without a sound. How could she have spent so many years before seeing how heartless he was? Feng Xinghua felt dizzy, his ears ringing, and his mind blank. How could it be that his mother had him kidnapped? Wasn't it the princess? She was the one most likely to have him kidnapped, even wanting to harm him. Elder brother, you came back safely, right?
So,
can we just forget about this? Feng Xinghua pleaded, looking at Feng Chunhua. Forget about it? Feng Chunhua's voice remained calm. Just because I return alive, it's all fine? Feng Xinhua's face turned pale. My mother was just joking. She didn't mean to harm anyone. We're both fine, right? You returned safely, Feng Chunhua said softly, but I did not. I have already died once. Feng Xinghua's expression suddenly changed. The Prince of Junnan quickly spoke. Chun'er just came back. He needs to rest. Someone, take the eldest son back to his room to rest. The princess helped Feng Chunhua to his feet. Rest well. Don't think about anything else. Just wait for news from the Jinfu Division. This time, They were able to bring back Feng Chunhua thanks to Lu Yuan's efforts. If he hadn't sent people to protect those who were taken, there would be no evidence now. The prince wanted to follow but was stopped by the princess. Your Highness, you should go check on your other son. A bitter look flashed in the prince's eyes. Father, can't you really save mother? Feng Xinghua asked earnestly. The prince glanced at him. If you want to save your mother, you cannot be the heir. Feng Xinghua was momentarily stunned, slowly releasing his grip on the prince. Madam, the lady has been taken away by the Jinfu division. Halfway through, someone came in and whispered to Xin Suean. Xin Suean let out a small sigh of relief. She put down the account book. Her timing was about right. The eldest lady was taken to the town's administration office, and Feng Chunhua should be back at the town South King's residence by now. Unfortunately, to avoid suspicion, she couldn't appear. Otherwise, she really wanted to see the expression on the town South King's face when he saw Feng Chunhua return. As night fell, Duke Lu and Mr. Lu also returned. They called Xin Suean to the main room. Mr. Lu was filled with silent rage, believing that the couple had conspired against the eldest lady. I tell you, that is Lu Yuan's biological mother. He has captured his own mother. He will face consequences, and everyone in the world will condemn him. Xin Suean looked at Mr. Lu with fear and unease, listening to his outburst, and then timidly asked, Father, could it be? Could it be that my husband is forcing a lady to do these things? Mr. Lu. My husband is the Emperor's commander. He only follows the Emperor's orders. If the lady is wronged, my husband will surely clear her name. Although fear showed on Xin Suean's face, her words struck at Mr. Lu's heart. Her meaning was clear. Loyalty and filial piety cannot coexist. Lu Yuan certainly cannot go against the Emperor to protect the lady. If the lady were truly innocent, nothing would have happened. All right, today the Emperor refused to see us, and his attitude is very clear. Duke Lu said sternly, stopping Mr. Lu. What good is anger at this moment? After spending all day with his wife, he hadn't realized that the eldest lady harbored such thoughts. Mr. Lu was equally frustrated. He had not expected that his usually calm wife would do such things behind his back. Lu Yuan's wife, you are friends with Princess Yuanjia. Can you speak on behalf of your mother-in-law? After all, both young masters have returned safely. Duke Lu said in a deep voice. Xin Suean looked up at Duke Lu, wondering how he could say such a thing. He had already been to the town's administration office. Didn't he know that the eldest lady's original intention was to target her? Duke Lu avoided Xin Suean's gaze. Your mother-in-law indeed acted impulsively, but you are also a daughter-in-law of the Lu family. We rise and fall together. If your mother-in-law is truly convicted, it will not be good for you and Lu Yuan. Xin Suean smiled silently. She had never thought that the Lu family could offer her any benefits. Old master, asking me to plead is no different from asking me to go to my doom. The lady has her own son and daughter-in-law. Princess Guangning should be more useful than I am. Xin Suean said. Lord Lu did not expect Xin Suean to actually refute his words. Then you should persuade Lu Yuan. He just needs to be a little lenient with your mother-in-law regarding the case and your mother-in-law. Lord Lu began to command Xin Suean. Isn't that deceiving the emperor? Xin Suean retorted. Grandfather, father, deceiving the emperor is a serious crime. Seeing that Xin Suean was unyielding, Lord Lu knew that further discussion was pointless. Since that's the case, you can go back, Lord Lu said coldly. Xin Suean smiled and bowed. Yes. Xin Suean left the main house and encountered Mrs. Lu Er on the way. Mrs. Lu Er had just returned home and learned that the eldest lady had been taken away by the officials, but no one seemed to know what had happened. Just as she was about to inquire further, she spotted Xin Suean. Young lady, you must be here about your mother-in-law, right? Mrs. Lu Er asked. Xin Suean nodded respectfully, her expression tense.
Aunt.
Mrs. Lu Er was eager to know what the eldest lady had done, temporarily setting aside her grievances with Xin Suean. What happened to the eldest lady? I heard that the officials came to the house today, Mrs. Lu Er asked suspiciously. Lu Yuan is the commander of the officials. You must know something.
Ido, Shen Suyan replied, None.
Mrs. Lu Er stepped closer, waiting for Shin Sueon to continue. But Shin Sueon only looked at her in confusion, her eyes clear and bright like stars in the night sky. Mrs. Lu Er's lips twitched. And then? Shin Sueon replied, and then? I don't know either. We have to wait for the officials' investigation results. Then Aunt will naturally understand. Mrs. Lu Er gritted her teeth, feeling like Shin Sueon was playing with her. Weren't you the one who said you knew what happened? Yes, but the case isn't closed yet. I can't speak carelessly. There might still be a turn of events. If you want to know, why not ask the old master? He went to the officials today, Shin Sueon suggested. Mrs. Lu Er scoffed. If she had the courage to ask the Lord, she wouldn't be wasting time talking to Shin Sueon here. What a stubborn fool. Aunt, if you have nothing else, I will take my leave, Shin Sueon said. Mrs. Lu Er turned away, heading back to the main house. Shin Sueon felt pleased, but she tried to suppress her smile, as the person taken was her nominal mother-in-law, and if she appeared too happy, it would attract gossip. Young lady, over there, is the second young master. Half-whispered a reminder from behind her. Shin Sueon indeed saw Lu Hung approaching from another corridor, his face dark and hurried, likely also heading to find Duke Lu. Lu Hung was anxious, only thinking about how to save his mother, and didn't notice Shin Sueon at the corner until he got closer and saw her figure. His eyes instantly turned cold. Shin Sueon, my mother has been falsely accused by the local government. Is this related to you? Are you seeking revenge? Shin Sueon looked up in shock. Your arrogance truly surprises me. Lu Heng's forehead was tense with anger. Isn't it true? Shin Sueon scoffed, sarcastically asking, Did I tell your mother to kidnap the second son of the Prince of Junnan? Did I instruct her to threaten the kidnappers' families, or did I ask her to ruin my reputation? Lu Heng's chest heaved with rage. Have you always blamed others for your mistakes? Shin Sueon asked. Lu Heng refused to believe that his mother could do such a thing. You are quite amusing, Shin Sueon mocked. She walked past Lu Heng, convinced that the capture of the elder lady was due to Lu Yuan's actions. The people of the Lu family seemed to think alike. Shin Sueon increasingly believed that Lu Yuan was not the biological son of elder Lu. She didn't rush to the Prince of Junnan's residence, but Zhou Zhou still sent someone to inform her that the princess personally came to thank them and asked him to continue treating Zhou Zhou's eyes. With this, Zhou Zhou and Cheng Ji now had the support of the Prince of Junnan. Shin Sueon was very pleased with this plan, not only using their strength against them to make elder Lu face the consequences, but also changing the fates of the princess and Feng Yuanjia. Although upon learning of the princess's fierce methods, she felt that in her previous life, she and Feng Yuanjia might have had a chance to retaliate, but she died too early to see it. Anyway, it didn't affect her mood now. 3 days later, Shin Sueon spent all her time in the quiet courtyard, not even stepping out the second door. But she knew that both the Lu and Bai families were actively trying to protect Elder Lu and Lady Bai. Especially the Bai family, a prestigious family for 100 years. Although their influence was not in the capital, they still had many connections in the court. They argued that the relationship between Lu Yuan and Elder Lu made it inappropriate to handle this case, ultimately leaving it to the Dali Temple for investigation. In the end, the Bai family realized it was impossible to save both sisters. They could only protect one, making one of them take all the blame. The Bai family weighed their options carefully and ultimately decided to protect Lady Lu. The title of heir to the Zhen Nanwangfu would surely go to Bai's grandson. Even if they saved Bai's concubine, with Yiliu Su's fierce nature, she would definitely not spare her life. Lady Lu, on the other hand, was different. She was smarter and more resourceful than Bai's concubine, making it easier for her to make a comeback in the future. Additionally, Princess Guangning had recently been advocating for Lady Lu. Bai's concubine was unwilling to accept this. Clearly, Lady Lu was more malicious than she was. Why should she confess? If she did, it would mean her death. Before she could protest her innocence, she was found dead in her cell. Since Bai's concubine was dead and had left behind a confession, the case could be closed. Lady Lu was spared from death, but the emperor severely reprimanded Duke Lu and Lord Lu. In the end, Lord Lu had no choice but to send Lady Lu to the family temple for reflection. Initially, Lady Lu wanted to destroy her daughter-in-law's reputation with a false confession, but since it was never carried out, it could not lead to a conviction. For Shen Suiyan's sake, Lu Yuan did not pursue the matter further. However, once Lady Lu arrived at the family temple, she suddenly fell seriously ill. No matter how many doctors were called, they could not determine the cause of her illness. It was concluded that she was troubled in her heart and needed time to recover. How long that would take, only time would tell. With everything settled, Lu Yuan finally had time to return to the Lu family. Shen Suiyan had not seen him for several days. Before they could sit down and talk, someone from the main house came to summon them. Lord Lu and Lu Heng both looked very grim, and members from the second and third branches were also present. Even Guangning from the princess's residence had come. Recently, something has happened in the family, and I believe you have all heard about it, Duke Lu said wearily, looking several years older. Lord Lu cast a dark glance at Lu Yuan. Father, if it weren't for Lu Yuan's deliberate concealment, things would not have reached this point. In my opinion, this ungrateful son should be kicked out of the family and cut off from our ties. Lord Lu expressed his deep disdain for Lu Yuan. How could he have such a son? With a mother of lowly status, Lu Yuan was equally detestable. He truly regretted his moment of weakness that resulted in a stain he could never wash away. Shen Suiyan's heart raced. They wanted to kick Lu Yuan out? Cut ties with the Lu family? Such a thing was beyond her imagination. Uncle Lu certainly wished to drive Lu Yuan away, hoping he would never return, as if he had never had this son. The others only glanced at him, thinking he was being foolish. Given Lu Yuan's current standing with the emperor, he would surely achieve even greater success in the future. What good would cutting ties with Lu Yuan do? It was truly short-sighted. Uncle San remained neutral. If he could take the opportunity to split the family, he would be more than willing. It all depended on whether Duke Lu would agree. Only the second branch was most unwilling to split. Uncle Heir did nothing all day, and Aunt Heir relied on the steward to save money for their branch. If they split, her annual income would drop significantly. Duke Lu looked coldly at his angry eldest son, then his gaze slowly shifted to Lu Heng. He thought that if Lu Heng hadn't become a prince, he wouldn't have to place his hopes on Lu Yuan. Lu Heng was more obedient and gentle than Lu Yuan. After all that has happened, is your only thought to drive your son away? Duke Lu's authoritative voice interrupted Uncle Lu's endless anger. Uncle Lu's eyes were filled with rage, clearly still very upset, and he momentarily didn't understand Duke Lu's meaning. Don't be angry. Let's talk calmly, old Madame Lu softly advised. Duke Lu's sharp gaze scanned everyone present. In light of this situation, what good does it do to blame Lu Yuan? That's your wife. Are you unaware of what she has done behind your back? Duke Lu sternly questioned Uncle Lu. The already weak Duke's residence had now seriously offended the Prince of Zhengnan. Duke Lu felt exhausted and was frustrated with his eldest son, who showed no signs of improvement. Uncle Lu's brows furrowed deeply. He couldn't see it at all. The eldest lady spent her days either tending to her flowers or painting. She didn't seem like someone who would plot a kidnapping. Yet, the evidence was undeniable. Father, it may not be her. Perhaps someone forged the evidence. Uncle Lu was still defending his wife. He preferred to believe someone was framing her. A mocking smile flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Why not ask the lady to return to the town and have the matter re-examined? If there is injustice, you can go to the emperor and seek justice. You ungrateful child! Uncle Lu shouted, pointing at Lu Yuan. I should have suffocated you back then. Lu Yuan's expression was cold. Didn't you do that? Uncle Lu's face turned pale, further confirming that the child born of that woman was a wicked one. Otherwise, how could he be so resilient? No matter what he does, he cannot be killed.
What are you talking about?
Duke Lu shouted at Uncle Lu. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Who would want to harm their own child? Uncle Lu regained his senses, his face alternating between pale and flushed. We are all from the same family and should work together for the family's prosperity, not fight and harm each other, Duke Lu said sternly. This incident with the eldest lady has already severely damaged the Duke's household. The Emperor is already dissatisfied with the Lu family, and now we must keep a low profile and avoid becoming a laughingstock. Lu Heng said quietly, "Isn't it a joke to capture your own stepmother?" Indeed, not many people would hire kidnappers to abduct their own nephew, Lu Yuan retorted sarcastically. Young Master Feng was not injured, Lu Heng said through gritted teeth. Lu Yuan replied calmly, "Young Master Feng is badly hurt. If you still don't believe this is your mother's doing, you can go to the Dali Temple and request a re-examination of the case. It will be thoroughly investigated." Enough. Duke Lu immediately silenced them. Everyone knew that the eldest lady was secretly protected by the Bai family. Otherwise, she would be the one facing punishment today. Do you still want to embarrass us further? Duke Lu scolded. If it weren't for Lu Heng and Princess Guangning seeking help, he would have wanted his son to divorce the eldest lady. I called everyone here today to tell you not to engage in any underhanded tactics. If I find out being expelled from the family is minor, serious offenses could lead to execution. Our Duke's household is already in a precarious situation, so I hope you do not dig your own grave, or I will not be lenient. Duke Lu remained the most authoritative figure in the Lu family, and no one dared to disobey him. Uncle Lu and Lu Heng fell silent, and the second branch also dared not speak. Isn't there a need for an explanation regarding the eldest lady's involvement in the kidnapping of the Prince of Zhannan? Ruan's clear voice suddenly rang out. What explanation do you want? Uncle Lu glared fiercely at Ruan. Ruan scoffed lightly. Even if Lu Yuan is not the eldest lady's biological child, she still calls her mother. The eldest lady treated her with respect after she entered the family, so why does she harbor such hatred? If it weren't for the Prince of Zhannan returning to the capital and changing the eldest lady's mind, those refugees would have targeted the eldest lady. Shen Suiyan's eyes turned red, and she leaned into Lu Yuan's embrace with a look of grievance. Lu Yuan whispered, "If the stepmother is unkind, Sui can only endure in silence. Your stepmother has now been sent to the family temple for training, and the Shin family is unharmed. What more do you want?" asked Uncle Lu. "Since we cannot stay here, why not allow us to leave the Lu family and establish our own household?" Lu Yuan said. Old Madame Lu frowned. "Do you want to split the family?" "I will not take a single thing from the Lu family. I will only take my own belongings," Lu Yuan replied calmly. He had no interest in any property of the Lu family. Uncle Lu said, "You think the commander of the town's garrison has only been in charge for 2 years? How much personal property do you think you have?" "There's no need for your concern," Lu Yuan replied. Duke Lu slammed his arm on the armrest. "You want to split the family? That will only happen when I am dead." Seeing that they could not bring up the idea of splitting the family, Third Master Lu and Mrs. Wan exchanged glances and decided to hold back their thoughts. It seemed they would need more time to consider this. Duke Lu warned them a few more times before they all dispersed. Princess Guangning, who had been silent, stood up and walked out. Lu Heng quickly followed her. "Guangning, can you please ask the noble consort again? My mother has always lived in comfort, and the training at the family temple is too harsh for her. She won't be able to endure it," Lu Heng pleaded softly. "How can I ask? I've said everything that needs to be said. If it weren't for my mother pleading for her, she would have ended up like concubine Bai," Guangning replied irritably. It was all because of Madame Lu that she felt embarrassed to go outside. Lu Heng sensed her disdain for his mother and felt anger rise within him. "She is my mother, and she is also your mother-in-law. She has done such things, and does not deserve to be treated as my mother-in-law," Guangning said. "Lu Heng, you'd better not forget that you are my husband. I did not marry into your Lu family." Guangning held Lu Heng's hand and softened her tone. "It's a miracle that your mother is still alive. Once this situation calms down, we can find a way to bring her back." Lu Heng closed his eyes, feeling a deep sense of frustration for his own powerlessness. He was unwilling to just be a husband. He wanted a position of power to protect his family. Song Shioji waited and waited, hoping the prince of Southern Town would treat her as an honored guest. Instead, she received the news of concubine Bai's death at the Dali Temple. This was completely different from her dream. How could this happen? Many developments were just as they had been in her dream, so why was the prince of Southern Town different?
Could it be
that because she saved Feng Xinghua first, it changed concubine Bai's fate? No, that can't be. This has nothing to do with whether she can save Feng Xinghua. Song Shioji felt as if there was a hand controlling everything behind her, quietly observing her every move. She had a vivid dream, as if she had lived a lifetime, no longer the humble and timid wine seller. She gained the knowledge and strategy of becoming the wife of a noble family. After this change, she had to reevaluate the events of the past few days. If there was one significant change, it was that Shin Sueon did not marry Lu Heng. Song Shioji understood Shin Sueon's love for Lu Heng very well. They had been engaged since childhood, and Shin Sueon's greatest goal in life was to marry Lu Heng and support him. How could she suddenly want to break off the engagement? She recalled the first time she met Shin Sueon on that evening. The Shin Sueon in her dream also came to find her, but she acted differently. Shin Sueon left in tears, saying she agreed to let Lu Heng take her as a concubine. But this time, Shin Sueon spoke of breaking the engagement. All the differences started from this point. Could it be that Shin Sueon, like her, also dreamed of what would happen in the future, which is why she wanted to break off the engagement with Lu Heng? It must be. Song Shioji's eyes turned cold. She could not change the future based on what happened in her dream. She needed to act unexpectedly to prevent Shin Sueon from stopping her return to the Lu family. She heard that Madame Lu was sent to the family temple. She knew where the Lu family's temple was and what life would be like there. If she wanted to return to the Lu family, she had to first eliminate Shin Sueon. Shin Sueon would never allow her to return to the Lu family. With determination, Song Shioji quickly packed her belongings, rented a carriage and driver at the market, and headed to the Lu family's temple. Shin Sueon was sweating, feeling weak as she lay on Lu Yuan's strong chest, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glistening, still feeling waves of pleasure within. Lu Yuan held her hands tightly, gently kissing her soft arms, looking very satisfied. "Your riding skills must be quite good," Lu Yuan said, rubbing her waist, truly loving how she clung to him. Shin Sueon buried her face in his shoulder, not wanting to say anything. Having not seen him for several days, she missed him a bit. Seeing her father-in-law treat him coldly today made her feel even more pity for his situation in the Lu family, and she began to doubt that he was truly a member of the Lu family. In a moment of compassion, she unknowingly let him ask for more, even agreeing to his requests. They spent a wild half of the night together, and now she was still in a daze. Lu Yuan waited for her to calm down a bit before carrying her to the clean room to wash up. In the end, he couldn't help but hold her again, causing Shin Sueon to sob and plead. "Last time, Sui, Lu Yuan said in a hoarse voice. Shin Sueon's voice was broken as she wept in his arms. After the rain stopped and the wind calmed, she fell into a deep sleep in his embrace. She had wanted to talk to him about recent events and his background, but she was too tired. The next day, Shin Sueon woke up in Lu Yuan's arms. Lu Yuan finally had a day off. "I was going to take you horseback riding today, but maybe it's best not to." Lu Yuan thought she wouldn't be able to handle it today. Shin Sueon blushed and glared at him. Lu Yuan chuckled softly and kissed her cheek a few times. "Today, I'll take you to the temple fair," Lu Yuan said. During the entire month of the new year, there were almost daily temple fairs in the capital. Shin Sueon, feeling the tension from the Wang family, certainly wanted to go out and relax. "Okay," Shin Sueon said as she got up from his embrace. They both washed up and had breakfast. They talked about the Bai family. The Bai family has always used their daughters to strengthen their power. Now that they've lost two of their most useful daughters, I wonder what they'll do next, Lu Yuan said quietly. "Are you saying the Bai family might send someone to the palace?" Shin Sueon asked. In the previous life, there was no incident of the by-side consort dying in the court and the elder Mrs. Liu had a longer life than Mr. Liu, but things were different now. The Bai family might really do something they didn't do in the past. Lu Yuan replied, yes. Shin Sueon didn't think a girl from the Bai family could cause much trouble in the palace. Concubine Yao had been favored for many years and was a very clever woman. None of the other concubines or the queen could compete with her. How could a girl from the Bai family take her favor? Let's just wait and see, Lu Yuan said lightly. I didn't expect the Bai family to choose to sacrifice the Bai side consort for the lady, Shin Sueon said, noting that the Bai side consort status was higher than that of the elder lady. Lu Yuan replied, the Bai family is focused on the relationship between Lu Heng and the second prince. He looked at her and smiled. She won't come back. You don't need to worry about it. Shin Sueon was slightly taken aback, but then nodded with a smile. Okay. After the couple finished breakfast and were about to head out, Feng Yuanjia angrily came to find Shin Sueon. My father actually wants to go to the palace to request a title for Feng Shenghua and put him under my mother's name, making him the legitimate second son. I'm so furious. Feng Yuanjia exclaimed in front of Shin Sueon. She criticized the favoritism and ruthlessness of the Prince of Zhennan. Shin Sueon frowned and said, the Prince of Zhennan is still young. Why is he in such a hurry to establish a crown prince? I don't know, Feng Yuanjia replied with a huff. He just favors Feng Shenghua.
Then,
what does the eldest son say? Shin Sueon asked quietly. Feng Chuanhua's eyes had been treated for some time. She wondered if he could see now. If his eyesight improved, the position of crown prince would not go to Feng Shenghua. Feng Yuanjia said, he has never cared about these things. Tomorrow the emperor is hosting a banquet in the palace, and we will go together. Father wants to appoint a crown prince tomorrow. Shin Sueon reassured her. The emperor might not agree. Feng Yuanjia sighed. Sui, do you have any ideas? What could she do? She couldn't stop the Prince of Zhennan from appointing a crown prince. Unless Feng Chunhua could see now. Forget it. If Feng Shenghua becomes the crown prince, I will urge mother to divorce. We three can live happily in Yinzhou, Feng Yuanjia said.
divorce?
Shin Sueon's pupils shrank. If the princess could divorce the Prince of Zhennan, perhaps life would be easier in the future. The princess is so good. The prince doesn't deserve her, Shin Sueon said. Feng Yuanjia nodded. You agree with my plan, right?
Sui.
Shin Sueon smiled and nodded. I'll go find mother right away and tell her to divorce father. Feng Yuanjia suddenly stood up, not bothering to say goodbye, and left the Liu family in a hurry. She really came and went in a rush. Why divorce? The princess was calm, in stark contrast to Feng Yuanjia's furious attitude. Feng Yuanjia stared wide-eyed, incredulous at her mother. Father actually wants to put Feng Shenghua in your name. How can you continue to live with him after such disrespect? Feng Yuanjia didn't understand. The princess smiled gently. You are still a child. Feng Yuanjia looked at her mother, fuming. Tell me the benefits of divorcing your father, the princess said softly. At least I wouldn't have to face his favoritism and selfishness anymore. Feng Yuanjia choked up. She had once been the cherished daughter of her father. When she was young, he would carry her on his shoulders, take her to see lanterns, teach her to read, and ride horses. All her admiration and love for him vanished with that one slap. If your father marries another princess and has several legitimate sons, the Prince of Zhennan's estate will truly not fall into your brother's hands, the princess said. Will father really make a Chun the heir if we don't get a divorce? Asked Feng Yuanjia. The queen smiled. In the past, she didn't care about the title because she only wanted her children to grow up safely, and being the heir didn't matter. But now, she thought differently. It was clearly her son's right. Why should she give it up? After the divorce, I won't be able to take you away. I won't be able to control how you live in the palace, the queen said. Feng Yuanjia felt sorry for her mother and hugged her arm. What should we do? Just watch him do something so awful? The queen lovingly stroked her daughter's hair. In a few days, there will be a banquet at the palace. We will go together. If your father decides to name an heir, it will have to be A-chun, the queen said firmly. Feng Yuanjia felt her mother was hiding something from her, but no matter how she tried to ask, she couldn't find out what it was. After her daughter left, the queen sighed softly as she watched her go. Feng Chunhua entered through another door. Why don't you tell sister the truth? Feng Chunhua asked softly. I don't want her to be wary of her future husband too soon. I hope she can have a happy marriage. If she knows that your father and I are only calculating against each other, how can she look forward to her own marriage? The queen replied. She was just an ordinary mother who, despite not having a loving husband, wished for her children to have deep love and support in their future relationships. The saddest thing in the world is when the closest people are scheming against each other. Feng Chunhua said, I will protect sister in the future. The queen looked at him and saw that he seemed much better than when he first returned. A gentle smile appeared on her face. This time, we owe a lot to Miss Liu for her help, but we can't openly thank her. You must remember her kindness, the queen said, already knowing the whole story from Feng Chunhua. She understood that no one was trying to kidnap Feng Chunhua. It was just a plan by Shin Sueon to create a scene and let the Bai sisters fight among themselves. The biggest surprise was that Dr. Zhou could really treat A-chun's eyes. She was truly grateful to Shin Sueon. You and father are not getting a divorce, and life isn't easy. I've grown up and can protect both sister and myself, mother, Feng Chunhua said. The queen shook her head and smiled lightly. Leaving her father isn't just about divorce. Why did she want a divorce? The Duke of Jinan has established a strong presence in Yunzhou, not only because of his power but also due to the years of hard work from her and the Yi family. Why should she give it all up and let another woman enjoy the fruits of her labor? Why should her child call that woman mother? What a dream. Why must there be a divorce? She can also lose a husband. What belongs to her will always be hers, and what should belong to her son must be his. The emperor is hosting a spring banquet at Jiaying Hall, and officials of the third rank and above, along with their families, are attending. This is a grand event in the palace. Only Mr. Liu and his wife, along with Liu Yuan and his wife, are attending from the Liu family. The Duke of Liu, feeling unwell, did not attend the banquet with Mr. Liu and his son. Due to the incident involving Mrs. Liu, Mr. Liu has been demoted to a position in the Ministry of Justice, now holding a 7th-rank title. He feels ashamed and hides in his room all day, refusing to see anyone. However, none of this affects Shin Sueon's mood. On the day of the banquet, Shin Sueon happily enters the palace with Mrs. Ruan. Liu Yuan and Mr. Liu ride ahead while they chat quietly in the carriage. I observed Uncle and Liu Yuan the other day, and they don't look like father and son at all, Mrs. Ruan whispers. Aunt San, do you have any news? Shin Sueon asks. She hasn't told him about Liu Yuan's background yet. At first, she was eager to share, but so much has happened since then that she found it hard to even see him, so she delayed. Mrs. Ruan looks up at the tall figure ahead. Even from behind, he resembles that person so much. If he weren't that person's son, who would believe it? But thinking about why Liu Yuan was sent away from the Southern Dynasty weighs heavily on Mrs. Ruan's heart. To have Liu Yuan recognize his roots will be a long and difficult journey, and many will likely try to stop it. Suddenly, Mrs. Ruan feels deep sympathy for Liu Yuan. It seems he has always had a weak bond with his parents, especially his father. Whether biological or adoptive, there seems to be little affection for him. I was just about to tell you, Mrs. Ruan continues, Nuanyang did indeed have a son, but it is not Liu Yuan. A woman named Nuanyang took on the identity of Ronwan and raised Liu Yuan as if he were her uncle's son. Liu Yuan is not the biological son of his uncle. His real parents are in the Southern Dynasty. After handing Liu Yuan over to his uncle, Nuanyang faked her death and hid away, protecting Liu Yuan all along. Her uncle tried to harm Liu Yuan several times, but she saved him each time. She even had someone pretend to be a high monk to warn her uncle not to harm his own child, or there would be consequences. Liu Yuan was able to return to the Liu family alive because after he came back, Nuanyang planned to report back to the Southern Dynasty. However, before she could meet her master, she was assassinated. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been no news of Lu Yuan for so many years. Who were his biological parents? Shun Suean asked. Wan said, I can't tell you yet, to avoid putting you and Lu Yuan in danger. This matter. You should find an opportunity to mention it to Lu Yuan. Once I make contact with the Southern Dynasty, I will bring Lu Yuan back. Shin Suean did not respond, as it was uncertain whether Lu Yuan wanted to return to the Southern Dynasty. Who knows if his biological parents are a bigger problem than the Lu family? The Grand Palace appeared in their sight. The two of them silently agreed not to continue the conversation. Today, the most attention at the spring banquet was on the Zhen Nanwang family. Previously, two young masters from the Zhen Nanwang family were kidnapped. Although they have returned safely, the details of the case have not been transparently disclosed by the Dali Temple, and not many know the truth. However, considering the undeniable events, such as the death of the Bai side consort and the matriarch of the Lu Guogong being sent to the family temple, it would be hard for anyone to believe that the kidnapping was unrelated to them. If the Zhen Nanwang family had a third healthy son, the title of heir would not have fallen to Feng Xinghua. One can only say that Feng Xinghua is truly fortunate. Watching the Zhen Nanwang introduce his younger son to high-ranking officials while the princess and her children quietly sat in their seats was quite disheartening. Mother, father doesn't value you at all, Feng Yuanjia said, her eyes red with anger. The princess held her tightly clenched hands and gently squeezed. Yuanjia, calm down. Don't let others see your emotions. The emperor and empress had not yet arrived. The Zhen Nanwang had already introduced his younger son to most of the officials in court. In a good mood, he returned to the princess's side. You've worked hard, my lord, the princess said with a faint smile. The Zhen Nanwang sighed. It's all for the future of the family. My lady, I have no choice. If Chun'er were well, I wouldn't have so many worries. Yes, the princess nodded. What you say is true. So, have you agreed to let Sheng'er be under your name? The Zhen Nanwang asked eagerly. The princess's smile was stunning, but her sharp eyes showed no emotion. Why not, my lord? Marry someone else. The prince of Zhen Nan's expression suddenly darkened. Bai has already died, and Sheng'er is innocent. Why must you argue with a child? Am I the one who caused her death? The princess retorted. She never wished for Bai's death. It was at the hands of the Bai family. It was unfair to Bai. The prince of Zhen Nan did not want to argue with the princess at the spring banquet, so he turned his face away, looking somberly in another direction. Soon, the emperor and empress dowager arrived, followed by concubine Yao, while the empress remained under house arrest. After receiving the courtiers' greetings, the emperor looked kindly at the prince of Zhen Nan's family. Chun'er looks much better than when she first arrived in the capital, he said to Feng Chunhua. Feng Chunhua bowed respectfully towards the emperor. Thank you for your concern, uncle. I have now adapted to the capital and am no longer unwell. The emperor smiled warmly. That's good to hear. He then looked at Feng Xinghua. Although he resembled the prince of Zhen Nan, Feng Xinghua's appearance and demeanor were quite different from Feng Chunhua's. If Feng Chunhua could see, there would be no need to grant Feng Xinghua the title of heir. Feng Xinghua stood up and bowed, answering the emperor's questions one by one. He was confident and spirited. Even if he wasn't the legitimate son, he was healthy, something Feng Chunhua could never compare to. In the prince of Zhen Nan's residence, he was the only one who could become the heir. Everyone observed this young second son, who, despite his age, was not timid. They thought he was indeed well-trained by the prince of Zhen Nan. Although his birth mother made mistakes, Feng Xinghua was not lacking. The emperor nodded with a smile, allowing Feng Xinghua to sit down. Your Majesty, why not take advantage of this wonderful day to grant the prince of Zhen Nan's request and allow him to name an heir? The Empress Dowager suggested. The Empress Dowager was not particularly fond of the prince of Zhen Nan, but his family was growing powerful in Yunzhou, and she did not want to dwell on past grievances. It was better to focus on the greater good. Establishing an heir soon and keeping a hostage would be the most stable approach for the realm. The emperor pondered in silence. waiting for the reaction of the prince of Zhennan's wife. He was wary of the prince of Zhennan's family, but he also did not want the Yi family to stir up trouble over the heir issue in Yunzhou. Your Majesty, I believe Sheng'e is the most suitable to be named heir. I respectfully request your approval. The prince of Zhennan stepped forward and knelt before the emperor. Seeing that the prince's wife remained calm and silent, the emperor sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to agree, Feng Chunhua slowly stood up. His eyes, which were once clouded, suddenly sparkled with light. Everyone watched as he walked calmly to the front of the Southern King. Father, why is my second brother the only one suitable? What about me? Feng Chunhua asked softly. The Southern King looked at his eldest son in surprise, then frowned in displeasure. Your eyes cannot see. How can you become the heir? Feng Chunhua suddenly smiled slightly. His eyes seemed to shine with light, making him look even more handsome and lively. The eldest son doesn't seem blind at all. Someone gasped. Feng Chunhua, a bit flustered, stood up. Elder brother, we are in the palace. Please don't act recklessly. Feng Chunhua turned to him. How am I acting recklessly? Amidst the astonished gazes, Feng Chunhua knelt before the emperor. Uncle, the doctor said my eyes are affected by poison, which is why I couldn't see. Although my eyes are not fully healed yet, I can see about 70 to 80% now. 70 to 80%. That means he isn't blind. The Southern King froze, unable to believe what he was hearing about his son. He had no idea Feng Chunhua's eyes had improved. No one had told him. The emperor showed no emotion and looked at Feng Chunhua suspiciously. Can you really see? Feng Chunhua replied, Yes, uncle. How is that possible? Feng Chunhua exclaimed. How can you prove you can see? The second prince raised 2 cups. Eldest brother, can you see which hand I'm holding the cup with? Feng Chunhua sighed lightly. The second prince is holding the cups with both hands. Your eyes really are better. The Southern King stared wide-eyed. Ah, Chun! Feng Yuanjia, recovering from her shock, rushed to Feng Chunhua and grasped his arm tightly. Tears filled her eyes. Really?
You can see?
Feng Chunhua looked at her gently, like a flowing stream. Sister, you look really beautiful, he smiled. Woo-woo. Feng Yuanjia couldn't contain her joy and cried even more. The emperor looked again at the Southern Queen, who finally raised her head to meet his gaze. Her bright and dignified face looked as it did years ago. Time seemed to have left little mark on her. She had finally endured the hardships. Since Chun'er's eyes are healed, then the position of heir. Southern King, shouldn't it be returned to its rightful owner? The emperor asked in a deep voice. Feng Chunhua turned pale upon hearing those words. Returning to the rightful owner. So, in the emperor's eyes, the position of heir should have belonged to Feng Chunhua.